Chapter 1. Eastern Sea, Navy branch base on Sky Island. Look, that worthless wretch has begun yet another bout of futile exercise. This amount of physical activity could be effortlessly completed by a woman. I've watched him engage in this mockery for 3 years, and it has proven utterly pointless. Were it not for the Colonel's protection, a pathetic creature like him would have perished at the hands of pirates long ago. A group of 4 or 5 naval soldiers stood nearby, openly mocking Bai Ye. From a distance they exchanged further jests, their words dripping with disdain. Yet Bai Ye seemed oblivious to their taunts, continuing to perform his squats with unwavering focus. Soon, the group lost interest and dispersed. 98, 99, 100. Having completed 100 squats, Bai Ye's legs trembled as he struggled to rise, wiping the sweat from his brow. Just 100 push-ups remain. Once I finish these push-ups, I can truly activate the system. A glimmer of anticipation graced Bai Ye's handsome features, his eyes shining with determination. 3 years had passed since he traversed into this world. Assuming the identity of a fallen naval officer, Sonus was customary for a traveler. Bai Ye possessed a powerful system. The One Punch Man Template System, Saitama, from the One Punch universe, stood at the pinnacle of strength. In that realm, anyone's power paled in comparison to his, akin to the vastness of countless galaxies. A single punch from Saitama could even pierce the earth, and his speed was such that he could traverse from Earth to the moon in mere breaths. His might far surpassed anything in the pirate world. The strength of this system was astonishingly formidable. However, the conditions required to activate the One Punch Man template were rather arduous. Bai Ye was obligated to follow Saitama's training regimen: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run each day. No more, no less, and he had to maintain this routine for 3 uninterrupted years to successfully activate the system. Thus, Bai Ye had dedicated himself to achieving these training goals over the past 3 years. Yet, the meager exercise routine bore little fruit in the pirate-infested world. Moreover, the stipulations of the system prevented Bai Ye from partaking in the standard training expected of naval soldiers. As a result, his strength had scarcely advanced during this time. However, Colonel Vaughn, moved by the memory of Bai Ye's deceased father and the fact that Bai Ye was still a minor, ensured his safety within the Navy base. Over time, this protection fostered discontent among some naval soldiers, exacerbated by Lieutenant Colonel Harry, who harbored a long-standing animosity toward Colonel Vaughn, inciting further resentment among the troops. Of course, Harry's actions were not specifically aimed at Bai Ye. Rather, he sought to manipulate Bai Ye to incite the soldiers' discontent toward Vaughn. Bai Ye had heard those mocking remarks countless times before. From the initial surge of wrath to a state of serene composure, these experiences have forged an unwavering resilience within Bai Ye. Over the past 3 years, he has been acutely aware of his desires and the actions he must undertake. Today marks the moment of fruition. The last set of exercises 1, 2, 99, 100. Bai Ye inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance as he lowered himself to perform 100 push-ups in impeccable form. Simultaneously, an ethereal voice resonated within his mind. Beep. Activating the One Punch Man Template System. Host, Bai Ye. Template: Saitama from One Punch Man. Fusion degree: 1. World source power: 0. Exchange store: not opened. Upon hearing the sudden system announcement, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Bai Ye's dark eyes. The anticipated moment had finally arrived. However, he was somewhat disheartened, as he had expected that activating the system would grant him the full extent of Saitama's powers, capabilities potent enough to shatter stars. Yet, according to the system panel, he could currently only fuse with 1% of Saitama's prowess. Before Bai Ye could ponder further, he felt an overwhelming surge of power erupting from within, coursing through his entire being. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he lost command over it. Surrendering to the transformative force, his bones were crushed and reshaped, while his meridians were severed and then regrown. Blood seeped from his pores, quickly saturating his clothing, enveloping him like a sanguine cocoon. Aside from his consciousness, every aspect of Bai Ye's being was undergoing a monumental transformation. Damn it. Had I known it would be this painful, I should have completed this in my room, he thought, as the intense agony relentlessly assaulted his nerves. Clenching his teeth, Bai Ye remained silent, though a sense of apprehension lingered in his mind. If anyone were to witness this spectacle, explaining it would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Fortunately, despite the excruciating process, it progressed swiftly, completing within a mere minute, and he remained unseen by others. As the acute pain receded, Bai Ye experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, a feeling so profound it led him to a fleeting illusion. Am I invincible now? Moments later, he shook his slightly dazed head and cautiously moved his body with a series of cracking sounds. The blood cocoon began to fracture, and his bones echoed like firecrackers. What a thrill! This must be the sweet reward following the bitter toil subsequently. Bai Ye cast a careful glance around, ensuring he was alone, and swiftly dashed back to his room. After washing away the bloodstains and donning fresh garments, he began to contemplate the implications of the system. Bai Ye had initially believed that unlocking the system would grant him 100% of Saitama's strength. Instead, he found himself with merely 1%. Nevertheless, he had anticipated this outcome, although the true extent of Saitama's power in the world of pirates remains uncertain. Based on the insights Bai Ye has garnered from his 3 years within the Navy, it is at least evident that he surpasses Colonel Vaughn by a considerable margin. This, in itself, is commendable. Furthermore, it appears that the degree of fusion can be enhanced, potentially through the world's source energy. Bai Ye hastily inquired with the system, and at that moment, an ethereal notification resounded. World source energy. The host's degree of participation in altering the original plot of this world, along with the enhancement of personal status, influence, and prestige will increase the world source energy. This energy can be utilized to elevate fusion levels, exchange for items, and summon subordinate characters, as Bai Ye anticipated. The emergence of world source energy serves to assist him in enhancing his fusion degree. Moreover, based on the system's explanation, Bai Ye developed his own understanding. If the developments in the anime adhere to a fixed narrative trajectory, then Bai Ye's presence introduces an element of unpredictability, signifying a divergence from the original storyline. The greater the deviation, the more world source energy Bai Ye can accrue. Additionally, his status, influence, and prestige are all factored into this equation. It becomes apparent that the acquisition of world source energy is intricately linked to every decision Bai Ye makes. Henceforth, a wild notion sparked in his mind. If he were to eliminate a celestial dragon, would his renown across the seas not soar, thus enabling him to amass vast quantities of world source energy? With this thought, a chilling glint flickered in Bai Ye's eyes. If altering the original plot could yield substantial world source energy, what if he were to kill Luffy? Such a reward would undoubtedly be far more terrifying. However, as Bai Ye pondered these thoughts, a cacophony erupted within the base. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared. Beep! Beep! Through the window, Bai Ye observed a multitude of Navy soldiers frantically fleeing. His previously elated expression turned grave on the island. The sounding of an alarm could only signify one thing. Pirates were approaching. Bang! 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 As a series of knocks echoed, the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man with a square face standing nearly 2 meters tall and possessing a robust physique. He exuded an aura of intimidation. Bai Ye took the initiative to inquire, "Colonel Vaughn, are pirates attacking?" Colonel Vaughn nodded, stating, "The patrol units have detected pirates heading towards our island. We are still unaware of their identities." Bai Ye, remain inside the Navy base for now to avoid any unforeseen incidents each time pirates threaten the island. Colonel Vaughn always instructed Bai Ye to stay within the safety of the Navy base, and this occasion was no exception. Bai Ye felt immense gratitude towards Colonel Vaughn, were it not for the latter's care over the past 3 years. He might have long since fallen victim to the pirates, let alone activating the system. However, from this day forth, everything will change entirely. I, Bai Ye, am now formidable Colonel Vaughn. Allow me to join the fray. Vaughn, with a grave expression, responded, "Do not be foolish." As Bai Ye prepared to speak further, Vaughn's demeanor softened slightly as he continued, "Your father sacrificed himself to save me from the pirates in his final moments. He entrusted me with your care. If anything were to happen to you, how could I face your father after death?" Vaughn regarded Bai Ye with a complicated expression. It was precisely due to the battle 3 years prior that Bai Ye's father met his demise at the hands of pirates while trying to save him. Vaughn had also lost his right arm in that conflict. His strength significantly diminished. Had Bai Ye been able to partake in naval training over the past 3 years, he would have possessed at least some capacity for self-defense against pirates, and Vaughn would not have opposed him so vehemently. Yet, during these 3 years, all Vaughn witnessed was Bai Ye's ineffective training in the face of pirates. He would likely be a mere lamb to slaughter. Therefore, Vaughn had ceased to hold any hope that Bai Ye could become a true naval soldier. Gently, Vaughn ruffled Bai Ye's hair with his rough hand, sighing, "Obey my orders and remain in your quarters." Just as Bai Ye was about to explain his situation to Colonel Vaughn, a sharp voice pierced the air from the doorway. "Indeed. Here you are, Colonel Vaughn. Your actions seem rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree?" The speaker was none other than Lieutenant Colonel Harry, a tall figure with a shadowy demeanor, the second in command of the naval branch, who had always harbored a lack of respect for Vaughn's position. He was known to contradict Vaughn at nearly every turn. Trailing closely behind Harry were several individuals who had previously mocked Bai Ye, their faces now adorned with disdain. As Harry entered, his gaze unabashedly scrutinized Vaughn's empty right arm without a hint of restraint. Vaughn, undeterred by Harry's almost provocative stare, replied sternly, Lieutenant Colonel Harry. What do you mean by that? Harry cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ye. A smirk playing on his lips. Colonel Vaughn, I recall that for the past 3 years, you insisted that Bai Ye should not participate in combat, due to his age, correct? Vaughn's expression shifted, as if a realization dawned on him, and he replied in a subdued tone. That is indeed the case. Harry clapped his hands together, narrowing his eyes with a grin. Then it follows that, if I am not mistaken, Bai Ye reached adulthood just a few days ago. Did he not? Bai Ye refrained from contesting this assertion, as it was indeed the truth. Seeing the silence between them, Harry continued. So, it would seem that the time has come for Bai Ye to contribute to the Navy, would it not? A glint of cunning flashed in Harry's eyes as he regarded Vaughn. He bore no animosity towards Bai Ye. His intent was solely to vex Vaughn. Since Vaughn sought to protect Bai Ye, Harry was determined to place Bai Ye in perilous situations. It was as simple as that. In his view, Vaughn, such a cripple, should have long since vacated his position as Colonel. A lack of capability necessitates an early relinquishment of authority. Over the years, through persistent targeting of Vaughn, a segment of the naval personnel at the base gradually began to heed only Harry's commands were it not for Vaughn's considerable seniority and his valor in battles against pirates, where he often led the charge and saved numerous soldiers. Some of the older naval officers still held a degree of respect for him. Otherwise, this naval base would have long since been under Harry's dominion. Vaughn, with a troubled expression, took a deep breath and said, Harry, I understand your desire to usurp my position, but there is no need to continually target Bai Ye. Harry unceremoniously interrupted. Colonel Vaughn, I am merely conducting my duties. After a moment's hesitation, Vaughn proposed, how about this? As long as you do not force Bai Ye to engage in combat with the pirates after this battle concludes, I will submit my resignation and recommend you for the position of Colonel at the Sky Island Naval Branch. Harry was momentarily taken aback, perhaps caught off guard by the unexpected offer, and uncertainly inquired, are you being serious? Vaughn nodded slowly, as if resolute. As long as you can ensure Bai Ye's safety, I am willing to do so. Before Vaughn could finish his sentence, Bai Ye declared firmly, I will participate in this battle. You brat, do you understand what you are saying? Harry's eyes narrowed, exuding a dangerous aura, akin to a poised viper, fixating on Bai Ye. Vaughn, equally startled by Bai Ye's words, hurriedly advised, Bai Ye, now is not the time for jokes. You must understand that even I cannot guarantee survival when facing pirates. Bai Ye nodded, affirming, Colonel Vaughn, you need not worry. This is my own choice. Moreover, I'm already of age. I cannot spend my life under your protection. Additionally, as naval soldiers, resisting pirates is our mission. If we choose to evade, what will become of the residents on the island? Upon hearing this, Vaughn ceased his attempt to dissuade the young man, recognizing that the child before him had truly matured. Very well, since you are prepared, let us stand together against the pirates. He then turned to Harry and scolded, even a freshly adult child understands the meaning of the Navy better than you. At a time like this, you're still playing clever. It seems you've squandered decades of your life. Harry's face turned a deep shade of anger. He had not anticipated that the duck he thought he had in his grasp could fly away. Observing Harry's flustered state, Bai Ye smiled innocently. Colonel Harry, I need to prepare for the gathering at the dock. Could you kindly leave my room? Harry remained silent, casting one last penetrating glance at Bai Ye before departing. Although he had not forced Vaughn to step down this time, Harry's endeavor was not a complete failure. He simply did not expect that this seemingly inconspicuous young boy could articulate such sentiments. Harry coldly remarked, Humph, since you all wish for death, I shall oblige. He first dismissed the subordinates trailing behind him, then stepped into the shadows around the corner, retrieving a telephone bug from his pocket and dialing a number. After a brief moment, a brazen voice emerged from the other end of the line. Hello, hello? Are you calling me now to change the plan? No, the plan remains unchanged, but I insist that Vaughn must perish in this assault. The voice on the line took on a mocking tone. Colonel Harry, have you lost your mind? I am not your subordinate. You have no authority to demand my assistance. Furthermore, what does your rivalry with the Navy have to do with me, a pirate? Although he was repeatedly humiliated by the person on the other end of the phone, Harry did not become angry. Instead, he remained surprisingly calm. If you kill Vaughn, you'll get 60% of what you earn. 60%? Are you trying to insult me? How much do you want? The pirate on the other end greedily replied, I want all. Even the usually calm Harry was infuriated by the pirate's greed. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and said, Aren't you being a bit excessive? The pirate replied indifferently, Excessive? If Colonel Harry thinks I'm being excessive, then we can terminate our cooperation. I'll leave Sky Island with my men right now, and you can deal with Vaughn by yourself. Upon hearing this, Harry immediately calmed down. Although he detested the pirates' insatiable greed, he needed the pirates' help to eliminate Vaughn. All right, it's settled then. Bloodwolf hopes you won't let me down. Ha ha. Just prepare what you need. If you can't even handle that cripple Vaughn, then my Blood Wolf pirate crew might as well disband. After hanging up, Harry cast a dark glance at Bai Ye's room, thinking, you're all forcing my hand. Inside the room, since things had come to this point, Vaughn no longer tried to persuade Bai Ye. However, this was Bai Ye's first battle with pirates, so there were still some things to clarify. When we fight the pirates later, don't charge in recklessly. Make sure not to come too close to me. White Knight nodded seriously, knowing that as a Navy colonel, Vaughn had to face the strongest of the pirates. The closer they got to that point, the faster one would die. However, the current White Knight was completely different from before. Although Bai Ye had never actually made a move based on previous encounters with Colonel Vaughn, he believed his strength should be above that of Colonel Vaughn. Moreover, Bai Ye recalled that according to the anime plot, the strongest pirate in the EC right now was probably Pirate Admiral Creek, and there shouldn't be any unexpected developments. Even if it was Creek with his current strength, he should be able to handle him completely, right? If he unleashed his full power, he would definitely surprise Colonel Vaughn. Harry and his subordinates surely wouldn't expect that his strength was even greater than Colonel Vaughn's. It would certainly be entertaining. Oh dear, should he go all out when the time comes? Would it be better to take him out with one punch or two? After making a move, would it raise other suspicions? This was really giving him a headache. Seeing Bai Ye's constantly changing expression, Vaughn thought it was Bai Ye's first time facing a ruthless pirate, and he must be feeling quite anxious. So he comforted him, saying, don't worry, I'll arrange for other soldiers to keep an eye on you. Just be careful, and you'll definitely survive. However, Bai Ye was completely lost in thought at that moment and didn't hear what Vaughn was saying, only nodding subconsciously. Vaughn sighed at this situation, feeling guilty. If it weren't for his conflict with Harry, Bai Ye might not have been dragged into this, and he wouldn't have to worry about his life being in danger. However, Vaughn was also determined that if a life-and-death crisis did occur, he would die before Bai Ye. Only in this way could his heart feel a little better. As he reached the door, he turned to look at the still serious Bai Ye and coughed lightly, saying, in half an hour, gather at the dock. We'll discuss the specifics then. You don't need to worry too much right now. Oh, okay. Bai Ye replied absentmindedly. But Vaughn didn't mind. As the head of the naval base, there were still many things he needed to do. After Colonel Vaughn left, Bai Ye finally emerged from his thoughts. Although he felt his strength was above that of Colonel Vaughn, he didn't have complete confidence. After all, feelings were just feelings. What if, in a life-and-death struggle, he discovered that his instincts were wrong when he made his move? There would be nowhere to cry. Thinking of this, Bai Ye returned to the training ground he had been at before. The once lively training ground was now empty, as almost all the naval soldiers had gathered at the dock. This was just convenient for Bai Ye to test his strength. Bai Ye took a deep breath, aimed at the wall to the east, and swung his right fist with all his might, leaving a shadow in the air. A violent fist wind suddenly emerged and rushed forward. In the next moment, with a loud boom, the wall seemed to be struck hard and instantly collapsed, creating a gap over 3 meters wide, with cracks spreading like a spider web across the surrounding walls, which looked ready to fall. This is just too exhilarating. Bai Ye looked at his hands in disbelief, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement. After being a useless person for so many years, he had finally turned over a new leaf. When Bai Ye arrived at the dock, all the soldiers from a Navy branch were already there. However, the atmosphere was extremely strange, as the Navy soldiers could be divided into 2 groups. Nearly 70% stood behind Harry, while the remaining 30% were on Vaughn's side. The numbers alone indicated that Harry held absolute power. Although Vaughn was still the head of the Navy branch on Sky Island, he was practically a figurehead now. Seeing this situation left Vaughn feeling desolate. If it weren't for the loss of his right arm during a battle with pirates 3 years ago, which had significantly weakened him, and Harry's steady rise in strength over the years, surpassing Vaughn, he would never have dared to act so arrogantly in front of Vaughn. Harry had also been actively recruiting Navy soldiers and undermining Vaughn's authority. As the pirate ship approached the sea, Vaughn could no longer afford to think about these miscellaneous matters. He shouted loudly, all Navy soldiers, listen up. Once the enemy ship is within range, we will launch an attack. However, the situation developed beyond Vaughn's expectations. Except for the soldiers behind him, it seemed that the people on Harry's side were frozen in place, unmoving. Vaughn's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Filled with rage, he could tolerate Harry's various annoying actions, but he could not accept that at such a critical moment facing a pirate invasion, Harry was still playing petty tricks. With a grim face, Vaughn scolded, Harry, what do you mean by this? Harry replied calmly, it means nothing. I just want to say that someone who lacks the necessary strength shouldn't occupy a position they don't deserve. Most Navy soldiers understand this principle. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Harry's eyes, and his words were filled with threats. Meanwhile, the pirate ship was getting closer. They could even clearly see the blood-red wolf skull flag fluttering in the wind from the mast, the crimson mark on the wolf's head appearing as if painted with blood. This was the flag of the Blood Wolf pirate group. The Blood Wolf had arrived. A soldier who recognized the pirate flag shouted in panic. Upon hearing this, the other Navy soldiers became flustered, and the entire dock descended into chaos. Each soldier looked terrified, frozen in shock, and some couldn't even steady their guns. If a fight broke out, given their current state, it was likely they would accidentally shoot their comrades. Even Vaughn's expression showed signs of fear and unease, his remaining right arm instinctively tightening around the knife at his waist. Bai Ye looked at the panicked expressions of the crowd and asked in confusion, "Is this Blood Wolf really that powerful?" Vaughn nodded heavily and replied, "It's not just about whether he's powerful or not. This guy has been at sea for only 3 months, and his bounty has already reached 15 million berries. It's said that he has the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit, and his methods are ruthless and merciless. Every town he attacks has been completely wiped out, leaving no survivors. We are truly in danger now." A sense of unease began to spread among the crowd. Bai Ye looked up at the Blood Wolf pirates on the sea, a thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes as he instinctively clenched his right fist, murmuring, 15 million berries for a roll should be able to withstand my punch, right? Harry's follower behind him asked anxiously, "Boss, are we really not going to take action?" This is the Blood Wolf. He never leaves any survivors under his blade. Harry glanced at the person who spoke, a strong killing intent erupting from him. "What's wrong? Is what I said not enough?" No. The follower was instantly drenched in cold sweat, not daring to say another word. Harry's expression was unpredictable. Although he didn't know if taking this step was right, he was clear that if he didn't take this step, he would have no way out. Only with Vorn dead would he have the chance to become a naval colonel in the Marine branch. The sudden attack from Blood Wolf, while also rallying nearly 70% of the naval soldiers not to act, was all to ensure that Vorn would die in this battle. After Vorn died, Blood Wolf would surely be injured, and he could take the opportunity to strike and kill Blood Wolf, showcasing his strength and consolidating his prestige. That way, even if he hadn't acted before, as long as he successfully killed Blood Wolf in the end, others would have nothing to say. This plan was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the previously mentioned looted supplies being given to Blood Wolf, that was just talk. Once Blood Wolf was dead, would those things still need to be sent to him? However, just as Harry was calculating in his mind, a shout came from the direction of the Blood Wolf pirates. "Colonel Harry, didn't you say you would act together against Vorn? I'm here now. Aren't you going to make a move?" Blood Wolf's arrogant words spread throughout the entire coast. "What? Colonel Harry, is this true? Could it be?" The naval soldiers stirred in a moment. Damn, Blood Wolf is such an idiot. Harry's expression remained unchanged, but he cursed inwardly. If Blood Wolf hadn't said anything, Harry could have secretly taken advantage of the situation to reduce his own losses. Now everything was exposed, although Blood Wolf's words had a provocative tone, forcing everyone to consider the truth of his statement. Vorn, who knew Harry best, combined Blood Wolf's words with what had happened before, and was almost certain that Blood Wolf's words were 99% true. Vorn could no longer endure it and quickly stepped forward, grabbing Harry by the collar. With a furious glare, he shouted, "Is this true?" Harry grabbed Vorn's arm with one hand, suddenly exerting force and directly throwing Vorn's right hand off. Slowly straightening his wrinkled collar, he said lightly, "What is true? What is false? Now that the pirates are attacking, you actually doubt me, a fellow Navy man, because of a pirate's words? I said everything Blood Wolf said is false. Do you wish to believe me?" Vorn replied in a deep voice, "I am willing, as long as you and I work together to resist the Blood Wolf pirates. I can pretend that nothing has happened." Just as Harry was about to respond, Blood Wolf's arrogant voice came again. "Colonel Harry, if you don't make a move this time, I might just turn around and leave." Harry's face changed, coldly saying, "I won't participate in this matter." "Harry," Vorn's expression was shocked, his eyes full of disbelief. "You actually colluded with the pirates." Harry interrupted without hesitation. "Colonel Vorn, you need to speak with evidence. Which of your eyes saw me colluding with the pirates?" When the battle was over, the report would only state that Colonel Vorn died in the attack of the Blood Wolf pirates, while Colonel Harry successfully led the naval soldiers to repel the Blood Wolf pirates. Vorn's eyes were about to burst with rage. If it weren't for the Blood Wolf pirates being so close, he would have wanted to kill Harry first. Blood Wolf looked at the chaotic scene among the naval soldiers on the coast, revealing a smug smile. Harry used him as a blade, but wasn't he also using Harry as a blade? If it were just him facing Harry and Vorn, there would be almost no chance of winning. But now it was different. It should be known that Sky Island is relatively affluent among the surrounding islands, and Bloodwolf had long coveted it. Once Vorn was dealt with, even if Harry planned a black eat black, it would depend on whose wrist was harder. Bloodwolf didn't think he would lose. The situation became clear. It was now obvious that Harry and Bloodwolf were teaming up to eliminate Vorn. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Vorn's current situation could be described as a life-and-death struggle. Even at this point, Harry didn't forget to further undermine Vorn, threatening the soldiers behind Vorn. After all, we are all Navy. I can now give you a chance to live. As long as you stand in my ranks, I can guarantee your lives. Even if some soldiers were unwilling to ally with pirates, in such a situation, the only way to survive was to choose to side with Harry. Moreover, Colonel Harry had not stated that he was allied with Bloodwolf, and as the second in command of the naval base, siding with Colonel Harry could not be considered betraying the Navy. With this self-deceiving thought, many people immediately made their choice. Harry's followers remained unmoved, while nearly 20% of the soldiers behind Vorn ran to stand behind Harry. Those who left stood at the very end of Harry's ranks, not daring to look up at Vorn, while some wore expressions of relief, as if they were glad to have escaped the disaster. In a moment, there were fewer than 10% of soldiers left behind Vorn, almost all of whom were old soldiers who had followed Vorn for years. Vorn looked at the departing soldiers with a complicated expression, his will somewhat deflated, but he did not speak to dissuade them. He had no right to ask others to give up their lives to follow him. Harry looked at the dejected Vorn and laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha. You made the right choice, because only in this way can you save your lives. For Harry, the current situation was becoming increasingly favorable to him. Bai Ye sighed as he looked at the complicated situation in front of him. Everyone thought they were on the second level, while others were on the first level. Harry and Bloodwolf were scheming against each other, but in reality, Bai Ye stood at the fifth level. As long as one's strength was strong enough, all the scheming was in vain. At that moment, Harry noticed Bai Ye still standing behind Vaughn and couldn't help but mockingly say, "Oh kid, you're still standing next to Vaughn. Looks like you're really not afraid of death. I remember this is your first time participating in a battle, right? Do you know what death feels like? Have you ever experienced the sensation of a bullet entering your body? You're still young. You have plenty of beautiful youth to squander. There's no need to die alongside someone like Vaughn who is on the verge of death. As long as you're willing to follow me, I can guarantee you can live well. At the very least, you won't be a short-lived ghost." After saying that, Harry looked at Vaughn with a playful expression. Harry knew that Vaughn treated Bai Ye very well, and if, at this moment, even Bai Ye chose to betray Vaughn, it would be a heavy blow for Vaughn. Vaughn let out a long sigh, looked at the somewhat innocent Bai Ye behind him, and said with reluctance, "Harry is right. You're still young. There's no need to die with a cripple like me. Go and seek refuge with Harry. After I die, Harry will naturally have no interest in targeting you, and you can choose to live as an ordinary person." Harry tempted him. "That's right. For your life, you should follow me. At least with me, you can survive." Listening to the words of the two, Bai Ye seemed to have made his decision and slowly walked towards Harry. The veterans behind Vaughn whispered, "Ungrateful wolf. Colonel Vaughn has treated you so well, yet you choose to betray him at such a critical moment. Bai Ye, do you really think you can survive by following Harry?" Vaughn looked at Bai Ye's back with a hint of pain in his eyes, but he felt a sense of relief in his heart and stopped the words of the old man behind him. Seeing this, Harry laughed even more proudly. "Ha ha ha, Vaughn, look. Even Bai Ye, whom you've cared for many years, has chosen to betray you. How bad of a Navy colonel must you be?" Just as both sides were arguing endlessly, Bai Ye, who had walked halfway, suddenly stopped. Bai Ye said lightly, "Lord Harry, don't you think you look like a clown? I was still pondering what excuse to use to kill you, but you brought the reason right to my doorstep. Colluding with pirates to harm a Navy colonel is such a serious crime that even killing you on the spot shouldn't be too much, right?" As soon as Bai Ye's words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Harry looked into Bai Ye's calm eyes and felt an inexplicable sense of panic in his heart. Vaughn was also taken aback by Bai Ye's arrogant words. A lackey behind Harry stepped forward, pointing a gun at Bai Ye, and disdainfully said, "A worthless piece of trash like you dares to talk big. If it weren't for Colonel Harry wanting to spare your life, do you believe I could take you out right now?" Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Ye suddenly exerted force in his legs, and with a bang, two dents appeared on the ground, and his figure vanished from everyone's sight. The speed of Bai Ye was so fast that there was only a fleeting shadow, and even Harry couldn't catch Bai Ye's position. The next second, Harry felt a warm sensation on his right cheek. Turning his head mechanically, he saw that the soldier who had spoken earlier had turned into a headless corpse. The warm sensation on his face was due to blood splattering onto him. The mist of blood, blown by the sea breeze, fell onto the faces of 9 out of 10 soldiers behind him. The headless corpse collapsed with a loud thud. The scene fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that Bai Ye, who usually appeared to be like a useless person in the eyes of others, was actually so powerful. Lord Harry, didn't you teach him that when adults are speaking, children should not interrupt? Bai Ye stood beside Harry, wearing a harmless smile, with a few drops of bright red blood splattered on his fair face, creating a terrifying sight. How is this possible? Harry instinctively took a few steps back, trembling as he uttered those words, as if he had exhausted all his strength. How could your power be so strong? Not only Harry, but even Vaughn was dumbfounded, even doubting whether he was dreaming. Based on the strength Bai Ye had just displayed, even the best version of himself might not be a match. With this thought, Harry seemed to understand something, turning to Vaughn and saying sternly, Vaughn, you knew Bai Ye's strength all along, didn't you? So this was all part of your plan. I never expected it. I never expected you, who always acts recklessly, to actually learn to keep a trump card up your sleeve. Vaughn was confused by Harry's words. Looking bewildered, is that so? Damn, I actually knew Bai Ye's strength all along. Could it be that all this was arranged by me? Or am I dreaming right now? It wasn't just Harry thinking this. Even the old men behind Vaughn shared the same sentiment. Lord Vaughn, you truly are inscrutable. No wonder you didn't stop those people from leaving earlier. It turns out you wanted to see who would choose to leave at the critical moment. What a brilliant strategy. Frank, I remember you just called Bai Ye an ingrate, didn't you? Frank shot a fierce glare at the speaker, wishing he could kick him a few times right then and there, then quickly defended himself. How was I to know this was all arranged by Lord Vaughn? Ignorance is bliss. Besides, my insult makes it seem more genuine, doesn't it? To be fair, after witnessing Bai Ye's strength, Frank felt a bit guilty, fearing that Bai Ye was petty and would hold a grudge against him for insulting him. What if he really sought revenge? The group continued to chat, and the atmosphere gradually eased, no longer feeling as desperate as before. The situation began to subtly change. The strength displayed by Bai Ye was unexpectedly strong, but the plan had already reached this point, and no matter what, Harry had to continue executing it. He had no way out. Harry shouted in a piercing voice, Vaughn, I didn't want to take action. You forced me to do this. I forced you? What did I do? I didn't even say a word, and you're blaming everything on me. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? And you all say it was my arrangement? I didn't arrange anything. I didn't even know Bai Ye was this powerful. Vaughn was confused and remained in a state of bewilderment. Bai Ye found it amusing to see Vaughn's expression, but he wasn't planning to explain anything. He let everyone believe that he was Vaughn's backup plan. This way, even if he displayed all his strength, people would only suspect Vaughn and no one would question Bai Ye about it. In other words, Vaughn would bear the blame. At this moment, Harry had already realized that if he didn't take action, he would only be waiting for death. He ordered his subordinates to attack and eliminate Bai Ye first. Then he shouted towards the coast, Blood Wolf, I have made my move as agreed. You should hurry up and act. Hearing Harry's somewhat anxious voice and seeing the chaos on the shore, Blood Wolf revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Boys, get ready to reap the fruits of victory. Most of the pirates on Blood Wolf's ship had blood on their hands, and upon hearing that they could kill, they became excited, their eyes turning crimson. Don't worry, boss. It's been several days since I last killed someone. I've been itching for it. Killing is what we do best. The first mate beside Blood Wolf quietly asked, Boss, do we kill all the Navy? Blood Wolf replied indifferently, First, deal with the Navy on Vaughn's side, and then we'll take care of the Navy on Harry's side. The first mate hesitated, but boss, didn't you agree with Harry? Blood Wolf glanced at the first mate dismissively and said, We are pirates. Do we really need to keep our promises to the Navy? Let's make it a big one. Once we take care of both sides, the entire Sky Island will be ours. The first mate nodded in silence and began to arrange for the attack. On the shore, under Harry's command, hundreds of Navy soldiers aimed their guns at Bai Ye in the center. The sight of hundreds of dark muzzles was enough to make anyone's heart race. However, Bai Ye remained motionless, his young face showing no signs of panic. It was rather amusing that the attacking pirates were not far away on the sea, while the Navy on the shore was aiming their guns at Bai Ye, who was also a Navy member. This scene made Vaughn feel a pang of sadness, but also worried about Bai Ye's safety. Vaughn spoke up to stop Harry. Harry, don't make another mistake. If you're willing to join me in fighting the pirates, then I can pretend this never happened. When Harry heard that Vaughn was willing to let him go, he was taken aback at first, and then laughed mockingly. Vaughn, do you really think you've won? I didn't expect Bai Ye to be this strong. You really hit him well. Vaughn rolled his eyes at Harry, thinking to himself, I hit him well? What are you talking about? But I have nearly 300 soldiers on my side, plus myself. Taking down Bai Ye shouldn't be a problem. And with the Blood Wolf pirates, there's no way I can lose. You actually still dare to advise me to surrender? It seems you're still an idiot like before. seeing that Harry was determined. Vaughn looked at Bai Ye, who was heavily surrounded, and knew he couldn't wait any longer. He had to rescue Bai Ye before the Blood Wolf pirates landed. Otherwise, being attacked from both sides would be impossible to withstand. Prepare to act. We must find a way to rescue Bai Ye before the Blood Wolf pirates attack. Frank and the others stopped joking and became serious. Harry quickly retreated, creating distance from Bai Ye, and sneered, "Kid, your strength is impressive, even stronger than mine. But no matter how strong you are, you can't surpass over 300 of us." Harry shouted, "Attack." Over 300 soldiers simultaneously opened fire on Bai Ye. The dark gun muzzles bursting with dazzling flames, with orange-yellow bullets rushing towards Bai Ye like a torrent. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Bai Ye moved with the agility of an eel, dodging through the countless bullets. Monster! He is not human. He is not Bai Ye. The traitorous soldiers had never seen such a scene, and they were all terrified, their souls leaving their bodies at the sight of Bai Ye. Bai Ye appeared before Harry in the blink of an eye, sneering, "Numbers are nothing compared to absolute strength." Harry looked at Bai Ye, who seemed like a ghost, and was greatly shocked. However, years of combat experience allowed him to react. Harry drew his sword from his waist and swung it down heavily, gritting his teeth and saying, "You little brat, do you really want to die?" Bai Ye raised his left hand high and directly grabbed the sword, mocking, "Why do I feel like you're the one seeking death?" Harry's arms bulged with veins as he tried to pull the sword from Bai Ye's hand, but it seemed as if the sword had rooted itself in Bai Ye's grip. No matter how hard Harry struggled, it remained completely still, causing his face to turn red with frustration. "Do you want it?" Bai Ye said with a smile, suddenly exerting force with his left hand, crushing the sword's blade. Sharp fragments flew through the air. As the sword shattered, Harry couldn't react in time and fell backward. "Then I'll get it back to you." Bai Ye picked out a larger piece from the fragments in the sky, gripping it tightly in his right hand, muscles tense, and threw it directly at Harry. The fragment flew like a streak of light, instantly penetrating Harry's body and landing on the ground, creating a nearly meter-deep crater. The ground trembled slightly, and dust filled the air. When the smoke cleared, Harry lay on the ground, already lifeless, with a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest, his eyes wide open, his face a mix of terror and confusion, perhaps until the moment of his death. He would never understand why someone as powerful as Bai Ye endured 3 years of humiliation before finally choosing to unleash his strength today. Unfortunately, this question would not be answered for him. However, perhaps it was a good thing for Harry. If he had known that Bai Ye had indeed been a useless waste for the past 3 years, with no strength at all, and that today he had just successfully activated the system to gain immense power, he might have performed a miraculous resurrection right then and there. Bai Ye walked out to face Harry, and in less than 5 minutes, Harry was dead. But in those 5 minutes, the situation had changed drastically. The crowd's emotions were like a roller coaster, rising and falling. Previously, it was Vaughn's side that was on a rise and Harry's side that was falling. Now it had flipped, with Vaughn's side rising and Harry's side falling. After Bai Ye killed Harry in just a few seconds, even the bloodthirsty and brutal Blood Wolf couldn't help but gasp. He cursed inwardly. Did that idiot Harry not investigate things first? Now I'm implicated too. He deserves to be killed. Blood Wolf knew that with Harry dead, he probably wouldn't be a match for that guy either. With that old man Vaughn still around, it would just be a death wish. Sensing the danger, Blood Wolf wasted no time and shouted, "Quick, turn around and leave this place." "Yes, yes, hurry and turn around." Seeing Blood Wolf so scared, the pirates under him were already terrified. Just as the ship was about to approach the shore, they made a 180-degree turn and sped off in the opposite direction. They had previously hoped the ship would go faster to land early, slaughter the Navy, and loot money. Now they wished they could give the ship wings to get as far away as possible, wanting to leave that dangerous man behind. This was no longer a situation where one could say, "I took off my pants, but my girlfriend said she got her period." It was more like, you took off your pants, took a shower, put on your gear, only to find that the one lying on the bed was not your delicate girlfriend, but a fierce and terrifying ghost. If that didn't scare someone to death on the spot, it would be a testament to their mental fortitude. On the coast, the soldiers who had chosen to stand behind Harry were all petrified, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, an ethereal voice suddenly echoed in Bai Ye's mind. Gained 1 point of world source power. Is this really possible? Bai Ye was taken aback. He didn't expect that killing trash like Harry would also yield world source power. It was simply a pleasant surprise. Bai Ye's gaze immediately turned to those treacherous soldiers. A lieutenant colonel like Harry only has 1 point of world source power, and these soldiers combined probably have very little world source power as well. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Bai Ye felt no psychological burden when it came to killing such traitors. This was all precious world source power. The more than 300 Navy soldiers surrounded Bai Ye seemed to sense the murderous intent emanating from him. Thinking of Bai Ye's terrifying strength, they were so scared that they could hardly stand. Just as Bai Ye was about to make his move, he heard Vaughn shout, "Oh no, that blood wolf guy is trying to escape." Bai Ye turned his head and saw that the pirate ship was getting farther and farther away. For Bai Ye, it didn't matter if the blood wolf pirates ran away. He couldn't be bothered to chase them. However, since killing could also earn him world source power, he couldn't let the blood wolves escape. "Colonel Vaughn, keep an eye on those who collude with the pirates. Don't let them get away. I'll handle the blood wolves." Vaughn nodded and said, "No problem, but the blood wolves are several miles away from us. If we set sail now to chase, we might not catch up." After witnessing Bai Ye's strength, Vaughn felt much more at ease with him. He was no longer the child he needed to worry about. Bai Ye smiled and said, "That's simple." He leaned forward, exerted force with his legs, and then shot up into the air like a cannonball. At the moment Bai Ye rose, the ground trembled slightly, and the nearby sea surface rippled with waves. "Damn, this is possible. This little guy's strength is ridiculously strong." Vaughn was stunned as he watched Bai Ye's disappearing figure. Then he thought for a moment and pondered, why is this little guy so strong? Could it be the effect of Bai Ye's training method? I'll try it when I get back and see if I can cultivate a few strong ones as well. Blood Wolf turned to look at the increasingly distant Saji Island, his inner unease gradually fading. "Damn it, I didn't expect there to be such strong people in the Navy. Luckily, I ran fast," Blood Wolf said with relief on his face. The first mate, still feeling uneasy, said, "Yeah, who would have thought there would be such a fierce person on Saji Island? It was a wasted trip, not a single benefit gained, and I almost lost my life. In all my years at sea, I've never suffered such a loss." One of his men stepped forward and asked, "Boss, where are we going now?" "Just find a nearby island. I'm full of anger right now, and I need to vent." Blood Wolf waved his hand impatiently, his face full of uncontrollable madness. "He actually chased after me." Just then, a horrifying scream suddenly came from one of his subordinates. Dozens of pirates screamed like frightened girls, their faces pale. If you didn't know better, you would think they were innocent victims. Blood Wolf looked up at the sky, his pupils constricting. In the sky, a small black shadow blocked the direct sunlight. Upon closer inspection, that shadow was none other than Bai Ye, who had killed Harry just 3 seconds earlier. Even for Blood Wolf, who had killed countless people, seeing such a rapid death filled him with immense fear. Blood Wolf immediately shouted, "Damn it, that kid actually dared to chase after us. Tell the helmsman to change course and increase speed to the maximum. Hurry, hurry, change direction." The entire ship instantly changed direction and began moving at full speed to the right. Bai Ye sneered and said, "Run? Not a single one will escape." As he descended, he stomped heavily on the water surface, causing a water column several meters high to erupt from the sea, propelling him into the air once more. A few seconds later, Bai Ye landed at the bow of the ship, and with a bang, the entire ship nearly capsized under his weight. The members of the Blood Wolf pirate crew stared at Bai Ye's appearance, a terrifying sense of despair eroding their sanity. With each step that Bai Ye took, the pirates retreated in panic, their faces filled with fear. Each step felt as if it was stepping on their hearts, causing them to be terrified. "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, we will take action." Blood Wolf forced himself to remain calm and asked, "What do you want? I haven't attacked you, so why are you relentlessly pursuing me?" Bai Ye smiled and said, "Because you are all valuable treasures." "Treasures?" Xuelang's eyes lit up, and he said painfully, "I am willing to give you all the treasures on the ship, just hoping you can spare our lives." To Xuelang, leaving one life was more important than anything else. As long as he had his life, he could rob back the lost berries. It wasn't impossible to take revenge for today's grievances. If possible, Xuelang even wanted to take out all the treasures and quickly let Bai Ye leave his ship. Amid the eager gazes of the pirates, Bai Ye slowly shook his head and said, "No, to me, your greatest treasure is not the berries, but your lives." As he spoke, a shadow flashed by, and several pirates in front instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Xuelang immediately shouted, "Brothers, attack." Knowing that Bai Ye would not spare them, all the pirates erupted with the previously suppressed ferocity and rushed towards Bai Ye in a swarm. Xuelang also did not hesitate to activate his devil fruit ability, transforming into a werewolf form, which was his strongest state. His body inflated like a balloon, tearing his clothes apart, and grayish-white fur grew wildly, covering his face, leaving only a pair of clear yellow vertical pupils, appearing extremely eerie. His fingernails were over 30 centimeters long, resembling 10 daggers, glinting with a dazzling cold light in the sunlight. However, he chose not to attack alongside his subordinates, but instead let them exhaust Bai Ye's strength while he waited for an opportunity to strike. Every punch that White Knight threw resulted in the death of a pirate, and no one could stop him for a moment. When White Knight appeared before Bloodwolf, the deck was littered with disordered corpses. The floor was soaked with blood, resembling a hell on earth. Bloodwolf looked at White Knight approaching him and did not attack immediately. Instead, he pleaded desperately, "What do I have to do for you to spare me? If you let me go, I can cooperate with you, and every treasure we plunder will be handed over to you." White Knight replied, "I've already said, your life is the most valuable thing to me." The White Knight draws closer, and the smile on his face seems as harmless as that of a neighbor boy. Bloodwolf knows he cannot win, but under such circumstances, he can only fight to the death. "Since you are unwilling to let me go, then die for me." Bloodwolf strikes first, his claws forcefully pushing against the ground, directly piercing the deck, his body suddenly appearing to the left of White Knight. His right hand sharp wolf claws drawing 5 silver-white arcs at an extremely strange angle towards White Knight. "Die for me," Bloodwolf sneered. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, and for a moment, he could actually feel the coolness coming from his skin, accompanied by a slight prickling pain. It seemed that this 1% of strength could only provide a certain level of self-protection in the weakest EC. He needed to quickly improve his fusion degree. The wolf claw passed through Bai Ye without any obstruction, directly piercing through his body, but the scene of blood splattering that the Bloodwolf had envisioned did not occur. Was that guy's shadow? Where had he hidden now? A terrifying thought suddenly sprang up in the Bloodwolf's mind, and then, as if seeing a ghost, he desperately tried to leave his previous position. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind him, and Bai Ye spoke without any emotion in his eyes. "I hope your value can be a bit greater." At that moment, the Bloodwolf truly experienced how vast the gap in strength between them was. The Bloodwolf didn't even have half a moment to react before his chest had already turned into a massive hollow, flesh and blood flying everywhere. After killing the Bloodwolf, Bai Ye finally had the time to pay attention to the system notification sound that kept ringing in his mind. Gain 0.01 points of world source power. Gain 0.02 points of world source power. Gain 0.01 points of world source power. Gain 2 points of world source power. 0.01. 2. Isn't that too little? That Bloodwolf was at least a devil fruit user, and his bounty was a whopping 15 million berries. Bai Ye furrowed his brows and opened the system panel. Host, Bai Ye Template, Saitama from One Punch Man Fusion Degree, 1 world source power. For exchange store, not opened at that moment. Bai Ye doubted whether the system was taking kickbacks. Good heavens, killing 50 or 60 people only exchanged for 4 points of world source power. Is human life really that cheap? System, how much world source power do I need to increase the fusion degree and open the exchange store? Fusion degree 12 requires 10 world source power. Opening the exchange store requires 100 world source power. Seeing this huge number, Bai Ye felt a sharp pain in his trigeminal nerve. This is indeed a long journey. Fortunately, Bai Ye's current strength is sufficient. There's no need to rush for the time being. Soon after, Bai Ye discovered over 20 million berries and treasures worth 7 to 8 million berries in Bloodwolf's bedroom. TSK. Even this trash could yield so much wealth. No wonder most people want to be pirates. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the berries and treasures in the system space. Then, with a few punches, he sank the ship and returned to Skypiea. Upon seeing Bai Ye return so quickly, Vaughn was somewhat surprised and took the initiative to approach him. "All done." "Yeah, I killed them all," Bai Ye nodded. Hearing this, Vaughn felt a chill in his heart. He initially thought Bai Ye would be lucky to kill a few small fries. After all, that was a complete pirate crew. Who would have thought that Bai Ye directly went after them and killed them all without letting a single one escape? Bai Ye didn't pay attention to Vaughn's expression, but pointed to the more than 300 naval soldiers who were being suppressed and asked, "How are these guys going to solve this?" Hearing that they were going to be dealt with, many soldiers pleaded, "Colonel Vaughn, I've followed you since I joined the Navy and have killed over a dozen pirates. Please spare me this once." "Colonel, I was just deceived by Harry. I was confused for a moment and chose to follow him. Please give me another chance. Yes, my family is still on the island. My child is only 3 years old. I also want to protect the residents of the island." Hearing the soldiers' pleas, Vaughn showed a troubled expression and paused before saying, "I haven't thought this through yet. After all, they are soldiers who have trained together for many years. Previously, we also fought against pirates together, and they have contributed to Sky Island." The more than 300 soldiers breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Vaughn's words, their faces showing expressions of gratitude. especially those who had followed Harry for many years, who had occasionally humiliated Bai Ye and others, were inwardly shouting their luck. A few of them looked up at Bai Ye with flickering eyes, fear mixed with a hint of resentment. In their view, if it weren't for Bai Ye suddenly displaying astonishing strength and killing Harry, how could they have fallen into their current predicament? But when Bai Ye looked at those people, they quickly lowered their heads, fearing that Bai Ye would see their discontent. Bai Ye withdrew his gaze and smiled. Colonel Vaughn, since you don't know how to handle this, why don't you leave it to me? What do you think? Vaughn pondered for a moment and said, I'm indeed a bit tired right now, so I'll leave this matter to you to decide. Don't worry, I'll handle it well. Bai Ye slowly walked towards the imprisoned soldiers, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. He coldly said, open fire, kill them all. What? Everyone present looked at Bai Ye with disbelief. Even Vaughn, who had already left, stopped in his tracks. Is Bai Ye really going to kill them all? The soldiers responsible for carrying out the orders were stunned. These soldiers in front of them had perhaps been joking and laughing with them just yesterday. Today they were to kill them all. This sense of disparity was something not everyone could accept. Bai Ye sarcastically remarked, if it weren't for me stepping up to kill Harry, it would be you deciding life and death right now. Do you think they would have spared your lives then? I never expected that you were still hesitating now. I really don't know what to say. Bai Ye's words clearly reached everyone's ears. Vaughn knew that Bai Ye was right. If Harry were to win this time, with what they knew about Harry and his associates colluding with the pirates, Harry would definitely not let them off. But knowing this didn't help Vaughn make the choice to kill all 300 soldiers. After all, some of these soldiers had family members still on Sky Island. If he truly executed them, how would Vaughn face their families? Cough. Bai Ye, come here for a moment. Bai Ye looked at Vaughn's troubled expression and knew that Vaughn couldn't bring himself to do it. Bai Ye, are you really prepared to execute them all? Of course. They were all traitors. If they could betray once, they could betray a second time. Keeping them around could bring plenty of trouble. So it would be better to solve this problem directly. But if we kill them all, our Navy's strength will be weakened by more than half. If more pirates invade, then Vaughn suddenly felt something was off. As long as Bai Ye was there, it didn't make much difference whether the Navy on the island was present or not. Vaughn raised his eyes and saw Bai Ye trying to suppress a laugh. He immediately became annoyed and gave Bai Ye a light smack on the back of his head. So this kid understood everything, knowing he couldn't bear to kill everyone. Just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Bai Ye, tell me honestly, are you really prepared to eliminate them all? Bai Ye nodded. But seeing Vaughn's conflicted expression, couldn't help but speak up, Colonel Vaughn, if you really can't bear it, we can just kill a portion of them and let the others go. The ones who followed Harry from the very beginning definitely need to be dealt with. As for the others who chose to follow Harry later, we can let them choose to redeem themselves. What do you think? Vaughn thought for a moment and felt that this was relatively reasonable. After all, people must pay the corresponding price for their choices. After Bai Ye left, Vaughn quickly blew on his slightly swollen right hand, grimacing in pain. This kid's skull is really damn hard. It hurts like hell. In front of the imprisoned soldiers, Bai Ye specifically pointed out that Colonel Vaughn was pleading for them. That's why he was willing to spare those who followed Harry later. This made the soldiers grateful to Vaughn, expressing that they would listen to his orders from now on. This made Vaughn feel both happy and somewhat comforted, as it was indeed Bai Ye's good intention. At this point, the remaining imprisoned individuals all panicked. Someone immediately stood up to resist. Brothers, since we're going to die anyway, we might as well fight. Bang! A bullet passed through the mouth of the speaker, killing him on the spot. Bai Ye threw the gun, still smoking at the muzzle, to the soldier beside him. Kill them all. After Bai Ye finished speaking, the soldiers, though their eyes showed some reluctance, still raised their guns. They aimed at those who had been their comrades just an hour ago. The sounds of gunfire were relentless, and blood flowers bloomed. The system's prompt was the same. Gain 0. 0.1 points of world source power. Gain 0. 0.2 points of world source power. Gain 0. 0.3 points of world source power. This was because they were people I ordered to be killed, so it also counted as world source power. Even if I didn't act personally, such a situation had too much operability. Host, Bai Ye Template. Saitama from 1 Punch Man Fusion Degree. 1 world source power. 6 exchange store. Not opened. In less than a day, I gained 6 points of world source power, which is quite a harvest. Bai Ye turned off the system panel and said silently. Now he needed to plan the path ahead. After obtaining the system, he learned the method to acquire the world source power. In Bai Ye's heart, a plan began to take shape. After experiencing this day, Bai Ye was even clearer about the path ahead. That is to become stronger and seize power. To become the most powerful person in the entire pirate world. If anyone disobeys, he will crush them with 1 punch. With a single word, he can determine the lives and deaths of countless individuals. Only in this way can Bai Ye gain more world source power. Right now, him has not yet appeared. On the surface, the most powerful are the 5 elders and those celestial dragons who call themselves gods. However, Bai Ye does not think so. As the saying goes, the one with the bigger fist is right. Which celestial dragon dares to swagger in front of the 4 emperors? The reason the 4 emperors can roam freely in the New World is that their strength is strong enough. But the strongest force is not the 4 emperors' pirate crews, but the navy controlled by the world government. One navy can at least match 2 4 emperors' pirate crews. Such a massive military force can only follow the orders of the world government, which is truly a waste. Thinking of this, a terrifying light flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. If he was going to do something, it had to be big. He needed to find a way to take control of the entire navy. The next day, in the morning, Vaughn gathered all the Navy soldiers on the playground. In front of everyone, he announced Bai Ye's promotion to Navy Second Lieutenant. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Bai Ye's mind. Congratulations, host, for becoming a private, gaining 0. 5 points of world source power. Congratulations, host, for becoming a corporal, gaining 1 point of world source power. Congratulations, host, for becoming a sergeant, gaining 1. 5 points of world source power. Congratulations, host, for becoming a staff sergeant, gaining 2 points of world source power. Congratulations, host, for becoming a sergeant first class, gaining 3 points of world source power. Congratulations, host, for becoming a master sergeant, gaining 5 points of world source power. Congratulations, host, for becoming a second lieutenant, gaining 10 points of world source power. He jumped 7 levels in total, gaining 23 points of world source power. Just because of Bai Ye's elevation and status within the Navy, the speed at which he gained world source power was even more direct than killing. However, Bai Ye's rise in status was also due to killing the Blood Wolf, who had a bounty of 15 million berries. This could be considered a double harvest. This sudden wealth further solidified Bai Ye's thoughts from yesterday. After the meeting, Bai Ye aside. Last night, I reported everything that happened here. It is said that Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is very interested in you and is willing to recommend you to the Navy Headquarters Elite Training Camp. So I wanted to ask for your opinion. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is a top figure among the Vice Admirals, considered a hawkish figure in Akainu's faction, known for his ruthless methods. Bai Ye directly eliminated hundreds of betraying soldiers, which was very much to the taste of hawkish generals. Therefore, Bai Ye was not surprised by this. An elite training camp? Seeing Bai Ye hesitating, Vaughn quickly explained, "Don't underestimate this elite training camp. Many high-ranking naval officers have come from there. The current 3 admirals of the Navy are the most obvious examples. Moreover, the instructors there are former Admiral Black armed Zifa. With your talent and Zifa's guidance, you might just become the next admiral." Although Vaughn praised the elite training camp extravagantly, it held little appeal for Bai Ye. Given Bai Ye's strength, he primarily relied on the system's integration to enhance his power. As long as he could acquire a large amount of world source power, his strength could increase rapidly. Instead of playing childish games at the Navy elite training camp, he would rather kill pirates and find ways to improve his rank. Colonel Vaughn. To be honest, I'm not very interested in the Navy elite training camp. Vaughn continued to persuade him. Those who come out of the elite training camp are all talents cultivated by the Navy. Once you graduate, the lowest rank you can achieve is that of a school lieutenant. If you perform exceptionally well, becoming a colonel or even a rear admiral isn't impossible. Such a great opportunity would be a shame to miss. After hearing this, Bai Ye was taken aback. Without waiting for Vaughn to continue, he immediately said, "You're right. I'll pack my things now." After saying that, he turned around and went back to his room to pack his luggage, leaving Vaughn looking bewildered, wondering what he had said that was right. The key to changing Bai Ye's mind was the shift in identity. Although it is said that as long as one's strength is strong enough, there is no fear of not being reused. If Bai Ye were to follow the normal procedure, it would take a long time for him to rise from a second lieutenant to a naval marshal. However, if Bai Ye were to come out of the Navy Headquarters Elite Training Camp, it would be different. This would be equivalent to being gilded, becoming someone with a righteous background. Furthermore, being in the elite training camp would allow him to recruit many future elite naval officers in advance. This was also very important for achieving his ultimate goal. One could say that this invitation from Ghost Spider was indeed like a pillow delivered when one was drowsy. Entering the new world earlier would also allow him to witness the various strong individuals standing at the top of the sea sooner. At that time, it would all come down to their own abilities. On the boundless sea, a small boat was drifting alone. Bai Ye sat at the bow of the ship, sighing in frustration. Why didn't I bring someone who understands navigation when I left? Because the candidates for the elite training camp needed to gather in Rogtown. Bai Ye set sail. It had been 2 days since he left Sky Island, and Bai Ye felt like he was going nowhere. The navigation chart in his hand was as useless as scrap paper. Fortunately, this was only the 4 seas. If it were the Grand Line, Bai Ye couldn't guarantee that he could survive the terrifying natural disasters with his current strength. Host, Bai Ye Template. Saitama from 1 Punch Man Fusion Degree, 2 World Source Power. 18 Fusion Degree 23, requires World Source Power. 20 to open the exchange shop. Requires World Source Power. 100 board, and looking at his current attribute panel, Bai Ye felt that there was still a long way to go in the future. He was still 2 points short of World Source Power. If only some pirates would show up, Bai Ye silently thought. Perhaps heaven heard Bai Ye's wish. Not far away, a medium-sized ship flying the Jolly Roger was heading towards Bai Ye's location. A pirate spotted Bai Ye's small boat and quickly reported loudly, "Captain Arlita, we found a small boat ahead. Should we take care of it?" "Oh, really?" A stout figure appeared at the bow, growling. "We're just in need of some extra hands on our ship. Charge ahead and bring that guy back." Due to excessive excitement, the fat on Arlita's ugly face trembled incessantly. Full speed ahead towards the target's small boat. At this moment, Bai Ye had already let everything be. Either wait for a fated person or drift slowly with the waves. After all, there was still more than half a month until the gathering time. Lying on the boat, with his legs crossed, he gazed up at the sky, looking relaxed and carefree. But just then, the sound of the ship cutting through the waves reached Bai Ye's ears. Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed the sound. A pirate flag with a skull and a red heart, and the bow shaped like a swan. Why does this look so familiar? Then, a flash of inspiration struck Bai Ye. He realized he had encountered a character from an anime. The Arlita Pirate Crew. The Arlita Pirate Crew is the first pirate crew that Luffy meets when he sets sail. Captain Arlita is an ugly, large woman, somewhat like a smaller version of Big Mom. Luffy and Kobe also met because of the Arlita Pirate Crew. At this point in time, Luffy should still have more than a year before he sets sail. So, Bai Ye could encounter the Arlita Pirate Crew. This was Bai Ye's first encounter with a character from an anime. He could finally experience how much benefit could come from changing a plot point. Bai Ye moved and disappeared from the ship. When Bai Ye reappeared, he was already on Yalada's ship. He looked at the little ghost in front of him. Sporting a cherry blossom pink mushroom head, holding a broom with both hands, and looking like a total victim. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Kirby, right? Kirby suddenly heard someone speaking behind him, turned around sharply, and found a completely unfamiliar person. Startled, he stumbled back, fell to the ground, covered his head with his hands, and cried out, "Who are you? Please don't hurt me. I'm just a poor servant." Bai Ye chuckled lightly. "You're really just like in the anime, such a coward." "Who's a coward?" KB buried his head in his arms, arguing stubbornly. However, his body kept trembling, completely betraying him. "You don't need to be afraid. My name is Bai Ye, and I'm a Navy." "Navy?" As soon as he heard the word Navy, KB immediately stood up excitedly. "Are you really a Navy?" "What else could I be?" KB eagerly pulled Bai Ye, saying, "Navy, sir, I report." KB shared everything he had seen and heard on the ship. "Don't worry. I'll deal with these pirates. Now, let's talk about your situation. After I take care of these pirates, are you planning to go home, or?" KB didn't hesitate at all and immediately replied, "I plan to follow you and become a Navy." "Are you sure?" "Of course. Becoming a Navy is my lifelong dream." Under Captain Alrita's orders, they approached the small boat where Bai Ye had been. But when they got close, they found there was not a single person on that boat. "Beautiful Captain Alrita, there's no one on this ship," the pirates reported hastily. Alrita was taken aback and asked in confusion, "How could this be? Did they abandon ship as soon as they saw us?" Just as everyone was puzzled, a teasing voice suddenly came from inside the cabin. "Are you looking for me?" Bai Ye pushed open the door and walked out, followed closely by the timid Kobai. When Bai Ye saw Yair, his expression changed drastically, his eyes twitching uncontrollably as he struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. He didn't expect the real person to be even more exaggerated than in the anime. There was no way around it. The untransformed Yair was truly hard to bear. Yair looked at Bai Ye, who had suddenly appeared, and couldn't help but become alert. "Who are you? Weren't you just looking for me?" Bai Ye reached into his bosom, as if searching for something. This action immediately frightened the pirates led by Yalada. They thought Bai Ye was looking for a weapon, and all pointed their knives at him. Even Yalada's plump hands tightened around the thick wolf-tooth club. She felt an intense sense of danger emanating from Bai Ye, as if an invisible hand was gripping her neck, making it hard to breathe. After seeing everyone's reaction, Bai Ye raised his head and smiled, his handsome face warm like that of a friendly neighborhood boy. "I'm just holding a piece of cloth, so don't be nervous." Bai Ye took out a light blue cloth strip from his pocket and covered his eyes with it. Almost everyone was puzzled by Bai Ye's actions. They had never seen anyone cover their eyes before a fight. Bai Ye, what does this mean? Kobai was also confused at this moment. It's nothing. I'm just afraid that when we start fighting, I'll throw up looking at that ugly fat face. Bai Ye said, then took out a pair of white gloves from the system space and put them on. The gloves reached 2/3 of his forearm, similar to Saitama's gloves. Although it felt great to punch and explode the enemy, the sensation of blood sticking to his hands was somewhat hard to accept. So this time, Bai Ye was clever. Before leaving, he spent 2 million berries to specially order 10 pairs of white gloves. Made from sea king skin, they had sufficient toughness and elasticity. They could also prevent blood from seeping in and touching the skin, perfectly meeting Bai Ye's current needs. Kid, who are you calling ugly? Yalata's ugly face became even more grotesque, making it even harder to accept. You little ones, come at me. I will definitely twist this guy's head off. With Yalata's command, nearly 100 subordinates rushed forward with gritted teeth. Seeing this, KB instinctively closed his eyes, fearing to witness the bloody scene. But then, he heard Bai Ye's undeniable voice. Open your eyes. If you can't even accept a scene like this, you might as well go back to being an ordinary person if you want to be a qualified Navy soldier. Trembling, KB opened his eyes slightly and saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Facing the onslaught of numerous pirates, Bai Ye advanced instead of retreating. The glimmering long knife slashed towards him, and Bai Ye sidestepped, countering with a punch that pierced through the pirate's chest. Blood splattered everywhere, with a few drops even landing on KB's face. With a single punch, a fierce punch wind shot out straight, directly piercing through a dozen pirates. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and corpses were scattered across the ground. KB murmured, "Is the Navy really this powerful?" The brutal attack of the White Knight instantly subdued the remaining pirates. Even Yarlita herself was stunned, almost losing her grip on the Wolf Fawn Club in her hand. Fear swept through everyone's hearts like a raging tide. The gap in strength was enough to instill despair in anyone. With each step Bai Ye took forward, the other pirates retreated 2 steps back. Seeing this, Bai Ye smiled and said, "Since you won't attack first, I'll take the initiative." This seemingly sunny smile revealed a different kind of cruelty, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Before his words had even faded, several screams rang out in succession. Those pirates vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the world. Yalata's entire body trembled. Her legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. Since setting out to sea, she had taken dozens of lives. Yet, this hellish scene made her tremble with fear. In just a moment, only 3 people were left alive on the entire ship. White Knight, Kirby, Yarlita. Bai Ye specifically left Yarlita for last. Of course, this wasn't because Bai Ye had any special preferences. After all, in the original plot, both Yarlita and KB are well-known characters in the anime. So Bai Ye wanted to conduct an experiment, to leave one alive and kill the other, to see which method could yield more world source power. Unfortunately, Yarlita was the one chosen to be killed. If there's anyone to blame, it can only be her for not having eaten the slippery fruit yet. Yarlita desperately swung the mace in her hand, as it was the only way to bring her a sense of security. The huge mace whipped through the air and smashed towards Bai Ye. Bang. Bai Ye showed no hesitation and shattered the mace with a single punch, then delivered another punch to send Yarlita back for a rebirth. Hopefully, she would have a more normal appearance in her next life. The system notification sounded again. Gained world source power, 0. 0.1 points gained world source power, 0. 0.2 points gained world source power, 0. 0.1 points gained world source power, 1 point ding. Congratulations, host, for killing Yarlita and successfully altering the plot of Yarlita fighting Luffy and Yarlita teaming up with Buggy's pirate crew, gaining world source power, 30 points. 30 points is considerably less than KB's 50 points. However, in the anime, Yarlita's role is indeed much smaller compared to KB, so it is understandable. Bai Ye untied the light blue cloth strip and discarded it along with the white gloves that were already stained with blood on his hands. Upon encountering the Yarlita pirate crew, Bai Ye directly gained 82 points of world source power. This can be considered a great harvest. Host, Bai Ye Template. Saitama from One Punch Man Fusion Degree. 2 world source power. 100 Fusion Degree 23. Requires spending world source power. 20 to open the exchange shop. Requires spending world source power. 100 to looking at the system panel. Bai Ye fell into a dilemma again. Exactly 100 points of world source power. Enough to open the exchange shop. But it could also increase the fusion degree by a few points. Bai Ye hesitated for a long time, but ultimately chose to increase the fusion degree. After all, Every slight increase in fusion degree would bring about a tremendous change in Bai Ye's strength. Moreover, in Bai Ye's original plan, there was something that must be attempted. If successful, the world source power gained would be immense. However, if things did not go smoothly, Bai Ye would need enough strength to help himself escape. Looking at the current world source power, Bai Ye gritted his teeth and painfully spent 60 points of world source power. Fusion degree 23 requires 20 world source power. Fusion degree 34 requires 40 world source power. The current system panel is as follows. Host, Bai Ye Template, 1 Punch Man Saitama Fusion degree, 4 world source power, 40 fusion degree 45 requires 80 world source power. Opening the exchange store requires 100 world source power. Bai Ye clenched his fists, feeling the immense power surging within his body. This sensation was enough to make one immerse themselves in it, unable to extricate themselves. He looted the wealth of the Yalta pirate crew, taking along some provisions and fresh water. Bai Ye took KB back to his original small boat. After all, Yarlita's ship had become battered in this battle. The deck was also a sight to behold, and if the two of them were to clean it up, they would probably be exhausted. When they returned to the boat, Bai Ye realized that he might have acted too quickly. He and T left a navigator to guide them. Glancing at KB beside him, Bai Ye asked somewhat regretfully, KB, can you read nautical charts? After taking the nautical chart, KB furrowed his brows and replied earnestly, I learned a bit about this before. I should be fine with the nautical chart of the East Sea. Bai Ye let out a sigh of relief and said, that's good. Can you check how far we are from Rogtown now? It's estimated to be another 10 days of travel. 10 days? I said when I left. I heard them say that it only takes 8 days from Ski Island to Rogtown. After hearing this, KB began to carefully search for the location of Ski Island on the map. Then he said, if I'm not mistaken, your departure direction should be the opposite. Damn, I exclaimed. So where's the nearest island now? It's Windmill and Orange Island. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ye seemed to see the world's source of power and the lovely Nami waving at him. No, that's not right. Nami doesn't seem to be an adult yet. This is too evil. I must dispel such wicked thoughts. Well then, let's go to Windmill and Orange Island. With KB, who is half a navigator, Bai Ye's subsequent voyage went much more smoothly. In less than half a day's time, they successfully arrived at Cocoa Village. The White Knight jumped off the ship and said to KB, you just stay on the ship and don't run around. Stepping on the soft sand, feeling the warm sunshine. I have to say, the environment of the pirate world is really quite nice. Bai Ye walked along the path in the forest for a while, and soon saw the village of Kexia, along with several distinctly styled fisherman buildings within the village. Bai Ye squinted and smiled. My world source power. Come wait for Daddy's love. Just as Bai Ye was about to charge directly towards the fisherman base, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from not far behind. Hey, who are you? What are you doing in our village? This voice sounded very familiar. Bai Ye turned back and was first greeted by a head of orange hair and a fair, cute face. Those lively eyes were fixed on Bai Ye without a hint of fear. On her exposed left shoulder, there was a tattoo. If Bai Ye wasn't mistaken, the person who suddenly appeared before him should be Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. What a coincidence. Bai Ye was sizing up Nami, and Nami was similarly evaluating Bai Ye. Nami had just buried the stolen money, and as soon as she came out of the forest, she saw Bai Ye. Upon seeing that Bai Ye actually wanted to enter Cocoa Village, she quickly spoke up to stop him. After all, the village was the domain of the fishmen. If the fishmen saw a stranger appear, they would probably kill him on the spot. Nami then advised, you should leave this island as soon as possible. It's very dangerous in the village. Bai Ye knows that Nami's kindness comes from wanting the best for him, so he advises himself to leave. However, the danger in Nami's eyes is nothing to him. Bai Ye smiled and said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After seeing Bai Ye's handsome face and warm smile, Nami's cheeks turned slightly red, and her voice unconsciously became a bit softer. But the village is really dangerous. Bai Ye looked at the somewhat shy Nami and thought to himself, actually, I am even more dangerous than them. By the way, who exactly are you? And how did you come to our village? In the White Knight, it doesn't matter what the way is. I'm a Navy officer. I heard that there are pirates causing trouble here, so I came. When Nami heard that Bai Ye was a Navy officer, her expression turned ugly. It was precisely because of the Navy's inaction that the Dragon Pirates had dominated Cocoa Island for many years, which made Nami have a poor impression of the Navy. However, when Nami heard that Bai Ye was here to deal with the Dragon Pirates, she was momentarily stunned. The chill dissipated, and disbelief showed in her beautiful eyes. You just said, lead the way. Wasting even a second is torture for both you and the villagers. Are you going alone? It would be very dangerous to go alone. I'm very strong. Just trust me to take you there. For some reason, Nami, in a daze, led Bai Ye to the fisherman house. Perhaps it was Bai Ye's gentle smile and the confidence conveyed in his words that made Nami subconsciously believe what he said. Half an hour later, the two stood at the entrance of the dragon pirate's lair. At this moment, Nami finally realized what she had done. She didn't want Bai Ye to die for nothing, even though Bai Ye was the navy she despised. However, from Bai Ye's incredibly confident words, Nami felt a long-lost hope. For Nami, as long as there was a chance to eliminate the dragon pirates, she would not hesitate at all, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. After hesitating for a long time, Nami asked, "Since you dare to come alone to eliminate the dragon pirates, your strength must be very strong, right? You must have a high position in the navy, right? In the navy, the stronger the strength, the higher the position. This is common sense on the sea." Bai Ye did not answer directly. "Is this the place where the evil dragon pirate crew stays?" Nami nodded instinctively. "That's enough." After Bai Ye put on his gloves, he supported himself with one hand against the wall and suddenly exerted force. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the wall, which was hundreds of meters long. In Nami's terrified gaze, the wall collapsed with a loud rumble, and the sound of the collapse echoed throughout the village of Koko. Countless villagers rushed out to see what had happened, especially upon realizing that the sound came from the direction of the evil dragon pirates. They grew even more concerned, fearing that the evil dragon pirates would once again harm the villagers. Bai Ye walked past the ruined wall and said softly, "My name is Bai Ye, and my current rank is Navy Lieutenant." Nami looked at Bai Ye, who had already disappeared from her sight, her delicate face filled with confusion. When did Navy lieutenants become this strong? The evil dragon was leaning back in a lounge chair, hands clasped behind his head, lazily soaking up the sun, contemplating how long it would take to return to the Grand Line. When that time comes, he must prove to the world that humans are inferior beings in front of fishmen. Chiyuk and Crocodile were lounging on the sofa, basking in the sun, looking relaxed and comfortable. The tranquility of the fisherman home was suddenly shattered by a loud boom, startling Chiyu and Crocodile into standing up. Arlong also sat up, frowning, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at the place where the wall had collapsed. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Tap, tap. Clear footsteps echoed from the smoke, entering everyone's ears, an invisible sense of oppression filling the entire space. The visitor was not friendly. Arlong waved his hand, and the fishmen who were resting all picked up their weapons, hiding nearby. After a while, a black figure emerged from the smoke. As cadres of the evil dragon pirates, Chiyu and Crocodile exchanged glances, showing no hesitation. They rushed into the smoke from both sides, wanting to strike first. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking came from the smoke, and the surrounding fishmen showed relaxed expressions. In their view, the two cadres working together would definitely be able to kill the incoming person. Arlong's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, but there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. The next moment, footsteps sounded again, putting Arlong on high alert. Because this time, the footsteps belonged to only one person. When the smoke cleared, Bai Ye appeared unharmed before everyone, with Chiyu and Crocodile's corpses lying at his feet. The heads and necks of the two fishmen were almost at a 90-degree angle, clearly indicating that their spines had been forcefully snapped. When Arlong noticed this, he felt a chill run down his spine, because this meant that the enemy in front of him had simultaneously taken care of Crocodile and Chiyu in an instant. Only this could explain the sound of breaking bones. The enemy was extraordinarily powerful. "You lowly, despicable human. How dare you kill great fishmen? Lulumans. Scum like you, who fled in disgrace for the Grand Line, can only bully ordinary people without any strength in the weakest East Blue. When you were captured by Admiral Kazuru, why didn't you call him a lowly human? If it weren't for Jinbei choosing to become a Shichibukai, scum like you, no, fish scum, should be waiting to die in an underwater prison." Upon hearing this, Arlong's muscles tensed up, unconsciously gripping his weapon tighter. He never expected that the mysterious person in front of him actually knew his background. Moreover, he had mentioned his lifelong disgrace, Kazuru. That extremely powerful man had injured him with a casual blow, forcing him to be captured by humans. This was his deepest humiliation. Arlong asked nervously, "Who exactly are you? Are you also from the Grand Line?" Bai Ye smiled and said, "Guess what?" Arlong didn't waste any more words with Bai Ye and immediately commanded all the fishmen to take action. Seeing this situation, Bai Ye secretly contemplated whether he should also cultivate a group of subordinates. Otherwise, if he always had to take action himself, it not only lacked style, but was also quite exhausting. While pondering, Bai Ye effortlessly dodged the attacks of numerous fishmen. Shadows flashed by, and the distance between Bai Ye and Arlong grew closer. In Arlong's terrified gaze, Bai Bai Ye appeared before him. No matter who you are, today I want you to accompany Gio and Kelluobi in death. Die for me. Along shouted angrily, bolstering his courage, and drew his sword, taking the first strike. Annoying. Bai Ye swung his fist, producing a piercing sound as he directly smashed the blade in mid-air into a V shape. Along's hands were torn apart by the immense force, blood staining his arms, and he was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Along looked at the completely ruined blade, trembling as he said, "How is this possible? This is a weapon crafted from the best metal of Fishman Island by Master Blacksmith, and it was destroyed by a single punch." Bai Ye exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, I didn't expect that one punch wouldn't kill you." Although it was just a casual punch from him, it was indeed unexpected that Along could withstand it and not die. Along leaned against the wall, barely managing to stand up, his hands twitching in pain and unable to exert any strength. "Who exactly are you? You must be from the Grand Line, right? There's no way someone this strong could exist in the East Blue." Bai Ye smiled and said, "Yes. You, Along, already severely injured by Bai Ye's punch, was so enraged by Bai Ye that he spat blood, nearly gasping his last breath." Nami, who was secretly peeking from not far away, watched as the incredibly powerful Along appeared like an undeveloped child in front of Bai Ye, completely unable to fight back. Her heart was filled with excitement. Kokoyashi village was finally seeing the light. Seeing Bai Ye nearly drive Along to death made her big eyes turn into crescent moons as she almost laughed out loud. Hearing the commotion from the fisherman's house, the village guard Kenju hurried over to check the situation. As soon as Kenju arrived, he saw Nami crouched in the corner like a little kitten, secretly watching something. He quietly asked, "Nami, what on earth happened here? Did those fishmen go crazy again? Those damned fishmen will eventually destroy Kokoyashi village." Nami turned to Kenju, whose face was full of worry, and shared her joy, saying, "Uncle Kenju, Kokoyashi village is saved. We no longer have to suffer under the tyranny of the Arlong pirates." "What?" Kenju looked shocked, unable to believe it. "Did you gather up 100 million berries to redeem Kokoyashi village from the Arlong pirates?" "Of course not. I still need a lot of berries," Nami replied, then suddenly realized something and asked with some confusion, "Huh? Uncle Kenju, how did you know I needed to gather 100 million berries?" Kenju awkwardly coughed and said, "Ahem. Actually, everyone knows about this matter. We just didn't want to put too much pressure on you, so we didn't tell you. Forget it. Starting today, the history of Kokoyashi village will be rewritten," Nami said, showing Kenju what was happening in the fisherman's house. Upon seeing this, Kenju was shocked, his eyes wide and mouth agape, stuttering, "This, that young man. He killed Along." Nami looked at Kenju's astonished expression and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Isn't he amazing? Is he someone you brought? Do you know him?" Nami replied gleefully, "Yes. I found him by the sea. He said he is a Navy lieutenant, specifically here to deal with Along found by the sea." "A Navy lieutenant? He can kill Along?" Kenju looked dazed. Is that even possible? Until his death, Along's mind was filled with just those 3 words, guess. Yet he still didn't know the identity of the enemy before him. After dealing with Along, the surrounding fishmen looked at Bai Ye as if they were seeing a demon. Forget about avenging Along. Each of them wished they could use all 3 legs to escape, fearing Bai Ye would turn his attention to them next. "Run! Quick run! Boss Arlong is dead." One by one, the fishmen, like madmen, rushed into the pool that connected to the sea, using all their strength to swim away from that terrifying man. They didn't even think about revenge. Watching the fishmen flee in panic, Bai Ye didn't rush to take action. He pondered, "It seems I haven't seen Octopus Xiaoba. He must have taken that manatee to feed, right? Well, lucky guy. Not running into Xiaoba is fine, but if he did, Bai Ye wouldn't hold back." Although Xiaoba committed fewer crimes compared to other fishmen, he wasn't innocent either, having blood on his hands from innocent villagers. Moreover, he enjoyed the resources plundered from the villagers by the Arlong pirates. Even if he was killed, he wouldn't have any grievances. Nami walked in slowly, seeing the bodies of Gio and Kruby lying at her feet, as well as the lifeless body of Along not far away. The smell of blood in the air constantly stimulated Nami's nerves. A feeling she had never experienced before surged in her heart. Is it finally over? The pressure that has burdened Kokoyashi village and weighed on me for 10 years. Is it all gone today? Nami murmured, lost in thought. Bai Ye smiled and said, "It's not over yet." "What do you mean?" Nami looked puzzled. Bai Ye lifted his right leg, twisted his waist, and suddenly exerted force, bringing his right foot down with great strength. In an instant, an unparalleled force was transmitted to the ground, under Bai Ye's precise control. The force only covered the area of the fisherman's lair. The entire ground began to tremble violently, and the buildings on the surface collapsed with a roar. The tower that had imprisoned Nami for 10 years also turned to dust. Nami looked at the ruins of the fisherman home, a hint of relief flashing across her face. With a smile at the corners of her mouth, 2 lines of tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. At that moment, she had truly freed herself from all constraints. Meanwhile, the seawater on the surface turned a deep red, with countless pieces of flesh floating on top. The scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. Clearly, these were the fishermen who had previously escaped into the water. They had all been reduced to mush by the shockwave from Bai Ye's kick. Bai Ye calmly took off his gloves and casually tossed them onto Along's lifeless body. Bai Ye reached out to wipe away the tears on Nami's cheek, signaling that this was truly the end. Nami lifted her beautiful little face, her charming smile and lively eyes fixed intently on the man before her. His already handsome face radiated an even more captivating glow at that moment. At this time, Bai Ye heard the system notification echoing in his mind, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Seeing the smile on Bai Ye's face, Nami felt her cheeks warm and murmured, "Can I follow you? Don't get me wrong. I just want to draw a nautical map of the entire world. It's my lifelong dream." After saying this, Nami buried her head into his chest, her small, fair ears resembling red crystals. However, after a while, Nami still did not receive a response. When she looked up, Bai Ye seemed not to have heard her words, his expression unchanged, still looking cheerful. The shyness on her little face instantly disappeared, replaced by a surge of irritation. Of course, at this moment, Bai Ye was completely oblivious to what was happening around him. He was entirely immersed in the wonderful sound of the system notifications. Gained 1. 5 points of world source power. Gained 1. 8 points of world source power. Gained 0. 8 points of world source power. Gained 0. 5 points of world source power. Gained 5 points of world source power. This is so amazing, right? The strength of the fishmen was generally much stronger than that of ordinary pirates. Therefore, the harvest of world source power was also quite abundant. Just by defeating the evil dragon pirate crew, it brought in a profit of 12 points. And with the upcoming event settlement, it would be another substantial gain. This trip to Kokoyashi village could be described as a bountiful success. When Bai Ye came back to his senses from the joy of his abundant harvest, he saw Nami's little face puffed up like a bun. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Nami spat out 2 words through her clenched teeth. "Nothing." Her little tiger teeth clicked together. Thinking of what had just happened, Nami felt her face burn with embarrassment. Bai Ye looked at Nami with a strange expression, but he didn't think much of it. Instead, he began to ponder, feeling that something was missing in this situation. For instance, something that should have happened didn't happen. It seemed like things were incomplete. Seeing Bai Ye furrow his brows again, Nami realized he hadn't heard what she said at all. Frustrated, she kicked her small feet on the ground repeatedly. What was missing? Why hadn't there been a conclusion yet? At that moment, a clear whistle sounded from outside. Bai Ye immediately knew that this was the sound of the Navy's whistle. The sound of dense footsteps came from the outside. Judging by this sound, there was a troop of nearly 100 people. Bai Ye's eyes lit up as he looked at the lewd figure walking in from outside. "This is it. So it was you all along." That's right. In the anime, along with the evil dragon pirate crew, the Marine Colonel of the 16th Division, Colonel Mouse, was also wiped out. If it weren't for Colonel Mouse colluding with the evil dragon pirate crew, the crimes of the evil dragon pirate crew would have definitely attracted the attention of higher-ups if reported to the Marine headquarters. It wouldn't have led to the current situation, allowing the evil dragon pirate crew to act tyrannically here for over a decade, making the village of Kokoja suffer for years. As soon as Colonel Mouse and his men entered, they were stunned by the horrific scene inside. Whether it was the lifeless Geo and Kruby lying at their feet, or Arlong, who was not far away, split in two and wearing a face of panic, or the pool of blood floating in a crimson mass over 10 meters wide. Everything confirmed a terrifying fact. The evil dragon pirate crew had been annihilated, and the one responsible was the man standing there with an indifferent expression, whose strength must be terrifying. However, Colonel Mouse had his own plans. He waved his hand and ordered, "Surround them. Get them." Nami, seeing this, quickly shouted in protest, "We are not pirates. We're not pirates. The pirates have already been killed by Bai Ye, and he is also a Marine." Although Nami despised the Marines in action, her perception of the Marines had slightly changed upon seeing Bai Ye. Upon hearing that Bai Ye was also a Marine, Colonel Mouse couldn't help but feel alert. He wasn't here to avenge Arlong. The money Arlong had exploited from the commoners over the years had been given to Colonel Mouse as a part of a hush money to keep it from being reported. The rest was all kept for himself. Colonel Mouse had come to take all the assets of the evil dragon pirate crew for himself. Now that something had happened to them. "You're also a Marine?" Colonel Mouse questioned suspiciously. Bai Ye calmly took out his credentials and tossed them to Colonel Mouse. Seeing Bai Ye so composed and able to single-handedly take down the evil dragon pirates, Colonel Mouse concluded that he must be a colonel or a brigadier general from headquarters. Colonel Mouse took the credentials without even looking at them, immediately putting on a flattering smile and hurriedly ordering the surrounding soldiers to disperse. This is all a misunderstanding. I thought it was a pirate feud. If the man in front of him was indeed a brigadier general or a figure of similar rank, then Colonel Mouse's issues with Arlong would lead to nothing but death if discovered. How could Colonel Mouse not be afraid? Nami was also baffled by Colonel Mouse's chameleon-like behavior. Logically, isn't a colonel supposed to be higher in rank than a lieutenant? Yet, Colonel Mouse seemed as frightened as a mouse encountering a cat when he saw Bai Ye. The White Knight slowly walked up to Colonel Mouse, grabbed him by the collar with one hand, and lifted him up. Colonel Mouse flailed his arms and legs like a dehydrated turtle, trying to break free from the restraint. Hey, what are you doing? Put down our commander. Put down the commander. Otherwise, we'll open fire. Let go quickly. The surrounding Navy soldiers panicked as they saw their commander being lifted up. Sir, what are you doing? Colonel Mouse continued to argue. I haven't done anything illegal. I'm a Navy colonel. Bai Ye squinted his eyes and said coldly, You know you're a Navy colonel, right? Aaron revealed everything about you just before he died. This profound statement immediately scared Colonel Mouse into a cold sweat. For a moment, he even forgot to struggle. Colonel Mouse knew he was definitely doomed, but he still wanted to make one last stand before he died. He was not a Navy officer at all, but a great pirate. Everyone shoot. Kill him. Colonel Mouse shouted with all his might. Bang, bang, bang. Nearly 100 guns erupted with dazzling flames, and bullets surged toward Bai Ye like a torrent. You brought this upon yourselves. Bai Ye erupted with an astonishing killing intent, directly throwing Colonel Mouse into the torrent of bullets. Colonel Mouse couldn't last even 3 seconds before being turned into a sieve by the bullets. The state of his death was horrific. Bai Ye suddenly appeared beside Nami and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Nami exclaimed. The two of them soared into the air. The naval lieutenant quickly commanded the soldiers to continue shooting at Bai Ye and Nami in the sky. Nearly 100 naval soldiers were just about to adjust their guns upwards, preparing for a second round of volley. Too slow, Bai Ye said calmly. At that moment, Bai Ye's expression became incredibly serious, his sculpted face revealing an indescribable determination. A tremendous power surged through his body, ultimately concentrating in his right fist. That overwhelming and violent force swirled around Bai Ye like a storm, soaring into the sky. With a single punch, it seemed as if even heaven and earth were suppressed within it. Instantly, the ground bore a fist imprint large enough to encompass several miles. The entire Cocoa village shook violently, as if it were about to cease to exist at any moment. The area where the Navy stood collapsed in an instant, sinking down several dozen meters. Countless seawater surged from the ground, filling the collapsed area. Nami's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Nami was somewhat at a loss for words. The might of a single punch had sunken the ground for several miles, and the gushing seawater filled the depression. Nami had never even dared to imagine such a thing before. But now, it was happening right before her eyes. Soon, Bai Ye appeared with Nami on solid ground several miles away. When their feet touched the firm ground again, Nami finally regained her composure from what had just happened. Bai Ye looked at Nami's adorable, dazed expression and found it quite amusing. Well, this matter has been perfectly resolved, Bai Ye said with a smile. Nami sensed a hint of parting in Bai Ye's words, and her small hand that had not yet let go tightened around the corner of Bai Ye's clothing as she asked anxiously, Are you leaving? Of course. I'm a Navy officer. I can't stay in one place forever, can I? All right. Nami's face was filled with reluctance, and the sparkle in her eyes dimmed a bit. For some reason, this stranger whom she had known for less than a day had left an indelible impression in her heart. She wanted to stay by his side, but didn't know how to keep him there. The two walked in silence until they reached the shore. Kobe, who had been waiting on the ship for a long time, excitedly shouted when he saw Bai Ye. Bai Ye, you're finally back. Who is this? Nami asked playfully, tilting her head. Before Bai Ye could respond, Kobe, filled with enthusiasm, said, I'm Kobe, and I want to become a powerful Navy officer like Bai Ye. Navy? Nami's bright eyes blinked as she pondered something. After Bai Ye said goodbye to Nami, he gradually disappeared from her sight. Nami looked at the sea, clenched her fists, and said firmly, We will definitely meet again one day. For sure. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully changing the plot. Luffy's crew annihilates the Dragon Pirate crew, eliminate the Navy scum, Captain Mouse, etc., and earning world source power. 80 points. Ding. The host has caused a significant impact on the main character, Nami, by participating in the Kikoja village plot, receiving an additional reward of world source power, 100 points. A total of 180 points of world source power, plus the 12 points gained from eliminating the Dragon Pirate crew and the 3 points brought by Captain Mouse and others. This time, Kikoja village directly brought in 195 points of world source power. World source power, 235 points. Bai Ye did not hesitate this time and directly chose to open the exchange shop. Would you like to spend 100 points of world source power to open the exchange shop? Yes. Successfully open the exchange shop. World source power, 135 points. Bai Ye carefully examined the items in the exchange shop. The word items may not be very accurate. It should be characters. The level 1 exchange shop has the function of exchanging characters. The corresponding character world for the level 1 exchange shop is One Punch Man. Upgrading the exchange shop can unlock characters and items for more worlds, since the host's identity is a navy belonging to the side of justice. Exchanging for characters from the Hero Association reduces the world source power consumption by 20. Bai Ye murmured, which means my little brothers are coming. The S-rank powerhouse exchange list includes Genos, requires 300 world source power. Tornado of Terror, requires 1200 world source power. Blast, requires 1500 world source power. King, requires 10 world source power. Correspondingly, there's also an exchange list for the Monster Association, such as Black Sperm, Monster King Orochi, Elder Centipede, and Hungry Wolf. These powerful villain characters are all on the exchange list. However, there are no discounts for exchanging members of the Monster Association. Moreover, Bai Ye's current world source power is insufficient, so he has not included them in his plans. After looking at the exchange list, Bai Ye realized how scarce the world source power really is. With his current world source power, he can only exchange for King and Genos. As for characters below S rank, Bai Ye couldn't even be bothered to look. Of course, the bald one is not an exchangeable character. Exchanging for them would just waste world source power. After careful consideration, Bai Ye still did not immediately exchange for characters. There are still many plot points he can interfere with in the EC. Exchanging characters can wait. It's not that urgent. It's better to focus on enhancing his own strength first. So Bai Ye spent 80 world source power to increase his fusion degree. Host, Bai Ye Template. One Punch Man Saitama Fusion Degree. 5 world source power. 45 fusion degree 56. Requires 160 world source power. To unlock level 2 shop. Requires 1000 world source power. His strength increased again. In the following days, a legend about a naval lieutenant suddenly began to circulate in the East Sea. Initially, this news was only passed among some lower-level pirates. However, later on, every pirate with some notoriety in the East Sea knew about the naval lieutenant Bai Ye. Moreover, those who had actually seen Bai Ye in action came forward to testify, further expanding the range of dissemination. On a certain island, in a large tavern, hundreds of pirates were drinking and having fun, making a tremendous noise. Ha ha ha! I slaughtered a village a few days ago and robbed a full 8 million berries. A burly pirate shouted loudly. What is that? Just 8 million berries, and you dare to brag about it? In the midst of this, he pulled out a large black suitcase from behind him, and when opened, it was filled with green berries. The burly pirate smugly said, "Look, this is worth at least 15 million berries. Isn't it better than your trash?" All the pirates present looked at the suitcase of berries with subtly changed expressions. After all, everyone went out to sea to become pirates for the sake of money. Now that so much money was right in front of them, it would be a lie to say they were not tempted. The atmosphere in the tavern changed. A faint killing intent permeated the air. Some pirates subconsciously placed their hands on their weapons. At that moment, the burly man realized how foolish he had been, seeing the hungry gazes of the surrounding pirates. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention away. "I say, have you forgotten something?" A person standing up at the table said coldly, "When you chose to join the Krieg pirates, all your gains need to be handed over to Captain Krieg. If anyone wants to keep things for themselves, this table will be their end." With a loud bang, a weapon resembling a hook with iron balls at both ends smashed 2 holes in a table. The burly pirate quickly had a thought and handed the suitcase filled with berries to Akin. "Captain Akin, these were supposed to be given to Captain Krieg anyway, so I'll hand them over to you for safekeeping." The burly pirate flattered. Akin took the suitcase and casually tossed it to a subordinate behind him, saying lightly, "I hope you can understand your identity. You're no longer the captain of a pirate crew, but one of the teams under the Krieg pirates. I do not want to see this kind of thing happen again." "Understood. Understood." The pirates present had witnessed Akin's formidable strength, coupled with his warning words. They dare not cause any more trouble. A pirate suddenly asked, Captain Akin, why did Captain Krieg summon us all back this time? Is there something important? Akin nodded. This small East Sea can no longer accommodate our Krieg pirates. We need to prepare to storm the Grand Line. Upon hearing this, all the pirates were first stunned. Then their faces displayed uncontrollable joy. The Grand Line, the route traversed by Pirate King Roger. Being able to go to the Grand Line means they are one step closer to One Piece. It is the treasure that all pirates dream of. Seeing the pirates so excited, Akin nodded in satisfaction. At this critical moment, it was necessary to motivate his subordinates and awaken their fighting spirit. Otherwise, how could they survive in a place like the Grand Line? At that moment, Akin suddenly noticed a pirate whose expression was severely out of sync with the current atmosphere. With a worried frown and a hesitant demeanor, Akin couldn't help but furrow his brows. The burly pirate had been paying attention to Akin's expression and, seeing him frown, looked in the direction Akin was gazing at, immediately shouting, Gerard, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't look like a dead horse with a sad face. Exactly. We are about to become the great pirates storming the Grand Line. Cheer up a bit. Countless riches and beauties are waiting for us to conquer. Most pirates present were stirred up by the news of about to head to the Grand Line. Akin also said with a hint of dissatisfaction, Gerard, what exactly do you want to say? Gerard stammered, Captain Akin, I recently heard that someone has been inquiring about the whereabouts of our Krieg pirates and seems to want to take action against us. Oh, a cold smile appeared on Akin's poker face, making him look even more intimidating. Who is that fool? Who dares to target our Krieg pirates? The pirates became even more agitated, cursing, we are the largest pirate crew in the East Sea. Captain Krieg is going to become the pirate king. Who would dare to mess with us? Even the Navy has to retreat at the sight of us. Gerald stammered a few words, as if he were a naval lieutenant. Bai Ye. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed that everyone was choked by an invisible hand, unable to make a sound. The venue fell silent. The confident expressions of the crowd vanished completely, leaving no trace of the aura of the strongest pirate group in the East Sea. It was as if a blazing fire had been extinguished in an instant by a torrential downpour. Nawaliut Bai Ye. Although he was called a lieutenant, the things he had accomplished were beyond even what a naval colonel could achieve. This name swept through the entire East Sea like a storm in just half a month. First, the Blood Wolf, with a bounty of 15 million berries, was killed by him. Then, the Arleta Pirate Group, with a bounty of 5 million berries, and the Evil Dragon Pirate Group, with a bounty of 20 million berries, followed. Even the Black Pirate Group, which had disappeared from the East Sea for several years and had a total bounty of 35 million berries, was found and killed by Naval Lieutenant Bai Ye. As for the other pirate groups, one by one, almost none left alive after encountering Bai Ye. This led to a significant decrease in new pirates in the East Sea over the past half-month, as they dared not set sail. The old pirate groups also avoided him whenever possible to escape encountering Bai Ye. They never expected that such a terrifying figure had set his sights on them. A burly man mustered his courage and forced a smile, saying, So what if it's Bai Ye? We, the Krieg pirates, are the strongest pirate group in the East Sea. If Bai Ye dares to come looking for trouble with us, it will definitely be his own death. At that time, the entire East Sea Navy will know the strength of our Krieg pirates. After he finished speaking, the icy atmosphere in the venue eased slightly, and smiles reappeared on everyone's faces. Another pirate, his face flushed and slightly tipsy, said, That's right. If Bai Ye dares to come, I will definitely chop off his head and present it to Captain Krieg. The crowd burst into laughter. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? The sudden knocking sound clearly reached everyone's ears. The laughter of the pirates abruptly stopped. You don't have to be silent. I know you're inside. Since you won't open the door, then I'll just go in myself. The next moment, the door was pushed down and dazzling sunlight shone through the gap. A very young-looking man walked in, smiling. Sorry, I used a bit too much strength. Akin picked up his weapon and frowned, asking, Who are you? How dare you come looking for trouble? Don't you know we are the Krieg pirates? Who am I? Weren't you all just talking about me? Bai Ye snitted, moreover. I know you are from the Krieg pirates, which is why I am here. At this point, the pirates present could no longer be oblivious. The young man in front of them was the person they had been discussing earlier. Navy Lieutenant Bai Ye, the man who could instill fear in the hearts of all pirates in the East Blue. Although everyone felt scared when talking about Bai Ye before, it wasn't to the point of extreme terror. After all, without a knife at their throats, they wouldn't experience that kind of fear of impending death. But now, the knife was indeed at their throats. A person's name brings forth their shadow. Akin had no doubt about Bai Ye's strength, especially since it was a critical moment for the Krieg pirates. He wanted to avoid any meaningless conflict and didn't want to create trouble for Captain Krieg at this time. Thus, Akin sincerely asked, I wonder how the Krieg pirates have offended you, prompting you to go out of your way to gather information and specifically come to us? Bai Ye raised an eyebrow and said, Are you lacking a bit in brains? This sarcastic remark instantly ignited Ajin's suppressed anger. Ajin said sharply, Bai Ye, don't think that just because you killed those insignificant pirates, you can look down on the Krieg pirates. Our Krieg pirates are about to embark on the Grand Line. Bai Ye waved his hand and said, Don't make me laugh anymore. With the question you just asked, how could your Krieg pirates have anything to do with NT? I'm the Navy, you're the pirates, and you still ask me why I'm looking for you. With your IQ, it's no wonder you haven't survived many episodes in the anime. Upon hearing Bai Ye's response, Ajin was momentarily stunned, although Bai Ye's title was Navy Lieutenant. They had never seen a Navy lieutenant cause such a bloody storm in the EC, so they instinctively overlooked the word Navy that best reflected Bai Ye's identity. Ajin swung his two canes, which had iron balls at the ends, gritting his teeth and said, Since you insist on seeking death, I won't stop you. Everyone attack. At such close range, the pirates present picked up their weapons and charged forward. Bai Ye put on his gloves and shook his head, saying there's no need. Really no need. Ajin rushed to Bai Ye's side, raising his iron crutch and bringing it down fiercely towards Bai Ye. I want you to know what the consequences of provoking the Krieg pirate crew will be, Ajin said with a grim expression. Bai Ye met Ajin's fierce gaze and smiled. Next, the Krieg pirates will be wiped out. With a wave of his right hand, a series of bone-cracking sounds suddenly echoed. Ajin cried out in pain, unable to grip his iron crutch tightly, which fell to the ground. Ajin looked at his limp arms in terror, his bones broken and unable to exert any strength. I'll spare your life for now. I still have questions for you later, Bai Ye said calmly. In the meantime, over half of the pirates had already died at Bai Ye's hands. Each punch released a gust of wind that would end several lives. The many pirates present went from charging at Bai Ye to frantically escaping in less than 3 seconds. This guy is not human. He is simply a monster. Run quickly. I don't want to die here. Split up. He can't kill us all at once. The pirates wished they could grow 2 more legs to distance themselves from that demon. Watching the pirates flee in all directions, Bai Ye sighed. Once this job is done, I need to quickly recruit some subordinates. Doing everything myself is truly exhausting. Under Bai Ye's precise control, aside from Ajin, 3 more pirates were left alive. Knowing they couldn't escape, the 3 pirates knelt before Bai Ye, repeatedly bowing and pleading, Master Bai Ye, please spare us. We are just small fry of the Krieg pirates. We know nothing. The 3rd pirate, desperate to save his life, immediately betrayed Ajin. Ajin's veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes fixed fiercely on the one speaking. If his arms hadn't been broken by Bai Ye, he would probably have cleaned house right then and there. This is what pirates are like. Bai Ye didn't have time to deal with these guys' ugly faces. Can anyone tell me where Krieg is? The pirates in front of him were just small fries. The entire Krieg pirates was what Bai Ye wanted to deal with. This was also one of the few plot points in the EC that could be changed. The 3 pirates kneeling on the ground simultaneously turned their gazes toward Ajin, who held his head high, looking as if he would rather die than speak. Bai Ye sighed and said, Oh, quite arrogant, isn't it? What's the need for that? He lightly pinched his thumb and index finger together, then suddenly released, sending an invisible force directly to Ajin's right knee. Crack! The sound of bones shattering from Ajin's knee mixed with his screams. 3 of his limbs were already useless. Ajin's expression was filled with pain, his face pale, his body swaying unsteadily, unable to exert strength in his right leg, barely managing to stand without falling to the ground. The 3 pirates kneeling on the ground looked at Ajin's miserable state, their faces full of fear, sweating profusely. Are you going to talk? The pirate who had sold out Ajin was just about to speak when Bai Ye shot out another burst of energy. Ajin screamed again as his remaining functional left leg was also crippled by Bai Ye. He collapsed onto the ground, raising his head to glare at Bai Ye with hatred. If looks could kill, Bai Ye would have been dismembered 1,000 times over. Why are you asking them? Why hit me? Hit them. Unfortunately, the anger of the weak was of no use. The 3 pirates were thoroughly frightened by Bai Ye's brutal methods and hurriedly revealed information about the Krieg pirates to him. Thank you for the information. After obtaining the desired intel, Bai Ye revealed a radiant smile. The 3 kneeling pirates seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival and quickly pleaded with Bai Ye to let them go. Don't worry. Since you want to leave so badly, I'll help you on your way out. As soon as Bai Ye's voice fell, 3 powerful energies pierced through the heads of the 3 individuals, leaving wounds the size of fingers, with blood gushing out. The 3 instantly lost their lives. At this moment, Ajin's gaze towards Bai Ye had changed, his eyes filled with deep fear. Ajin considered himself a ruthless person, but upon seeing Bai Ye, he realized that his ruthlessness was nothing compared to Bai Ye's. The excruciating pain from his broken limbs tormented Ajin constantly, and this feeling of being worse than dead made him abandon all hope of survival. Since you already know the information you wanted, just kill me. Bai Ye shook his head and sighed, saying, "There's an old saying that goes, it's better to live poorly than to die well. If there's a chance to live, why seek death?" Ajin watched in shock as Bai Ye pulled out a purple object the size of a heart from his chest. What terrified Ajin even more was that this purple heart was pulsating like a real heart, expanding and contracting. The purple veins on it were clearly visible, densely intertwined. Monster Cell. It can greatly enhance the physical abilities of the consumer and transform them into a monster form best suited for combat. The consumer will completely obey the host, and the exchange requires 1 point of world source power. This was what Bai Ye exchanged from the shop when he saw Ajin. Such monster cells could quickly produce a large number of capable subordinates. However, Bai Ye currently lacked world source power and didn't need so many subordinates. The reason he thought of giving Ajin a monster cell was simply because he had seen various speculations about Ajin in his previous life. Some said Ajin was one of the future Navy admirals, Green Bull, while others claimed he was the child of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. In any case, there were all sorts of bizarre theories. So, Bai Ye had a sudden inspiration and decided to make Ajin consume the monster fruit. Originally tough, Ajin. When Bai Ye forcefully shoved the pulsating heart into his mouth, the suppressed fear finally erupted. It was a fear of the unknown, as well as a fear of Bai Ye's methods. Ajin exclaimed in anger, "What are you making me eat?" Bai Ye looked at Ajin and said, "A good thing that can make you stronger and help you realize all the evil thoughts in your heart. So you should thank me. After all, this thing is quite expensive." Ajin was about to curse loudly, but suddenly felt a bone-deep pain surge through him. It was as if his heart was gripped by a giant hand, crushed, and his entire body's meridians twisted, blood flowing backward, like a boiled shrimp with skin turning a light red. A series of cries, far more miserable than before, erupted from Ajin's mouth. Bai Ye scratched his ear, feeling that the sound was a bit harsh. A few minutes later, the heartbreaking screams finally stopped. Ajin lay on the ground, as if he had lost all vitality, sweat soaking the surrounding ground, which was marked with traces of his earlier struggle. Is he dead? Bai Ye, who had been observing Ajin, wondered. This possibility was not out of the question. After all, not everyone could withstand the strength of the mutant cells. What a pity. A waste of time and the world source power. Bai Ye sighed and shook his head. All of this could only be compensated for from the Creek pirates. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard a heavy panting sound behind him. A deep growl occasionally echoed, and a figure kept growing larger. When Bai Ye turned around, the figure had already grown to over 4 meters, with explosive muscles all over, exuding a strong sense of power. The most eye-catching thing was that Ajin had grown an extra segment of bone on both arms, with a basketball-sized spherical object forming at the ends of the bones. Wasn't this the weapon Ajin was holding before? So that's how it is. Bai Ye now understands the true meaning of the introduction to the monster cell, which can transform the consumer into the most suitable form for combat. Suddenly, a devouring aura erupted from Akin, and the shockwave rustled Bai Ye's clothes. The invisible shockwave completely destroyed the tavern's walls. The wooden tables and benches turned to dust in midair. Un massive shadow enveloped Bai Ye, as if an attack would be launched at any moment. Having had enough, let's return to normal, Bai Ye said calmly. We still need to go kill Kliko. Akin lowered his enormous head and buzzed. I will obey your command, my lord. In the blink of an eye, his over 4-meter-tall body shrank to less than 2 meters, returning to its original form, as if the previous scene was merely an illusion. On an unnamed small island, the Kliko pirate group was stationed in this place. As night fell, the darkness enveloped the area. Thousands of pirates gathered here, and Kliko, at the forefront, appeared even more imposing under the firelight. Suddenly, Kliko kicked the bonfire, sending sparks flying, and some flames splashed onto other pirates, causing a slight disturbance. The rest of the pirates dared not make a sound. Kliko, extremely impatient, said, "What's going on?" At this time, why hasn't Akin returned yet? Balu, one of the higher-ups of the Kliko pirate group, quickly explained, could it be that they ran into the Navy on their way back? Kliko scoffed, the Navy? The Navy would avoid our Kliko pirate group and wouldn't dare to attack us directly. Balu awkwardly replied, normally, that would be the case, but recently, a Navy lieutenant named Bai Ye has emerged in the East Sea. Several pirate groups have already fallen to him, including quite a few with bounties over 10 million berries. If Akin and his crew encounter Bai Ye on their way back, it could indeed pose quite a problem. What Navy lieutenant? It's just the Navy putting all the credit on one person and deliberately promoting him, Kliku sneered. Otherwise, how could the strength of a Navy lieutenant be so formidable? Crick had naturally heard of the name White Knight, but after receiving this news, he did not take it to heart. Just as the two were talking, one of his subordinates shouted nervously, "Captain Crick, Commander Akin is back." Both Crick and Baru sensed something was off from the shout. What exactly was going on? With Commander Akin back, only 2 people returned in total. Crick was shocked and quickly went forward with Baru to check the situation. When he saw that Akin had returned with only a stranger, Crick's expression changed drastically, and he angrily asked, "Akin, where are those pirate crews? Why didn't any of them come back?" However, Akin, who usually revered Crick, seemed to ignore his inquiry completely, not acknowledging him at all. Baru was also infuriated by Akin's attitude and said harshly, "Akin, what kind of attitude is this? Didn't you hear Captain Crick's words?" But Akin still wore a blank expression, showing no change. Just as Crick was about to lose his temper, a light chuckle suddenly sounded. "Hee, you don't need to say any more. It won't make a difference." Crick frowned and looked at White Knight, who was standing next to Akin, and asked in a hostile tone, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Bai Ye smiled faintly and said, "To help you understand the situation, let me introduce myself first. Navy Lieutenant Bai Ye." "What? You are Navy Lieutenant Bai Ye?" Barrow exclaimed in shock. The pirates surrounding them instinctively took a few steps back upon hearing Bai Ye's name. Crick's expression changed unpredictably. He didn't expect Bai Ye would actually come knocking. Moreover, he brought along his most trusted subordinate, Demon Akin. "Akin, are you bringing the enemy here to betray me?" Crick asked, lifting a 2,000-pound spear and pointing it at Akin. "Sorry, let me reintroduce him. This is my subordinate, Monster Akin," Bai Ye said with a smile. "Akin, kill for me." "At your command." Akin replied expressionlessly. Crick, furious to the point of laughter, thought to himself, "What an ignorant kid. I don't know what methods you use to persuade Akin to follow your orders, but I know his strength too well from when he was my subordinate. Do you really think the two of you can take us down?" Bai Ye sneered. "Today, I'll let you know one thing. Times have changed." Iron Wall Barrow was already prepared for battle. "Captain Click, Akin has betrayed us. Let's take action directly." Click was inherently a cold-hearted person. When Akin brought Bai Ye to this place, Click had already sentenced Akin to death in his heart. Click shouted, "Everyone attack. Kill these 2 enemies in front of us." As soon as Click finished speaking, Barrow brandished his small round shield and charged straight at Akin. Compared to Bai Ye, whose strength was unknown, Barrow was more familiar with Akin's abilities as a former comrade. Overall, their strengths were quite similar, but because Akin was extremely loyal to Click, Click valued Akin more. As fellow senior executives, Akin's position was slightly higher than Barrow's, which had long displeased Barrow. But who would have thought that the loyal Akin would betray Captain Click? "Akin, you've really made a correct choice." Barrow mocked. Barrow quickly rushed in front of Akin, holding the round shield with both hands, and struck directly at Akin's head. "I can finally become the second in command of the Click pirates. No one can surpass me except Captain Click." Barrow's face twisted with malice as he spoke fiercely. A hint of bloodlust flashed in Barrow's eyes, as if he could already see Akin's head being crushed and exploding like a watermelon. The double shield struck Akin's head hard, making a sharp clanging sound. The next moment, although he hit Akin, there was no trace of joy on Barrow's face. Instead, he looked panic-stricken. The double shields only left 2 faint white marks on Akin's face, which could be easily wiped away. "Why, you're not Akin. Who the hell are you?" Barrow exclaimed in horror. Barrow's full-force strike could even crush iron into paper, yet caused no damage to Akin, which was completely beyond Barrow's expectations. When Click saw this scene, his expression darkened. "What did you do to Akin?" Bai Ye lightly said, "The real show is just about to begin." A deafening roar suddenly erupted from Ajin's mouth, and the invisible sound wave crazily spread in all directions. The weaker pirates had blood streaming from their ears, dazed and confused. "What a monster!" someone shouted. Ajin transformed into a monstrous state, standing an astonishing height of 4 meters, his muscles bulging, and his eyes filled with a crazy, killing intent. His combat power was enhanced in every aspect, and with a single step, he appeared in front of Baru. With a heavy swing of the bone hammer on his right arm, it smashed down onto Baru's shield. Bang! The shield shattered into pieces, and the immense impact surged through. Baru spat out blood, his eyes filled with unwillingness, collapsing to the ground. Then, Ajin, like a fierce tiger entering a pack of wolves, quickly dealt with the surrounding pirates. Whales erupted, This was a one-sided massacre. Crick watched the Jin's crazed slaughter, feeling a chill run down his spine. He knew that even he would probably not be a match for a Jin. Moreover, the greatest enemy was the Bai Ye before him, who had yet to make a move. However, even so, Crick did not want to give up his last hope and wanted to struggle a bit more. I will make you understand what it means to be the strongest pirate in the East Sea. Crick swung his spear, and the golden battle suit shone brilliantly under the moonlight. At that moment, he looked like a war god descending. Oh, quite tough, aren't you? Bai Ye chucked it lightly. Ajin, go play with Crick. Ajin flashed to Crick's back, both crutches raised high, slashing down with all his might, the weapons fiercely scraping against the air, producing sparks. Crick reacted quickly, raising his spear and crossing it above his head, the crutches crashing heavily onto the spear. Boom! In an instant, the ground shook, and the nearby sea rose in waves. Crick was directly smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit several meters wide. At this point, Crick's golden battle suit was in tatters, and his spear had already broken into two halves. His face was covered in blood, and his arm bones were completely shattered. A pitiful sight. Just as Ajin was about to deliver a fatal blow, Crick suddenly pleaded, "I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I am willing to become your subordinate." Although Crick's surrender was despicable, Bai Ye did not refuse his submission, no matter what Crick planned. As long as he ingested the monster cells, everything would be set in stone. Bai Ye had no reason to refuse. It must be said that Crick could become the strongest pirate in the East Sea. Aside from his unscrupulous methods, Crick's talent is also beyond what ordinary people can achieve. He possesses incredible strength that allows him to wield a battle spear weighing over 2,000 Jin with one arm effortlessly. After consuming the monster cells, his transformed power instantly surpassed Akin. Bai Ye also received a system notification, successfully changing the storyline. Over the past month and a half, Bai Ye had basically altered all the original plot points he remembered. For example, on Guy Island, he killed the Black Pirate crew. Unfortunately, he had no luck finding Usopp's whereabouts on Guy Island. Opening the system panel. Host, Bai Ye Template. One Punch Man, Saitama, Fusion Degree. 5 World Source Power. 745 Fusion Degree 56. Requires World Source Power. 160 to unlock Level 2 Shop. Requires World Source Power. 1,000. The 745 points of World Source Power are the results of Bai Ye's efforts over the past month and a half. Fusion Degree 67. Requires World Source Power. 200. Fusion Degree 78. Requires World Source Power. 240. Bai Ye resolutely raised his fusion degree by 3 points, spending 600 points of World Source Power. Host, Bai Ye Template. Saitama from One Punch Man Fusion Degree. 8 World Source Power. 145 feeling the power surging within his body. Bai Ye let out a long breath and murmured, "Perhaps now I am finally qualified to stand before him." Just 3 days ago, after dealing with the Black Pirate crew, Bai Ye wanted to experiment with a crazy idea that had emerged in his mind since obtaining the system. That is, should he try to kill the son of the world, Luffy? Once this idea appeared, it could no longer be suppressed, like a wildfire spreading uncontrollably. Through the incident of changing Nami's fate, it seemed that merely killing important characters from the original work did not yield as many benefits as continuously participating in events. However, if one were to view all matters in life through the lens of gains and losses, then living would be too exhausting. So Bai Ye decided to head to Windmill Village. Perhaps it was fate protecting Luffy. When Bai Ye went there a few days ago, Luffy's grandfather, Marine Hero Garp, was also in Windmill Village. Even though Bai Ye did not have direct contact with Garp, he felt immense pressure from him. If he were to act forcefully, the chances of success would be very slim. Moreover, Bai Ye still needed the identity of a Marine. So he had to put aside the idea of killing Luffy and decided to deal with the Creek pirate crew first. Now that he had raised his fusion degree by 3 points, the boost to his strength was significant, reigniting that thought in Bai Ye's mind. Meanwhile, at the Marine base in Logtown, in an office, a man cloaked in a Marine justice coat had his right leg resting on his left knee, smoking a cigar and exhaling smoke continuously. This was Smoker, who had been awarded the rank of colonel in the Marine headquarters, responsible for guarding the entrance to the Grand Line from East Blue, as the top student from the Marine headquarters elite training camp. And also a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, Smoker's future looked bright. Having just graduated from the training camp, he was stationed at Logtown, a privilege not everyone had. With Smoker's strength, suppressing the entire East Blue was not an issue. However, as he was tasked with guarding Logtown, he could not act on his own. Otherwise, he would have already brought his men to clear out the East Blue pirates one by one. At this moment, Smoker was holding intelligence passed down from other Marine divisions in East Blue. Marine Lieutenant Bai Ye single-handedly defeated the strongest pirate crew in East Blue, the Creek Pirate Crew. The headline on the intelligence was extremely eye-catching. After quickly reviewing it, Smoker couldn't help but ponder, just who is this Bai Ye? From being unknown to becoming famous in East Blue, Bai Ye took only about half a month. Almost every notable pirate in East Blue met a tragic end at Bai Ye's hands. From this perspective, it would not be an exaggeration to call Bai Ye a hero. Yet, Bai Ye had killed Colonel Rat from Division 16, which made his identity increasingly enigmatic. Marine Lieutenant? Are you really a Marine? Just as Smoker was racking his brain over Bai Ye's identity, the White Knight has set sail to Windmill Village with Crick and Adjun. Regardless of whether this mission to kill Luffy succeeds or fails, White Knight will not linger in the East China Sea any longer. 2 days later, they successfully arrived at Windmill Village. Crick, Adjun, your appearances are too easy to recognize. Change them a bit. Yes, sir. Crick and Adjun controlled their facial muscles to make subtle adjustments, and after the changes, they were completely unrecognizable from their former selves. This is also one of the abilities brought by the mutant cells. Looking at the two completely unfamiliar faces, White Knight contemplated for a moment and said, "Since you have changed your appearances, you might as well change your names as well." In the method of rating monsters in One Punch Man, Bai Ye categorizes them into 4 levels: God, Dragon, Ghost, and Tiger, based on the current strength of Click and Akin. Bai Ye refers to them as Ghost 1 and Ghost 2. If judged by their bounty amounts, both should belong to the category of billion-dollar pirates. Now, let's go witness the future Pirate King. If he still has a future, before heading to Windmill Village, Bai Ye arranged for Kobe to go to Skypiea to find Colonel Vaughn, so Vaughn could teach him well. This also fulfills Kobe's dream of becoming a Navy officer. After handling these trivial matters, Bai Ye then took Ghost 1 and Ghost 2 to Windmill Village. The three quickly found the tavern that Luffy often visited, which is run by Makino. "What drinks would you like, gentlemen?" As soon as they entered, Makino approached them and asked. When Bai Ye saw Makino, he felt a wave of warmth coming from her. Dressed in a professional outfit, with short dark green hair, a fair complexion, and large expressive eyes, she significantly bridged the gap between people. Moreover, Makino has a kind and gentle nature, making her the perfect candidate for a wife. No wonder people say that Shanks often visits Windmill Village. It's not to tempt Luffy into becoming a pirate, but rather for Makino. How true that is. It's quite enticing and rather lowly. Seeing that Bai Ye remained silent for a long time, Makino looked up at him and noticed he was openly staring at her. Her face flushed with a slight blush, and feeling her cheeks warm, she lowered her head and quietly asked again. Upon hearing Makino's question, Bai Ye finally reacted and smiled. "Sorry, I was lost in thought just now. I'll have your signature drink." Seeing Bai Ye's smile, Makino's blush deepened, and even her ears turned slightly red. She softly replied and hurriedly went to get the drinks. Watching Makino's flustered and adorable demeanor, Bai Ye chuckled. Indeed, being handsome opens many doors. If it had been an ugly man staring at Makino, even if she wouldn't have gotten angry due to her personality, she certainly wouldn't have blushed like that. Makino placed the drinks on the table in front of Bai Ye and returned to the counter to wipe the glasses. Every time she inadvertently looked up and saw Bai Ye smiling at her, her heart raced like a deer. Several times, she nearly dropped the glass she was cleaning. The mysterious aura emanating from Bai Ye made it easy for her to become immersed in it, just as Makino was lost in her thoughts. A magnetic voice suddenly broke through. "Boss lady, your drinks are excellent. Could I have another?" Startled by the unexpected voice, Makino instinctively loosened her grip, causing the glass to slip from her hands, and it was about to fall to the ground. With a gasp, she exclaimed the glass and reached out to catch it. But at that moment, her heart was in turmoil, and her movements became quite clumsy. Not only did she fail to catch the glass, but she also slipped and fell backward. Bai Ye stepped forward without hesitation, wrapping his right arm around Magino's slender waist and catching the falling wine glass with his left hand. Just then, an exceptionally bold voice came from the doorway. "Magino, serve us drinks according to our usual standards." A group of oddly dressed people streamed in through the door, clearly very familiar with the tavern. However, as soon as they entered and saw Bai Ye holding Magino, the atmosphere instantly became quiet. Once Magino steadied herself, Bai Ye withdrew his hand and began to size up the group before him. With red hair, a missing right arm, and a long sword at his waist, he had a striking appearance that anyone who had seen One Piece would recognize immediately. It was Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Alongside him were some members of the red-haired pirates, including Ben Beckman, Yasopp, and Lucky Roo. To be flirting with Magino in front of Shanks, Such boldness would surely be rare in the world of pirates. Bai Ye was sizing up Shanks. And Shanks was also looking at Bai Ye, finding this young man somewhat inscrutable. When he noticed the change in Bai Ye's expression, the red-haired man pondered. Did this kid recognize me? He shouldn't be from this village, right? Makino's little face turned red as she quietly thanked Bai Ye, and then began serving drinks to Shanks and the others. Bai Ye returned to his seat and continued drinking, feeling a bit dejected. It seemed that this plan had failed again. It was fine to flirt with Makino in front of Shanks, but if he were to kill the yet-to-mature Luffy in front of Shanks, that would probably be asking for death. La Ji Lu raised his glass and drank it all in one go, then mocked, "Haha, the boss has lost his love. Look at how Makino has been taken away by someone else. What a waste." Shanks stubbornly defended himself. "Who says I've lost my love?" I asked Makino. "What just happened was just an accident." "Accident? Boss, can you stop deceiving yourself? Just now, Makino was blushing like crazy. You saw it too. Get lost. I said it's an accident. And it's an accident. Ha ha ha. You're getting anxious. Boss is getting anxious." La Ji Lu and the others laughed freely at Shanks, their words hitting his sore spots. The crew mocking their captain has become a unique corporate culture of the red-haired pirates. At that moment, a surprise voice came from the tavern door. "Shanks!" A figure rushed into the tavern, coming to Shanks' side, and said with admiration, "What pirate stories are you going to tell me this time?" Shanks looked at the person next to him and smiled. "Luffy, you've grown quite a bit during this time." "Of course." Ben Beckman asked with a smile. "Luffy, you're almost an adult, right?" Luffy boldly replied, "Yeah, there's still a year and a half left. When I turn adult, I will set sail. I'm going to be the man who becomes the Pirate King." Luffy's words were filled with confidence, as if becoming the Pirate King was something that was bound to happen for him. Luffy had known Shanks and the others for many years, and they were all very familiar with each other, chatting enthusiastically. Is this really Luffy? Watching Luffy moving around in front of him, Bai Ye felt an itch in his heart. At this moment, Luffy was no longer just a person in Bai Ye's eyes. He was an endless source of world power. As the destined child of the pirate world and the most central figure of the Pirate King, almost all the plot revolved around him. If he were to kill him, Bai Ye felt that he could at least obtain 100,000 world power and perhaps directly raise his fusion degree to over 50%. Unfortunately, with Shanks here, such thoughts were simply impossible to realize. Speaking of which, Luffy truly lived up to being the destined child. Just a few days ago, when he came, Garp had made Bai Ye return empty-handed in Windmill Village. Just when Bai Ye finally waited for Garp to leave and had just arrived at Windmill Village, Shanks also came, causing Bai Ye's plan to be thwarted once again. Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh. This could be considered the world's protection, right? Was it aimed at me? Why did it disappear? Was what I felt just now an illusion? Red-haired suddenly sensed a faint killing intent. Although it dissipated quickly, it still caught his attention. Just as Red-haired was puzzled, Ben Beckman frowned and quietly nudged Red-haired. As the vice captain and sniper of the Red-Hair Pirates, Beckman's instincts were very sharp. He had also sensed that killing intent just now. Red-haired and Beckman exchanged a glance, confirming that the feeling just now was not an illusion. Red-haired maintained his expression and asked in a low voice, "Who do you think wants to deal with us?" Beckman shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. That trace of killing intent disappeared too quickly, and they were too noisy to notice much. "I'm not quite sure, but I find those three guys suspicious." Red-haired pointed in the direction of Bai Ye and the others. Beckman looked in the direction Red-haired pointed and immediately laughed, saying, "Captain, are you sure you're not just looking for trouble with him because Marcino was taken away by him?" Red-haired replied irritably, "I already said it was an accident. Besides, do I really have such a petty mindset?" After joking with Red-haired, Beckman returned to a serious demeanor. "Why do you think there's something wrong with him?" Red-haired replied, "I really feel that kid is a bit strange. Earlier, his gaze seemed to recognize me. You have to know, I'm one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Ordinary people are so scared when they hear my name that they can't move, but that kid recognized me and was still calmly drinking over there." Hearing Red-haired say this, Beckman also felt that the kid was indeed a bit off. "Since we're not sure, I'll go test him," Beckman suggested. "Yeah, that's one way, but be careful not to reveal too much power. Garp still doesn't know we're in Windmill Village. If that old guy finds out, we'll be in trouble." Although the red-haired pirates weren't afraid of Garp, they also didn't want to provoke a powerhouse like him. After all, being targeted by such a strong person was quite troublesome. In a one-on-one situation, Garp wouldn't fear you. If it were a numbers game, given Garp's prestige in the Navy, he could at least call in someone with the strength of an admiral, along with some vice admirals and rear admirals. That lineup is no less formidable than a 4-emperor crew. After finishing his drink, Bai Ye was about to leave when he saw red-haired Shanks walking towards him with a wine glass. He realized he probably couldn't escape. He didn't expect red-haired to be so sensitive to killing intent. He had only revealed a hint of it before being detected. However, this was unavoidable. Over the past half-month, Bai Ye had eliminated more than 10 pirate crews. After dealing with so many people, his control over killing intent was naturally not as precise as before and would require some time to settle. Since he had been discovered, he could only think of a way to deal with it. Red-haired exuded an ordinary aura, as common as the neighbor Wong. At ordinary times, it was impossible to see any difference. If Bai Ye didn't know red-haired's identity, he really couldn't connect him to the pirate emperor. You seem a bit unfamiliar. You aren't from Windmill Village, are you? That's right. I just arrived in Windmill Village today. I think this place is quite nice. Bai Ye finished his drink. The wine is great, and the innkeeper is beautiful. I really like it. There was no direct relationship between red-haired and Makino. At most, there was some fondness. And previously, it was just a joke among companions. However, hearing Bai Ye mention this in front of him, even red-haired, with his good temper, felt somewhat displeased. What is your purpose in coming to Windmill Village? In his words, red-haired instinctively released a hint of conqueror's haki. Although the aura was weak, it was extremely thick. It was as if a lone boat was thrown into an endless storm, still battered by waves and raging winds, yet still floating on the surface of the water. Under the impact of this aura, the tables and chairs around Bai Ye suddenly cracked, and his clothes moved without wind. But his expression showed no change. Bai Ye did not answer Hong Fa's question, his expression calm. Truly, as one of the 4 emperors, this aura alone could crush quite a few people. You really recognized me. Who exactly are you? A flash of killing intent passed through Hong Fa's eyes, and the overwhelming aura he emitted vanished in an instant. Hong Fa was very curious about Bai Ye's identity. A navy? A pirate? A member of a special organization of the world government? Or someone from the underground world? Hong Fa did not want to act in Magino's tavern, nor did he want the people of Windmill Village to know his true identity. Shall we go outside to talk? Sure. Bai Ye readily agreed. He also did not want to stay here. The reason was simple. There were too many strong people here, and if a fight broke out, it would not be convenient to escape. Bai Ye is not foolish. He doesn't believe that his current strength can compare to that of the red-haired one. However, after seeing the red-haired individual, a bold idea emerged in Bai Ye's mind. The two walked side by side out of the tavern, heading towards the sparsely populated coastline. Their departure had no impact on the tavern, which remained lively and noisy. Upon reaching the shore, the two stopped and exchanged glances. Can we talk now? Bai Ye looked at the red-haired person who was ready to strike at any moment, his expression calm, and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Harry, from Night." Bai Ye is not planning to reveal his real name, using an alias when going out. That's just how cautious he is. Yeah? The red-haired man furrows his brow, even more confused. This is the name of our organization, and our members are spread across the world. Some are responsible for collecting intelligence, while others are responsible for selling it. And I am one of those who sell it. An intelligence dealer? I haven't heard of your organization in the New World. Our organization was established not long ago, so someone of your stature naturally hasn't heard of us. The red-haired man does not fully believe Bai Ye's explanation and retorts. Then are you here to sell me some intelligence? For someone like you, who is at the pinnacle of the world, you are naturally our biggest buyer. Bai Ye noticed that the red-haired man still did not trust him, but he was prepared for this situation. After all, someone who could become the pirate emperor had to possess not only extraordinary strength, but also a sharp mind. Even Kaido, who seemed like a lunatic, was incredibly cunning. Not to mention, he was the only man to become a pirate emperor without relying on a devil fruit. Bai Ye smiled and said, "As a special user like you, we at Night will show our sincerity by offering you a piece of information you don't know, free of charge." There's news I don't know? Then I really need to listen closely. Red Hair's words revealed endless killing intent. However, Bai Ye did not take Red Hair's threat to heart, as he was confident that this piece of information would be enough to shock Red Hair. This news is about the former pirate king Roger. Did you know that Roger has child? The calm words of Bai Ye fell into the ears of the red-haired captain like thunder exploding nearby. Captain Roger has a child? Impossible. When the Roger pirates announced their disbandment, Captain Roger turned himself in a year later. If he had a child, how could I not know? Moreover, after Captain Roger was executed, the Navy conducted searches for several months on Baratila Island where he was located, and they found no trace of a child. Even the world government is unaware of this information, and you say you know? Do you think I would just believe any news you casually throw out? Mentioning Roger, the red-haired captain drew his sword, pointing it at Bai Ye, his killing intent coiling but not yet unleashed, as if he would strike Bai Ye down at any moment. The originally clear sky suddenly turned overcast. countless dark clouds obscuring the sun, and dark purple lightning flickered within the clouds. The information our night organization sells is undoubtedly true, covered by the red-haired captain's Conqueror S. Haki. Bai Ye appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was racing to think of a way to retreat unharmed in case the red-haired captain made his move. Just then, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving the achievement famous in the East China Sea. Reward, 500 points of world source power. In recent days, Bai Ye has been continuously slaughtering pirates, causing his reputation to spread widely in the East China Sea. He unexpectedly completed one of the methods to increase the world source power. Host, Bai Ye Template, 1 Punch Man Saitama Fusion Degree, 8 world source power, 645 at this moment. Bai Ye had no hesitation. Being stronger was better. Fusion Degree 89 required spending 280 world source power. Fusion Degree 910 required spending 350 world source power. Congratulations to the host for achieving a Fusion Degree of 10, allowing for a random draw of a special ability from a powerful character in the One Punch Man world. Wow, such a good thing exists. Bai Ye was overjoyed. The draw completed, and congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of S-Class Hero King Engine. King Engine. It allows the host's heart to beat violently, producing a heart-pounding sound that can intimidate others. It strengthens with the host's Fusion Degree. I'm so dumbfounded at such a critical moment. You don't give me a practical special skill, but give me this kind of useless thing? If it weren't for red-haired Shanks being right in front of him, Bai Ye could have cursed the system for an hour without repeating himself. Seeing red-haired Shanks, who was about to strike at any moment, Bai Ye could only take a gamble. Business is about being amicable for prosperity. Why resort to violence? The next moment, he directly activated the King Engine. As Bai Ye's heart raced, the sounds of thump grew faster and louder. Bai Ye stared calmly into Shanks' murderous eyes. Listening to the heartbeat, Shanks felt as if his heart was gripped by an invisible hand, squeezing in sync with Bai Ye's heartbeat, creating an indescribable pressure. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. An unnatural redness appeared on Shanks' face, and his momentum faltered. At the same time, an invincible aura surged from Bai Ye, and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Invisible sound waves reached the heavens, dispersing the pitch-black clouds. The sky returned to its usual clarity, and warm sunlight shone down as if the previous dark clouds had never existed. Bai Ye looked at the changes before him, feeling extremely excited. Wow, I didn't expect this Emperor engine to be so powerful. It can almost be considered a form of Conqueror's Haki. What a bizarre ability is this? My Conqueror's Haki was actually broken. Shanks had a grim and uncertain expression, even though he hadn't displayed his strongest Conqueror's Haki just now, with the momentum he had just emitted. The entire sea could hardly withstand more than a handful of power. This Harry from Night in front of him was actually able to do it, which made him feel that this organization was probably not to be underestimated. Mr. Shanks, don't be so excited. If it comes to blows, and you attract Admiral Garp, you might find yourself in quite a bit of trouble, he said coldly, not expecting you to have such strength. Bai Ye knew he should be safe now and finally let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, to come and do business with the 4 emperors, one naturally needs to be a formidable person. Once I fully inform you of the news, you will be able to judge its authenticity. After witnessing Bai Ye's strength, red-haired Shanks was also uncertain about the power of this night organization. Just the Harry in front of him was not weak. What about the other members of the night organization? Wasn't the leader of this organization even more powerful? A mysterious organization suddenly appearing on the sea. He really couldn't imagine what kind of storm it would cause. Seeing that red-haired Shanks remained silent, Bai Ye continued, Roger indeed had a child before his execution, but the child had not yet been born. At that time, the Navy was searching for Roger's bloodline on Batarilla Island, and Roger's wife, Port Gastee, Rouge, to prevent the child from being killed, carried the child for 20 months. She only gave birth after the Navy withdrew from the search. Because of this, after the child was born, Port Gastee, Rouge's body was too weak and exhausted, leading to her death. When Bai Ye mentioned that Roger's wife was Port Gastee, Rouge, a young man wearing an orange sun hat with freckles suddenly flashed in red-haired Shanks' mind. It was Garp's grandson, Port Gastee Ace. Red-haired Shanks completely understood Captain Roger's decision to entrust his only flesh and blood to Garp for upbringing. Garp and Roger had a long-standing friendship forged through countless battles. Over 30 years ago, they had even teamed up to defeat the then strongest Rocks pirates. Garp earned the title of Marine Hero because of this. Their relationship, both enemy and friend, was complex but also very solid. This news was probably mostly true. Red-haired Shanks felt a bit complicated. He hadn't expected that the child he had seen several times before was actually the captain's flesh and blood. When he came this time, he heard from Luffy that Ace had already set sail to become a pirate, holding on to the dream of becoming the Pirate King. By entrusting Ace to Garp, Captain Roger, aside from trust, likely hoped for Ace to become a Marine, so he wouldn't repeat his own mistakes. But who would have thought that, under Garp's guidance, Ace would still become a pirate? Bai Ye looked at the somewhat melancholic expression on Red-Haired's face and knew that Red-Hair believed what he had said. Since you've made a judgment on the authenticity of the information, my mission this time is over. If you need to purchase information in the future, just spread the word and look for the Knight Organization, and someone will naturally come to you for a deal. Farewell. Not far from Windmill Village, a huge Navy warship, flying the seagull flag, was sailing on the sea. The front structure of the warship resembled a somewhat comical pug holding a bone, making the entire ship look quite absurd. But this slightly ridiculous ship was enough to instill fear in the pirates of the New World. Damn Sengoku, even when I'm resting and spending time with my grandson, I still have to take on tasks from you. You're really something else. When I get back, I'll make sure to eat all the sunbae in your drawer, just to get you mad, you old fool. And that red-haired kid isn't any good either. Instead of staying in the New World, he had to bring the whole crew to the East Blue, ruining my vacation and making it impossible for me to properly teach my grandson. A tall, muscular old man wearing a dog-shaped hat was cursing incessantly. His aide, Bogart, looked at Garp's ranting and felt helpless. Clearly a nearly 70-year-old man. Yet his cursing was more vigorous than that of a young lad. The surrounding soldiers pretended not to hear. Such things happened at least 3 or 4 times a week. They had long since gotten used to Garp's unorthodox behavior. Seizing the moment when Garp was cursing, Bogart quickly stepped forward to inquire, "Admiral Garp, you should stop saying these things. Right now, finding the red-hair pirates is more important. This is one of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, and they actually came to the weakest East Blue. They must have some scheme. Should we notify the Navy on each island to be alert and take precautions?" Upon hearing this, Garp shot a glance at Bogart and said irritably, "What good will notification do? Do you think the soldiers on the islands of the East Blue can withstand the attack of the red-haired pirates? It's better to leave things as they are. Notifying them might just make them overly anxious and cause unnecessary trouble." As expected of Admiral Garp, he thought deeply. Bogart quickly flattered him. "Oomph." Garp crossed his arms and raised his chin slightly, looking rather pleased with himself. Didn't Bogart understand this reasoning? In fact, he understood it better than anyone. With Garp's carefree personality, he didn't really care about matters. Normally, all orders from the Navy and the various matters on the ship were handled entirely by Bogart. Bogart only said this because he was afraid Garp would continue to curse. 3 hours had passed, and while Garp's mouth didn't tire, his ears were exhausted. Just as the two were conversing, they suddenly noticed a sudden change in the weather in the left front, going from clear skies to dark clouds in an instant, with ominous clouds even revealing a dragon of lightning. As Garp's aide, Bogart had followed him for many years. Having seen countless strong individuals, he immediately recognized what was happening. This was the effect of Conqueror's Haki. The only person capable of unleashing Conqueror's Haki in the East Blue was undoubtedly that one man, one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Garp looked at the darkening sky and muttered, "What's going on? Red-haired is actually using Conqueror's Haki in the East Blue. Has he encountered some powerful enemy? Or is there an unknown strong person lurking in the East Blue? Is red-haired here for him?" Just as Garp was pondering, a soldier stepped forward to report, "Admiral Garp, it seems to be in the direction of Windmill Village." "What? Are you saying the red-hair pirates are currently in Windmill Village?" Garp's face was filled with disbelief. Just days ago, he had ended his vacation because he received news that the red-haired pirates had appeared in the East Blue. He had left Windmill Village to search for the traces of the red-haired pirates in the East Blue, after several days of searching with nothing to show for it. Now you tell me the red-haired pirates are in my hometown? What could possibly attract the red-haired pirates' attention in Windmill Village? Could it be that red-haired has discovered Ace's true identity? Impossible. This information is known only to me. Then who could red-haired's target be? Could it be Luffy? As he thought of this, Garp suddenly had a flash of insight. I said, "Why does that straw hat behind Luffy look so familiar? It always gives me a sense of DJVU. That can't possibly be Roger's straw hat, right?" At this point, Garp suddenly recalled a news story from over a decade ago. Back then, red-haired had gone to the East Blue and had actually lost his left arm. A dignified 4 emperor had lost an arm in the weakest East Blue. This was huge news at the time. However, the red-haired pirates provided no explanation for it. Coupled with red-haired's still formidable strength, the matter was left unresolved. But ever since then, every time Garp returned to Windmill Village for vacation. He would see his grandson Luffy wearing an ordinary straw hat. It was also from that time that Luffy had been shouting that he wanted to be the Pirate King and go out to sea to become a pirate. This made Garp extremely angry, and he had beaten Luffy many times over the years. But no matter how much he beat him, Luffy was as stubborn as a turtle, determined to become a pirate. This frustrated Garp greatly. Good heavens, today I finally found the reason. The problem lies with Red-Haired. Every time I come back to teach my grandson to be a good Navy, after I leave, Red-Haired comes to coax Luffy into becoming a pirate, spreading the benefits of becoming a pirate, ruining my efforts to teach him. Red-Haired had been plotting a grand scheme for the past 10 years. The more Garp thought about it, the clearer it became, and the angrier he got. Garp angrily shouted and headed full speed towards Windmill Village, determined to catch the red-haired pirates. I want that bastard Shanks to taste the power of my iron fist. At this moment, Bai Ye, along with Ghost 1 and Ghost 2, was already heading towards Lowtown. With less than a week left until the deadline for gathering, he should be able to make it in time. Although he didn't achieve his ultimate goal on this trip to Windmill Village and almost had a confrontation with Red-Haired, Bai Ye didn't consider this action a failure. Originally, what he said about the Night Organization to Red-Haired was just something he made up on the spot in a moment of desperation. But upon reflection, this organization might really have a reason to exist. As a traveler, his greatest advantage, aside from the system, was the storyline knowledge in his mind. Cleverly utilizing this knowledge might allow him to gain a substantial amount of world source power. The emergence of the Night Organization would provide a reasonable source for this information. By then, even if he summoned strong individuals from other worlds, he could place them into the Night Organization, which would actually enhance the mystery and power of the Night Organization. This could be considered a win-win situation. The more he thought about it, the more Bai Ye felt he was a genius. Lowtown, known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings, is located in the East Blue, near the entrance of the Grand Line. With only one day left until the deadline for reporting, Bai Ye hurriedly made his way and finally managed to catch up. Bai Ye arrived at the naval base in Rogtown to report for duty. The duty soldier looked at the identification in his hand with a face full of surprise and said, "Bai Ye? You are Bai Ye?" "Yeah. Doesn't my name appear on the ID?" Bai Ye replied with a smile. The duty soldier kept sizing up Bai Ye. He couldn't reconcile the strikingly handsome and gentle-looking man in front of him with the Bai Ye who was known as the Butcher by the East Sea Pirates. "Can I go in now?" Oh, yes, you can," the duty soldier said, coming back to his senses as he hurriedly handed the ID back to Bai Ye. In a tone full of admiration, he added, "You truly are a role model for our Navy. As a member of the Navy, this is just what I should do." Bai Ye responded. Bai Ye doesn't think of himself as particularly noble. He actively kills these pirates simply to obtain world source power for himself. However, the lower-ranking soldiers of the Navy do not see it this way. To them, someone like Bai Ye, who possesses considerable strength and a promising future, is willing to risk his life to hunt down pirates before his departure, greatly reducing the dangers in the East Sea. In other words, Bai Ye has unknowingly saved countless Navy soldiers' lives, earning their admiration. Colonel Smoker, Bai Ye reporting. Upon hearing Bai Ye's name, a glint flashed in Smoker's eyes. Finally, he had been waiting for this. Previously, he found Bai Ye's name on the list of recruits for the elite Navy training camp and thought it was just a coincidence of names. But after contacting Colonel Vaughn, he confirmed that the Navy lieutenant on the list, Bai Ye, was indeed the Bai Ye who had made a name for himself in the East Sea. Thus, he had been eager to see what kind of person this was. "Have Bai Ye come to me?" "Yes. Forget it. I'll just go find him myself." Bai Ye walked in the naval base like a bear being watched in a zoo. Whether it was the Navy stationed in Rogtown or soldiers from other naval bases participating in the elite naval training camp, they all wanted to see what this man, known as the Butcher by pirates, was really like. A burly man said to his companion, "Is this the Butcher Bai Ye? Doesn't seem like it, does it? Look at his frail appearance. I feel like I could knock out two with one punch." "Yeah, he's too skinny. Isn't Bai Ye supposed to be a 3-meter tall, muscular man with a face full of meat? Could this be a fake?" A female soldier nearby retorted indignantly, "Do you think Bai Ye is like you guys, simple-minded, with developed limbs and nothing but muscles in his head? If you have the ability, go eliminate a pirate crew by yourself. Bai Ye is so handsome. Just based on his looks, I believe his strength is as rumored." Although the voices of these people were not loud, Bai Ye's keen hearing caught every word. Goodness, it really is true that if a brother is good-looking, one's values follow the facial features. Smoker arrived to see a group of people surrounding Bai Ye. "Why are you all gathered here instead of training? Do you have nothing better to do? Have all the pirates around Rogtown been caught?" Hearing Smoker's somewhat serious tone, the surrounding people immediately dispersed and hurried to attend to their own business. When Smoker saw Bai Ye, he was also shocked by Bai Ye's youthful appearance. However, he did not pay much attention to this matter, instead looking seriously into Bai Ye's eyes. White Knight was also sizing up Smoker, who had short silver hair, an open jacket that fully exposed his chest, a circle of cigars around his waist, and 2 sea-stone javelins inserted behind him. He was one of the few significant Navy characters White Knight had encountered in the original work. Smoker frowned and said, "You killed Colonel Mouse and over 100 of his soldiers on Orange and Windmill Island, didn't you?" "That's right, I did," White Knight replied. Bai Ye candidly admitted this matter, which surprised Smoker. "Don't you have anything to say? Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? Killing a Navy lieutenant commander and over 100 sailors is no small crime. I managed to suppress this incident. If it gets reported, you might end up locked away and impelled down." Bai Ye sneered and said, "What's there to discuss? They wanted to kill me, so I killed them. Besides, don't you think they deserved it? The United Evil Dragon Pirates have oppressed the village of Kikishia for over 10 years, and many people have died at Arlong's hands during this time. Yet, as the colonel of a Navy base in Row Town, overseeing all the Navy in the EC, you've allowed this situation to persist for so long. Don't you think this matter is also greatly related to you? I helped you deal with the Navy's corrupt elements, and now you're coming to punish me?" Smoker was rendered speechless by Bai Ye's words. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "You're right. I do bear a significant responsibility in this matter. However, you can choose to report this incident, and we will naturally deal with those who colluded with the evil dragon pirates." Bai Ye sneered and ruthlessly mocked, "Is your brain filled with shit?" Smoker angrily replied, "Lieutenant Bai Ye, watch your words. You're speaking to your superior now." "Speaking? I just want to talk to you with my fists right now." As soon as Bai Ye's voice fell, his figure vanished from Smog's sight. In the next moment, a punch was directed straight at Smog's head. How could his speed be so fast? Smog was taken aback. He never expected Bai Ye to be this quick. If that punch hit, he would probably be seriously injured if not dead. The fist cut through the air with a piercing sound, and before it even reached him, the gust of wind it created rustled Smog's jacket. Although Bai Ye was only a lieutenant, Smog did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. After all, the reputation of single-handedly defeating dozens of pirate crews was not something to be taken lightly. He was a strong fighter who had survived through blood and battle. At that moment, it was too late for Smog to dodge, and he could only activate his Devil Fruit ability immediately. Bai Ye's fist struck Smoker's head, with his entire fist sinking in, yet it felt as if he had hit a mass of air, as Smoker's head transformed into smoke and scattered. He swiftly drew the Sea Prism stone nunchaku from his waist and slashed down hard, one from the left and one from the right, enveloping Bai Ye within. "Everyone look! Bai Ye is fighting with Colonel Smoker." Someone nearby noticed the clash between Bai Ye and Smoker and shouted loudly, "What? How could Bai Ye fight with Colonel Smoker? How could this happen? What is going on?" The crowd that had previously dispersed gathered again, nervously watching the intense battle at the center. On one side was Colonel Smoker, and on the other was Bai Ye, who they regarded as a role model. They could never have imagined that these two figures would actually come to blows. White Fist. Smoker transformed his arms into smoke and fiercely launched 2 smoke-formed fists at Bai Ye, the fist spiraling and intertwining in the air, leaving a long trail of white smoke, resembling an enraged dragon roaring towards him. Bai Ye sneered, "All show and no substance." Bai Ye punched towards the dragon's head, causing the entire smoke dragon to collapse. "You're strong, but don't underestimate me, you bastard." Smoker transformed his lower body into smoke, allowing him to move quickly through the air like a jet by rapidly expelling smoke. He left a large amount of smoke around Bai Ye to confuse him, constantly darting through the smoke and occasionally launching attacks. Bai Ye kicked away the 10 hands attacking from the right side and threw another punch towards Smoker's chest. Smoker quickly used his elemental transformation again, allowing the punch to pass through his chest without causing him any harm. Bai Ye let out a light snort. The nature-type Devil Fruit was indeed annoying with its elementalization ability. Without mastering Haki, there really wasn't a particularly good way to deal with nature-type users. All he could do was launch repeated attacks, constantly wearing down the stamina of the user with the nature-type fruit. Although Bai Ye couldn't inflict effective damage on Smoker, Smoker was even more helpless against Bai Ye. He had no idea why this guy was so strong. His strength, speed, and reflexes were all extremely formidable. After a round of fighting, he hadn't dealt any damage to Bai Ye, and his stamina was almost half gone. If this continued, he probably wouldn't last much longer. Bai Ye was so strong. Colonel Smoker used his Devil Fruit abilities and still couldn't defeat him. If I were to get married, I would definitely want to marry someone as handsome and strong as Bai Ye. A nearby male soldier helplessly said, "What are you daydreaming about at a time like this?" Hurry up and find a way to stop this fight. How to stop it? We don't even have the qualifications to participate in this battle. At this moment, the fight between Bai Ye and Smoker had reached a fever pitch. Bai Ye was already becoming annoyed with this ineffective battle. This further solidified his desire to go to the Navy elite training camp to learn hockey. Hey, I said, do you have any other means besides elementalization? This is getting boring. Smoker, with a focused expression, remained hidden in the smoke, occasionally launching surprise attacks on Bai Ye. Still coming? Bai Ye said impatiently, do you really think that just because you can elementalize, I can't do anything about you? Bai Ye sensed the timing of Smoker's appearance. Just as a 10-hands attack came from behind, Bai Ye not only did not dodge, but instead met it head-on. Let go. Bai Ye let out a low grunt and forcefully snatched the shikishu from Smoker's hand. Then, he charged into the smoke, sensing Smoker's position, and swung the stolen shikishu down with great force. Bang! The sound of clashing steel echoed through the smoke, and the shikishu in Smoker's hand was sent flying several meters away. Bai Ye swung his 10 arms, delivering a sweeping blow that struck Smoker's abdomen, forcefully knocking him out of his elemental state. Bai Ye didn't hold back this time. A bright red mark appeared on Smoker's abdomen, causing intense pain. Smoker felt as if his entire body had been split in two by that strike, and even moving was a luxury. Bai Ye pressed his 10 hands against Smoker's chest to prevent him from using elementalization again. The outcome was already determined. The surrounding soldiers were shocked, wondering how Colonel Smoker could be defeated. They could hardly believe what was happening before their eyes. Colonel Smoker was a user of a Logia-type Devil Fruit, and he was also the top of his class in the 25th Navy Elite Training Camp. To lose to someone like Bai Ye, who was not even considered a newcomer, was beyond comprehension. At that moment, a question arose in everyone's mind. How strong was Bai Ye really? Smoker lay on the ground, struggling to prop himself up. He looked at Bai Ye, who appeared unfazed, and a deep sense of defeat welled up inside him. As a Logia-type fruit user, he had lost to someone who couldn't even use hockey. The main reason for his defeat was the Sea Prism Stone weapon he carried. This blow was too heavy for someone like Smoker, who always held himself in high regard. Smoker involuntarily recalled what his teacher Zephyr had said during their time in the elite training camp. Smoker, don't think that just because you're a Logia user, you can only develop your fruit's abilities and neglect training in other skills. If you maintain that mindset, you will definitely suffer great losses in the future. At the time, Smoker did not take Zephyr's words seriously. He believed that the 3 admirals, Akainu, Kazuru, and Akiji, were all Logia users who had developed their abilities to the extreme, becoming the top figures on the seas. He thought that as long as he developed his fruit abilities well, he could become a strong fighter like the 3 admirals. But now, it became clear to him that he was wrong, horribly wrong. Bai Ye looked at Smoker, who was lying on the ground with a dazed expression, and couldn't help but frown. I didn't hit him on the head with that stick. Did I knock him silly? He said, hey, is it comfortable lying on the ground? Hearing Bai Ye's voice, Smoker finally woke up from his stupor and struggled to get up from the ground. Bai Ye asked, what was your first thought when I attacked you just now? Smoker pondered for a moment. You betrayed the Navy. I will arrest you. What if I don't cooperate? Then I will find a way to kill you. Bai Ye clapped his hands and said, there you go. It was then that Smoker realized why Bai Ye had suddenly attacked him. It was all because of the question he had asked earlier. This left Smoker feeling a bit helpless, thinking, can't we just talk things out properly? Why do I have to get beaten up? However, it was precisely because of that beating that Smoker recognized his shortcomings and understood his direction. Taking a deep breath, Smoker said, thank you. Bai Ye looked at Smoker in some shock, thinking, wow, did I really knock him silly? Those who participate in the Navy Elite Training Camp need to undergo a brief training period in Logtown first. Within a week, someone from the Navy headquarters will come to pick them up. Naturally, Bai Ye didn't need to attend such basic training. The intensity of that training would have no effect on him and would only waste his time. The other soldiers felt that Bai Ye's special treatment was only natural. After all, he was strong. Perhaps some soldiers who hadn't witnessed the previous scene might have some grievances in their hearts. However, any soldier who had seen Bai Ye fight Smoker didn't think that Bai Ye's skipping training was showing off. To quell any potential discontent from a few individuals, Colonel Smoker even announced that anyone who could defeat him like Bai Ye did could also skip training. Defeating Smoker? They could only fantasize about it in their hearts, as none dare to challenge him. Not everyone is a monster like Bai Ye. As a result, Bai Ye ended up being the most leisurely Navy member in Logtown. Compared to the hard days spent searching for pirates at sea the previous month, this life of wandering and eating was simply paradise. One day, just as Bai Ye was about to go out again, Smoker suddenly showed up. Going out for a stroll? I have nothing to do today, so I'll go with you and be your guide. Ever since Bai Ye defeated Smoker, Smoker's attitude towards him had changed from that of a superior to a peer. They now interacted as equals. For a normal person, being defeated by a subordinate in front of their own men and not seeking revenge would be considered magnanimous. Yet Smoker not only refrained from revenge, but treated Bai Ye as a friend instead. Such a thing could only be done by someone like Smoker, a rather unconventional figure within the Navy. Bai Ye has no ill feelings towards someone like Smoker, whether from the original work or the interactions over the past few days. Smoker embodies the word justice. Under Smoker's leadership, Bai Ye drank his way through all the famous taverns in Logtown. The two went out in the morning and kept drinking until the sun set before they began to head back. The once bustling square of Logtown was now empty, with only a tall execution platform standing under the bright moonlight, casting a long shadow towards the direction of the naval base. Smoker, with his drunken eyes, looked at the execution platform and murmured, "Bai Ye, what do you think Roger was thinking about before he died?" Bai Ye curled his lips and said, "Who knows what Roger is thinking? I'm not a worm in his stomach. 20 years ago, I witnessed the legendary pirate King Roger being executed here and heard him speak about One Piece before he died. Everyone present went crazy upon hearing the news, rushing out to see one after another, eager to find Roger's treasure. It was from that moment that the number of pirates on the ocean skyrocketed, and incidents of violence became rampant, showing me the ugly side of humanity when they lose restraint. At the same time, I developed the idea of joining the Navy to protect civilians. But after I joined the Navy, I realized that the justice of the Navy was not entirely what I had hoped for in my childhood. There's also unspeakable ugliness within the Navy, and some people, wearing the Navy's uniform, do things even more disgusting than pirates, yet I have no way to stop it. So I became confused. After graduating from the Navy elite training camp, I voluntarily applied to return to my hometown, Logtown. At the very least, I wanted to use my own abilities to ensure that my hometown would not be harmed by pirates. But pirates seem endless. Today a batch is killed, tomorrow another batch, and the day after that yet another will come. I am truly exhausted from killing. Listening to Smoker's words, Bai Ye's expression was complicated, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Smoker was indeed drunk and had taken Bai Ye as a friend, which is why he shared his true feelings. Over the years, he had indeed been too tired. Bai Ye said softly, "As long as the greed in people's hearts does not disappear, there will always be a steady stream of people going to sea to become pirates. There's nothing we can do about it." Smoker held his head in despair and asked, "Is there really no way to stop it?" "Of course there is." Smoker's eyes lit up, and he excitedly grabbed Bai Ye's arm. "What is the way?" White Knight uttered a few words, "Kill them all." As soon as the words fell, Smoker suddenly felt a chill, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees out of nowhere. The biting cold instantly sobered the slightly intoxicated Smoker, and he hesitated, wondering if this was the method to take right now. Bai Ye shook his head and said, "It's different. The current methods are too gentle. They capture those big pirates, but don't kill them, and even keep them in impel down." Smoker argued, "But that's because if we kill those big pirates, their devil fruit powers will turn back into devil fruits and appear on the sea again. If other pirates pick them up, it could cause significant losses. It would indeed be dangerous if other pirates find them. But what if our Navy finds them? Is it really that hard for our Navy to locate devil fruits?" Bai Ye replied, "The Navy's current actions are counterproductive. When worried about the enemy growing stronger, why not think about how to make ourselves stronger?" Bai Ye's words left Smoker deep in thought. What Bai Ye said was indeed correct, but such actions were a double-edged sword. If not handled properly, it could easily backfire. If the pirates really got their hands on it, so what? I was able to kill the previous user of the fruit, so naturally, I have the ability to take down the next user as well. I want to see if this continues. Would those pirates dare to eat the devil fruit after picking it up? Although the voice of White Knight was not loud, it sounded like thunder in Smoker's ears. "Yes. If I keep being afraid of this and that, how can I get anything done? I can kill your predecessor, so I can naturally take care of you as well. If the Navy finds this devil fruit first, it will only strengthen their power." Smoker said excitedly, "What else? What else there is that the 4 emperors of the New World cannot be dealt with. As long as the 4 emperors exist, it sets an example for the pirates below, igniting their desire to become pirates." Smoker said dejectedly, "But the strength of the 4 emperor pirate crews is simply too formidable, and we can't handle them at all." In the depths of Bai Ye's heart, he thought to himself, is it that he can't handle it, or that he doesn't want to handle it? It's hard to say. Ding. Congratulations to the host for having a huge impact on the thoughts of the original character Smoker. Reward: 500 points of world source power. The system notification sound, which hadn't been heard for a long time, rang out again. Can influencing thoughts also count? Isn't that too abstract? Or is it because Smoker is a relatively important character in the original work? So just influencing his thoughts can earn world source power. Bai Ye's thoughts are not without basis. If we follow the template of Garp and Roger, Smoker and Luffy are perfect replicas. Smoker gave up his home to chase Luffy, going from the East Blue Strait to the New World. His rank rose from a colonel in the branch to a rear admiral at headquarters. Meanwhile, Luffy's bounty soared from 30 million to 5 billion, earning him the title of the 5th Emperor of the New World. Unfortunately, this 5th Emperor is a false one, as Kaido knocked him back to his original form with a single blow. Of course, that's a story for later. However, if it's really possible to gain the world's source power through such methods, Bai Ye could consider how to train his rhetoric skills. At that point, he could engage in a battle of wits and brainwash a crowd, which would be quite profitable. The next day, after waking up in the morning, Bai Ye opened the data panel. Host, Bai Ye Template. Saitama from One Punch Man Fusion Degree. 10 World Source Power. 515 Special Skill. Emperor Engine Fusion Degree 1011. Requires spending World Source Power. 400 points. It was a bit painful to increase the Fusion Degree, leaving only 115 points of World Source Power, suddenly making him broke. However, the effect was very noticeable. Bai Ye could clearly feel that he had become stronger. He had previously thought about exchanging characters or opening a secondary exchange shop in the store. Now it seemed like a daydream. He should focus on strengthening himself before considering those things. Bai Ye thought carefully for a moment and realized that the only way to quickly gain a large amount of world source power was to raise his own military rank. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Outside, Smoker's voice sounded. Bai Ye, are you awake? If you are, let's have another battle. Perhaps Bai Ye's words from the previous night had successfully stimulated Smoker, making him aware of his own shortcomings. So, early in the morning, he came to find Bai Ye for a fight. Bai Ye opened the door and saw a somewhat excited Smoker. He said helplessly, I don't want to fight with someone like you. It's just a waste of time and effort. Bai Ye currently cannot use armament hockey and does not have any sea prism stone weapons. If he fights Smoker, he can only exhaust his stamina. It will be better to take a nap during that time. Smoker naturally understands Bai Ye's meaning and quickly patted his chest, assuring, I promise not to use my devil fruit abilities during the fight. Bai Ye was puzzled and asked, not using the fruit ability? I promise. Bai Ye looked at Smoker with a face full of disdain. You don't have some masochistic tendencies, do you? Smoker was fuming, his forehead practically steaming with anger. Can you even speak? What do you mean by masochistic tendencies? He just simply wants to train abilities other than his devil fruit. White Knight saw Smoker getting increasingly angry, and he quickly agreed. Since someone wanted to get beaten up, then why not? After all, it wouldn't hurt him. In the training ground, the soldiers who were supposed to be training had gathered into a group, chattering away, having heard that Colonel Smoker was going to fight White Knight again. What was going on with Colonel Smoker? He clearly couldn't win, but still wanted to fight. Exactly. He was beaten so badly last time that he hadn't been able to unbutton his jacket for 3 days because of that mark on his abdomen. I've been following Colonel Smoker for 3 years, and it was the first time I saw him button up his jacket. I almost died laughing. The male soldier became more and more cheerful as he spoke, his face beaming with unspeakable joy. Suddenly, the others around noticed that Smoker was standing behind the talking soldier, and the murderous intent was almost written on his face. One by one, they lowered their heads, fearing they would catch Smoker's attention, while the talking soldier remained unaware of the impending danger. Seeing that no one was laughing, he was a bit surprised and said, What? Don't you think it's funny? I thought it was pretty funny. That day, I even ate 2 more bowls of dinner. From between Smoker's teeth came a chilling remark. Mom, if it's that funny, make sure to eat more at dinner from now on. If you don't eat enough, don't even think about sleeping. Mom cried out, Colonel Smoker, I was wrong. Indeed, people do like to court death. Mom did, and so did Smoker. One liked to talk nonsense, and the other liked to get beaten up. Dasky, lend me your knife for a moment. Oh, okay. Dasky clumsily took Shigure from her waist and carefully placed it in White Knight's hands. Because Smoker's weapon was made of sea prism stone, its hardness far exceeded that of ordinary weapons. Shigure was one of the 50 fine blades, and its hardness was no less than that of sea prism stone, which is why White Knight borrowed the knife from Dasky. The sound of the long knife scraping against its sheath was quite pleasant. The blade was cold, too thin, and the overall appearance was slightly delicate, clearly a lady's knife. Holding 10 hands, Smoker said in a deep voice, White Knight, attack me. Bai Ye exclaimed that it was the first time he had seen someone make such a despicable request, and it seemed that not satisfying him was not an option. Then you better be careful. As soon as Bai Ye's voice fell, he appeared in front of Smoker, gripping Shigure tightly in one hand and striking down heavily. Without using his devil fruit abilities, Smoker couldn't dodge in time and could only barely raise his jit to block. Bang! A tremendous force transferred from the jit to Smoker's arm, the terrifying power rendering him unable to withstand it, causing his weapon to fly out of his hand. Smoker's body seemed to be embedded in the ground, with only his upper body exposed, looking quite pitiful. Watching from the sidelines, Tashigi rubbed her eyes and put on her glasses, only to find that the scene before her hadn't changed. Colonel Smoker, without using his devil fruit abilities, couldn't even withstand a single strike from Bai Ye. It didn't seem this bad last time, did it? Smoker's head was spinning, unable to believe that this guy's strength seemed to have increased again. His speed also seemed to have gotten faster. How is this possible? It has only been a few days. The memory of being beaten up last time was still fresh in his mind. Is the gap between people really this big? Looking at Bai Ye's youthful face and then at himself, who was nearly 30, Smoker suddenly had the urge to dig a hole and bury himself in it, never to come out again. Bai Ye squatted down with a beaming smile and asked, "Are we still fighting?" Smoker replied decisively, "Yes. Of course we are." After Bai Ye left, he thought about how hard it would be to find someone as strong as Bai Ye in the East Blue, and he didn't want to miss the chance to have a few more fights. Moreover, after Bai Ye had said those words to Smoker the night before, Smoker felt that Bai Ye was definitely not an ordinary person. So young, yet so powerful. And in just a few days, his strength had surprisingly increased significantly, showcasing exceptional talent. Most importantly, Bai Ye's words resonated with him, reigniting the passion that had long been dormant within him. Reflecting on his childhood dreams, Smoker suddenly had an idea. "Bai Ye, what is it? Don't want to get beaten up anymore? If you don't want to get beaten up, then I'm going to go back to sleep." Bai Ye returned the knife to Dasky and walked towards the dormitory. Smoker said heavily, "Bai Ye, can you end the era of great pirates? Can you really bring it to an end? What does it mean to end it? Is it over when all the pirates are killed? Even if the pirates are gone, there are still the celestial dragons. I can't predict the future. How would I know? All I know is that if I become stronger now, at least I won't die at someone else's hands in the future." Bai Ye curiously observed the disheveled Smoker, and with his years of experience reading online novels, he roughly guessed Smoker's thoughts. "You want to follow me?" Smoker nodded, as that was indeed his idea. "Don't joke around. You're a colonel, and I'm a lieutenant. There's a 6-rank difference between us. But for you, isn't it just a matter of 1 or 2 years? In the silent white night, you seem to know better than I do when I can become a colonel." Bai Ye counted on his fingers and said, "Then there's still a lot of problems between us. For example, you're already 32 years old, and I just turned 18 this year, just an adult. In fact, still a child." Smoker and Dashki beside him had dark expressions. If they could, they really wanted to kill Bai Ye. He was so damn annoying. After teasing them for a while, Bai Ye stopped provoking the two and agreed to Smoker's request. Agreeing to this wouldn't cost him anything, and if Bai Ye wasn't happy in the Navy in the future and faced unfair treatment, he could directly lead a large group of Navy to revolt and counterattack Marineford. That scene would definitely be beautiful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of the original character Smoker. Reward World Source Power. 1,500 points. Hearing the system prompt suddenly ringing in his mind, Bai Ye's eyes nearly burst into flames looking at Smoker. 1,500 points. Since obtaining the system, he had never received such a windfall. Although it had only been a short month since Bai Ye activated the system, this was still an unimaginable fortune for him now. If Smoker were a beautiful woman, Bai Ye would have wanted to go up and hug him and kiss him a few times. Under Bai Ye's gaze, Smoker felt an inexplicable chill in his lower half buried in the ground. He thought, "He wouldn't do anything to me while I'm unable to move, would he?" Out of self-preservation, Smoker awkwardly said, "Could you pull me out first? I can't move." Bai Ye looked at Smoker with a dumbfounded expression. "Aren't you the smoke fruit user? Can't you just turn into smoke and come out?" "All right, I almost forgot. I thought I still couldn't use my devil fruit powers." Watching Smoker turn into smoke and come out, he had a look of joy on his face. Bai Ye propped his forehead with his hand, feeling a sharp pain in his head. He suddenly thought that the 1,500 world source points were actually the system's way of compensating for Smoker's minor brain issues. Hence the nursing fee. As he pondered, Bai Ye's gaze shifted to Dasky beside him. "Taking care of Smoker earns me 1,500 world source points. Although Dasky's role in the original work is not significant, she should be quite important just because she resembles Zoro's childhood friend. So if I take care of Dasky, the system should also reward me with a good amount of world source points, right? In fact, even if it's less, Bai Ye wouldn't mind. Who wouldn't want to take care of a beautiful sister? Caring for a sister is everyone's duty, and love doesn't depend on how many world source points one has." The awakening of Bai Ye is so profound. Under Bai Ye's intense gaze, Daki froze, and for a moment, her mind was filled with various embarrassing scenarios, causing her face to turn crimson. The atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Smoker noticed the two's expressions and felt like a 500-watt light bulb, very out of place. After an unknown amount of time, Smoker couldn't help but speak up. How about I leave first, and you two take your time? Under Bai Ye's gaze, Daki's face turned so red it reached her ears, and her chin was so low it couldn't go any lower. There was nothing she could do. Her strength didn't allow her to lower herself any further. Daki, shy and speechless, while Bai Ye pondered why the system didn't indicate Daki's following. Logically, as Smoker's deputy, if Smoker was following him, then Daki should count too, right? Could it be that I need to do something else? Bai Ye's gaze towards Daki became deeper. This system is something else. Seeing that the two of them were ignoring him, Smoker was worried about disturbing the harmonious atmosphere between Bai Ye and Daki. In a moment of despair, Smoker suddenly remembered Bai Ye's earlier words. That's right. I am a user of the smoke fruit. I can use the fruit's abilities. Smoker silently activated his elementalization, completely turning into smoke, and quietly left the playground with the breeze. When Bai Ye came back to his senses and looked around, Smoker had already vanished without a trace. Hey, where's Smoker? Suddenly hearing Bai Ye's voice, Daki turned so red it seemed like she could bleed, screamed, and hurriedly ran outside. In her panic, Daki accidentally knocked off her glasses. As someone with severe myopia, Daki saw everything in front of her as a blur. But she was too embarrassed to turn back and pick up her glasses, so she could only rely on her memory to run towards the door. Hey, Daki, your glasses fell. Bai Ye shouted as he picked up the glasses. Don't run. Stop. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Daki ran even faster, as if a hungry wolf was chasing her from behind, ignoring everything as she ran forward. Bai Ye kindly reminded, there's a wall ahead. Unfortunately, the reminder came a bit late, and bang. Daki slammed her head into the wall and fainted. Looking at the 3 dents left on the wall, Bai Ye shook his head and sighed. TSK, poor wall, suffering an undeserved disaster. I really don't know why this little girl was running so fast. In Rogue Town, a week quickly passed. This morning, Smoker had already informed Bai Ye that the Navy headquarters ship would arrive at noon to take them away. Through Smoker, Bai Ye learned that the elite training camp is generally held once every 3 years, with about 500 participants in each session. The Navy headquarters occupies around 300 spots, while the other 200 are allocated by the Navy from the 4 seas. On average, each sea's Navy occupies 50 spots. The number of soldiers selected from the East Sea Navy to participate in the elite training camp is less than 40. They didn't even reach the average, which shows that the strength of the East Sea Navy is indeed generally weak. However, there's nothing that can be done. After all, the East Sea pirates are also weak, which doesn't allow the Navy's soldiers to grow relatively well. Now, with Bai Ye's disturbances in the East Sea, it's likely that before Luffy sets sail, the East Sea Navy will be bored to death. At noon, Smoker brought all the participants of the elite training camp to the port to wait. Bai Ye said softly, Smoker, you need to train well while I'm away. Don't neglect your abilities and the development of your devil fruit. If, after I graduate, your strength is still this poor, you might as well stay in Low Town and enjoy your retirement. Smoker nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, assuring, don't worry, I will definitely strengthen my training. And you too, Tashigi, Bai Ye added. Hearing Bai Ye's address, Tashigi blushed and shyly replied, I will, Lord Bai Ye. Then I can rest assured. While the 3 were chatting, they noticed a ship sailing on the sea. The sail was adorned with a seagull holding a scale, symbolizing the maintenance of world peace and order, which was particularly eye-catching. However, what stood out even more was the comical sight of a pug at the bow of the ship, holding a bone in its mouth. This surprised Bai Ye. Weren't they supposed to be picked up by someone from the Navy headquarters? Why was it Garp who came? Shouldn't that old guy be chasing after the red-haired pirates? As the ship docked, Garp came down from the ship. Smoker exclaimed in surprise, Vice Admiral Garp, I can't believe it's you who came to pick us up. Garp recognized Smoker. Oh, it's you. I didn't expect you to graduate from the elite training camp. And, as the top of your class, no less. You become somewhat famous at the Navy headquarters. Why are you still a colonel at the Low Town branch? Garp asked in confusion. The strength of the East Blue Pirates is so weak. Staying here is just a waste of time. Garp's words carried a hint of disappointment. After all, Smoker was a smoked devil fruit user, and although he couldn't compare to the 3 admirals, he was still among the stronger ones. You should be out in the new world making a name for yourself, not cooped up here as a little colonel. No, after this trip, I will have Sengoku transfer you to the new world. Faced with Garp's words, Smoker could only smile wryly and nod. Garp's few remarks completely changed Smoker's future path. No one would doubt the truth of Garp's words, As the hero of the Navy, Garp had more influence in the Navy than the admirals. But he was usually too lazy to manage things. Are these the Navy soldiers selected from the East Blue? Garp looked over one by one. Every soldier under Garp's gaze felt immensely honored, adjusting themselves to their best mental state. This was a living legend. Whether it was chasing the pirate King Roger or teaming up with Sengoku to imprison the Golden Lion and impel down. Each of these events was enough to shock the entire sea. How could they not be excited when such a legendary figure personally came to pick them up? Under Garp's gaze, Bai Ye remained unfazed, but he felt a bit uneasy inside. It was hard not to feel guilty, especially since just a few days ago he had been planning to kill Garp's grandson. Now that he had run into the main character, he naturally needed to keep a low profile to avoid drawing Garp's attention. Garp praised, "Very good, you are indeed the elite of the East Blue Navy. I hope that after you arrive at the Navy headquarters, you will train hard and contribute to protecting the people." The 37 Navy soldiers shouted, "For justice!" Bai Ye instinctively wanted to shout for freedom along with them, but quickly changed his mind to avoid ruining the scene. "All right, Smoker, we're leaving now. That old man Sengoku treats me like free labor and has assigned me a bunch of tasks. I'm really too busy." Cough, cough, cough. On the side, Bogart almost coughed up a lung to remind Garp that there were other soldiers present. "What are you coughing for? I haven't even cursed at him in front of the soldiers. Isn't calling him an old man enough?" Bogart could only smile wryly. "You do as you please. Just do whatever makes you happy." The soldiers around were shocked to hear Garp's words. "You just called Admiral Sengoku an old man. Isn't that considered cursing? What would it be like if you really cursed?" Smoker and Tashigi stood on the shore, watching Garp's warship gradually sail away. They exchanged a glance and sighed in relief at the same time. Finally, that guy is gone. Reflecting on the torment of these days, both Smoker and Tashigi felt a sense of regret for meeting Bai Ye. Smoker gritted his teeth and said, "That guy said I have a masochistic tendency, but I think he has a sadistic tendency." "Colonel Smoker, after Lord Bai Ye graduates, are we really going to look for him?" Smoker hesitated for a long time and said painfully, "We should go, otherwise when he comes looking for us, it will really be the end." Meanwhile, Bai Ye on the ship also missed Smoker and Tashigi. With their departure, he lost two people who could gather world source power, which truly hurt his heart. Back in Lowtown, Bai Ye successfully conquered Tashigi and received a reward of 1,400 points of world source power, which was a bit less compared to Smoker, but still sufficient. Bai Ye also figured out how to achieve the conditions for gaining followers. Simply put, it starts with brainwashing, getting others to agree with your viewpoint and feel that you are right. Secondly, through personal charisma, making others believe that they can only achieve their ideals by following you. Achieving these 2 points is considered meeting the requirements for following. Moreover, over the past few days, Bai Ye discovered another way to gain world source power. As the strength of his followers increases, he also receives a small reward of world source power. So, during these days, he has been training Smog and Dasky a lot. Although the rewards are not much, just 2 or 3 points, even a small mosquito is still meat. As a result, Smog and Dasky feel like avoiding Bai Ye whenever they see him. Bai Ye opened the current attribute panel, very strong, and he was quite satisfied. Host, Bai Ye Template. Saitama from One Punch Man Fusion Degree. 17 world source power. 3 along the way, Bai Ye had witnessed the ferocity of Garp. He always carried 2 boxes of shells, and whenever he saw a pirate ship while sailing, it was a punch like a meteorite. The bombs thrown manually were even more powerful than those fired from a battleship's main cannon. Given the level of pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, almost no one could withstand even one shot from Garp. Seeing the pirate crews that had been wiped out along the way, Bai Ye felt heartbroken. This was all world source power. He wished he could pick up the shells next to Garp and throw a few himself. Unfortunately, Bai Ye didn't dare to reveal his full strength. Don't be fooled by Garp's seemingly carefree demeanor. He was actually more calculating than anyone else. Otherwise, how could he thrive in the Navy while his son was the leader of the Revolutionary Army? If he raised Garp's suspicions and linked Bai Ye to the powerful figure he had faced off against a few days ago with the red-haired, it would be troublesome to explain. It was only when entering the Navy headquarters at Marineford that Bai Ye truly understood Garp's prestige in the Navy. The Navy headquarters was such a tightly guarded place that even the ships of vice admirals would be stopped for inspection. But no soldier dared to check Garp's ship, as it was a clear green light all the way through. Every Navy soldier who saw Garp, even if they were vice admirals, had to salute and respectfully call him Vice Admiral Garp. Garp, on the other hand, greeted everyone with a smile, appearing amiable. Eventually, they arrived at their destination, the elite training camp at the back of the Navy headquarters. Finally at the place, this is where you will stay for the next 3 years. Garp led Bai Ye and the others to a place similar to a Navy branch base. At the playground at the entrance, hundreds of soldiers were already waiting, gathering all the young elite soldiers from the Navy of the Four Seas. Garp shouted at the entrance, "Zifa, I brought your students." A man with purple hair, whose build was comparable to Garp's, walked out of the crowd. "Why are you the one picking them up? Don't mention it. It's all that Sengoku's fault for arranging this mess for me. I still have things to deal with." Zifa and Garp were from the same batch in the Navy, and they had a great relationship, exchanging a few pleasantries. Zifa glanced over and said, "So these are the soldiers from the East Sea? Are these the ones who passed the selection?" Garp looked embarrassed. He was originally from the East Sea, and he had some familiarity with the soldiers from there. Being called out by Zifa, he felt a bit ashamed. But then Garp's eyes turned, and he suddenly remembered something, quietly saying to Zifa, "Although we don't have many people in the East Sea, there's a good seedling named Bai Ye. I heard that Bai Ye defeated more than a dozen pirate crews by himself. He's worth cultivating." During his time in the East Sea, Garp had heard some rumors. However, after observing Bai Ye for these past few days, Garp had not noticed anything unusual about him. He thought it might just be a case of exaggeration, so he didn't pay much attention. In his view, with those pirates from the East Sea, he could take out a ship of them with just one finger. Defeating East Sea pirates wasn't impressive. It was only because Zifa mentioned it that he remembered Bai Ye. However, if he had known that Bai Ye defeated those pirate crews, while not exaggerated to the point of using just one finger, it was still done with just a few punches, he probably wouldn't have thought so. Zifa listened to Garp's words and saw Garp's somewhat unconfident expression, and he understood that Garp was likely saying this to save face. If Bai Ye really had the ability to defeat more than a dozen pirate crews, why would he come to the Navy elite training camp? Just playing house. The so-called pirate crews were probably just a few strong guys going to sea together, calling themselves pirates. It was hard to say if the total bounty of the crew even reached 1,000,000 berries. A random soldier from the Navy headquarters could probably handle such a pirate crew. What was there to boast about regarding this Bai Ye? However, Zifa also knew that Garp said this for face-saving. As a good brother, he didn't expose Garp, but instead nodded with a smile. After sending Garp off, Zifa's smile faded, and all the soldiers lined up according to their respective seas. With the 4 seas plus the Navy headquarters, there were a total of 5 teams. At a glance, Bai Ye could see the gap between the East Sea and the other seas. There was no need to say much about the Navy headquarters. Over 300 people gathered, looking like a dark mass from above. Even the second-to-last South Sea had more than 50 people. In contrast, the East Sea had a pitiful 37 people, with their line significantly shorter than the others. The soldiers from the East Sea all knew about Bai Ye's strength, so naturally, they let Bai Ye stand at the front of the line. Zifa instructed the instructor beside him, "Since everyone is here, let's start the tests." He then thought for a moment and added, "Let the East Sea soldiers be tested last, so they can understand how big the gap is between them and the other soldiers." Based on the past year's test results from East Sea soldiers, the instructor could imagine that after seeing the results of the other soldiers, the East Sea soldiers would feel so ashamed they would want to bury themselves in the ground. It was likely that they wouldn't be able to perform at their normal level during the tests. The instructor hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but say, "Isn't this a bit too cruel?" Zifa replied, "This is just to let them recognize themselves in advance, so they don't think that the pirates in the Grand Line are as weak as those in the East Sea. If we don't show them some harshness after graduation, do you expect pirates to go easy on them? Right now, it's just losing face. Later, they could lose their lives." Ever since his wife and child were killed by pirates, Admiral Zifa's thoughts on not killing had completely changed. Nearly 600 people followed the instructor into the training hall, which was extremely spacious, with a height of over 10 meters, capable of accommodating all the soldiers. On one side of the hall stood 5 testing machines, similar to punch power testing machines. The targets were made of special metal, connected to an LCD display. It was said that this was developed by scientist Vegapunk. Each of you will take turns punching the target with all your strength, and then the display will show the power of your punch. Starting with the soldiers from the Navy headquarters, the few people from the East Sea started to whisper among themselves, asking each other about their past test results. "Bai Ye, what was your test score?" "Test? What test? I haven't heard of any test. Didn't you go through a test? How did you get selected?" "I killed a pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries, and then I was selected. Because the plot behind this is not present. The values here are only calculated in kilograms. Titus, 330 kilograms. Next. Harris, 364 kilograms. Next." Suddenly, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. "Quake, 532 kilograms. Not bad. It's increased by 40 kilograms compared to before." The instructor nodded with a smile as he looked at the strong soldier in front of him. "Wow, 532 kilograms. That's incredible. My two fists combined are not even as high as his one punch. No wonder he was selected from the Navy headquarters. His strength is impressive. Other soldiers from different seas expressed their admiration. With 5 punching power testing machines, the testing speed was very fast. Soon, the soldiers from the Navy headquarters had completed their tests. Next up were the soldiers from the North Sea, the strongest among the 4 seas. Although the soldiers from the North Sea were not as strong overall as those from the Navy headquarters, they were still quite good. There were even a few exceptional soldiers who exceeded 300 kilograms, while most were around 270 to 280 kilograms. The overall strength of the West Sea and South Sea was not much different, with values generally above 240 kilograms. Only the soldiers from the East Sea remained. At this moment, Bai Ye was contemplating how strong he should demonstrate during the test. Should he go with the underdog comeback route or the genius route? After thinking it over, Bai Ye decided that the underdog comeback route would be better. Just imagine, a weak East Sea soldier gradually becoming stronger in the Navy elite training camp. How inspiring that would be. This kind of growth curve is more gentle and easier for others to accept. By then, perhaps many Navy soldiers would be moved by his experience and be willing to follow him. As for facing disdain while pretending to be weak, Bai Ye didn't care at all. He had heard enough of that during the 3 years before he activated the system. This is called playing the fool, to catch a big fish and quietly making a fortune. Other East Sea soldiers saw that Bai Ye had not made a move, while the instructor had already begun to urge them. So they hurriedly stepped forward to test, under the slightly mocking gazes of the other soldiers. The East Sea soldier approached the testing machine as if heading to the execution ground. Daniel took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his nervousness. He threw a punch at the target with all his strength. 168 kilograms. Next, the instructor let out a barely noticeable sigh. The gap between the East Sea soldiers and those from other places was indeed too large. 168 kilograms is not even higher than one of my female soldiers. Seriously, can someone with this kind of strength come to participate in the Navy training camp? Isn't the selection standard for the East Sea a bit too low? Understand that we are here because there are only so many spots. They are here because they're the only ones available. Hearing the comments around him, Daniel felt ashamed. His strength was not limited to this. During the first selection, he had already reached 200 kilograms. He was just too nervous in this situation and underperformed. 172 kilograms. Next. 200 kilograms. Next. As the test results came out one by one, the disdainful voices of the other soldiers grew louder. The soldiers who had completed their tests stood with their heads down, occasionally glancing at Bai Ye. Those who went up to test also looked at Bai Ye a few times before stepping up. Bai Ye was surprised by their reactions. Why are you all looking at me? You don't want me to go up and shock everyone, do you? The reason why Bai Ye waited until the end to take action was to first observe everyone's average strength. It's not a good thing to show one's strength too low. Taking a value that is somewhat above average is more reliable. Bai Ye, you can only rely on yourself in the EC. Show your true strength and regain your face. We believe in you with your strength. You can definitely blind them with your brilliance. Faced with their trust, Bai Ye felt like crying without tears. What are you all doing? I don't want to show off. I just simply want to pretend to be useless. Just when Bai Ye was in a mental struggle, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for activating a random task. Achieve first place in the recruitment test. Completing the task will reward you with 200 points of world source power. Wow, the system has spoken. I'm here to show off on orders. In the face of world source power, all the underdog comebacks and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger were thrown out of my mind. Let us just do it. Bai Ye looked at the expectant eyes of the crowd and said firmly, "You can rest assured. Maintaining the glory of the East Sea is our unshakable duty." The soldiers watching from the side also noticed the frequent glances from the East Sea soldiers towards Bai Ye and couldn't help but speculate. What do you think is going on over there in the East Sea? Why do they keep looking at that person in front? Could it be that they're admiring his looks? A female soldier said dreamily, "He really is handsome." A burly man beside her, filled with jealousy, retorted, "What's the use of being handsome? Handsome doesn't put food on the table. Just look at his physique. He would struggle to lift 150 kilograms. Soon it was Bai Ye's turn to take the stage. When he stepped up, it was evident that the atmosphere among the East Sea soldiers had completely changed. They were no longer as downcast as before. Each one seemed to be anticipating something. Even the instructor was somewhat puzzled by the stark contrast in the East Sea soldiers' demeanor. Someone reasonably speculated, could it be that this person is the strongest among the East Sea soldiers, which is why they are so eager? A companion countered, "What good is being the strongest in the East Sea? With our stats, anyone among us could be the strongest in the East Sea." Quake, impatient, interjected, "Everyone shut up. We'll know once we watch." With Quake speaking up, the others had no choice but to fall silent and quietly watch Bai Ye's performance. At that moment, Bai Ye took the stage like a superstar, with nearly 600 pairs of eyes fixed on him. Bai Ye approached the testing machine, feeling the scorching gazes from behind him, and murmured, "Since you want to show off, then I'll give you a big one to scare you all." He raised his right fist towards the target, slowly straightening it, and suddenly stopped just 2 centimeters away from the target. His thumb rested on his middle finger, while the other 3 fingers remained straight. Everyone was puzzled by Bai Ye's actions. What did this guy want to do? A brother with a unique thought process remarked, "Is he going to hit the target with a finger?" This big brother was indeed correct. The middle finger suddenly snapped out, producing a deafening sound of air explosion in an instant. Bang! The target, which had withstood numerous tests and remained unscathed, instantly dented like rubber. The next moment, amidst the shocked expressions of the crowd, the entire testing machine flew backward rapidly for dozens of meters under the terrifying force, crashing into the wall and leaving a deep pit. Oops, I might have used a bit too much force. Showing off like the wind, always accompanying me. The crowd looked at Bai Ye as if he were a monster, having sent the punching power testing machine flying so far with just a finger. Is this even a human? If that hit someone, TSK, it would definitely be a bloody scene. Just thinking about having to be classmates with such a person for 3 years made everyone feel a sense of despair. Wouldn't they be crushed by him for 3 years? Not even getting a chance to turn over? Especially Quake, who had previously performed the best. He thought he was the most outstanding in this academy. Moreover, he still had a trump card that he hadn't revealed yet to compete for the top position. Now it seemed there was no need to use it at all. Time to go home. It's all over. Quake had already begun to contemplate whether to ask Zephyr for a withdrawal from school. After Bai Ye graduates, he could join the elite training camp. There's no other way. As the top of the Navy elite training camp, upon graduation, he would be individually assigned a warship, which is typically a treatment reserved for rear admirals. Only a very few brigadiers could enjoy such special treatment. Most graduates who were the top of their class would be awarded the rank of brigadier. Therefore, every classmate would strive hard for the top spot. Cases like Smoker, who didn't think things through and voluntarily applied to return home to become a colonel, are exceptions. The instructor looked at Bai Ye's carefree figure leaving and felt a mix of emotions, wondering how to record the scores. Should I note, down 1 punching power testing machine? In the following tests, Bai Ye repeatedly refreshed everyone's perceptions. Whether it was weightlifting, speed tests, or other physical fitness tests, Bai Ye's scores were at the top of the camp. Moreover, he outperformed the second-place contestant by a wide margin. In the end, as the instructor recorded the scores, he found himself in a daze. He even began to self-doubt. With my strength, am I really worthy to be Bai Ye's instructor? Maybe I should let him be my instructor instead. After the test concluded, everyone was numb. Even when the instructor announced dismissal, they still looked dumbfounded, as if they were oblivious. Even the soldiers from the East Sea were no longer as excited as before. They only knew that Bai Ye was strong enough to defeat Colonel Smoker. However, they didn't expect Bai Ye to be ridiculously strong, and he was only 18 years old, while some of them were nearly 30. How can one live like this? The instructor held the test results and headed to Zephyr's office. This was Zephyr's personal habit. After the entrance tests were completed, he would tailor appropriate training plans based on each soldier's situation. After all, everyone starts from a different point, and common training methods are not suitable for everyone. When Zephyr looked up and saw the instructor's unusual expression, he took the results and casually asked, "Why do you look so grim? Is the result of this entrance test very poor?" Zephyr opened the results and looked through them, finding them not bad. "Oh, this Quake has decent strength. He can be cultivated further." After looking through all the scores outside of the East Sea, a smile appeared on Zephyr's face. The strength of this batch of recruits was quite good. After they graduate, they would provide a new batch of manpower for the Navy. As for the East Sea's results, Zephyr only glanced at the first 2 before losing interest in continuing. Zephyr shook his head and sighed, alas. The Navy of the East Sea has been getting worse over the years. If this continues, we really need to cut back on their quotas. Chief Instructor, I suggest you take a look further down. You might be pleasantly surprised. Zephyr looked puzzled. A surprise from the East Sea. The instructor was somewhat looking forward to Zephyr's expression when he saw Bai Ye's results. Although Zephyr didn't understand the instructor's meaning, he continued to look down. With results like these, how can it be a surprise for me? Until Zephyr flipped to Bai Ye's results, he stood up directly from his chair. All testing scores were first place. Instructor Cook, can you explain to me what it means to send a punching power testing machine flying with 1 finger? Cook recounted the situation as it was. He flicked it with just 1 finger? The punching power testing machine is a relatively rare instrument in the Navy, with no doubt about its hardness. Even rear admirals can use the testing machine to assess their strength. But Bai Ye actually sent it flying with just one finger. Zephyr suddenly recalled what Garp had said before he left. Bai Ye had single-handedly taken down over a dozen pirate crews in the EC. Previously, he thought Garp was boasting to save face or that those pirate crews were just minor ones. But who would have thought Bai Ye's strength would be so formidable? Zephyr murmured, Garp did not deceive me. This kid really did come to play house. Regarding Bai Ye's achievements in taking down a dozen pirate crews, Bai Ye did not let Smoker report it, because resolving these pirates' achievements would at most elevate Bai Ye from lieutenant to lieutenant colonel, and at best to colonel. He wouldn't even reach the rank of brigadier. However, if Bai Ye graduated with the top score, he would at least become a major. So Bai Ye didn't care much about those achievements and let Smoker handle them as he saw fit. Cook felt troubled. Chief Instructor Zephyr, I'm supposed to take them for training tomorrow. But does Bai Ye really need training? I feel like if you throw him into the new world, he could survive just fine. Zephyr understood Cook's implication. Having a weak person train a strong one is just ridiculous. All right, from now on, I will personally handle Bai Ye's training. You all just take care of the other recruits. Cook breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He was genuinely afraid that while training Bai Ye, he might provoke him. And what if Bai Ye flicked him with a finger? He certainly didn't think his bones were harder than the punching power testing machine. The next day, Bai Ye learned that he wouldn't need to train with the other recruits. He was not surprised by this. Geniuses always receive special treatment wherever they are, regardless of whether they have any cheats. One punching power testing machine costs 50 million berries, and the cost to repair the training room walls is 20 million berries, totaling 70 million berries. I hope you can repay this fee soon. This is the first time Bai Ye met Zay Fa, and Zay Fa's first sentence was this. Just this one sentence made Bai Ye feel an impulse to drop out. Is this a damn training camp? Is this a black shop? You didn't mention this to me when I was being tested. Bai Ye tried to argue. Instructor Zephyr, this isn't very reasonable, is it? Zephyr looked at the slightly immature Bai Ye and smiled faintly. In the training camp, what I say is the truth. All right, you're impressive. I'll accept this money. Once I finish learning what I need to, you'll have your turn to cry, old man. In the entire Navy, Zephyr's teaching ability can be ranked among the top 2. If we don't count the former fleet admiral and the current commander-in-chief Steelbone Kong, Zephyr is the best. No one will question this. After all, he has trained the current 3 admirals of the Navy, and at least 1/3 of the high-ranking officials in the Navy have been taught by Zephyr. However, in the storyline, Zephyr is a tragic character. He dedicated his life to the Navy, only to be betrayed by it, and ultimately even died at the hands of his former disciple, Kizu. It's quite lamentable. The reason why Bai Ye is willing to come to the Navy elite training camp is partly related to Zifa's teaching level. He wants to learn the Navy's 6 styles and the 2-color hockey from Zifa. When counting the strong individuals in the pirate world, regardless of whether they are devil fruit users or not, their strength is related to their physical capabilities. There are no cases of someone with a very strong fruit ability having extremely weak physical qualities. This is especially true for the 4 emperors of the sea, each of whom has a physique akin to that of a monster. Every time Bai Ye increases his compatibility, he is strengthening his physical qualities, which is equivalent to laying a solid foundation. However, he still needs to find a way to perfectly utilize this foundation. Saitama doesn't need to worry about this because he is already too strong. No enemy can withstand his serious punch. But Bai Ye is not at that level yet. He has only fused 17 templates. Based on his encounters with various strong individuals over the past few days, Bai Ye has developed a rough understanding of his own strength. He should be at the level of a top Navy vice admiral, barely able to contend with an admiral. Such strength is naturally invincible in the EC, but there are too many strong individuals in the New World. Given his personality, it's likely that one day he might end up before one of the 4 emperors. Therefore, in order to enjoy himself in the New World, Bai Ye aims to squeeze Zifa dry. Zifa Instructor, what am I learning today? We'll start with the basics of the Navy's 6 styles. Today, I'll teach you one of the 6 styles, the moonwalk. Zifa looked at Bai Ye with an indescribable joy in his eyes. As a strong individual who does not rely on fruit abilities, Zifa particularly likes students like Bai Ye, who have exceptionally strong physical qualities and no fruit abilities. This is simply his ideal student. The Navy's 6 styles are not something commonplace in the Navy. Generally, only those at the rank of Rear Admiral can perform them, and not everyone can master all 6 styles completely. Zifa explained, the moonwalk is performed by using strong leg strength to step on the air, generating a powerful levitation force, allowing you to walk in the air as if stepping on stairs, but you cannot stay in the air for too long. However, this is for ordinary people. As long as your stamina is sufficient, you can stay in the air indefinitely. Of course, this is just theoretical. as no one's stamina is infinite. As he spoke, Zifa demonstrated the moonwalk personally for Bai Ye to study closely. He extended his foot and tapped the air as if stepping on something solid, and his whole body soared into the air. He could move freely in the air, showcasing great agility. You need to pay attention to the force of your steps. The strength doesn't need to be too great, nor too small. It should be just right to allow you to lift off. Zifa demonstrated the moonwalk a few more times, and then let Bai Ye try it out. Bai Ye followed Zifa's demonstration, exerting force with his foot in the air and stepping down, making him shoot up like a launched rocket. Clear footprints were imprinted on the ground. After a while, Bai Ye finally fell back down. Seeing Bai Ye's somewhat awkward appearance, Zifa had a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, but didn't say anything. The moon step is not something that can be learned just by having stronger strength. It is a special way of exerting force that requires skill and technique. Bai Ye calmed his emotions, remembering the lesson from last time. He stretched his foot into the air and stepped down again, but nothing happened due to insufficient force. Zephyr watched Bai Ye's struggles and laughed. Don't be discouraged. The moonwalk isn't that easy to learn. It can be quite tricky at first. Even when I and Garp first learned the moonwalk, it took us almost a month to reach a beginner level. So there's no need to rush. Just as Bai Ye was pondering the techniques of the moonwalk, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the skill moonwalk. Would you like to learn it? How could one refuse such an opportunity? He decisively chose to learn it. Special skill, Emperor Engine. Moonwalk LV1. Level 1 is the most basic level, which is the entry-level state that Zephyr mentioned. Bai Ye saw that there was a plus sign behind the skill and, feeling curious, decided to give it a try. He then heard the system prompt asking if he wanted to use world source power to enhance his skill proficiency. Wow, can world source power be used like this? Bai Ye initially thought that in order to fully master the 6 styles, he would need at least half a year, especially considering his confidence in his own talent. But who would have thought that with the system being the greatest cheat, he could instantly learn the 6 styles, and even the proficiency aspect was taken care of for him. It really is quite considerate. Bai Ye tried to spend a bit of world source power, and the proficiency of the moon step skill increased by 10, currently at level LV1-10. Suddenly, some techniques related to moon step appeared in his mind. Although there weren't many, they were very helpful for Bai Ye, who was just starting out. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. The moonwalk was still of great significance to him. After all, he was not a natural-type devil fruit user and could not fly for extended periods. The emergence of moonwalk greatly enhanced both his pursuit capabilities and flexibility. Just look at Big Mom, the pirate emperor who, due to her inability to fly, has been kicked off waterfalls multiple times after losing Prometheus. Even if she wasn't hurt, she completely lost face as one of the 4 emperors. Bai Ye tried to upgrade the moon step to level 2, and to further increase the proficiency, it required 2 points of world source power. After trying one after another, Bai Ye managed to learn the moon step to level 4, spending a total of 150 points of world source power. Bai Ye felt that although his proficiency in the moonwalk was not as good as Zifa's, he was still among the top in the ranks of admirals. Instructor Zifa, do you see any flaws in my moonwalk? Zifa smiled and said, all right, you can perform it with confidence. I will point out your shortcomings. Bai Ye lightly stepped into the void, like an arrow released from its bow shooting into the sky. Zifa looked up at Bai Ye, who had disappeared into the air, and couldn't help but chuckle. Young people are just, Zifa sensed something was off, turned around, and saw Bai Ye standing in the air as if walking on solid ground, smiling at him. Zifa almost popped his eyes out. How could this be possible? He tentatively asked, have you mastered the moon step? In truth, this question was unnecessary. Anyone with eyes could see that Bai Ye had not only mastered the moon step, but was using it with ease. However, Zifa still couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Just 5 minutes ago, he was comforting Bai Ye not to be discouraged, using himself and Garp as examples to encourage Bai Ye, saying it took them a month to reach the basics. Yet, Bai Ye turned around and completely mastered the moon step, using it effortlessly. This was truly a slap in the face. Fortunately, there was no one around to hear this. Otherwise, if this news got out, where would Zifa put his old face? Ahem, although your execution of the moon step this time was excellent, there are still some minor flaws that need to be corrected. To save face, Zifa could only nitpick and point out some trivial issues. Bai Ye didn't expose Zifa either. After all, he upheld the traditional virtue of respecting elders and loving the young. And what Zifa said was indeed not without merit. Seeing that, Bai Ye wasn't proud, but instead appeared to be attentively listening. It seemed he had taken all of Zifa's words to heart. Zifa felt even more fond of Bai Ye. He hadn't eaten a devil fruit. had a good physical foundation, was talented, was humble, and respected his teachers. What teacher wouldn't he like such a student? For a moment, Zfa considered taking him as a disciple, although he had already taught 3 admirals in his life, proving his teaching ability was not inferior to his strength. These 3 admirals were all users of Logia-type devil fruits, and their abilities were top-notch. This led some to question whether Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji could have become admirals without Zfa's guidance. Moreover, the main reason for his lingering regret was that as a master of martial arts, he had only taught 3 users of Logia fruits. Now, before him was Bai Ye, the best candidate to make up for that regret. Zfa did not hide the praise in his words. I truly did not expect your talent to be this strong. I want to become your teacher and impart all my knowledge to you. What do you think? Zfa wants to take me as his disciple? Bai Ye was a bit stunned. He really didn't expect it to be like this. Although Zfa was currently teaching Bai Ye, their relationship was merely that of instructor and student. Once Bai Ye graduated in 3 years, it would be difficult to maintain their relationship. However, becoming Zfa's disciple was different. While the teacher-student relationship was not as strong as a blood relation, it was still quite similar. This way, Bai Ye would bear Zfa's mark. If Bai Ye would do something out of line, it would easily implicate Zfa. Nevertheless, after some thought, Bai Ye decided to become Zfa's disciple. Previously, while watching the anime, Bai Ye had felt that Zfa was undervalued. Such a character should not die in that manner. Under the White Knight, he made up his mind. Since you are willing to teach me wholeheartedly, I will do my best to prevent that from happening. Then I want to take you as my master. Can you waive the 70 million berries for me? Zifa laughed and said, that's impossible. Rules are rules. TCH, what a stingy teacher. Ha ha ha, you're not generous either. The two smiled at each other, and a warm feeling unexpectedly arose in their hearts. Congratulations to the host for becoming the disciple of Black Arm Zifa, rewarded with 1,000 points of world source power. Bai Ye didn't expect such a double blessing, and his smile grew even wider. In the following month, under Zfa's full guidance, Bai Ye mastered all 6 styles of the Navy. He reached a quite proficient level, which of course was also thanks to the system, the cheat tool that allowed Bai Ye to quickly get the hang of it. Bai Ye opened the current panel. Host, Bai Ye, Template, One Punch Man Saitama. Fusion Degree, 17, World Source Power, 602, Fusion Degree 1718, required to spend World Source Power, 800. Special Skills, Emperor Engine, Moon Step LV, 5, Max, Paper Drawing LV, 4 increase. Iron Block LV, 4, increase. Finger Gun LV, 4, increase. Storm Step LV, 3, increase. Shave LV, 5, max. Except for Moon Step and Shave, where Bai Ye used World Source Power during training, the proficiency of the other 4 techniques was mostly acquired through Bai Ye's own training. Having a general willing to be a sparring partner, who can constantly point out your shortcomings and impart years of combat experience, is simply more powerful than carrying around an old grandpa. Bai Ye finally experienced the benefits of being taught by Zfa. Although there was no progress in fusion and his physical qualities did not improve much, Bai Ye felt that with his current skills and combat experience, he was capable of defeating his previous 2 selves. Zfa was quite satisfied with Bai Ye's progress over the past month, even stating, my disciple Bai Ye has the potential of a general. He repeatedly thanked Garp for his poor eyesight, which led to Bai Ye being sent to the elite training camp. As a result, Garp was quite frustrated for several days and requested a leave of absence from Sengoku again, claiming he needed to go home to properly educate his grandson Luffy, hoping to make Luffy a marine general. As for the methods of education, they would naturally be extremely harsh, and Luffy would probably have a swollen head for some time. On a desolate island not far from Marine headquarters, deafening booms could be heard from time to time. 2 figures were constantly intertwining in midair, occasionally unleashing slashing waves several meters long. Under the interference of the aftermath of their battle, the originally lush and towering trees fell like harvested wheat. Beasts living in the forest were frantically fleeing, as if there were a terrifying presence deep within the jungle. A young voice came from deep within the forest. Teacher Zfa, your punches aren't as strong as a month ago. That's because your skin has thickened, making you more resistant to hits. Bai Ye and Zfa stood facing each other several hundred meters apart, and in the next moment, both appeared in front of each other, unleashing their punches with all their might. Boom! An invisible shockwave spread out from between them, and the trees that had originally fallen to the ground were swept up by the force, causing the entire island's surface to drop by a meter. The beasts living on the island were almost in tears. If they could build ships, they would have wanted to set sail themselves. Since the arrival of these two monsters a month ago, the island had been cleaned every 2 or 3 days, and the land had sunk considerably. After a month, the originally dense forest had been shaved clean, and the island's area had decreased by a tenth. If this continued, the island would eventually be submerged by the sea. And this was merely ZFA's chosen method of teaching to help Bai Ye better train his haki. Nothing promotes rapid progress like real combat. Have you grasped how to cultivate armament haki? There's a bit of a feeling, but I'm not yet at the entry level. Bai Ye reflected on the battle scene just now and the sensation he felt while fighting ZFA. Bai Ye is just beginning to cultivate his haki and can only continue to comprehend it on his own. Seeing Bai Ye deep in thought, Zifa couldn't help but smile and said, "There's no need to put so much pressure on yourself. Being able to master the Marine 6 styles in a month has already exceeded my expectations. However, as someone who has been through this, I suggest you focus on perfecting the iron block and paper drawing to their limits first." Iron block is a weakened version of armament haki, providing a similar level of defense as armament haki when used, but the downside is that you cannot move. Paper drawing is akin to a weakened version of observation haki, allowing you to sense incoming attacks with your body making corresponding changes, but the downside is its limited range. If you can master these two techniques, you'll probably be able to comprehend armament haki and observation haki. That's why they say having an elder at home is like having a treasure. This kind of training experience, if not personally experienced, I doubt anyone would know how these two techniques can help someone master haki. Although Bai Ye is somewhat eager about mastering haki, he is not in a hurry. He has only been in the Navy training camp for about a month, and there is still plenty of time. Moreover, even Luffy spent a full 2 years training to master haki. So Bai Ye is quite relaxed about it. Once he comprehends it, with the existence of the system and sufficient world energy, everything will be fine. Bai Ye smiled and said, "Don't worry, teacher. I know that cultivation can't be rushed sometimes." ZFA nodded and said, "That's good. By the way, it seems today is the end-of-month assessment for the new students in the training camp. Should we go take a look?" ZFA brought up the assessment because he had noticed Bai Ye's relentless cultivation over the past month, day and night, and wanted to give Bai Ye a day to rest. Bai Ye wondered, end-of-the-month assessment? Why haven't I received any notification? What do you need a notification for? ZFA replied irritably, "I'm too lazy to explain this to you. Do you feel a sense of achievement by bullying those newcomers with your strength?" I'm a newcomer too. Bai Ye retorted. "You're hardly a newcomer," ZFA said. After thinking about it, Bai Ye could indeed be considered a newcomer, and he was also among the younger soldiers in the camp. Others at this age were quite strong, mostly being ability users who had consumed powerful devil fruits, allowing them to dominate their peers. The peak period for physical martial artists usually comes in middle age because their bodies aren't that strong when they're young. Even ZFA and Garp only showed a slight advantage over their peers at 18. It was only later that they entered a rapid growth phase. But Bai Ye, at just 18, was already so formidable that ZFA really wanted to dissect him to study how he could be so strong at that age. "All right, I have to go. I can't not go." Bai Ye was just about to say he wasn't going, as he knew his past strength was merely a slaughter, which was meaningless. But halfway through his words, he suddenly heard the system notification sound in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a learning task. Earn first place in the monthly assessment to receive a reward of 200 points of world source power." Here we go again? Bai Ye couldn't help but complain as he listened to the notification in his mind. "You might as well change your name to the top student system, making me get first place every time, developing in all aspects, morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, striving to wear a little red flower on my chest, bearing 5 stripes on my shoulders, and becoming the captain among students." However, despite the complaints, Bai Ye was still delighted about this task triggered by the system. With Bai Ye's strength, those 200 points of world source power were essentially a free gift, right? Moreover, Bai Ye noticed that the system mentioned it was for every assessment, meaning he could earn 2,400 points of world source power from the assessments each year. This was a fixed income, and the working period was 3 years. Bai Ye has already thought it through. Whoever makes him graduate early from the elite training camp, he will take it out on them. Bai Ye walked up to ZFA and said, "Teacher, I must participate in the assessment at the end of the month." ZFA smirked and replied, "Give me a reason why you must participate. Let's see if you can convince me." In ZFA's view, Bai Ye just wanted to show off his powerful abilities among his peers, much like a child showcasing their beloved toys to others. It was merely a trivial vanity at play. However, looking at Bai Ye's still somewhat immature face, ZFA couldn't help but murmur to himself, "This little monster is just a child in front of me." Meanwhile, Bai Ye had already organized his words and earnestly said, "Teacher, My participation in this assessment is not just for myself, but also for you, for the students who are on the same level as me, and even more so for the Navy. As soon as Bai Ye opened his mouth, Fa almost stumbled on the spot. Goodness. If you want to show off your strength, go ahead and do it. I had no intention of stopping you. After all, you're still a kid, and it's normal to want to show off. But now you're pulling this whole thing, talking about for me, for the students, for the Navy, making it sound like if I stop you from participating in the assessment, I'm the sinner of the Navy. Fa said irritably, go ahead, tell me. Bai Ye said with a serious expression, first, for the teacher. The teacher has been guiding me since I first entered the training camp, and I have always remembered this kindness. However, they do not know how much my strength has changed under the teacher's guidance over the past month. Therefore, I must demonstrate my strength in front of them to prove the excellence of your teaching standard. Teacher. Zephyr's mouth twitched. He reluctantly acknowledged this point and moved on. Second, for them. I am doing this just to let them understand how big the gap is between them and me among the same batch, to establish a goal for them, thus inspiring them to strive for improvement. Zephyr's mouth twitched again as he urged him to continue. Third, for the Navy. It is important to know that those who enter the elite training camp are elite soldiers of the Navy. Every casualty is a huge loss for the Navy. After witnessing my strength, they will have a clear understanding of the strong, which will instill respect for the powerful. This way, after they graduate, they won't lose their lives due to impulsiveness when facing strong opponents. Zephyr realized that he was only now truly getting to know Bai Ye and couldn't help but say, Bai Ye, have you considered becoming an official in the world government? I think you are too talented to be in the Navy, compared to your eloquence. Your cultivation talent seems dull. The monthly assessments at the elite training camp are crucial for the new recruits because the results are recorded and affect their graduation rankings. The higher the score, the higher the position they can obtain upon graduation. Although this year has produced a freak like Bai Ye, there is no hope for first place among the same batch. However, second place is still a competition everyone wants to fight for. The assessments are conducted in a combat format since they will face ruthless pirates after graduation. They entered the training camp to improve their strength faster. Before the competition began, a new recruit asked the instructor, will Bai Ye participate in the monthly assessment? This question was not only on his mind. All the participants in the assessment were concerned about it. If Bai Ye participated and they were unfortunate enough to draw him in the first round, their scores would be gone. The instructor was taken aback, but knowing Zephyr's character, he thought Bai Ye wouldn't be allowed to participate, so he smiled and reassured the recruits. Don't worry, Bai Ye probably won't participate in this assessment, so it won't affect your scores. Hearing the instructor's words, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It was good that the freak wasn't coming. Quake coldly declared, if Bai Ye isn't here, first place is mine for sure. In just a month, Quake had noticeably bulked up, showing how hard he had worked. The soldiers behind Quake cheered him on, go Quake. Meanwhile, the leader on the other side replied indifferently, you're speaking too soon, Big Black Bear. First place is definitely Ferguson's. Quake, not want to back down, retorted, today I'm going to crush you, Big Lightbulb. You'll know who the strongest in the new recruits is. The atmosphere between the two sides became tense, as if a battle was about to erupt. During this month, the soldiers in the training camp gradually split into 3 factions. The first was naturally the soldiers from the Navy headquarters, led by the strongest, Quake. The second was formed by the North Sea, South Sea, and West Sea, with the strongest among them, Ferguson, as their leader. As for the last faction, it was composed of the East Sea, with Bai Ye undoubtedly as their leader, although even Bai Ye himself was unaware of this. Even though the East Sea faction was the smallest and had the weakest overall strength, they were backed by Bai Ye, so neither Quake nor Ferguson would provoke them. The people from the East Sea also knew not to cause trouble for Bai Ye, so everyone lived peacefully for a month. Listening to the new recruits shouting at each other, the instructors on scene did not intervene. Instead, they wore knowing smiles. They wouldn't interfere with such healthy competition among the recruits. After seeing that the time was almost up, Cook prepared to announce the start of the assessment. I announce that the first monthly assessment is now. Wait, let me host this month's assessment. Zephyr and Bai Ye suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Zephyr was ultimately persuaded by Bai Ye and agreed to let him participate in the monthly assessment. Of course, he didn't believe Bai Ye's ridiculous reasoning. He simply saw that Bai Ye was willing to come up with such absurd, yet somewhat reasonable explanations to participate in the assessment. Feeling soft-hearted for a moment, he allowed Bai Ye to join. This was also under the condition that Bai Ye promised to be mindful during the assessment and not use excessive force. The crowd stared in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the two, Commander Zephyr and Bai Ye. Cook, feeling pressured, asked, Commander, this is? Zephyr replied calmly, isn't this the monthly assessment? So I brought Bai Ye to participate. Gulp. Upon hearing Zephyr's calm words, the more than 600 people present swallowed in unison. Bai Ye was actually going to participate in the assessment. Quake and Ferguson, who had just been tense and vying for first place, now felt an endless sense of despair. Nearly 600 pairs of wronged eyes turned to Cook. Didn't you just say Bai Ye wouldn't come to participate? Why is he suddenly here? You got our hopes up for nothing. Under the gaze of so many eyes, Cook felt overwhelmed and, with a mournful expression, asked Commander Zephyr. Bai Ye's strength doesn't need to participate in the assessment. Before Zephyr could speak, Bai Ye raised his neck and asked, Instructor Cook, am I not a recruit? Cook swore he really wanted to say, You are no recruit. You only look like one. But under Bai Ye's intimidating gaze, Cook could only concede, You are a recruit. Then can I participate in the monthly assessment? Before he finished speaking, Bai Ye made a motion to flick his forehead in front of Cook. Although each flick landed in the air without causing any impact, to Cook, it felt like each one was hitting him on the forehead. Thinking of that tragic punch strength testing machine, this was a blatant threat. Cook was about to cry. His watery big eyes looked at Zephyr as if saying, Commander, someone is threatening your subordinate in front of you, and you won't do anything about it? Meanwhile, Zephyr looked up at the sky and sighed, Oh, what a nice day it is today, sunny and perfect for an assessment. But when everyone looked up, they could only see dark clouds obscuring the sun, as if disaster was about to descend. All right, no need to guess. This disaster is none other than the Bai Ye in front of us. Seeing that even Zephyr wasn't intervening, Cook could only surrender. Yes. Bai Ye showed a happy expression. As long as it was possible, it was good. The crowd showed a look of sorrow. Is this still a life for people? Even the chief instructor stood on Bai Ye's side. So this 3-year elite training camp could be renamed Bai. It would be more fitting to call it Bai Ye Training Camp, reflecting the reality better. Bai Ye suddenly appeared on the testing platform, arrogantly saying, I just heard you guys talking big about wanting to kill this one and crush that one. Are you here to compete for second place? Quake. Ferguson. Cook. Zifa cursed inwardly, thinking to himself that he knew this kid was just here to show off, and he was doing it without any disguise, so arrogant. Once they go out to sea, he would eventually get beaten to death. But then Zifa thought, with Bai Ye's current strength, there probably weren't many who could actually kill him. This meant that as long as Bai Ye didn't seek death, he could keep pretending. Zifa began to feel relieved that he had already stepped back and didn't encounter someone like Bai Ye when he was younger. Seeing that no one was speaking, Bai Ye maintained his arrogant attitude, saying, You all are too weak, I can give you a chance. Why don't you all come meet together? Hearing Bai Ye's arrogant words, the previously silent soldiers all lifted their heads to look at him. One person was going to take on all the recruits. Such a shocking thing had never happened in the Navy elite training camp. Even Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji had never done anything so exaggerated during their training camp. Even Zifa couldn't believe it. He thought Bai Ye was just coming to act small, but who knew he actually wanted to act big. This kid was too crazy. However, with Zifa's understanding of Bai Ye's strength, he still believed Bai Ye had the ability to handle these new recruits. Everything was under control. As the leaders of the two largest factions among the soldiers, Quake and Ferguson exchanged glances for a long time, seemingly considering the possibility of joining forces. If it were a man and a woman staring at each other like this, the light in their eyes could melt the other. It would either be love at first sight or two blind people. Seeing that no one was speaking again, Bai Ye said, You all are too useless, not even daring to step up. All right then, let us add the 10 instructors present. You all can attack together. What the hell are we involved to? Cook's eyes widened as he began to roll up his sleeves. This kid just dared to threaten me, and now I unexpectedly have a chance for revenge. Cook noticed that some instructors were still reluctant to step up, so he hurriedly urged, even Bai Ye, a newcomer who has just joined for a month, dares to provoke our instructor group. If we don't teach him a lesson, won't that ruin our instructor group's reputation? How can we teach new recruits in the future? Do we want others to say that our instructor group is afraid of a newcomer who has only been in the camp for a month? It must be said that Cook's words moved the instructors who were originally unwilling to step up, and they all nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to take action. The result was largely due to Cook's persuasion, but Bai Ye's arrogant demeanor was also quite provoking. Cook didn't lower his voice on purpose, so Bai Ye heard everything clearly. Cook saw Bai Ye giving him a bright smile that sent chills down his spine, and once again made the gesture of popping his head. What the hell? This kid dares to threaten me again? Cook was shocked. Persuading all the instructors wasn't enough for Cook. He wanted to pull Zifa onto the pirate ship to fight Bai Ye together, even saying that Bai Ye's actions were provoking the Navy elite training camp, and it would be unreasonable for Zifa not to take action. Zifa had no doubt that if he let Cook keep talking, Cook might even suggest calling back the 3 admirals who graduated from the training camp. Cough, cough. I'm not participating in this matter. I'm only responsible for hosting this assessment. Zifa hesitated for a long time, but still pushed it off. In fact, Zifa was very tempted, extremely tempted. Just thinking about joining so many people to gang up on Bai Ye was exciting. Looking at Bai Ye's arrogant appearance made Zifa furious. He never acted so arrogantly when he became an admiral. And here was this kid, a new recruit, being so inflated. How could he not fight? But Zifa was scared. Bai Ye is the most satisfactory disciple he has encountered in over 30 years of teaching. He has never seen anyone more outstanding and exceptional than Bai Ye. What if he goes up and scares Bai Ye away? If that really happens, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. So he will just watch from the sidelines and absolutely won't intervene. Cook, seeing that he couldn't persuade Zafa, stopped talking and thought that their group should be enough to handle the situation. The instructor team consists of 10 instructors, 3 major generals from the headquarters, and 7 brigadier generals from the headquarters. This lineup is sufficient to deal with a pirate with a bounty of over 1 billion. Additionally, there are elite Navy personnel drawn from various places, with most of them at the rank of ensign or lieutenant, totaling 590 people. The strongest among them could even rival a colonel from the headquarters, while the weakest are at least lieutenants from the headquarters. In total, there are 600 people. Bai Ye wants to single-handedly challenge such an exaggerated lineup. As soon as Bai Ye announced his intention to challenge all the new recruits and instructors, the news swept through the entire naval headquarters like a storm. They are not familiar with the person named Bai Ye, but they have heard of the name. It is said that Admiral Zifa personally took him as a disciple and remarked, "My disciple, Bai Ye has the potential of a great general. If it were so easy to become a great general, then the position would not be worthy of the Navy's top combat power." Moreover, Bai Ye is not a devil fruit user, so everyone thought this was just Zifa's casual remark. Unexpectedly, just a month later, Bai Ye is going to challenge all the new recruits and the instructors. Along the way, they could see people wearing admiral-level uniforms hurrying towards the training camp. "Vice Admiral Bastille, what's going on? There's a good show about to happen in the training camp. Hurry up and take a look, or you'll miss it." "Colonel Modi, are you also going to watch the show at the training camp?" "Of course. Hurry up so we can grab a good spot." In the Admiral's office, Sengoku had just finished handling some matters and was about to reward himself with a donut from his drawer when he inadvertently saw several vice admirals and rear admirals using moonwalk and shave, quickly moving in the same direction on the street. Sengoku was puzzled. If he hadn't heard any fighting sounds, he would have thought pirates were attacking the naval headquarters. He quickly asked a soldier at the door and, after learning about Bai Ye's actions, became quite interested and hurried to the training camp. At the dock, Garp stepped off the ship with a gloomy face, just in time to run into Akiji, who had just completed a mission. Garp was Akiji's former superior. Before becoming an admiral, Akiji had always followed Garp, practically being his little fan. So even though Akiji is an admiral and Garp is a vice admiral, Akiji still shows great respect in front of Garp. "Garp-sensei, did your vacation not go well?" "Ah, let's not talk about that nonsense." Garp waved his hand impatiently, his troubles evident on his face. He had originally envied Zifa for having such a good disciple, which is why he took a break to return to Windmill Village to properly teach his grandson Luffy how to be an excellent Marine. However, after a month, Luffy absolutely refused to join the Navy and insisted on going to sea to become a pirate, nearly driving Garp to the brink of exploding. Even so, Luffy still did not change his mind, which made Garp feel exhausted. Moreover, with his vacation time up, he could only return in frustration. Remembering all this, Garp couldn't help but curse the red-haired pirate who seduced his ignorant grandson, Luffy. If it weren't for that red-haired brat constantly tempting his grandson, Luffy would have long since become an excellent Marine. How could this be so troublesome for him? What Garp didn't know was that just as he had left the East Sea, on an island in the East Sea, the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors, were resting there. "Achoo, what's going on? Can I catch a cold with my physical condition?" Red-haired looked at his body and narcissistically remarked, "Still quite fit. Maybe just a tickle on my nose." Suddenly, the transponder snail in his arms rang. "Beckman, did that old man Garp leave? He should have left. I saw his ship heading back to the Grand Line." "All right, then let's go to Windmill Village and have a chat with Luffy." After hanging up the phone, red-haired smugly thought, "All these years, I've frequently come to chat with Luffy, even losing my left arm while saving him. Did he really think that arm was given for free? And he still wants to persuade Luffy to join the Navy? What a naive old man." Garp and red-haired seemed to be engaging in guerrilla warfare, retreating when the enemy advanced and advancing when the enemy retreated, fighting with great strategy. Garp and Akiji were preparing to return to the Navy headquarters to report, but found that most people were running towards the training camp. After stopping someone to ask, they learned that Bai Ye was going to challenge all the new recruits and instructors. Upon hearing this news, Garp was not only shocked, but also felt even more furious, because Bai Ye was the one he personally handed over to Zifa. Who would have thought that Bai Ye, who seemed to have nothing but looks at the time, would have such high talent? So the two hurried to the training camp, regardless of whether Bai Ye won or lost this challenge. His name would undoubtedly echo throughout the naval headquarters. Inside the training camp, Zifa was about to announce the start of the assessment when he saw the graduates from the training camp, dressed in officer uniforms, sitting in their previous seats. Zifa, your disciple is making quite a stir. Sengoku, you actually came too. I just finished handling my affairs, so I came to take a look. Sengoku looked at the people sitting nearby with a wry smile. All right, the last time I held a high-level meeting at headquarters, there weren't this many people. Sengoku casually found a high spot to sit when Garp and Akiji appeared beside him. Garp, Akiji, weren't you supposed to be on vacation and on a mission? Akiji showed great respect to Zifa sensei. I ran into Garp sensei at the port, and after hearing the news, we decided to come over. Garp, feeling extremely irritated about Luffy, said bluntly, Zifa, is that kid Bai Ye really capable? With so many of us here to watch him, if he loses, won't we have come for nothing? Hearing Garp's displeased tone, Zifa felt quite pleased and smiled. Garp, you should have confidence in the person you brought over from the EC. You old man still have the nerve to say that. If I hadn't brought Bai Ye from the EC to hand over to you, would you have found such a good disciple? It's your blindness that didn't let you see Bai Ye's talent. If you had seen it, could you have given him to me? The two old men in their 60s or 70s began to argue in front of everyone. Although Akiji was an admiral, he clearly felt that he was not in a position to mediate between these two. Sengoku, aren't you going to step in? Sengoku looked helpless. Both were old men nearing the grave, arguing in front of so many young people. Aren't you ashamed? As the two continued to argue, their spittle flying, Sengoku could only urge them to settle down. All right, let's get the assessment started quickly. You're about to embarrass the older generation. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the two finally stopped their argument. At this point, the new recruits and instructors in the training camp were already stunned. What the hell is going on? Isn't this just the monthly assessment of the elite training camp? It happens every month. Does it have to be this exaggerated? Sengoku, the admiral. Garp, the hero of the Navy. Zifa, former admiral, now chief instructor of the Navy. Akiji, current admiral. And looking at the officers sitting obediently not far away, there were 7 vice admirals and 22 rear admirals, with colonels and other senior officers nearing 100. With such a lineup, it would be enough to take on 2 of the 4 Emperor crews. And now it was just to watch their monthly assessment? Or rather, just to watch Bai Ye's assessment? Being watched by so many big figures is both pressure and motivation. Whether it's the instructors or the recruits, one belief is undoubtedly reinforced at this moment. This battle cannot be lost. If they lose, they will become stepping stones for Bai Ye to make a name for himself in the sea. In the future, when this batch of trainees is mentioned, people will only remember Bai Ye. The others will not be remembered. Just like the trainees who were in the same period as the 3 great naval generals, they are destined to be mere embellishments. And the instigator of all this, Bai Ye, also did not expect things to escalate to this point. Looking at the senior naval officials around and the serious expressions on the faces of the recruits and instructors, it's easy to imagine that this assessment is likely to be intense. Bai Ye sighed and thought to himself, I'm not someone who likes to show off. Being low-key is my motto. If I have to blame someone, it can only be the system for forcing me to show off, even using the world's source power to tempt me. Faced with the temptation of the world's source power, I had no choice. Sigh, this damn system has broken my low profile. If the system could speak, it would probably give Bai Ye a bath with its spit. I just set up a task for you to take first place. Who the hell told you to show off by challenging 600 people? Now you're blaming me. What a piece of work. Bai Ye took a deep breath and said, since it's me against all of you, this arena seems too small and gets in the way. How about we use the entire training ground as the arena? Bai Ye's proposal is equivalent to giving up a significant advantage. Originally, being knocked out of the ring would mean losing. But if the entire training ground is to be the arena, then that changes everything. Zifa, although he doesn't understand why Bai Ye wants to do this, still chooses to trust his disciple. All right, let's use the training ground as the arena. Bai Ye said, then this arena is not needed. As soon as the words were spoken, the arena, measuring 10 meters in length and width and 3 meters in height, seemed to be subjected to a terrifying force, crashing down with a loud noise. It was forcibly pressed 3 meters into the ground, until the surface of the arena was level with the ground. The most terrifying part was that despite the immense force, the surface of the arena remained smooth and new, with no signs of damage whatsoever. Bai Ye stood at the center of the arena, looked around, and said loudly, "Come on, I'm going to fight 1,600 of you." As Bai Ye pressed the arena perfectly intact into the ground, it signified the official start of this battle that had attracted the attention of many high-ranking officials. Cook reminded him, "Bai Ye, aren't you going to choose a suitable weapon? We are all equipped with weapons, and if you don't have one, it would be too disadvantageous for you to fight against us." Bai Ye declined Cook's kindness, saying, "No need, even if I take it. I won't be able to use it smoothly. It's better to rely on my fists and feet. Blades have no eyes, so you need to be careful." After finishing his words, Cook took the initiative to attack Bai Ye, his long knife emitting a crisp, long cry as a sharply curved crescent-shaped slash rushed towards Bai Ye at high speed. In the White Knight, without dodging or evading, a single punch struck the several-meter-long slash, which instantly shattered like porcelain. Bai Ye looked at the faint white mark that appeared on his fist. Still not enough. He needed more, a lot more. Suddenly, two powerful gusts of wind rushed towards his sides from behind. In the next moment, Bai Ye's body was as thin as a piece of paper, dodging the combined attack of the two instructors. He grabbed the arms of both instructors and, with terrifying strength, threw them out. Bang! Bang! The two instructors' bodies crashed through the crowd like bowling pins, knocking down a group of trainees. Numerous cries of pain erupted. "What are you hesitating for? Do you really want me, who just entered the camp a month ago, to defeat all 600 of you?" Looking at the hesitant instructors and trainees around him, Bai Ye said with a hint of mockery, "If you were pirates standing here, would you hesitate like this? Since you are unwilling to make a move, then I will take action." Bai Ye charged directly into the crowd, using both hands and feet. With the strength of these trainees, none could withstand even a single move from him. However, Bai Ye needed to carefully control his strength to avoid injuring them, which is also a promise he made to Zifa. It was a way to train his control over power. He punched one trainee away, dodged an attack from behind, and kicked another instructor down, resembling a fierce tiger among a flock of sheep, almost facing no opposition. Watching Bai Ye wreak havoc below, the high-ranking Navy officials were all stunned by his performance. After learning that Bai Ye was going to take on 600 opponents, they already thought highly of him. After all, if he weren't strong, no madman would dare to claim they could take on 600. However, they didn't expect the fight to be so one-sided. Let alone 600, at this rate, Bai Ye could take down even more. Except for a few vice admirals who felt something was off about the battle, but they couldn't articulate why. However, the four people in the highest viewing area noticed something in Bai Ye's performance. Garp frowned and asked Zifa, "Are you sure this kid has learned the Navy's 6 styles?" Bai Ye, who had entered the crowd, did not use the Shurgon, finger gun, Rankyaku, storm leg, or the Soru, shave, and Jeppo, moonwalk, for movement. He only used the paper drawing technique to evade attacks, and when that failed, he would directly take the hits with iron block. This method of fighting looked exhilarating, with every punch landing solidly, but in reality, it was quite foolish. Zifa naturally knew that Bai Ye had mastered all the 6 styles of the Navy. He also understood that Bai Ye had been diligently practicing Soru and Jeppo every day to be able to roam the seas without restraint in the future, often mumbling that if he couldn't win, he would run, and that only the living had the right to deal damage. After a month of training, Zifa felt that Bai Ye's mastery of Soru and Jeppo was no worse than his own. But Bai Ye was now performing as if he only knew the iron block and paper drawing techniques. Looking at Bai Ye's determined expression, Zifa suddenly had a bold thought. Could it be that this kid was preparing for something? He was surprised that Bai Ye had such determination. No wonder he was doing this. Zifa laughed loudly and said, "Garp, just keep your eyes wide open and watch. My disciple will definitely win, and he will become a Navy admiral sooner or later." He believed Bai Ye would succeed. Garp snorted and didn't respond. Sengoku and Akiji also sensed something was off, but they did not believe that Bai Ye had only mastered these 2 techniques over the past month. So they concluded that Bai Ye must have some ulterior motives in this battle. In less than a while, Bai Ye had already taken down over 300 people along with 4 instructors, because he hadn't used too much force. These individuals had only temporarily lost their combat ability and could still participate after a short rest. This was also a drawback of Bai Ye choosing to set the competition venue in the training ground. Besides making the opponent surrender, the only way to win was by incapacitating them. At this point, Bai Ye's surroundings had already been cleared to create a safe zone. The instructors were continuously arranging for the trainees to pull out the injured ones lying on the ground to prevent a stampede during the fight. Meanwhile, Bai Ye took this opportunity to take a few deep breaths to calm his heaving chest. He opened the system panel, mainly checking the skills of paper drawing and iron block. Paper drawing LV5, 10 points. Iron block LV56, plus. From the progress of these two skills, one could imagine how many hits Bai Ye had taken and how many attacks he had dodged during this time. Just as Zifa had thought, Bai Ye was preparing to use this challenge of taking on 600 to accelerate the training of paper drawing and iron block. Although Bai Ye could achieve his goals relying on world source power, it was indeed too scarce. It was better to let the entire training camp help him work and hone his skills. Soon, he would take down the remaining opponents, which should be enough. Bai Ye silently thought. At this moment, the people around him had also been cleared away, and the battle was about to resume. Perhaps the previous fight had given them enough warning, so they prepared to follow a single instructor's orders this time, instead of fighting individually like before. As the two strongest among the newcomers, Quake and Ferguson had also managed to hold on until now, which surprised Bai Ye. Although he hadn't targeted anyone specifically during the fight, and basically hit whoever was closest, Bai Ye clearly remembered that he had landed 2 punches on Quake and 1 on Ferguson. For other trainees, anyone who could withstand a punch from Bai Ye without being knocked out on the spot was considered to have a strong physique, and most needed to rest on the sidelines for a while. Yet these two were able to continue fighting after being hit by Bai Ye. It seemed these two guys had some skills. The first to attack Bai Ye, Cook, also managed to hold on and became the commander for the next battle. As the battle began, under Cook's command, the fighting became highly organized. They no longer attacked randomly as before. Now they had to consider whether they might accidentally injure their teammates. Everyone followed Cook's arrangements to attack in turn, retreating if they missed, to leave space for the next wave of attackers. Even if someone was unfortunate enough to be hit by Bai Ye, there would be someone to drag them away immediately. This caused Bai Ye quite a bit of trouble, with attacks coming in like a tide, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. However, Bai Ye became even more excited about such trouble. He had originally wanted to rely on this training to break through his limits, and the more troubles there were, the better. As for whether he would lose, that was completely outside Bai Ye's consideration. He was currently holding back most of his strength, not fully unleashing his power, and he hadn't used the other 4 techniques. If he were to go all out, probably only a few instructors would still be standing. Besides, there was still the system. So losing was completely impossible. As time passed, seeing the battle becoming increasingly severe, Cook called Ferguson and Quake to his side. Ferguson, you and Quake need to coordinate. I will create opportunities for you with the other instructors. You must seize them. This battle is probably unwinnable. This kid is like a monster. But at the very least, we need to make him suffer some injuries. Otherwise, we 600 people will have no face to mix in with the Navy in the future. Quake and Ferguson nodded in agreement. They were thoroughly convinced by Bai Ye. They had never seen anyone like Bai Ye who could fight and was so tough. After taking so many punches, Bai Ye still looked vigorous. This kind of battle was somewhat despairing. Bai Ye occasionally glanced at the skill progress bar, seeing the proficiency skyrocketing, and he was already overjoyed inside. Paper drawing LV5, 95 increase. Iron block LV5, 95 increase. Both skills proficiency rose in tandem. Of course, this was also related to Bai Ye's own control. With higher proficiency in paper drawing, he wouldn't dodge as much and would take a few more punches. With higher proficiency in iron block, he would take fewer punches and focus entirely on dodging. Opportunities to grind proficiency like this were rare, with no life-threatening risks and the chance to gain some reputation. It was a huge profit. From time to time, those whom Bai Ye had first hit would recover their combat power and rejoin the fight, creating a cycle. For Bai Ye, this was simply a perpetual motion machine for grinding proficiency. Just then, Cook and the few people he had discussed with exchanged glances, feeling that now was the best time to strike. Although they could have those recovering students attack again, continuously without stopping, to eventually wear Bai Ye out, if they really did that, it would be better to just admit defeat. Cook charged to the front with the remaining 2 instructors, with Ferguson following closely beside them, seemingly ready to strike together. Bai Ye also noticed this scene and excitedly said, "Great, I didn't expect Instructor Cook to come to me voluntarily. I wanted to punch you for a long time. Don't worry, this punch won't kill you. At most, it'll just leave you lying in bed for half a month." Although Bai Ye is not someone who holds grudges, he can't be considered very magnanimous either. He saw Cook jumping around, trying to rally everyone to gang up on him. Not only did he persuade all the instructors, but he even wanted to bring Zephyr into it. How could Bai Ye treat such a caring instructor like Cook with anything less than respect? Just as the group approached Bai Ye, ready to make a move, Cook shouted, "Close your eyes." Beside him, Ferguson radiated an intense light like a human sun, illuminating the entire training ground as if it were a sea of light. The officers sitting on the sidelines were blinded by this dazzling brightness, shielding their eyes with their hands, squinting just enough to see anything. This blinding light even made a strong figure like Garp feel somewhat uncomfortable, causing his eyes to moisten as a protective mechanism kicked in. When Garp turned to ask Zephyr what was going on, he was taken aback by what he saw. Aokiji had created 2 thin sheets of ice with his fruit ability, placing them in front of his eyes to reflect the light away. Sengoku's eyes were enveloped in a golden glow, completely unaffected by the brightness. Seeing Garp's discomfort, Sengoku chuckled, saying, "When I use my fruit ability to turn into the golden Buddha, my light is no less than his." Garp was speechless. "Fine. You guys with your fruit abilities are impressive, so I'll go find Zephyr." Zephyr, lacking a fruit ability, would surely feel just as uncomfortable as I do. Just as Garp glanced at Zephyr, he saw Zephyr pull out a pair of sunglasses and put them on, looking completely at ease. Garp was shocked and furious. "You shameless." Zephyr mocked, "What is wrong with me? I knew Ferguson was a light-type devil fruit user, so I specially brought sunglasses to watch the match." "Oh, is the Navy hero about to cry?" Garp's forehead bulged with veins, and no matter how angry he was, he couldn't stop the tears from welling up in the corners of his eyes. If he opened his eyes, he would definitely cry. "Give me a pair of sunglasses too. I only brought this one pair." Garp shouted angrily, "I don't care. If you don't give me yours, I'll just take this one, and we can share one for each eye." Seeing that Garp was serious about this, Zephyr had no choice but to pull out another pair of sunglasses from his pocket and toss them at Garp. Zephyr grumbled, "Is this still the Navy hero? More like a Navy bandit." Garp happily put on the sunglasses he received, feeling much more comfortable, and the urge to cry disappeared. He completely ignored Zephyr's words. "What's wrong with being a bandit? I still want to be one." Watching Bai Ye in battle, Garp even thought about taking Bai Ye as his own apprentice. If it weren't for the worry of making Zephyr mad enough to die, Garp would have dared to do just that. The unexpectedly strong light caught Bai Ye off guard. While others were just affected by the emanating light, he was right at the center of it. Besides the light, he also felt the heat, as if he had been thrown into a furnace. When the light reached a certain intensity, it also emitted a terrifying heat. Bai Ye felt a sharp pain in his eyes, making it difficult to open them, and he had no idea what was happening around him. Instinctively, he wanted to use a technique to leave the spot, but just as he was about to execute it, he froze. Wasn't this the battle environment he had always desired? Under the strong light, he couldn't open his eyes and could only rely on his instincts to evade. If he couldn't dodge, he would brace himself with his body. It perfectly matched his thoughts. Therefore, Bai Ye chose not to move but to stand still, calmly perceiving everything around him, the airflow brushing against his body. The scent in the air, these could all provide him with clues, becoming his eyes. In the white night, he couldn't be seen, and neither could Cook and the others. However, after observing for so long, Cook was betting that Bai Ye wouldn't use Moonstep or Shave to change positions. So they only needed to attack towards the position of Bai Ye, as remembered. He was right. Bai Ye indeed wouldn't dodge. The 4 of them acted together, and in the absence of sight, Bai Ye felt that the sensitivity of his other senses seemed to have heightened, sensing the subtle movements of the airflow in the air. It felt like 2 were on the left, 1 on the right, and 1 below. Bai Ye's body began to evade the attacks according to his thoughts. His left side suddenly thinned, avoiding 2 finger jabs. In the next moment, his right side twisted to the left, dodging a punch, his body forming a somewhat strange shape. Using his memory, Cook thrust a sword towards Bai Ye's abdomen, which Bai Ye did not evade. As the sword was about to hit him, he waved his left hand and directly grasped the sword's blade. Bai Ye felt a force beneath his skin trying to break free, struggling continuously, yet never managing to break through the limitation of his skin. Bai Ye knew that this should be the armament hockey, and he could already sense it. When Cook's sword was caught, he shouted, "Quake!" Suddenly, a thunderous bear roar came from behind Bai Ye. Roar. Quake transformed into a massive black bear, exuding a wild aura. Its size was nearly 5 meters, with limbs large enough for 3 people to hug. The bear's claws extended into long, sharp talons, as sharp as curved blades. Its paw, the size of a rooftop, came crashing down towards Bai Ye's head, creating a gust of wind that even cracked the ground beneath. This was Cook's final attack, and after dodging their assaults, Bai Ye definitely wouldn't be able to evade Quake's strike, even if Bai Ye wanted to use Moonwalk to escape at this moment. Cook and the others would tightly bind him, preventing his escape. It can be said that as long as Bai Ye didn't use Moonwalk to create distance from the beginning, Quake's attack was bound to hit. They had pinned their hopes of turning the tide on this one strike from Quake. Quake was aware of this, so he gave it his all, unleashing all his strength. Is this your plan? Not bad at all. Too bad my plan has also met its expectations. Bai Ye's mouth revealed a faint smile. Paper drawing LV5, max. Iron block LV5, max. Congratulations, host, your skills have reached max level, triggering extended skills. Paper drawing will change to observation hockey, and iron block will change to armament hockey. Would you like to change? Of course, change it. ISNT the purpose of this battle for that. Change completed. Observation hockey LV1 increased. Armament hockey LV1 increased. Finally completed. This battle can finally come to an end. Facing a palm infused with terrifying power, Bai Ye extended his right index finger, which was covered in armament hockey, suddenly turning black. This was the limit of what Bai Ye could do. The index finger, seemingly powerless, pointed at the center of the descending bare paw, like a meteor falling. Unable to descend, even a fraction, blocked by a single finger. Sengoku and the others watched clearly, suddenly slamming the table and exclaiming, "Is this armament hockey?" Zephyr was shocked, yet somewhat pleased. He really did manage to comprehend hockey, truly worthy of being my disciple. Impossible, how could this happen? Quake looked at the scene before him in disbelief. He knew his own strength well. If he exerted himself fully, he could tear a small warship apart. But now he was actually being blocked by a single finger. How could he believe this fact? Cook and the other two instructors naturally recognized the armament hockey that Bai Ye was displaying. Coupled with Bai Ye's previous actions, they understood what was happening. Cook smiled wryly and said, "Good kid, actually using us 600 people to hone himself. The young people these days are getting crazier and crazier. We're getting old and can only step back and teach the students." The instructors were filled with emotions, as if reminiscing about their own youth. Meanwhile, Quake still had a hint of disbelief and swung his left palm with all his might. The massive bare paw created a gust of wind that blew away the surrounding soldiers, making it hard for them to even stand. Bai Ye laughed and said, "Come on, now I don't have to let you." Previously, he stood there to allow them to attack in order to train his dual-color domineering. Now that his goal had been achieved, he naturally no longer needed to restrain himself. Suddenly, Bai Ye disappeared before everyone's eyes and appeared above Quick's head the next moment. Such a big thing does look quite intimidating, but unfortunately, it can't scare me. Bai Ye gently tapped Quake on the back of his head, and Quake, who was still roaring, instantly fainted. Losing consciousness, Quake could not maintain his beast form and reverted to his human shape, falling from the sky. Bai Ye was about to take action when he saw Ferguson leap up and catch Quake. It seemed that the two had resolved all their past grievances during today's battle. For men, there is no easier way to strengthen their bond than by fighting side by side. Bai Ye thought to himself, shamelessly, "Oh, I inadvertently did a good deed." Bai Ye stood in midair, squinting down and asking, "Instructor Cook, should we keep going?" Cook understood Bai Ye's meaning well. If they continued, this kid would no longer hold back. Forget it, forget it. They had secretly thrown quite a few punches this time, so it was better to be content. But this matter couldn't be thought about too much, otherwise, after a battle, Bai Ye would be completely unharmed. Instead, he had even used them to sharpen his dual-color hockey. They gained nothing and ended up embarrassing themselves among many high-ranking Navy officers. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Cook said, "No more fighting, we concede." As their commander, Cook could naturally represent their opinion. After hearing this, Bai Ye turned to Zay Fa and shouted, "Teacher Zay Fa, hurry up and announce it." Zay Fa was taken aback and said blankly, "Announce what? Didn't they admit defeat?" Bai Ye helplessly said, "Announce that I am the first in this month's training camp assessment. The White Knight is helpless. The system is stubborn and only recognizes the first place in the assessment for the tasks it issues. Even if they all admit defeat, it still requires Zephyr, who is overseeing the assessment, to announce the confirmation. Otherwise, even if Bai Ye beats everyone present, it wouldn't count as completing the task. Of course, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. Just the 4 on the viewing platform alone would be too much for him. Is that it? Zephyr was dumbfounded. They admitted defeat. So doesn't that make you the first? Why do I have to announce that you're first? Can't you be a little more low-key? Sengoku chuckled. Ha ha ha, this little guy really cares about face. Akiji also shook his head with a smile. It seems this little junior brother cares quite a bit about his reputation. Meanwhile, Garp was deep in thought, not sure what he was pondering. Thus, Zephyr awkwardly announced, "The first place in this training camp assessment is Bai Ye." The high-ranking officers seated around looked at Zephyr's awkward expression and burst into laughter upon hearing this. Bai Ye, however, paid no mind to this. After Zephyr finished announcing, the system's voice rang in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received a reward of 200 points of world source power." Okay, the plan is successfully completed. In the stands, Garp, with a serious expression, once again requested leave from Sengoku. Sengoku was immediately anxious. Didn't you just come back from vacation? Why do you want another one? Although the situation at sea seems calm, it is actually turbulent beneath the surface. Sengoku had just received news that one of the Yonko pirate crews, the Beast Pirates, has been in frequent contact with one of the Shichibukai, Don Quixote Doflamingo. He was planning to have Garp investigate this once he returned, but who would have thought this old man would want to take another vacation? Garp, seeing Sengoku fuming, remained unfazed. After watching Bai Ye's performance, he felt extremely frustrated. So Garp decided that this time he would go to the East Sea, and he wouldn't return until he trained Luffy into an excellent marine. Sengoku looked at Garp's expression that seemed to say, "What can you do about my vacation?" and could only shake his head helplessly. At most, it would be a month, and you won't have any vacation for the rest of the year. Upon hearing Sengoku speak, Garp was overjoyed and said, "Don't worry. A month is enough." If Shanks heard Garp's words, he would probably laugh his head off. Did he think 2 months would be enough to change Luffy's mind? It took him over a decade. Sengoku thought about who else in the Marine headquarters was suitable for missions. Akiji definitely counted, but he had just returned from a mission, and, given his lazy disposition, he probably wouldn't be suitable for this kind of investigation. As for the remaining Marine rear admirals, there weren't many, and they had to stay at the Marine headquarters for emergencies. Sending a commodore from the headquarters to handle such matters might be insufficient in strength to keep the situation under control. Don Quixote Doflamingo is not an easy character to deal with. If not handled properly, the possibility of a conflict between the two sides is not negligible. Where could he find someone with decent strength, no other affairs, and capable of handling things efficiently? As Sengoku pondered, his gaze gradually fell on Bai Ye, who was not far away, right? Isn't there's someone right in front of him? His strength is not weak, comparable to a Marine rear admiral. He spends every day training in the camp with no other affairs. Moreover, Sengoku had seen Bai Ye's file and had a certain understanding of him. He is decisive in handling matters and ruthless, making him very suitable for dealing with pirates. Although Bai Ye fits Sengoku's criteria for this operation's leader perfectly, there is still the issue of how to request him from Zephyr, as this operation carries certain risks. Besides, Bai Ye is just a rookie who has only trained for a month. After hesitating repeatedly, Sengoku still did not share this idea with Zephyr. The White Knight is indeed very suitable for this operation. Currently, there is no one more suitable than him in the Navy headquarters. However, after considering the dangers of this mission, Sengoku still decided to give up. Both Doflamingo and Kaido are not easy to deal with, especially the latter. Moreover, looking at Zephyr's attitude towards White Knight, although they are mentor and student, it is clear to anyone with eyes that Zephyr treats White Knight like his own son. Ever since Zephyr's family was killed by pirates 30 years ago, he chose to retire bravely that year, giving up the position of admiral and willingly teaching new recruits in the rear. Sengoku and Zephyr have been comrades for many years, and regarding the matter of Zephyr's family, Sengoku can only feel indescribable pain. During the time spent teaching new recruits, Zephyr has become increasingly strict, changing his attitude towards pirates from not killing to better to wrongfully kill than to let go. The appearance of White Knight has brought Zephyr more smiles in this month than in previous years combined. If something were to happen to White Knight during the mission, Sengoku cannot imagine how great a blow it would be to Zephyr. This is also Sengoku's selfish concern. As for this matter, it is not urgent yet. We can see who has time to spare when the time comes. 6 months later, 2 figures flickered in the sky, and White Knight, covered in armament hockey, directly pushed Zephyr back several steps with a punch, proudly saying, "Teacher Zephyr, why do I feel like you're getting weaker?" Zephyr knew that White Knight wanted him to say that he was getting stronger. However, he deliberately did not say it, and instead patted his chest and coughed, cough, cough. "There's nothing I can do. I'm getting older. My body and hockey are no longer at their peak, and it's normal for my strength to weaken." Bai Ye approached Zephyr and said, "How could a teacher be getting old? With your strength, I feel like you could easily take on the position of admiral again." Zephyr shot Bai Ye a glance and replied, "By your reasoning, are you saying you're stronger than an admiral now?" I'm just joking. If you could ask Fleet Admiral Sengoku for an admiral position for me, I wouldn't mind at all," Bai Ye continued shamelessly. "Get out of here, you brat. You think you're deserving of that, and an admiral's position at that?" Zephyr said irritably, "Why don't you ask for the position of Fleet Admiral while you're at it? Teacher, can you really negotiate that for me?" Zephyr was suddenly speechless. Over the past 6 months, he had gotten to know Bai Ye's personality quite well. This shamelessness was just part of Bai Ye's daily routine. However, during this half year, Zephyr was quite satisfied with Bai Ye's progress. Ever since Bai Ye comprehended the 2-color hockey, Their sparring sessions had increased in frequency. From originally 2 to 3 times a week, it had now turned into almost daily practice. In just half a year, the results of their sparring had progressed from barely being able to match up to being evenly matched, and now Bai Ye could suppress him. During this time, he had witnessed Bai Ye's growth firsthand. He even felt that Bai Ye's current strength was not much weaker than his own when he served as an admiral. With Bai Ye's current strength, staying in the training camp wouldn't yield much improvement. Since they were discussing graduation, Zifa asked, Bai Ye, have you considered graduating early? Graduating early? Teacher, are you really planning to get me an admiral position? Bai Ye exclaimed in surprise. Zifa's face instantly turned pale as he gave Bai Ye a hard knock on the head. Are you daydreaming here? An admiral? At most. I'll get you a position as a rear admiral. Rear admiral? I'll think about it. Hearing the slightly disdainful tone from Bai Ye, Zifa couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. A rear admiral in the Navy headquarters was a rank that many soldiers dreamed of. Yet here, his own disciple was treating it as something to consider. If this news got out, who knows how many people would want to strangle Bai Ye. However, Zifa didn't press Bai Ye further, saying, well then, think it over tonight and give me your answer tomorrow morning. Back in his room, it was spacious with very few belongings, just a bed and a set of table and chairs. Bai Ye lay on the bed, thinking about what Zifa had told him regarding graduating early. In fact, Bai Ye knew that the fastest way to significantly improve his strength was to obtain world source power. The only way to acquire world source power in the training camp was through the monthly end-of-month assessments. The amount of world source power gained was simply too little. Without using world source power, he could only rely on time to slowly grind it out. He opened the current system panel. Host, Bai Ye Template, Saitama from 1 Punch Man Fusion Degree, 19 World Source Power, 300 Fusion Degree, 1920. Requires spending World Source Power, 1,000 Special Skills, Emperor Engine, Armament Hockey LV, 6, Enhanced, Observation Hockey LV, 5, Enhanced. The Navy 6 styles are fully cultivated, so they are not counted to avoid word inflation. The highest level of hockey is level 10. In the past 6 months, he ranked first in each assessment, gaining a total of 1,200 points of world source power. Bai Ye spent all his time improving his fusion level, which is the result of his training over the past 6 months. In fact, he was somewhat tempted by the idea of graduating early. After all, life in the training camp is relatively dull. However, if he chose to graduate early, he would lose 200 points of world source power every month, which amounts to 6,000 points over 2.5 years. This made Bai Ye quite reluctant. Such a large amount of world source power could be obtained just by staying in the training camp, which felt like getting something for nothing. Who wouldn't like that? Just saying, please support me, big shots. After thinking it over, Bai Ye decided to ask the system, if I choose to graduate early, will I still receive the 200 points of world source power each month? The system replied, if the host chooses to graduate early, the task will be canceled, and there will be no world source power rewards. As expected, Bai Ye found that if he graduated early, the task would be gone. Just as Bai Ye was hesitating, the system's voice sounded again. If the host chooses to graduate early graduation rewards can be activated. For each year graduated early, a reward of 2,000 points of world source power will be given. 2,000 points for 1 year means 5,000 points for 2.5 years. Although this is 1,000 points less than what he would earn by staying in the training camp, Bai Ye can fully utilize this 2.5 years to earn even more world source power outside. Bai Ye joyfully exclaimed, I didn't expect this system to be quite humane. Should he choose to graduate early? Yes, since he chose to graduate early. The next thing to face was what position he would be awarded upon graduation. In Bai Ye's view, it would at least not be lower than a major general. This was based on his confidence in himself and his confidence in Zifa. The next day, upon hearing that Bai Ye was going to graduate early, Zifa felt a bit sad. After all, for the past 6 months, he had treated Bai Ye like his own son, and now Bai Ye was leaving the training camp, which made him feel somewhat reluctant. However, before Bai Ye's departure, Zifa still planned to personally discuss Bai Ye's graduation with Sengoku, hoping to secure more benefits for him. This was one of the few things he could do for Bai Ye. In the office of the Marine Admiral, Sengoku looked at Zifa in front of him, adjusted his glasses, and sighed. I didn't expect you to really be willing to let Bai Ye graduate. I thought you would at least want him to stay in the training camp for another year. Zifa crossed his arms over his chest and said in a deep voice, with the development of the Great Pirate Era, the troubles faced by the Navy are increasing. With Bai Ye's strength, staying in the training camp is undoubtedly wasting the Navy's resources. It's better to let him contribute to the Navy sooner. Sengoku looked at Zifa with appreciation in his eyes, thinking, see, This is the awareness of the older generation of the Navy. They understand the Navy's difficulties and take the initiative to share the burden. If every Navy personnel had such awareness, my hair wouldn't have turned white so quickly. Why is it that only a few old Marines lack this awareness? Sengoku was indeed referring to Garp. Ever since 6 months ago, when Garp took leave to return to the East Blue to train his grandson, his plan to become a Marine once again failed. Garp, that old fellow, seemed to have gone mad, chasing after shanks all over the world with Akiji. No one could persuade him, and he said things like, "I won't go back to the East Blue. You shank can forget about going back too." When asked for the reason, Garp wouldn't say. In this way, the Navy had indirectly lost 2 top-tier combat powers. If the other 3 Emperor-level pirate groups hadn't been relatively quiet, Sengoku would have been extremely worried. Now, ZFA allowing Bai Ye to graduate early was a tremendous blessing for Sengoku. Although Sengoku wasn't sure how much Bai Ye had improved in the past 6 months. Judging by his strength from half a year ago, Bai Ye was at least a quasi-admiral. Having another such quasi-strong combat power would certainly ease Sengoku's mind. Sengoku said, "Don't worry. The treatment Bai Ye receives upon his early graduation will definitely not be less." ZFA casually replied, "Well, I don't have any big requests. Just give him a vice-admiral rank in the Navy, along with a warship built by the world's strongest giant triatom, and then throw in 10 obedient Marine brigadiers." Sengoku's eyes widened, nearly bursting his glasses. "This is not a big request. If you asked for something bigger, would you want me to directly grant you the rank of Admiral of the Marine Headquarters?" ZFA ignored Sengoku's furious expression and said calmly, "Something bigger would be the rank of Marine Fleet Admiral." This was something Bai Ye taught ZFA. According to Bai Ye, ordinary people generally prefer compromise. For example, if you say the house is too dark and suggest opening a window, everyone would definitely disagree. But if you advocate tearing down the roof, they would agree to open a window instead. ZFA found this quite reasonable, so he directly implemented Bai Ye's words. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, "ZFA, are you kidding me? No, this is Bai Ye's original words. If you don't agree, he'll just stay in the training camp for 3 years before graduating. Anyway, he's not in a hurry. He can still spend some time with the other trainees." You don't know, when those trainees found out Bai Ye was graduating early, they cried unwillingly, saying they didn't want Bai Ye to leave. It was a scene that brought tears to the eyes of those who saw it and sadness to those who heard it. Even I was moved to tears. As he spoke, ZFA pretended to wipe his eyes, but unfortunately, there were no tears. Otherwise, it would have looked even more convincing. Sengoku was shocked. He didn't expect ZFA to be so shameless. Are you sure those trainees were shedding tears of reluctance, not tears of excitement? If Bai Ye was really that popular in the training camp, how did the remaining 590 trainees form an anti-Bai alliance to resist Bai Ye's monthly beatings? Sengoku looked at ZFA with a strange expression, realizing that this old fellow had learned to be bad. ZFA used to be such a simple old Marine, never disobeying orders from superiors or bargaining with them. Ever since he took Bai Ye as his apprentice, he could only laugh. Seeing that Sengoku was still hesitating, ZFA directly said, "Since you don't agree, I'll let Bai Ye stay for another 2.5 years. I'm sure the trainees in the training camp will be very excited to hear this news." How could they not be excited? After being beaten for half a year, they thought Bai Ye was leaving, and they wouldn't have to be beaten anymore. As a result, Bai Ye didn't leave and had to endure another 2.5 years of beatings. If this continued, they would all want to apply for early graduation. With that, ZFA stood up and walked straight to the door without any hesitation, not even turning his head back. This was also something Bai Ye taught ZFA. Do not give the other party time to hesitate. Let them feel your determination. If Bai Ye were present, he would definitely praise ZFA's performance. With such a performance, in modern times, not winning a few little golden figures would be unacceptable. Seeing ZFA leave so decisively, Sengoku felt a headache coming on. The conditions set by Bai Ye are indeed too high, graduating directly from the training camp to become a rear admiral in the Navy. Such a thing has never happened since the establishment of the Navy. However, the Navy does lack combat power like Bai Ye's. When Zifa walked to the door, pondering that Bai Ye's teaching method seemed ineffective, Sengoku finally spoke up. "Zifa, come back and sit down. You agreed?" Bai Ye's demands were truly outrageous. If he really agreed, how would the other veteran rear admirals think? "Then I'll take my leave." Sengoku pleaded, "Can we discuss this? The Navy really needs combat power like Bai Ye." Hearing his old comrade speak in a pleading tone, Zifa's heart softened a bit. "Then what do you propose?" Sengoku pondered for a moment. "How about this? We first grant Bai Ye the rank of rear admiral. but I can guarantee that as long as Bai Ye achieves some merits within a year, I can promote him to Rear Admiral. A warship completely made from atom wood is impossible. You won't find so many branches in the entire ocean. But I can provide one atom branch that can be used for the keel. When the time comes, let that kid find someone to build it himself. Finally, I can let Bai Ye choose any 3 people from below the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy to serve under him. This is my biggest concession. If that's still not enough, then let your kid stay for another 2.5 years. As Sengoku spoke, his eyes gradually became moist, seemingly on the verge of tears, and he said in a deep voice, "The Navy is truly too difficult." Seeing Sengoku about to cry, Zifa felt compassion and said, "Then let's do it this way. I'll go back and discuss it with Bai Ye." Sengoku wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. "Yes, Zifa. Thank you for your contributions to the Navy." Zifa nodded heavily. After Zifa left, Sengoku's expression instantly became joyful, and he said to himself, "Fight with me? Do you really think being the Fleet Admiral of the Navy is that easy?" Zifa conveyed the entire conversation he had with Sengoku to Bai Ye, and with a serious tone, he said, "The Navy's current situation is indeed not good. Sengoku is under great pressure, and the conditions he offered are not bad. If you don't want to agree, then just let it go." Bai Ye looked at Zifa, who was trying to persuade him, and couldn't help but marvel at the tactics of the warring States Marshal. He had directly turned his teacher, Zifa, to his side. In Bai Ye's view, the conditions he proposed were not too high. After the Marineford War, both Yi Xiao and Green Bull, who came from the world recruitment, were able to directly become Marine Admirals. Although the current situation is far less tense than during the Marineford War, Bai Ye was still a well-rooted member of the Navy, and his teacher was the former Admiral Zifa. He himself possessed strength comparable to an admiral. Asking for a position as a Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters was already quite kind-hearted of Bai Ye. Moreover, Sengoku had directly halved more than half of Bai Ye's other 2 conditions, which made Bai Ye quite unhappy. Seeing that teacher Zifa was still earnestly advising him, what else could Bai Ye say? Fine, let's leave it at that for now. At worst, he would find more trouble for Sengoku in the future to repay today's grudge. All right. Teacher, you don't need to say more, I agree. Okay? Really? Of course it's real. Since teacher has said this much, what more could I say? Zifa felt relieved, noting that actually being promoted to Rear Admiral in just a year was quite fast. By the way, Sengoku said you could choose 3 people from those below the Rear Admiral rank. Do you have anyone in mind? Zifa had taught students for many years, and almost half of the Navy's middle and senior management had graduated from training camps. So in this regard, he could provide Bai Ye with quite a few suitable candidates. 3 people? Of course, I have some in mind. Bai Ye thought for a moment and had an idea. The first candidate was Smoker. Zifa was quite familiar with Smoker, a Logia-type devil fruit user who graduated a year earlier than Bai Ye and was also the top of his class. Zifa was fairly confident in Smoker's strength, as he was a Logia devil fruit user. Even if he wasn't strong in other aspects, his foundational strength was already established, giving him a high starting point. However, Zifa still had his concerns. He knew Smoker well. His personality was rather rebellious. If he were to be placed under Zifa's command, with his character, he would definitely cause some trouble. Bai Ye smiled and said, "Don't worry about that, teacher. When I was in the EC, Smoker already expressed that he would follow me after I graduated, so bringing him over won't be a problem." From Bai Ye's words, Zephyr heard an important piece of information. Smoker was willing to follow Bai Ye even back in the EC when Bai Ye was just a 2nd lieutenant. Yet he could make a colonel like Smoker willing to follow him. This disciple of his was probably no simple character. However, Zephyr didn't mind this. No matter how remarkable Bai Ye was, he was still his disciple. He was family, and the more exceptional he was, the better. What about the other 2? As for the other 2, I think I'll select from the training camp. Quake and Ferguson are both good choices. This was also a well-considered decision by Bai Ye. Rather than choosing unfamiliar Navy Rear Admirals, it was better to select familiar, obedient, and handy individuals. After half a year of tough training, Bai Ye had a good understanding of Quake and Ferguson. These 2 were considered leaders of the anti-white organization in the training camp, and they were the first to launch attacks against Bai Ye during the monthly evaluations. The outcome, of course, was that they suffered even more intense beatings from Bai Ye. It was precisely because of these beatings that Quake and Ferguson had greatly improved their abilities over the past 6 months, even comparable to the weaker Rear Admirals in the headquarters. This was why Bai Ye chose them. Seeing that Bai Ye had his own considerations, Zephyr didn't say much more. "As long as you've made your decision, that's fine. I'll have someone inform them, so they can prepare for graduation in advance." Bai Ye smirked and said, "I should personally deliver this news. I'm sure they'll be very excited to hear it." Zfa looked at Bai Ye's mischievous expression with helplessness, feeling that this kid was truly incorrigible. Even as he was about to leave, he still wanted to torment others. In the student dormitory, dozens of key members of the Anti-White Alliance gathered around a long table, with Quake and Ferguson sitting at the front. You all should know the news about the Dark Lord graduating early, right? Of course we know about such great news. They said it was rumored that to facilitate the Dark Lord's graduation, Chief Instructor Zfa personally went to find Marshal Sengoku today. The group was animatedly discussing, referring to Bai Ye as the Dark Lord in private. It had to be said, it was quite fitting. When the news about the Dark Lord graduating early spread, it had kept them excited all night. With the Dark Lord gone, the clouds that loomed over them would also disappear. Suddenly, the sky was blue, the air was fresh. Their backs didn't hurt, their legs didn't hurt, and they no longer had to gasp for breath while going upstairs. This feeling of freedom was what they had yearned for over the past 6 months. Just as everyone was filled with excitement, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Ferguson asked, "Who is it?" With all key members of the Anti-White Alliance present, it shouldn't be anyone else. "It's me." The voice sounded so familiar that it made their hearts tremble, and upon hearing it, their bodies instinctively took a defensive posture. The only explanation for a sound that could invoke both physiological and psychological fear in them was that it belonged to Bai Ye. Just as the main figure of the Anti-White Alliance was in a meeting, the subject of their discussion had arrived at their door. While the group hesitated about whether to open the door or not, it opened on its own, seeing Bai Ye standing at the entrance with a gentle smile. The more than 10 key members inside shrank to the corners of the room, trembling as if they had seen a ghost, not daring to breathe. Quake and Ferguson, as the leaders gathered their courage to stand in front of everyone, gritting their teeth and asking, "Bai Ye, what are you doing here?" Bai Ye casually said, "I'm about to leave, so I came specifically to visit you all. Can the White Knights have such good intentions? They would never believe it, even if they died. What visit could it be that before leaving, they want to come and beat them up again?" As Bai Ye took a step into the room, they stepped back, watching as the big brother closest to the wall was squeezed to the point where his eyes were rolling back. For the sake of that big brother's safety, Bai Ye didn't step further in and casually found a chair to sit down. "Do you all know about my early graduation news?" Although they had known about it for a long time and had stayed up all night excited about it, now in front of Bai Ye, they could only lie and say, "We just found out about it. Congratulations, Bai Ye, on being able to graduate early. It's time to leave, and I feel quite reluctant to part with you all. After all, they had been classmates for half a year, and they had built feelings for each other." Hearing this, Quake and the others almost collectively rolled their eyes at Bai Ye. If it weren't for the painful experiences they had gone through together in the past 6 months, they might have believed Bai Ye's nonsense. But now they could only go along with what Bai Ye said. After all, he hadn't left yet, and could still give them a beating at any moment. Ferguson gritted his teeth and said, "Actually, we will miss you too." Quake also forced a pained expression and said, "If the great demon really leaves, it would actually lessen our motivation. It's because of you that our strength has progressed so quickly over the past 6 months. Yeah, after you leave, we will miss you after all. You have helped us a lot." Listening to Quake and Ferguson's sincere words, the dozen or so key members present almost shed tears collectively. Look at what a leader is. What it means to have responsibility. What it means to be adaptable. As the initiator, organizer, and leader of the Anti-White Alliance, these two who usually scolded Bai Ye the most were surprisingly able to say such insincere words in front of him today. "How great that is!" Bai Ye seemed to smile and said, "Do you really think so?" "Of course, although we don't say it often, we all think this way in our hearts. Yes, we often praise you in private, saying that you are strong and have brought a lot of honor to our training camp. Once a person breaks through their own limits, everything they do becomes so natural." Bai Ye smirked and said, "Then I'm leaving. Will you miss me?" Quake and Ferguson became more confident in their conversation. "Of course we will. You are my goal to strive for. If I hadn't graduated, I would definitely follow you." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye immediately stood up, scaring everyone into retreating again. Quake and Ferguson turned pale, wondering what they had just said wrong. Bai Ye eagerly said, "I made up my mind." Quake asked with a trembling heart, "Made up your mind about what?" Bai Ye smiled and said, "It's nothing much. The Supreme Commander of the Warring States granted me a privilege, saying that I can freely choose 3 Navy officers below the rank of Vice Admiral as my subordinates. I was hesitating about who to choose, as there are only 3 slots, and I must be cautious. After talking with you all, I suddenly realized that since you all are so reluctant to part with me, I am also reluctant to part with you. Why not use the slots on both of you? From now on, you two will follow me to sail the seas together. Wouldn't that be boundless joy? What? You actually can choose people, and you chose us too?" Thinking about spending the rest of their lives with Bai Ye, Quake and Ferguson turned pale, rolled their eyes, and fainted on the spot. The entire place fell silent. Bai Ye sighed. I didn't expect you to faint from excitement. It seems our bond is indeed very strong. By the way, when they wake up, tell them to report to me in 3 days. If they don't come, you know my methods. After Bai Ye left, more than a dozen corps members looked at the unconscious Quake and Ferguson with moist eyes. The leader truly deserves the title. This selfless act will be remembered with gratitude for a lifetime. On graduation day, the ceremony for Bai Ye, Quake, and Ferguson was held at the training camp. Under normal circumstances, to graduate from the training camp, one must undergo a graduation assessment. After passing the assessment, the final results are combined with the scores from the monthly evaluations to determine the honors for the graduating students. However, due to Bai Ye's special circumstances, the assessment was canceled and Quake and Ferguson were also exempted from it. Because of the early graduation, it wasn't the warlord who personally conferred the ranks, but Zifa did it instead. This was actually a kind gesture from the warlord towards Zifa, whose greatest dream had been to personally confer a rank to his son, only to have his entire family tragically killed by pirates. Allowing Zifa to confer the rank to Bai Ye was a way to fulfill Zifa's long-held dream. When Zifa placed the Marine Rear Admiral's cloak of justice on Bai Ye, the tough man, who always presented a hard exterior, gradually had moist eyes. Teacher, it's not like I'm leaving the training camp for good. Why make it so sentimental? Zifa patted Bai Ye on the shoulder and said, Isn't it because you kid doesn't let people rest easy? With your tendency to wander around, you're bound to attract enemies and will definitely face hardships in the future. Bai Ye smiled and said, It's fine. At that time, teacher, you will support me. And together, we will definitely be able to defeat our enemies. Zifa shook his head and laughed. You really think highly of your teacher. Then Zifa continued to confer ranks to Quake and Ferguson. The two were granted the rank of lieutenant colonel in the Navy headquarters. Although the rank was not very high, it far exceeded their expectations. Even if they graduated after 3 years in the Navy training camp, they would only be able to attain the rank of colonel at best. But now, after only half a year, they were awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel, which could be considered an exceptional promotion. This was likely a small consolation from Sengoku for Bai Ye not becoming a rear admiral. After Quake and Ferguson received their awards from Zifa, their faces paled. They felt nearly 600 pairs of eyes looking at them, as if they were martyrs. There was an indescribable sense of desolation in their hearts. 3 days later, at the dock of the Shibondi archipelago, 2 rows of naval soldiers, armed with rifles, stood in formation at the dock, seemingly waiting for the arrival of some important figure. Not far away, a naval ship carrying a rear admiral slowly approached the dock. Bai Ye leaned back in the reclining chair, sipping juice, and idly asked Ferguson, How much longer until we arrive? Ferguson replied respectfully, reporting to Major General Bai Ye, We should arrive in about half an hour. Ugh, is it going to take that long? Then I'll sleep a bit more. Remember to wake me when we get there. After saying this, Bai Ye placed the juice on a small table beside him and closed his eyes as if he really fell asleep. 3 days ago, Bai Ye was promoted to the rank of Major General and, like other Navy personnel, needed to guard a territory to prevent pirate chaos. Generally, newly graduated Major Generals like Bai Ye are assigned to the first branch base of the 4 Seas, similar to Lowtown in the East Sea. They need to gain experience in the relatively weaker 4 Seas before being considered for transfer to the bases in the Grand Line after a certain period. However, since Bai Ye's strength far exceeded that of a normal Major General, placing him in the 4 Seas would be a waste. Therefore, Sengoku stationed Bai Ye at the Sabaody archipelago, which is closer to the Navy headquarters, allowing Bai Ye to meet with Zifa and his apprentice more easily. If Bai Ye faced any issues due to lack of experience, they could respond more quickly. It can be said that Sengoku's arrangement considered both Zifa and Bai Ye. Bai Ye also received a World Source Power reward for graduating early and being promoted to Major General. Congratulations to the host for achieving early graduation. For every year graduated early, you gain 1,000 points of World Source Power. The early time is 2.5 years, totaling 5,000 points of World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a lieutenant, gaining 50 points of World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a captain, gaining 100 points of World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a major, gaining 500 points of World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a colonel, gaining 1,000 points of World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a brigadier general, gaining 2,000 points of World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a major general, gaining 5,000 points of World Source Power. Opening the system panel. Host, Bai Ye Template. Saitama from One Punch Man Fusion Degree. 19 world source power, 13,950 points fusion degree 1920. Requires spending world source power, 1,000 points special skills, Emperor Engine, Armament Hockey LV6 enhanced. Observation Hockey LV5 enhanced. This is the richest Bai Ye has ever been since obtaining the system. However, Bai Ye does not plan to spend it all right now. After leaving the training camp, he had more free time and could start many plans. The so-called night organization might be able to truly reveal itself at the right moment. Nonetheless, Bai Ye first spent 1,000 points of world source power to raise his fusion degree to 20. According to previous patterns, every 10% increase in fusion degree gives a chance to draw an S-class hero's special ability. What Bai Ye most wanted to draw was the telekinesis of Tornado, which is not only very practical, but also a great tool for showing off. However, this is just a thought. It depends on what the system actually offers. As a warm current flowed into his body, the system's voice sounded, "Congratulations, host. Fusion degree has reached 20. You can randomly draw a special ability from a strong character in the One Punch Man world." With Bai Ye's anticipation, the system's voice sounded again. "Draw completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability of S-class hero Atomic Samurai. Swordsmanship. Iajutsu." Swordsmanship? Bai Ye felt a slight sense of disappointment, but his swordsmanship was still decent. Like the Navy's 6 styles, it allowed for better utilization of the body to deliver powerful attacks. The main thing is that using a sword looks cool, which aligns with Bai Ye's preferences. Special skills: Emperor Engine, Armament Hockey LV6 enhanced, Observation Hockey LV5 enhanced, Swordsmanship LV9 enhanced. The maximum level for swordsmanship is also 10, but Bai Ye didn't expect to start at level 9. One can imagine how high the Atomic Samurai's mastery of swordsmanship is. Bai Ye carefully contemplated the knowledge of swordsmanship in his mind, like a sponge greedily absorbing the surrounding moisture. With the help of the system, Bai Ye quickly understood swordsmanship thoroughly and grasped the ultimate move of the Atomic Warrior, the Iaido Slash. Does this make me a great swordsman? I have suddenly become one of the few swordsmanship masters on the vast sea. Bai Ye shamelessly reveled in his newfound status. TSK, this is really too easy. In just the time of a nap, he became a great swordsman. Wouldn't that make a whole bunch of people furious if they heard it? Since he is now a great swordsman, naturally, he needs a famous sword that matches his status. Just as Bai Ye was closing his eyes to think, he heard Ferguson's voice beside him. "Major Bai Ye, we have arrived at the 27th island of the Shambody Archipelago." White Knight sat up from the deck chair, and Quake skillfully tied the Justice cloak behind him. "Let's go. Let me see what chaos the Shambody Archipelago can create." According to Sengoku, White Knight's predecessor was a colonel from the Marine headquarters. While pursuing pirates, he was unexpectedly killed by them. And this place is less than half a day's journey from the Marine headquarters. Such a close distance, and a colonel was publicly killed. This is undoubtedly a serious provocation to the Navy. Afterwards, the Navy pursued the pirate crew that killed the colonel, but they were unable to catch up. That is why Sengoku transferred White Knight to this location. The Shambody Archipelago consists of 79 giant trees, with each tree being an island, and the ground being the roots of the trees, which occasionally produce bubbles from the ground. Each tree is numbered, and White Knight is responsible for guarding islands 27, 28, and 29, which are referred to as the lawless areas by the people. As soon as the White Knight arrived, it became apparent that the lawless zone was unusual. Looking around, various types of pirate ships, slave-catching vessels, merchant ships, and private boats were docked at the pier. Most of the people walking on the streets were pirates and bounty hunters, with local residents making up less than half. The chaos was visible to the naked eye. The arrival of a Navy Rear Admiral's ship drew considerable attention, prompting many pirates to quietly leave and avoid the area. After all, a Rear Admiral from the Navy headquarters was a mid-level officer in the Navy, not someone they could afford to provoke. Bai Ye led the people off the ship and saw 2 neat rows of naval soldiers, which could be considered the legacy left to him by the previous colonel. A robust officer dressed in a major's uniform stepped out from among the soldiers, with a scar about 4 to 5 centimeters long on his right cheek, giving him a somewhat fierce appearance. Leslie looked at the excessively young boy in front of him and asked, "Excuse me, are you Major General Bai Ye?" Bai Ye smiled and said, "Isn't the Naval Headquarters Major General uniform I'm wearing enough to prove my identity?" "It certainly can verify your identity," Leslie replied. "Saluting Bai Ye," he shouted. Major Leslie of the headquarters, along with all the soldiers of the 7th Naval Branch from the Shambody Islands, pays respects to Major General Bai Ye. Respect to Major General Bai Ye. The loud cheers of hundreds of people immediately echoed through the dock, and even several nearby streets could hear it clearly. The pirates closer to Bai Ye were stunned when they saw his appearance. Is there really a major general of the naval headquarters this young? This kid looks like he just turned adult, right? Some people also looked down on him, thinking that becoming a naval major general at such a young age was likely the result of family connections. They estimated he was just a useless person. Arriving in a place like this, they didn't know how long he could survive. Bai Ye is not aware of what others think of him, and even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Bai Ye is sure to make some moves and stoke this fire to a sufficient intensity. Bai Ye returned to the branch base with a group of people. Although it was called a base, it was actually quite similar to the one Bai Ye used to have on Ski Island. It was about the size of a football field, surrounded by 20-meter-high walls, with a 3-story building in the middle serving as their place for handling affairs and resting. Bai Ye entered his exclusive office, which was spacious but simply decorated, with only a desk, chairs, and a filing cabinet. There was a bedroom on the side of the office that could be used for resting. Major Leslie, tell me about the current situation at the base. Yes. There are still 137 soldiers at the base, 1 at the rank of colonel and 5 at the rank of lieutenant. Is that all? Bai Ye frowned it. The number was indeed too low. A typical naval base usually has at least 300 personnel. The number here hasn't even reached half of that. Major Leslie's eyes dimmed as he said, more than 200 people died alongside Colonel Hall at the hands of pirates, and there hasn't been any recruitment since. So that's all we have. Bai Ye curiously asked, what kind of pirate crew is it? I heard that the headquarters once dispatched a vice admiral to chase the pirates, but ended up returning in failure. Upon hearing Bai Ye's question, Leslie's eyes immediately turned red, and he unconsciously clenched his fists, looking as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Bai Ye understood at a glance. Wow, there's a story here. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation right away, and Bai Ye was even more curious to know the details. What exactly is going on? Just tell me. Bai Ye still didn't want to say, continuing, my teacher is Admiral Zephyr. If I can't handle it, I will consider talking to Teacher Zephyr. There's no way around it. Bai Ye didn't really believe in himself. He couldn't just say that his strength was comparable to that of an admiral, could he? So he could only bring up Teacher Zephyr first. Admiral Zephyr is your teacher? Leslie asked in astonishment. Yes, so you can speak freely with me, Bai Ye replied confidently. Hearing Bai Ye's earnest words, Leslie did not doubt their authenticity. After all, such matters could be easily verified at the Navy headquarters. No Navy personnel would tell such a lie. Leslie slowly said, actually, that day Colonel Hall was not chasing pirates. He was conducting routine patrols on the island. Not chasing pirates? Yes, that day Colonel Hall was patrolling the island with soldiers and happened to witness the Don Quixote family, one of the 7 warlords, conducting a secret transaction. Then, they were all silenced by the Don Quixote family. How do you know it was the Don Quixote family that acted? Because I found this at the scene of Colonel Hall's death. Leslie pulled out a blood-stained cloth strip, about the size of half a palm, from his pocket, which bore the emblem of the Don Quixote family. It was distinctly different from other pirate crews, featuring a circular black smiley face with a diagonal line running from the upper right to the lower left. Very recognizable. Leslie continued. The Vice Admiral sent later should have also investigated the Don Quixote family. However, because their identity is affiliated with the government-recognized 7 warlords, to avoid causing unnecessary chaos, this matter was left unresolved. At this point, Leslie felt extremely pained. The pirates harmed over 200 of their Navy soldiers, yet they had no right to seek revenge. Moreover, they had to take detours when encountering members of the Don Quixote family to avoid a second conflict. The feeling of knowing who the culprit is but being powerless to act, only able to watch others flaunt their power in front of you, was a tormenting experience that felt worse than death. Bai Ye sighed, saying that the Navy has truly rotted to the core. For the Navy, the establishment of the warlord system was like a slap in the face from the government in front of the whole world. This move expressed the idea that because the Navy had not maintained peace at sea well, the government would recognize 7 notorious pirates as legitimate pirates, while the Navy could do nothing about it. Watching the scum who once killed his comrades transform into officially recognized colleagues was infuriating. Moreover, to save face for the world government, as long as the warlords didn't go too far, such as publicly slaughtering a nation or killing Navy personnel, the Navy could not trouble the warlords. Just like this time, when Colonel Hall and over 200 Navy soldiers died at the hands of the Don Quixote family. The Navy knew the murderer and even tracked them down, but due to the murderer's identity, they had to give up. Furthermore, since the murderer did not commit their crime in public, the Navy had to help cover up their actions to avoid causing turmoil at sea. There was nothing more humiliating than this. If Sengoku didn't know about this matter, Bai Ye would not believe it. But if Sengoku did know and still decided to mobilize Bai Ye from his position, it was indeed quite thought-provoking. Bai Ye silently thought, is this old man trying to use me as a weapon? The warring states and others are dissatisfied with the Shichibukai system. But since they previously agreed to establish the Shichibukai, it would naturally be inappropriate to oppose it now and provoke the government's displeasure. The other Navy members, although discontented, are powerless due to their insufficient strength and the lack of a leader. But now Bai Ye has appeared, a naval rear admiral with the strength of an admiral. If he were to have a strong conflict with the Shichibukai, or even kill one of them, what kind of reaction would the government have? Moreover, Bai Ye's master, Zephyr, also holds a very high reputation within the Navy. After all, 80% of the mid to high level officers in the Navy come from the training camp. If one Bai Ye is not enough, with the addition of Chief Instructor Zephyr, along with some Navy members who are already dissatisfied with the Shichibukai system, this kind of momentum is enough to make the government treat the situation with caution. TSK. It seems that none of those who can become naval marshals are easy to deal with. Bai Ye is quite confident in his own speculation. He estimates that he is the best candidate chosen by Sengoku to eliminate the warlord system. Although Bai Ye is being used as a pawn by Sengoku, he feels no dissatisfaction. Instead, he thinks it's quite good. As long as the situation hasn't reached its breaking point, no matter what outrageous things Bai Ye does, Sengoku will naturally cover for him. Bai Ye still needs the identity of the Navy. Moreover, as the leader in eliminating the warlord system, Bai Ye's prestige in the Navy is naturally quite high. This situation has its pros and cons, and the choice lies in Bai Ye's hands. Should he pretend not to know and turn a deaf ear to this matter? Or should he start causing trouble for the Don Quixote family and become a pioneer against the warlord system? Bai Ye quickly made a decision in his heart. Bai Ye looked up at Leslie, who was full of anticipation, and smiled. I've got this. I will avenge Colonel Hall and the other 200 naval soldiers. Really? Leslie said with red eyes, joyfully asking, do we need to inform Chief Instructor Zifa? Bai Ye knew that Leslie still didn't believe that a rear admiral like him was qualified to manage the matters of the 7 warlords. However, Bai Ye didn't argue. Instead, he explained, I will report to Teacher Zephyr only after I thoroughly investigate this matter, so you can rest assured. Leslie, having no doubts about Bai Ye's words, bent down and bowed, saying, thank you on behalf of Colonel Hall. The next day, a Navy rear admiral ship arrived at the 27th island of the Sabaody archipelago again. Although there were no Navy soldiers welcoming them at the dock this time, it still attracted the attention of many pirates. Rear admirals from the Navy headquarters were not something you could see everywhere. In the first half of the Grand Line, only relatively important islands would have rear admirals guarding them. The presence of 2 rear admirals in this place within 2 days was indeed very unusual. Is Rear Admiral Smoker here, Lord Bai Ye? Rear Admiral Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, looked seriously at the Navy base not far away. His eyes filled with weariness. Yeah, I didn't expect Bai Ye to graduate so quickly, said to Shiji, her tone tinged with a hint of sorrow. How could it be so fast? Half a year ago, after Bai Ye entered the training camp, Garp had indeed transferred Smoker from Logtown to the Grand Line, assigning him to guard a relatively important island. In the past 6 months, Smoker had dealt with quite a number of pirates, and his rank had risen from colonel to rear admiral. He even earned the nickname Smoker on the Sea, with many pirates choosing to detour upon encountering him, fearing they would be targeted. But just a week ago, he received a call saying that Bai Ye had graduated and had used his privilege to select him. After hanging up the phone, Smoker didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Following Bai Ye was his own choice, and he felt no regret about it. But this was too fast, wasn't it? After just half a year of freedom, he was about to suffer Bai Ye's torment again. Let's go. If we arrive late, it will be even worse. Smoker took a deep breath, stepping off the ship one step at a time, as if walking to the execution ground. Tashiji also hugged the young Shiyu tightly, lowering her head as she followed Smoker down the ship. The surrounding pirates, upon seeing who was disembarking, were instantly terrified. One pirate cursed under his breath. Damn it, how did the Smoker come here? Another asked, isn't he the one with the smoke fruit ability, Rear Admiral Smoker? Who else could it be? How could he come to this place? Pirates from several crews had different expressions. Some were eyeing Tashiji, Smoker's companion, with lewd thoughts, greedily saying, that girl following Smoker looks pretty good. A nearby pirate shot a cold glance at the speaker, warning, that woman is a swordsman. She has probably killed more pirates than you've seen. If you want to seek death, go ahead and try, and see whether her blade is harder or your neck. The lustful pirate felt a chill on his neck, as if a blade was truly resting against it. Just days ago, a younger rear admiral had already come, and now even Smoker had arrived. It seemed that trouble was brewing in the Sabaody archipelago. Some more cautious pirates had begun preparing to leave Sabaody, while those who believed in their own strength felt fearless. After all, in the lawless zone, there were no restrictions, and even the Navy dared not boldly arrest pirates there. This had been an unwritten rule for many years. As long as this rule remained unchanged, they didn't care about anything else. In the White Knight office, when White Knight saw Smoker and Tashigi, there was an indescribable joy in his eyes. It was simply because he had two people under his command who could steadily provide world source power. Even if the average daily contribution was only 1 or 2 points of world source power, it was enough for White Knight. It was better than having none at all. Leslie looked at White Knight and Smoker with some surprise. He didn't expect that both of them, being rear admirals of the Navy, would have Smoker transfer to become White Knight's subordinate. He had heard of Smoker's name. After all, he was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit and was well known throughout the Navy. Yet, such a person became the subordinate of Rear Admiral White Knight. It seemed that Admiral Zifa indeed favored Rear Admiral White Knight as his apprentice. Indeed, Leslie still believed that White Knight's rise to the rank of Rear Admiral was largely due to Admiral Zifa's influence. Meanwhile, Quake and Ferguson, after witnessing White Knight's treatment of Smoker, felt that White Knight was indeed too good to them. What was it like for them in the training camp? They only got beaten up once a month. And what about Smoker and Tashigi? Bai Ye wished he could fight from dawn until next dawn. Without comparison, there is no right to speak. Now, when they look at Bai Ye, they find him much more pleasing than before. The 3 conditions that the warring states agreed to Bai Ye have now been fulfilled in 2. Ferguson, when will the Atom branch of the Dragon Bone arrive? That old guy warring states wouldn't he refuse, would he? After realizing he was being used as a pawn by warring states, Bai Ye's attitude towards him became increasingly casual. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively broke into a cold sweat. In the Navy, the only ones who dared to call him that might be Bai Ye and Garp. Ferguson said, "I have inquired. It should arrive in a week." Although the Navy's Vice Admiral warship is still decent, with sea stone placed on the bottom, it can avoid attacks from sea kings while sailing. However, it still pales in comparison to a ship made from the Atom branch of the treasure tree. Since we're going to build a ship, we should build the best one. Another week? Bai Ye pondered. Leslie, how much money do we have left in our branch? Leslie, who was quite familiar with the branch's management, quickly answered Bai Ye's question. We only have 3 million berries left. 3 million berries? How can we have so little left? A dignified Navy branch base has only 3 million berries left, which is even less than the bounty of a slightly larger pirate in the EC. Leslie explained, we originally had over 80 million berries, but after that incident, almost all the money in the base was used for compensation. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder there was so little money left. Hasn't the higher-ups allocated any more funds to you? They are supposed to allocate funds, but the specific amount has not been discussed yet. So we don't know when the money will arrive. We are short on money. Very short on money. Building ships requires money, and buying famous swords also requires money. However, there are only 3 million berries left in the base, which is simply not enough. The money he previously earned by defeating pirates in the EC has all been spent by his stingy teacher on tools and repairing walls. In the system space, there's at most less than 5 million berries left. The Navy's salary is issued once a year, and there are still 4 months until the end of the year. Relying on that salary to come is clearly unreliable. If it weren't for the fact that he was wearing a Navy Rear Admiral's uniform, he would have wanted to go out and rob a few places. No wonder so many people go to sea to become pirates. Relying on normal methods to make money is indeed too slow. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance appeared in Bai Ye's eyes, and a bold idea formed in his mind. Yes, I am the Navy. I can charge reasonable fees. The 3 small islands under the jurisdiction of Bai Ye are all considered lawless zones, and not a single person living here is clean. According to Bai Ye, even if you killed everyone on the 3 islands, the error rate would not even reach 1%. Leslie, go tell all the merchants on these 3 islands that each one has to submit 10% of their profits to me every month. Huh? Leslie was stunned. Isn't this just collecting protection fees? Bai Ye admitted with a smile, I collect protection fees, and you tell them that every transaction needs to be recorded. The time, place, people involved, and amount must all be noted. If there's any inflated profit reported later, the entire store will be confiscated. Damn it, if you weren't wearing a Navy uniform, I'd think you were a pirate captain. Leslie said in a daze, but there has never been such a rule. Bai Ye casually said, in the past I wasn't here, but now that I am, the rules naturally need to be changed. The reason why this place was allowed to become a lawless zone before was mainly because the forces here are deeply intertwined with the four emperors, the seven warlords, underground forces, and even people from the world government mixed in. Moving against them would be very troublesome. Moreover, this is a necessary passage for pirates entering the New World, and a large number of pirates come here every day, making it impossible to clean up. The four emperors in the New World 1T let the Navy block the entrance completely. Otherwise, they would lack fresh blood. And the Navy has seen that many of the supernova pirates entering the New World mostly die at the hands of the four emperors. So what's the point of stopping them? Just watching the pirates fight among themselves? Thus, under mutual compromise and tacit agreement, the current lawless zone came to be. Major Bai Ye, what if we really do this? What will happen if those merchants run off to other islands? Ferguson raised a more practical question. These people aren't fools. They all have two legs. If they can't stay here, they can just go somewhere else. After all, there are a total of 29 islands in the Shabadi archipelago that are considered lawless zones. Where isn't business done? You reminded me. Bai Ye took a telephone bug out of the drawer and directly called Sengoku in front of everyone. The telephone bug slightly changed its shape, transforming into Sengoku's likeness, complete with round glasses and a goat-like beard. The telephone bug imitated Sengoku with remarkable precision. They watched as Bai Ye curiously tugged at the goat beard simulated by the telephone bug, feeling a tremor in their hearts. Wow, this is the Fleet Admiral. It's Bai Ye. What does he want to talk to me about? Bai Ye went straight to the point and said, Marshal Sengoku, I want to take control of islands 1 to 29 in Sabaody. You can either reassign those people to other places or let them serve under me. Choose one of these two options. The people standing beside Smoker were stunned by Bai Ye's casual demeanor and plain words. Is this how you talk to your superiors, superior? It feels more like you're talking to your subordinates. The transponder snail mimicked Sengoku's somewhat awkward expression, and from Bai Ye's not-so-good tone, Sengoku roughly guessed that Bai Ye knew he was being used as a pawn. Ahem, Bai Ye. I am the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Your superior and your master Zephyr has been an old comrade of mine for decades. Is this the attitude you have towards me? Bai Ye laughed and said, Should I give my master a call later? To tell him how his old comrade has been taking care of his only disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhanghua also felt a headache. This kid was hard to handle. Truly difficult to please. Besides, this matter was indeed his fault. Zhanghua awkwardly said, Forget it. You are Zifa's disciple, so you can consider me half a disciple as well. It's only right to take care of you. Don't bother your master with such trivial matters anymore. What do you really want? Either give me 1 billion berries as military funds, or grant me jurisdiction over islands 1 to 29 of Sabaody. Bai Ye's tone could be described as quite rude. However, he has the capital to be rude, and Sengoku knows this, which is why he chooses to use Bai Ye as a weapon. Bai Ye is also aware of this, so he dares to speak to Sengoku in such a manner. Now, Bai Ye only wants a small labor fee. The phone bug expressed shock, asking why he doesn't just go rob the 1 billion berries. If it weren't for the Navy uniform I'm wearing, I would really consider robbing it. Sengoku knows Bai Ye's strength, and he understands that if Bai Ye truly wanted to rob, it's possible that the 4 emperors would really become 5 emperors. He could only sigh and say, All right then, the jurisdiction of the Sabaody Archipelago Islands 1 to 29 belongs to you. There are a total of 7 branch bases, and I will inform them to follow your command. Seeing his goal achieved, Bai Ye instantly switched to a respectful tone and said, Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. I will definitely manage the Sabaody Archipelago Islands 1 to 29 well, so that Admiral Sengoku does not have to worry. The speed at which Bai Ye's attitude changed caught Sengoku off guard. Sengoku remained silent for a moment and said, Be mindful of your tone, don't go too hard at once. Also, be careful yourself. After hanging up the phone, Bai Ye triumphantly said, See, such a simple matter. Just a phone call and it's done. Smoker and the others remained silent. It was simple for you. If a different rear admiral spoke to Admiral Sengoku like that, the consequences would be mild demotion, or worse, they could end up locked up and impelled down for a few days. Since Islands 1 to 29 of Sabaody Archipelago are under our management, the previous plan remains unchanged, but we also need to add a few more points. Bai Ye is preparing to make a big move. The next morning, the entire Chambord archipelago was in an uproar. At the docks, on the streets, and at intersections, there were naval soldiers on guard. Additionally, everywhere were postings of the new regulations announced by the Navy. 1. Everyone coming to the island must pay a head tax of 100,000 berries per person, to be paid monthly. Those who attempt to break in will be executed. 2. Ships docked at the pier must pay a berthing fee of 1,000 berries per ship, to be paid monthly. Those who attempt to break in will be executed. 3. Private duels are not allowed on the island. If a fight is necessary, there are arenas at the center of each island, which can be opened for a fee of 1,000,000 berries. Those who engage in private fights will be executed. 4. All businesses must submit 10 of their profits each month, and every transaction must be recorded, including time, place, buyer, and amount. Any discrepancies will result in execution. An entire store will be confiscated. 5. Transactions involving weapons, drugs, or slaves must be reported to the Navy beforehand. Failure to report means no Navy protection. And if caught by the Navy, all items will be confiscated and violators will be executed. These 5 regulations are all about money, 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 death, 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 death. Upon seeing the regulations, some directly asserted that this was not about killing people. It was about consuming them. The lawless zone has always been filled with evildoers, with no rules to speak of. But now, someone is actually establishing rules in a lawless zone, which has not happened in decades. Even most of the naval soldiers under Bai Ye did not look favorably upon his actions. However, this was an order from above, so they could only obey. Soldiers were everywhere on the streets, distributing the new regulations, and when they handed out the papers, people around them wouldn't even take them. Some even tore the flyers to shreds and threw them back in the soldiers' faces. For a moment, the originally chaotic lawless zone felt somewhat united against a common enemy. I've been to the lawless zone at least 10 times, and I've never seen such outrageous regulations, a pirate captain said angrily. Does the Navy want money so badly? Don't they know why this place is called the lawless zone? Pay fees? I'll pay a damn. Is there any brave brother out there? Let's raid the Navy base on the island. This kind of sentiment spread like wildfire in Chambord. The news quickly reached Sengoku's ears, and after carefully examining the rules Bai Ye had set, Sengoku not only did not feel they were excessive, but found them quite reasonable. In chaotic times, heavy-handed measures are necessary. In a place like the lawless zone, only by making them understand that disobedience could cost them their lives would they become obedient. However, if these rules were to be implemented, they would likely face resistance from various sides. It was uncertain whether Bai Ye could withstand it. In the Grand Line, in a mansion in the Dressrosa Kingdom, Doflamingo, draped in a pink feather coat, sat at the highest point, with the executives of the Don Quixote family seated below. In his hand was the new set of rules issued by Bai Ye in the Chambord archipelago. After reading the 5 rules, Doflamingo let out a strange laugh. It seems the Navy that issued these 5 rules is quite ruthless. Toribol, sitting in the front row, said, "Young master, if the Navy enforces such rules in the Chambord archipelago, it is likely to have a significant impact on our business." Diamante, fiddling with his sword, nonchalantly replied, "I heard the one who issued the rules is just a Navy rear admiral. Why don't we secretly take him out? Even if the Navy finds out we did it, they can't do anything to us." Doflamingo shook his head, disagreeing with Diamante's opinion. "We can't make a move. This Bai Ye is said to be Zifa's disciple and is not weak, so he won't be easy to deal with. Furthermore, even if we were to act, we can't let the Navy know it was us." Doflamingo was not afraid of Zifa. To exaggerate, he was not particularly afraid of the Navy either. However, the trade with the beast pirates was gradually stabilizing. If they were to rashly kill Zifa's disciple and attract the Navy's attention, it could jeopardize their business. "Master Bai Ye, what are we doing today?" Dashiki tightly hugged Shiyu and followed Bai Ye with her head down. Bai Ye was not wearing a Navy uniform, but had changed into a more casual outfit. Without looking back, he said, "Didn't Ti say? I brought you out today to buy a famous sword." There might be quite a few sword masters who use swords on the sea, but when it comes to knowledge of famous swords, those people can't compare to Dasky. After all, Dasky's dream is to collect all the famous swords held by villains one day. How can one understand famous swords if they don't know enough about them? So, Bai Ye called Dasky out, preparing to ask for her help in selecting a sword. Upon hearing about buying a famous sword, Dasky immediately became interested and excitedly leaned closer to Bai Ye, asking, "Are you planning to buy me a famous sword, Lord Bai Ye?" "Oh, I'm so touched. You are so kind to me." Looking at Dasky's excited expression, Bai Ye was momentarily unsure whether to tell the truth. However, it was understandable for Dasky to think this way. After all, since they met, Bai Ye had rarely used a sword. In Dasky's view, she was the only one among Bai Ye's subordinates who used a sword. Now, being called out to buy a sword, it couldn't possibly be for anyone else, could it? Once Dasky realized it was for herself, she began to complain that Bai Ye was walking too slowly and became even more proactive. With Dasky's enthusiasm, Bai Ye felt guilty if he didn't buy her a famous sword. After visiting several weapon shops, although there were some decent swords, none met the standard of a good quick sword. After visiting several islands, the two of them hadn't seen a single good quick sword, let alone a great quick sword. It seemed that Zoro truly lived up to his title as the main character, as he could find two good quick swords in a small weapon shop in Lowtown, and later obtained Autumn Water in Yamato. Although Bai Ye knows that the great knife Autumn Water is in the hands of Moonlight Moria, he currently doesn't have the energy to retrieve it. At the very least, he needs to fully enforce the rules of the Chambered Islands. Only then can Bai Ye leave with peace of mind. Otherwise, if the rules Bai Ye has established are casually broken by others, he would lose face. Moreover, to put it bluntly, with the current strength of Smoker and others, they simply cannot hold the fort. The existence of the White Knight is the confidence to uphold the rules. Until dusk, the two finally discovered a fine sword in a weapon shop. Lord White Knight, look quickly, this sword should be the Wind Whisper, one of the 50 fine swords. Dasky presented the Wind Whisper to White Knight like a treasure. The blade was about 90 centimeters long, extremely sharp with a longer edge and a larger curve, adorned with light blue patterns. Although White Knight wasn't very familiar with swords before, after receiving the swordsmanship knowledge of the Atomic Warrior, he could still discern some details. The Wind Whisper was quite good. Although it wasn't as great as the Great Blade, it was not far off. Just as the two were admiring it, the shop owner, with an unfriendly tone, said, "Hey, little girl, this is the treasure of my shop. Don't touch it if you're not buying." Dasky adjusted her glasses and said firmly, "Who said we're not buying? Boss, how much is this sword?" Hearing that they wanted to buy the sword, the owner immediately put away his impatient expression and smiled. "This Wind Whisper is not only one of the 50 fine swords, but also my family heirloom." Before he could finish, White Knight interrupted, "How much is it? Just give me a price." The owner began to exaggerate the importance of the Wind Whisper, clearly trying to raise the price. Noticing that Dasky genuinely liked the sword, a glint flashed in the owner's eyes, revealing a lecherous smile as he rubbed his hands together. 8 million berries. Dasky exclaimed in shock. 8 million berries? That's way too high. White Knight, hearing the price, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Generally speaking, a 50 fine sword would cost around 2 to 3 million berries. Even exaggerating, it would be 5 million berries at most, definitely not exceeding that price. A great blade, with 21 craftsmanship, would only fluctuate around 10 to 20 million berries. While a random devil fruit could sell for 100 million, that's because it would drastically change an ordinary person's strength. In contrast, giving an ordinary person a famous sword is just like giving them a sharp kitchen knife. The improvement to their strength is nearly zero and the effect negligible. This is also why famous swords on the sea are generally not expensive. The owner clearly saw that Dasky liked the sword and wanted to rip them off, so he raised the price so high. Not high at all. This is my family heirloom, and there are only 50 of them in the sea. It's extremely rare to encounter one, the owner explained with a smile. However, at this price, although Dasky was enamored with the Wind Whisper, she also understood the situation of White Knight and the base. Let alone 8 million berries. Even 3 million berries would be a stretch to come up with at once. While kind-hearted Dasky was struggling over not having enough money, the bad guy White Knight had already started to remember the shop's name and specific location. Bai Ye did have the thought of forcibly taking what he wanted, but he dismissed it. There was no need for that, as he wanted to turn the Shambadi archipelago into a place with rules, even if those rules were set by him. However, he still needed to slightly respect his own rules. Besides, forcibly taking something was so low, he could just send the Navy over later, claiming that the owner was involved in arms dealing without notifying the Navy, and have them take the person away and shut down the whole store. This way, he wouldn't only save on buying a knife, but could also serve as a warning to others. Let the other store owners see the consequences of violating the rules, achieving multiple goals at once. Just as Bai Ye was deep in thought, the owner's sly eyes suddenly spotted something in Daki's arms. Of course, it wasn't because the owner had any lewd thoughts, but because Daki was holding a great knife number 21, which was worth 7 to 8 times more than a regular knife. The owner's mind became active at the sight, and upon seeing the handsome man and beautiful woman in front of him, looking harmless and dressed like ordinary people, he felt even more confident. Moreover, their conflicted expressions when they heard the price of 800,000 berries indicated they were likely not formidable characters. A profit of 100% was enough to tempt someone to take risks. Not to mention, this was a no-cost business. The owner grinned and said, "If you truly want it, I can give you a discount." Daki, the silly girl, exclaimed in delight, "Really? You're such a good person." Just as the two were conversing, Bai Ye sensed something was off. With a bang, the door behind them closed. The store was instantly plunged into darkness, with only 2 candle flames flickering, casting a faint light and creating an eerie atmosphere. Although Bai Ye has never experienced it, he has read so many novels and watched many dramas. Seeing this situation, he instantly understood what the boss was trying to do. Damn, those who do business in a lawless area are indeed not serious people. But then again, who would be a serious person coming to do business in a lawless area? However, the silly girl still hasn't realized that something is wrong. Happily holding on to Feng Ming and laughing. Hey boss, how much cheaper can you give us? If it's a lot cheaper, we'll buy it. Bai almost laughed out loud on the side. After so many years in piracy, he had never seen such a thick-skinned girl. Even the boss was amused by Dasky's silly question. Could this girl in front of him be a fool? Although it wouldn't sound good to bully a fool, it was for the sake of making money, so it wasn't shameful. The boss smiled and said, how about I give it to you for free? During the conversation, the boss pulled out a long knife from under the counter, and 4 burly men came out from the back room, armed and with fierce expressions, surrounding Bai Ye and Dasky. At this moment, even if Dasky was thick-skinned, she should have reacted. Dasky asked blankly, are you trying to rob us? The boss raised a long knife as if to strike and greedily said, hand over the little Yushiyu in your arms, or you two won't live to leave the store today. Dasky, instead of being worried, was excited and jumped up and down while holding Bai Ye's arm, saying, Bai Ye Darren, he actually wants to rob us. Then we can justifiably capture them and confiscate all their weapons, so we won't have to spend any money to buy them. Anyway, we don't have money to buy them. Well, there wasn't a good person in the entire room. Even the seemingly silly Dasky was quite scheming. Sigh, what a disgrace to the military. The White Knight exclaimed, from now on, the soldiers under my command won't turn into pirates dressed in navy uniforms, right? Now, it was the boss's turn to be dumbfounded. What is going on? The 2 of you are surrounded by 5 of us, and you still look so excited? With the situation at hand, the boss didn't care anymore and sternly said, make your move, no matter what the identities of the 2 in front of him were. He decided to kill them first. With Dasiki present, White Knight naturally didn't bother to take action. If the boss handled everything, what was the point of having these little brothers? Were they just there to cheer him on? Dasiki entered serious mode, no longer the silly girl she was before, and an aura unique to a swordsman emanated from her. With a swift motion, the rain knife of youth drew forth. A glint of cold light flashed, instantly killing the 4 big men. Snap! The knife in the boss's hand broke in 2, and the slender blade of the rain knife of youth was pressed against the boss's neck. Lord White Knight, should we kill this guy? The boss fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing and pleading, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. It was my foolishness that made me attack you too. I can give you everything in the store, and I have 20 million berries hidden elsewhere. If you let me go, I'm willing to tell you where it is. He never expected that this seemingly silly girl would possess such strong power. After pondering for a moment, Bai Ye decided not to kill him. He instructed Smoker to come over, seal off the shop, and take the owner back for detention, moving everything back as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The owner, seeing that Bai Ye didn't kill him, thought he had escaped death and was immediately overwhelmed with excitement. However, if he had known Bai Ye's plan, he would probably have felt that it would have been better to be killed right there. By the time the 2 were heading to the base, it was already midnight. Although it was late, Dasky showed no signs of tiredness, holding onto the wind whisper with great fondness. Bai Ye coughed and said, hand it over. Huh? Hand over what? Dasky instinctively held Shiyu and Feng Ming tightly in her arms. For her, nothing was more important than these 2 famous swords. Bai Ye tapped Dasky's head like a little protector, looking annoyed. Ouch, that hurts. Dasky rubbed her head with one hand while tightly holding her twin blades with the other, pouting like a little hamster. Looking at Bai Ye with a pitiful expression, it seemed that if Bai Ye said another word, she would cry. Bai Ye helplessly said, give me Feng Ming. Consider it a loan. I'll return it to you once I find a better knife. Seeing that Dasiki seemed to want to say something more, Bai Ye raised an eyebrow and added, if you don't lend it to me, your daily training volume will double, and I'll personally give you special training every day. You can handle it yourself. Although the special training under Bai Ye can be considered training, most of it consists of them being beaten up unilaterally. Bai Ye claims that this is to train their resistance, which can promote the cultivation of armament hockey. As a result, whenever Smoker and the others hear about Bai Ye's special training, they feel uneasy. However, to be fair, getting beaten does indeed help with the cultivation of armament hockey. Seeing that Bai Ye referred to it as borrowing and even used special training to threaten her, Dasky reluctantly handed over the wind whisper to Bai Ye. Her expression as if Bai Ye had snatched her own child away. For a moment, Bai Ye felt a sense of guilt, thinking he might have gone too far. But then he thought he wasn't exactly a good person to begin with, so what guilt? After taking the wind whisper, Bai Ye hung it at his waist, and his entire aura instantly changed. If before he had the vibe of a refined young man in a chaotic world, now he resembled a wandering swordsman at sea. Along the way, Bai Ye could occasionally hear Dasky muttering in dissatisfaction, complaining that he clearly didn't know how to use a sword but insisted on hanging a famous blade just for show, which was truly a waste of resources. Dasky took several glances at Wind Whisper and sincerely remarked that after Bai Ye put on the sword, he looked much cooler. Bai Ye smiled and remained silent upon hearing this. This is what women are like. The next morning, Bai Ye asked Ferguson, "How is it? Did you find out where the weapon shop owner hid the money?" "Well, he confessed as soon as he arrived yesterday. And the soldiers we sent out have already found it. Everything in that weapon shop has also been moved to the armory." Ferguson felt like a steward under Bai Ye. There was no way around it. Smog and Quake didn't like to think, Dasky often got confused, and Leslie was too weak. With this in mind, Ferguson was the most suitable. "By the way, Major Bai Ye, now that the money has been found, are we going to let that owner go?" Bai Ye laughed and said, "It's impossible to let him go. It's just that I'm not going to kill him right now." After Ferguson finished his report, he continued to stand in place. Bai Ye asked, "Is there anything else to say?" Ferguson hesitated for a moment before speaking. "General Bai Ye, today there will be an auction at Don Quixote da Flamingo's auction house. It is said that the items for auction include devil fruits and slaves. Did they not report this to us?" "No." "All right, I understand. You can go back to your other tasks." Ferguson looked at Bai Ye in confusion, but did not say anything further and left the office. He never understood why Bai Ye enacted those 5 rules, intending to completely reform the lawless area into a place managed by the Navy. However, in recent days, Bai Ye seemed to turn a blind eye to those who violated the rules, as if everything was the same as before the rules were established. Some bold pirates even directly attacked the patrolling soldiers. If it weren't for the fact that these people knew they were only half a day's journey from the Navy headquarters, they might have killed. Otherwise, the casualties among the soldiers would have reached double digits. Yet Bai Ye showed no reaction to this. He simply recalled all the patrolling Navy soldiers and stopped sending them out, treating the incident as if it never happened. This led many in the lawless area to openly mock the Navy, claiming that the established rules were worthless. They injured Navy soldiers, and the Navy didn't dare to say a word. To think they wanted to change the rules of the lawless area was truly laughable. Many soldiers below also began to complain about the rules established by Bai Ye, believing that if it weren't for Bai Ye's rules, the pirates wouldn't have reacted so strongly against the Navy. Some school-level officers even believed that Bai Ye was too young, too presumptuous, and had not considered the consequences, preparing to propose that Bai Ye revoke these 5 rules to restore the Chambered Islands to its former state. Some more radical individuals even suggested that the Navy headquarters replace the person managing the Chambered Islands. Ferguson felt that Bai Ye should be aware of these matters. Yet Bai Ye showed no reaction at all now, allowing the situation to develop. If he hadn't spent half a year with Bai Ye, knowing how cruel his methods could be, he might have thought similarly to the other soldiers. If this continued, both Bai Ye and the Navy in Chambered would become a joke on the sea. However, until now, he still believed that Bai Ye had his own consideration for doing this, so he did not bring up these issues in front of Bai Ye. Bai Ye watched Ferguson's departing figure without saying much. He knew very well what Ferguson was thinking, and he was aware of the rumors circulating outside. But these were all things he deliberately allowed. For Bai Ye, he didn't want to waste time with these people in the Shambadi archipelago, so he wanted to resolve everything at once without leaving any hidden dangers. The best way was to quietly watch the situation develop. Let those people feel that the Navy had no constraints on them, and when they thought they could completely ignore Bai Ye's words, more people would come out to cause trouble. Then, Bai Ye would catch all those who were jumping around in one net. The more joyful they were now, the more painful they would cry later. This method is commonly known as entrapment. However, just sitting idly was obviously not Bai Ye's style. As soon as he heard that Doflamingo's auction house was holding an auction, Bai Ye knew what he needed to do today. Since he had promised Leslie to help Colonel Hall and the other soldiers take revenge, he would first go to the auction house to collect some interest today. "Smoker, get ready. Today I'm taking you to see the world." Bai Ye and Smoker went to the auction house with no intention of holding back. Dressed in the Navy headquarters major, general uniforms, and cloaked in justice, their pristine white attire was quite conspicuous. The two walked down the street flamboyantly, fearing that others couldn't see them. Unfortunately, instead of eliciting fearful and panicked glances, they were met with disdain and disgust. It felt as if, were they not 2 major generals of the Navy, they might have been beaten up. Otherwise, many would have wanted to come up and leave dirty footprints on their white clothes. Even with Smoker's thick skin, he felt unusually embarrassed and wished he could take action against those who looked at them with contempt. But then he glanced at Bai Ye, who remained calm and indifferent, showing no concern for the strange looks from others. Smoker couldn't help but admire Bai Ye's composure. At just 18 years old, he possessed such strong abilities and was so good at controlling his temper. Truly a man I am willing to follow. Just as Smoker was lost in thought, he suddenly saw Bai Ye pull out a din mushy from his pocket. He began filming the people and shops around them, muttering, "That kid over there insulted me a couple of times. Just wait for it." The owner of the shop looked at me with disdain. "Your shop is done for." This woman on the left said I'm handsome. She has good taste. I'll let her off. Smoker was almost ready to kneel before Bai Ye upon hearing his mutterings. What a flashy move. Dude, you really know how to have fun. As for the admiration he had for Bai Ye just moments ago, it had long been fed to the dogs. The two continued their way to the auction house, and Bai Ye reluctantly put away the din mushy. He lamented, "I only remembered 187 people today. That's too few." For Bai Ye, remembering a person meant earning money. No one would complain about having too much money. Smoker, from now on, we should go out every day. I want to see how many people in Saitama are enough for me to kill. Smoker thought to himself, TSK. Now that's the killing machine I remember. No matter how shameless he usually is, he shows no hesitation when it comes to killing. Just as they were about to enter the auction house, they were stopped at the door by two security personnel. The security guard on the left raised his chin and arrogantly said, "Please show your invitation to the auction house. Guests without an invitation are not allowed to enter." As if Bai Ye and Smoker, two major generals of the Navy, were less important than the security guard at the door. Smoker replied harshly, "Do you have eyes? Can't you see we are Navy major generals?" The security guard remained unfazed by Smoker's threat, coldly stating, "No invitation means no entry. That's the rule of this auction house." Just as Smoker was about to explode with anger, a woman's light laugh suddenly rang out from his side. Bai Ye and Smoker turned to look in the direction of the sound. A couple stood nearby, hand in hand. The man looked pale with deep-set eyes, dressed in a sharp suit, looking quite dapper. The woman, on the other hand, wore a backless dress, dressed in an extraordinarily flamboyant manner, attracting the attention of many passers-by. "Darling, the Navy is so rude. Compared to you, they are really far behind," the flamboyant woman cooed while clinging to the man's arm. Harris pulled the flamboyant woman into his embrace, his large hand roaming over her body without a care, leering, "Of course, the Navy is just a bunch of brutes. Only Admiral Sengoku is somewhat acceptable." Harris spoke without any reservations, and Bai Ye and Smoker heard every word clearly. Smoker instantly became furious. After being looked down upon all the way, they were blocked by the security guard at the auction house. And now two pretentious people were humiliating the Navy right in front of him, even rating Admiral Sengoku as merely acceptable. This made Smoker, who already had a bad temper, unable to suppress his desire to strike. His arms transformed into smoke as he prepared to grab the man, when suddenly two ghostly figures appeared in front of him. One of them spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice, "We are all colleagues. It's just a misunderstanding. No need to use your devil fruit powers, right?" Having been in the Navy for nearly 10 years, Smoker quickly recognized that the other party was also wearing a white suit, sporting a silver mask, and employing the Navy's 6 styles, roughly guessing their identity. The fact that the world government could deploy personnel from a secret intelligence agency to protect this man indicated that his identity was definitely not ordinary. Bai Ye said lightly, "Do you think you won't have to pay a price for saying the wrong thing?" "Who are you?" asked the speaker. "I am Rear Admiral Bai Ye of the Navy headquarters." Bai Ye? The speaker seemed to suddenly remember something. As members of a secret organization, they needed to remember a lot of information about various figures, both enemies and allies. Half a year ago, they had reviewed Bai Ye's file, Zephyr's prized disciple, who took on 600 opponents in the training camp, with strength estimated to be between that of a Navy Rear Admiral and a Vice Admiral. The most recent update on Bai Ye indicated that he had been appointed Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, managing islands 1 to 29 in Saitama, with his strength unknown but at least estimated to be at the Vice Admiral level. Realizing this, their expressions behind the masks gradually turned anxious. They hadn't expected to encounter such a tough opponent this time. They hurriedly explained, "This is Harris, the son of Finance Minister Wells. We are all part of the world government." The cold words of Bai Ye suddenly rang out. "An arm. I can pretend I didn't hear it." Harris apologized to Bai Ye. Harris was directly angered, pointing at Bai Ye with indignation. "Marlowe, are you asking me to apologize to a mere brigadier general? An arm plus a leg." Marlowe became anxious. Apologize? He couldn't risk whether Bai Ye would take action. If Bai Ye really did, they probably wouldn't be able to leave here alive. Harris was stunned. He had never seen Marlowe so anxious. Although he was a playboy, He wasn't a fool. Seeing Marlowe's strong attitude, forcing him to apologize, he realized that this brigadier general was probably not someone he could provoke. At that moment, disregarding his image in front of his companion, Harris bent down and apologized. "I'm sorry, Brigadier General Bai Ye. I spoke out of turn just now." However, before Harris could get up, a flash of the blade appeared, and suddenly, Harris's right arm lost all sensation, with a sharp pain surging to his brain like a tide. The speed of the strike left Marlowe and the others completely unresponsive. The blood gushing from the severed arm splattered all over his companion's face. Seeing the blood all over her hands and face, the enchanting woman had never witnessed such a scene. After a scream, she fainted directly. Harris clutched his severed arm, rolling on the ground in pain, constantly wailing, "Ah, my arm, my arm." Marlowe didn't expect that even after Harris apologized, Bai Ye would still take action, and he couldn't help but angrily say, "Brigadier General Bai Ye, young Master Harris has already apologized." Bai Ye casually dug at his ear with his pinky finger, irritated by the way the other had just pointed at him with his right hand. "The tone you are using to speak to me now is equally annoying. Go ahead and say another word and see what happens. You can see where my next strike will land, on you or on Harris." Upon hearing this, Marlowe immediately fell silent, quietly picking up Harris's severed arm and helping Harris leave with his companion. As for the female companion who had fainted on the ground, they pretended not to see her. This is a lawless zone, and no one who survives here is a good person. Without Harris's protection, the woman's fate is almost predictable. Bai Ye turned to the two guards at the entrance of the auction house and asked, "Are you still not letting us in?" After witnessing Bai Ye's ruthless methods, the two guards dared not refuse. To say no would likely mean facing a knife. However, if they directly allowed Bai Ye and his companion in, they would face trouble if blamed later. Just as the guards were in a dilemma, a shorter, slightly wider man dressed in luxurious attire suddenly walked out of the auction house. The guards breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him and hurriedly approached, saying, "Lord Boyle, these two Navy officers want to enter, but they don't have an invitation." Boyle ignored the guards and walked up to Bai Ye, respectfully saying, "Lord Bai Ye, Lord Smoker, I sincerely apologize. I was supposed to send you both an invitation, but I got too busy and forgot. Please don't be angry. Is that so? Was it really just an oversight? I heard from my subordinates that you were auctioning slaves at this event and didn't inform the Navy. Could also be an oversight. As the saying goes, one shouldn't hit a smiling face." Boyle's initial approach was sufficiently respectful, but unfortunately, such an attitude was useless to Bai Ye, who was determined to cause trouble today. Boyle seemed to sense Bai Ye's ill intentions, but maintained his smile, quietly saying, "Lord Bai Ye, it is said that the celestial dragon, Esther Coke, will be attending this auction." Esther Coke? A celestial dragon? I didn't expect to meet a celestial dragon so soon. Bai Ye recalled his past thoughts of killing a celestial dragon to make a name for himself at sea and gain a large amount of world energy. However, his current identity as a Navy officer still held considerable value to him. Otherwise, Bai Ye would have truly wanted to test his blade on a celestial dragon. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you threatening me with the celestial dragons?" "I wouldn't dare. It's just that this auction was specifically requested by St. Esther Kirk. If it were to be suddenly canceled for other reasons, St. Esther Kirk would probably be very displeased. If we provoke St. Esther Kirk's anger, then no one will be able to explain themselves." Boyle feigned a look of fear and trepidation. Under the leadership of Boyle, Bai Ye and Smoker entered the auction house and took seats in the front row on the left. The auction house had about 200 seats, and by the time they arrived, most of the seats were already occupied. Bai Ye and Smoker, dressed in Navy Rear Admiral uniforms, attracted quite a bit of attention, as it was rare for the Navy to attend such auctions, which were usually attended by pirates, bounty hunters, and underground forces. Occasionally, a celestial dragon would come to the auction house to purchase slaves. However, for the Navy, most things in the auction house were of no use to them. In lawless areas, they couldn't take action to apprehend pirates, and arriving would only provoke hostility from many pirates, making it better not to come at all. Especially, it was even rarer for someone to dare to attend an auction in a Navy uniform. The appearance of White Knight and Smoker has refreshed their perception. These two Navy vice admirals are so ostentatious. It would be better to wait until the auction is over and take them out. After all, the Navy on the island is so cowardly that killing two vice admirals won't have any consequences for them. At worst, they could kill them and escape by boat. By that time, even if the Navy headquarters send someone to capture us, we would have long disappeared without a trace. Moreover, this could significantly raise our bounty. Several pirate crews sitting nearby discussed teaming up, their eyes filled with killing intent as they looked at White Knight. For pirates, the height of the bounty is the best way to showcase their own strength. Just like people often say that a certain Yonko pirate crew has a total bounty of over 20 billion berries. This is a recognition of the pirate crew's strength. The fastest way to increase one's bounty is to kill a Navy officer. In simple terms, these pirates want to enhance their reputation by killing White Knight. Then, when they enter the New World, they might even be able to become a subordinate of a Yonko. White Knight, do we really have to participate in this auction? Smoker asked in confusion. After hearing that there would be celestial dragons present at the auction, Smoker was somewhat reluctant to stay. Almost no Navy officer with a sense of justice can tolerate the actions of the celestial dragons. In fact, for the Navy, the existence of the celestial dragons is the greatest irony against the justice they uphold. However, the status of the celestial dragons has been deeply rooted and passed down for 800 years. The idea of the celestial dragons as gods has also been inherited for 800 years. So even if they're dissatisfied with the celestial dragons, they can only avoid them like Garp does, trying to minimize contact with them. A mysterious light flashed in Bai Ye's eyes as he chuckled. Why not? You don't really think the celestial dragon's visit this time is a coincidence, do you? Smoker was taken aback by this. Wasn't it? Think about it carefully. We just arrived at the auction house from the Navy base and ran into the finance minister's son, Harris, and had a conflict with him. After I severed Harris's arm and he left in disgrace, the auction house owner, Boyle, appeared. I said they hadn't reported slave trading to the Navy, and Boyle informed us that the Estercock Holy Society would be attending this auction to pressure me with the celestial dragons. Do you think these are just coincidences? After Bai Ye's explanation, Smoker connected the dots and indeed felt it was all too coincidental. However, there were still some things Smoker couldn't figure out. Even if the auction was under Doflamingo's control, how could he command the finance minister's son and the celestial dragons? Just because he was a warlord of the sea? Bai Ye patiently explained that just having the title of a warlord of the sea is not enough. But what if Don Quixote Doflamingo himself is a celestial dragon? Why is Doflamingo able to contact the celestial dragons to pressure the Navy? It's simply because of his past identity as a celestial dragon. Although he has always been despised by the celestial dragons living in Mariewa, their attitude toward Doflamingo is clearly much better than towards other commoners. Moreover, Doflamingo might hold secrets about the celestial dragons. What? Doflamingo is a celestial dragon. Smoker was so surprised that he almost shouted. No matter what, he couldn't imagine a celestial dragon would go out to sea to become a pirate and even become a warlord recognized by the world government. But reality is indeed so absurd. Just as Smoker couldn't understand why Doflamingo would become a pirate, Doflamingo also couldn't understand why his father would give up his identity as a celestial dragon and willingly become a commoner, ultimately being killed by the very commoners he deemed lowly. Just as the two were conversing, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the auction house. The auction house owner and staff all knelt at the door, loudly shouting to welcome Saint Estercoke and the palace of Marble Cecil. Generally, male celestial dragons add the word saint after their names, while female celestial dragons add the word palace to display their nobility. The two celestial dragons, wearing bubble helmets and dressed in expensive, extravagant clothing, rode on slaves from the Long-Arm tribe, followed by a dozen or so other slaves as they entered through the door. These two celestial dragons did not resemble the extremely ugly and intellectually deficient celestial dragons depicted in anime. Instead, they had a handsome male and beautiful female appearance. Of course, one similarity was the air of superiority and disdain for commoners that emanated from their brows. As the celestial dragons entered, most of the pirates' expressions slightly changed, gritting their teeth and kneeling down, pressing their heads to the floor to avoid attracting the celestial dragon's attention. However, a very small number of defiant pirates were unwilling to kneel and quietly hid behind their seats, also not daring to attract the celestial dragon's notice. This was unavoidable, as once a celestial dragon is offended, the admirals from the Navy headquarters or CP0 must act to protect them. Under such a threat, except for the Yonko pirate crews, probably no one would dare to take action against the celestial dragons. Under the leadership of Boyle, the two celestial dragons were seated in the front row, slightly to the left. At a glance, the entire front row had 4 people, the two celestial dragons, along with Bai Ye and Smoker. What stood out was that Bai Ye and Smoker seemed completely unperturbed by the arrival of the celestial dragons, remaining steady in their seats, which made them appear very conspicuous compared to the pirates who were forced to kneel or hide temporarily. When Saint Estercoke saw that Bai Ye and Smoker did not kneel, he raised an eyebrow, wanted to reprimand them. However, Marble Cecil, standing beside him, noticed the naval major general identity of Bai Ye and Smoker and said crisply, Let's start the auction quickly. I need to acquire some slaves. Hearing Marple Cecil's words, Saint Estercoke let out a dissatisfied huff and didn't say much more. Boyle, seeing this, had a fleeting look of disappointment in his eyes. He had thought the celestial dragons might clash with Bai Ye, but unexpectedly, Marple Cecil's one sentence made Saint Estercoke abandon that thought. This left many pirates who were waiting to see Bai Ye's embarrassment feeling quite disappointed. However, some pirates also began to wonder why Bai Ye and Smoker had such confidence to disregard the celestial dragons. Saint Estercoke was somewhat displeased, but didn't dare to express it in front of Marple Cecil, and could only impatiently say, "Let's hurry and start the auction." "Yes, Lord Saint Estercoke. Although the celestial dragons are all high-minded, they are not all mindless fools. If they were all as foolish as depicted in anime, how could they control the world government and become the gods of the sea?" Marple Cecil clearly belongs to the more intelligent category among the celestial dragons. Although she did not know the identities of Bai Ye and the others, seeing Bai Ye so young and already a rear admiral in the Navy, as well as his audacity to show such indifference to their arrival, made her speculate more about Bai Ye. Usually, when naval officers encounter celestial dragons, most do not choose to kneel. They only show respect in their demeanor. Moreover, the Navy is the strongest military group in the hands of the world government, and they occasionally need the Navy's protection when traveling. Marple Cecil felt there was no need to ruin relations with the Navy over trivial matters. Under the urging of the celestial dragons, the auction quickly began. As previously mentioned, the items at this auction were mainly slaves, with occasional appearances of devil fruits. These two items were the most popular at the auction. Celestial dragons and nobles from various countries mainly focused on purchasing slaves, while pirates and bounty hunters aimed for devil fruits. After all, devil fruits can dramatically enhance one's strength. As the auction commenced, one slave after another was pushed onto the auction stage for display. A beautiful deposed princess, forced to wear revealing clothing, showcased her alluring curves on stage, stirring numerous overweight nobles below to bid eagerly. A defeated and captured general, with a robust physique and a special aura cultivated from years of bloodshed, also attracted the attention of many wealthy women. A pirate captain with a bounty of 30 million berries, once arrogant and notorious, now had dull eyes like ash and a look of resignation, being treated like an item for others to inspect. As for the relatively ordinary slaves, there were countless numbers of them, most being citizens of fallen nations, captured by the victors and sold as a unit. It is also possible that a significant portion were captured by slave hunters, completely losing their normal lives, far removed from their families, becoming the lowest tier slaves of the sea. The celestial dragons, however, seemed to have little interest in ordinary humans, but were very interested in other races. The dwarves, long-arm tribe, and fishmen were almost all bought up by the two celestial dragons, especially when the auctioneer introduced the highlight slave, a giant. Bai Ye truly witnessed what it means to not treat money as money. He directly asked for 500 million berries, scaring off others who had some thoughts. It makes sense, as the celestial dragons collect heavenly gold from over 200 affiliated countries every year. The amount of heavenly gold in one collection can reach tens of billions of berries, not to mention the rare treasures and devil fruits. They can even casually feed devil fruits to their slaves. For them, this money probably doesn't even count as money. This made Bai Ye a bit tempted. Goodness, I implemented rules in Sabati Archipelago just to amass wealth. I even endured disdain for several days, hoping to make a big profit at once. However, the money Bai Ye wanted to earn might just be pocket change to the celestial dragons. TSK, truly. Comparing people can be infuriating. At the auction, there was also a paramecia-type devil fruit, but Bai Ye did not reveal the specific information about the devil fruit. Instead, it was auctioned off at a low price of 100 million berries. It makes sense, as Don Quixote da Flamingo is not foolish. If this fruit were powerful, he would have given it to his loyal subordinates instead of putting it up for auction. Yet, even without knowing the fruit's information, it was still fiercely contested by many pirates, ultimately fetching a high price of 230 million berries. The White Knight auction is nearing its end, and then I went out for a while. Although Bai Ye's actions attracted some people's attention, he returned after 3 minutes, and they didn't pay much attention to it. After Boyle finished auctioning the last item, the auction concluded successfully, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, there were 2 celestial dragons present, and he was afraid that his performance would not meet their expectations and provoke their dissatisfaction. Now it seemed that the auction had finally ended satisfactorily. Boyle approached Saint Estercoke and Saint Marple Cecil, knelt down respectfully, and said, The slaves purchased by the two lords will be sent to Mariewa immediately. Saint Esther Coke, a bit excited, replied, "You don't need to send them. Bring the slaves over now. I want to ride the giant back." The giant slave that had just appeared was the one Saint Esther Coke had bought for 500 million berries. Hearing this, the long-handed tribe, slave, standing not far behind Saint Esther Coke, showed a hint of despair on his face. When the celestial dragons switched mounts, it meant that their former mounts had lost all value. Their fate usually ended in death. As he had anticipated, when Saint Esther Coke rode on the giant slave, who was about 50 to 60 meters tall, he pulled out a gun inlaid with jewels and made of gold, aiming it at him. Bang! A golden bullet shot into his forehead, and before dying, there seemed to be sorrow and a hint of relief in his eyes. Yet before dying, he did not resist at all. Even though he knew he would definitely die, he still did not fight back. With such a state of mind, even if he were rescued, he would probably never be able to return to the way he was before becoming a slave. Bai Ye looked at the scene in front of him and felt a sense of emotion. This is the world where people eat people. As Bai Ye stood up and prepared to leave, Boyle seemed to have been watching him closely. He walked over and said, "Major General Bai Ye, are you really going to leave now?" Bai Ye looked at Boyle with amusement. "What? You still want to keep me here? I wouldn't dare. Isn't it said that selling slaves needs to be reported to the Navy? I forgot about it while I was busy before. Now that the auction is over, I finally have time to report to the Navy. But do you think I still need to report?" Boyle straightened up and looked at Bai Ye, seemingly unconcerned about Bai Ye's identity as a major general. Smoker, standing nearby, had already gripped his weapon tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, and angrily said, "Do you want to die?" Boyle's words were already a serious provocation. He was relying on the fact that the slaves had been sold to the celestial dragons. Even if he reported it, what could the Navy do? Could they still go to the celestial dragons and demand people back? Bai Ye restrained Smoker, who was about to act, and suddenly showed a gentle smile, saying, "Since the auction has already ended, there's naturally no need for a report. Just don't forget next time." Smoker didn't expect Bai Ye to say something somewhat conciliatory. He turned back in confusion and saw the gentle smile on Bai Ye's face, which sent a chill down his spine. Why did that smile feel so familiar? Every time Bai Ye smiled like that at someone ended up dead. There had never been an exception, which meant Smoker guessed that Bai Ye must have his own plan. So he put away his weapon and obediently retreated behind Bai Ye. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words and seeing Smoker put away his weapon, Boyle felt a surge of confidence. "Don't worry, Major Bai Ye. As long as the next auction isn't too busy, I'll definitely report to the Navy." "Report? What a load of crap. I'm busy every single time." Bai Ye once again revealed a harmless smile, said nothing, and turned to leave. Sometimes being directly killed by someone might be a relatively happy thing. Smoker, however, looked at Boyle with a hint of pity in his eyes, causing Boyle to feel an inexplicable chill. But thinking about how he had been so arrogant in front of the two Navy rear admirals, an indescribable sense of pride spread within him. As White Knight and Smoker left the auction house and prepared to return to the Navy base, several pirate crews that had participated in the auction followed closely behind them, surrounding them. White Knight said to Smoker, "It seems there are a few who aren't afraid of death. I'll leave it to you to deal with them later." I've been holding back for a while. Finally, a few pirate crews have come to me to practice on." Smoker looked forward to it, hoping they wouldn't die too quickly so he could enjoy himself. Bai Ye had a mysterious smile on his lips as he softly said, "Don't worry. Once we finish this good show, it will be time to reel in the net, and then it will be your turn to be busy." On the other side of the street, Esther Kirk, Saint, and Maple Cecil were leisurely riding on a giant, strolling down the main street. Kneeling on both sides of the street were countless commoners, all keeping their heads extremely low, fearing to be seen by the celestial dragons. Because a casual word from the celestial dragons could take away their lives and their once happy lives. Esther Kirk, Saint, riding on the giant, looked extremely excited. Giant slaves were very rare in the sea, and managing to purchase one this time could be considered quite lucky. Moreover, due to the giant's immense height, the view from atop the giant was also excellent, which Esther Kirk, Saint thoroughly enjoyed. However, Maple Cecil appeared less cheerful than Esther Kirk, Saint. Perhaps it was because women's intuition was always sharper. She suddenly felt as if being watched by a venomous snake, causing her heart to race. It seemed that something bad was about to happen, but she didn't know where this feeling was coming from. Frowning, Maple Cecil said, "Esther, let's not wander outside anymore. I have a bad feeling. We should head back early." Esther Kirk, Saint was currently in high spirits, eager to ride around on the giant slave a few more times. However, Maple Cecil held a significantly higher status among the celestial dragons, and he didn't dare to go against her wishes. "Is it because you're feeling unwell? If that's the case, let's go back." Esther Kirk Saint felt dissatisfied, but didn't dare to show it in front of Maple Cecil. He could only vent his anger on the slave, pulling out something resembling a remote control and pressing a button on it. Small spikes emerged from the inner layer of the collar around the giant slave's neck, which contained a toxin developed by slave traders. Upon contact with blood, it would cause excruciating pain, but would not be fatal. Suddenly, the giant slave's face turned as red as liver. His body began to tremble, and his expression was extremely pained. One hand seemed to want to remove the collar from his neck, but just as it got close, it suddenly stopped. This was because forcibly removing the collar would cause it to explode in an instant, with enough force to snap his neck and separate his head from his body. Watching the giant's agonizing reaction, Esther Kirk Saint seemed to discover other ways to play with the giant and pressed a few more buttons. The giant slave's body trembled uncontrollably, the shaking becoming more intense, causing Esther Kirk Saint and Maple Cecil, who were riding on him, to sway dangerously and almost fall off. At that moment, 4 purple figures suddenly emerged from the crowd, moving at high speed towards Esther Kirk Saint and Maple Cecil. The bodyguards responsible for protecting the celestial dragons were alarmed. If anything happened to the celestial dragons under their protection, even if they didn't die at the hands of the enemies, they would be executed upon returning. Moreover, their families living in Mariewa would face the same fate. A dozen bodyguards rushed in front of the celestial dragons, trying to intercept the purple figures. Suddenly, the 4 figures threw shurikens simultaneously, and the bodyguards' faces turned pale the moment they made contact with the shurikens. What the hell were these shurikens? They were bombs. Boom, boom. A series of 4 explosive sounds erupted, engulfing the bodyguards and the celestial dragons in searing flames. The explosion echoed through the street, and the countless commoners kneeling on the ground felt as if their hearts had exploded upon witnessing the blast. A terrifying thought crossed their minds. Someone was attempting to assassinate the celestial dragons in broad daylight. It's over. This world is going to explode. At this moment, no commoner remained foolishly kneeling in place. They all scattered in panic, and the entire island was thrown into chaos. On the other side of the street, Bai Ye and Smoker, upon hearing the explosion, immediately realized that something had happened to the celestial dragons. If anything happened to the celestial dragons in their jurisdiction, their responsibility would be significant as well. Just as Smoker was about to transform into smoke and rush over, he heard Bai Ye's voice beside him. "You take care of the pirates following us. I'll handle what's going on over there." The figure of White Knight flashed and appeared in the air. Looking at the exploding flames, he chuckled. "Here we go." The 3 pirate crews following him saw White Knight suddenly disappear before their eyes, leaving only Smoker behind. They immediately started to worry that they had been discovered by the Navy. If White Knight returned to gather the Navy, they would lose their advantage in numbers. If chaos ensued and attracted the attention of the Navy headquarters, the situation would be even worse. The 3 pirate captains whispered among themselves, suggesting they take action now and kill at least one. They believed that striking first was the safest bet. Killing a Navy major would be enough to prove their strength. Having made up their minds, they immediately ordered their subordinates to attack. In the next moment, over 80 pirates suddenly emerged from the shops surrounding Smoker, armed with guns, and opened fire on him simultaneously. The sudden gunfire caused pedestrians on the street to duck aside, fearing for their safety. When they saw that the ambushed person was a Navy major, many did not leave. Instead, they were quite interested in witnessing how the Navy major would be killed. Even among the pedestrians, pirates wanted to join in. A lone Navy major was considered a tempting target in their eyes. Even if they did not personally deliver the fatal blow, being involved would be enough to provide them with stories to share later. As the bullets were about to pierce Smoker's body, the pirates' eyes sparkled with excitement. They were surprised that things went so smoothly, as the Navy major had not reacted at all and was shot dead on the spot. It was a pity that one had escaped. Otherwise, killing 2 Navy majors would have doubled their bounties. The surrounding pirates were excited yet somewhat disappointed. Had they known the Navy major was so weak, they would have acted sooner, and it wouldn't have come to this with the 3 pirate crews. Countless bullets passed through Smoker's body from behind and quickly emerged from the front, taking down a dozen unfortunate onlookers ahead. A massive hole was shot through Smoker's waist, and through that hole, one could see the terrified expressions of the onlookers. Then, the hole visibly started to heal at an astounding speed. Smoker turned around, revealing a bright smile. During this time with White Knight, he had somewhat assimilated with him. The 3 pirate captains were shocked. Even a fool could tell that the Navy major before them was likely a Logia Devil Fruit user. In the first half of the Grand Line, a Logia user represented invincibility. Smoker grinned menacingly and said, "Since you've attacked, None of you will escape. He had been holding back for too long, and today, someone had finally dared to take the initiative. He was determined to release all the pressure he had been feeling. With a thought, Smoker's entire body transformed into a massive cloud of smoke, enveloping the surrounding street for nearly 100 meters. Everyone, including the 3 pirate crews and the onlooking pirates, was wrapped in the smoke. The smoke was dense, and visibility was extremely low. Even if 2 people were only half a meter apart, they could not see each other's faces. Smoker moved through the smoke like a fish in the sea, with only a shadow darting back and forth at high speed. The screams of pirates echoed within the smoke, yet no one emerged from it. The entire street seemed to resonate with a mournful dirge composed solely of painful wails. On the other side of the street, as the smoke from the explosion caused by the shuriken dissipated, a wall of bodyguards could be seen tightly protecting 2 panicked celestial dragons. Because the explosion was too close, several of the outermost bodyguards had already been killed. 4 purple figures suddenly vanished, and a person dressed in a purple ninja outfit appeared behind the giant's head, holding a short knife and stepping towards the celestial dragons. The bodyguard threatened loudly. "Who are you? Do you not know that attacking a celestial dragon will result in being hunted down by Navy admirals and the CP organization?" Meanwhile, the celestial dragon, Esther Kirk, was furious, shouting, "Everyone attack! Kill him! How dare he attack the great god? I will capture him and make him my slave, torturing him every day." Saying this, Esther Kirk took out an exquisite handgun from her pocket and aimed it at the purple ninja, pulling the trigger. But to everyone's shock, the purple ninja merely tilted his head slightly and dodged the shot. This only heightened Esther Kirk's panic, and she yelled, "Everyone go! What are you waiting for? Do you want to die?" Seeing her bodyguards hesitate, Esther Kirk was infuriated and shot directly at the head of the bodyguard in front of her. The bodyguard never expected that the employer he was protecting would turn against him. Caught completely off guard, the bullet pierced through his head, splattering bright red blood onto the faces of those nearby, and the increasingly thick smell of blood heightened Esther Kirk's already frayed nerves. "Go and capture that guy. If you don't, I will make your entire family slaves." The remaining 10 bodyguards, realizing the severity of the situation, desperately rushed towards the purple ninja for the sake of their families. Marple Cecil, though a woman, appeared far calmer than Esther Kirk. Killing a celestial dragon would bring the pursuit of Navy admirals, and that was not a good thing for her. "You can tell me what you want, and I will do my utmost to satisfy you," she said. Suddenly, a mocking laugh came from behind the mask, and Marple Cecil's vision went dark as she lost consciousness. When White Knight arrived at the scene, it was a scene of devastation, with several bodyguards lying dead in horrific states around the giant. Bai Ye happened to see the moment when Marple Cecil was knocked out, while Esther Kirk was trembling in fear. After witnessing Marple Cecil being knocked out, he let out a piercing scream, having fallen into despair. He scrambled backward, desperately trying to distance himself from the purple-clothed ninja. Just when Esther Kirk was about to lose all hope, he suddenly saw Bai Ye rushing over and shouted loudly, "That naval major, come save me. If you save me, I will agree to anything you ask." Perhaps due to witnessing life and death, Esther Kirk no longer acted as arrogantly as before. He didn't dare to speak to Bai Ye in an authoritative tone. The purple-clothed ninja also noticed Bai Ye's arrival and quickened his pace to charge at Esther Kirk, wanting to kill him before Bai Ye arrived. Esther Kirk watched the dagger getting closer and closed his eyes in despair. The next moment, the sound of weapons clashing suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Esther Kirk opened his eyes and saw a scene that brought him immense comfort. Bai Ye stood in front of him with his sword raised. Seeing that Bai Ye had the ability to fight against the purple-clothed ninja, Esther Kirk regained some confidence. The joy of surviving made Esther Kirk ecstatic. He thought, "Quick, I must capture him and make him my slave. I want to torture him to death." Hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but frown, ignoring Esther Kirk's words. The purple-clad ninja seemed unable to kill Esther Kirk with Bai Ye present. Moreover, it had already been 10 minutes since the attack began, and in at most 20 minutes, a Navy admiral would arrive. It would be difficult to escape then. The purple-clad ninja made up his mind, and with a swift movement, he created 10 afterimages in the air, all mimicking the same action as if they were real. Together, they threw shurikens at Bai Ye, with 20 shurikens slicing through the air, heading towards him. Bai Ye swung the wind whisper in his hand, and, nearly 100 meters in size, appeared out of thin air, exuding endless sharpness. Bang! Bang! 20 shurikens exploded upon contact with the, generating a considerable mushroom cloud. It was extremely conspicuous in the sky. Bai Ye reluctantly shielded Esther Kirk behind him. Once the flames from the explosion subsided, There was no sign of the purple-clad ninja in sight. Bai Ye looked up at the sky and saw that the purple-clothed ninja had already escaped, taking the unconscious Maple Cecil Palace with him. Esther Kirk looked at the shrinking purple figure in the sky, furious, and said, "You are useless. You actually let him get away?" In the cold light of the white night, a flash gleamed in the eyes, and the wind howled as it struck towards St. Esther Kirk, slicing through the air like a crescent moon and gliding past the side of St. Esther Kirk's face, leaving behind a trail of crimson blood. The slash soared into the sky, splitting the white clouds above in two. The white knight pointed his sword at Esther Kirk, coldly saying, "If you really want to die, I can give up this naval identity and send you on your way." Hearing the words filled with killing intent and looking into White Knight's emotionless eyes, Esther Kirk swallowed hard and lowered his proud head, falling silent. He knew that this Navy officer was truly capable of killing him. Soon after, Smoker arrived after dealing with all the pirates on that side. Seeing Esther Kirk standing with his head down, Smoker couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the Celestial Dragon was alive, everything could be negotiated. But then he noticed that the previous female Celestial Dragon had vanished without a trace. Bai Ye spoke up, saying that the person who attacked the Maple Cecil Palace had been taken away. "What?" Smoker exclaimed. A Celestial Dragon had actually been taken hostage. Moreover, it happened right in front of Bai Ye, which meant that the attacker must possess the strength of an admiral. The impact of this incident was truly enormous. Smoker asked if they could determine the identity of the attacker. There were very few individuals with admiral-level power on the sea, and most of those who had fought against them could recognize their identities. Bai Ye shook his head, still unsure. It shouldn't be those famous powerhouses. Are they new strong ones? Smoker fell into deep thought, realizing that things were becoming more and more troublesome. White Knight continued. Smoker notified all Navy branches in the Sabeti archipelago to send soldiers to seal off the ports, not allowing anyone to leave. If anyone insisted on leaving, they would be treated as attempting to harm the Celestial Dragons and would be dealt with accordingly. "All right, I'll arrange it right away." Smoker knew how serious the situation was. Luckily, there was one Celestial Dragon alive and one kidnapped. If both Celestial Dragons died in the Sabeti archipelago, not only would he and White Knight be held accountable, but even Admiral Sengoku would likely face consequences. At this moment, news of the attack on the Celestial Dragons in the Sabeti archipelago reached Mariehua and Marineford. Upon receiving the news, Mariehua immediately dispatched CP-0 agents to the Sabeti archipelago to protect the Celestial Dragons. When Sengoku learned of the attack on the Celestial Dragons, he nearly fainted from anger, almost smashing the table. Unfortunately, Kazuru was not present. Otherwise, with his fruit powers, he could have arrived much faster. So, he hurriedly ordered the soldiers to inform Akiji, the only one idling at headquarters, to rush to the Sabeti archipelago for support. Upon hearing the news, Akiji also realized the seriousness of the situation and headed directly to the Sabeti archipelago. After making all the arrangements, Sengoku rubbed his forehead in pain, wondering who dared to attack the Celestial Dragons in the Sabeti archipelago. Right, wasn't that brat White Knight stationed there? How could such a big mistake happen with his strength? Although Sengoku didn't suspect that White Knight was behind the attack on the Celestial Dragons, he still felt that something was off. He decided to call White Knight to inquire about the situation. After White Knight informed Sengoku about the situation on his end, Sengoku finally breathed a sigh of relief. The situation had not reached the worst point. At least both were alive. Only one was in the hands of the attackers. Sengoku was quite satisfied with White Knight's arrangements. Sealing off the island immediately would prevent the attackers from blending in with those leaving the island. This significantly increased the chances of recovering the Celestial Dragons. After informing White Knight that Akiji was on his way, Sengoku hung up the phone. He was relatively reassured by White Knight's abilities. The only thing he couldn't understand was which faction this new powerful individual belonged to. Bai Ye hung up the phone with the Warring States, learned that Kazuru was on his way, and decided to wait here without any intention of leaving. Beneath them lay a giant who had fainted, surrounded by dead bodyguards. The slaves purchased by Esther Kirk were all kneeling by the roadside, trembling, and did not take the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. The streets on both sides were empty, fearing that they would be implicated. Esther Kirk looked at the silent Bai Ye in front of him, wanted to give an order, but only swallowing it back. He wanted to leave this cursed place, return to his comfortable palace, take a hot bath, and then torture a few slaves to relieve the oppressive mood of the day. But he didn't have the courage to say it out loud, because the pain from the wound on his face reminded him that this man in front of him might really dare to kill him. Meanwhile, Bai Ye was contemplating how the plot should develop next, and what role he should play in it. Indeed, The recent incident involving the celestial dragons was orchestrated by Bai Ye himself. When he encountered the celestial dragons at the auction, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Since Doflamingo wanted to use the celestial dragons to pressure him, he could also use the celestial dragons to achieve his own goals. By attacking the celestial dragons, he could impose martial law across the island and, through the combined forces of the world government and the Navy headquarters, reshuffle the power dynamics in the Sabaody archipelago. This would ensure the implementation of the 5 rules he had previously decreed. Similarly, anyone who violated the rules during these days would be captured and killed. With the banner of searching for the attackers, Bai Ye did not think any force would dare to stop him at this time. When the time came, those people would still have to follow his lead. After all, he was the only one who had survived an encounter with the attacker, the Purple Robe Ninja. As for the Purple Robe Ninja from earlier, Bai Ye had exchanged him through the system store during the break at the auction. Lonely Ninja Sonic required 1,000 points of world source energy for the exchange. When Bai Ye was exchanged, he briefly tested Sonic's strength, which was roughly at the level of a Navy Vice Admiral. Although he didn't know the 3-color hockey, he was proficient in most ninjutsu and had various techniques, making him a decent assistant. The price was also reasonable, costing 1,000 points of world source power, which was roughly equivalent to the expense of increasing Bai Ye's fusion degree by a little. Moreover, Bai Ye discovered that he could use the system to spend world source power to enhance Sonic's strength. Bai Ye roughly assessed that it would take about 5,000 points of world source power to elevate Sonic's strength to the weakest general level. Upon realizing this, Bai Ye immediately chose to give up. After all, apart from him, no one else would confront Sonic directly. He could claim that Sonic was at the general level, and others would have no way to find Sonic to verify it. Besides, everyone had witnessed Sonic fighting against him and then kidnapping Maple Cecil to escape. No one would doubt Bai Ye over such a trivial matter. Moreover, Bai Ye had also rescued a celestial dragon from Sonic, which served as one of Bai Ye's means to prove his innocence. Since things had come to this point, no one knew Sonic's true identity. The room for Bai Ye to maneuver has increased significantly. After some thought, Bai Ye took out a cloth strip about the size of half a palm from his pocket, which had a round black smiley face printed on it, with a diagonal slash running from the upper right to the lower left. It was the cloth strip that Leslie had given him, printed with the emblem of the Don Quixote family. Bai Ye casually placed the cloth strip under the body of the dead bodyguard, in a spot that wouldn't be easily discovered. The discoverer naturally couldn't be Bai Ye himself. He wouldn't attract any suspicion. In the end, it didn't matter to him whether or not someone found it. If someone did find it, that would be great. Perhaps it could tarnish the reputation of the Don Quixote family. Even if it wasn't discovered, or if the celestial dragons didn't believe it was the Don Quixote family, it wouldn't cause him any loss. This could be considered an accidental act. With Admiral Akiji's strength, he indeed didn't make Bai Ye wait long when he rushed over with full force. As Akiji moved through the air, he would step down, suddenly creating ice blocks beneath his feet, allowing him to leap continuously. This was an application of his devil fruit ability for semi-flight that he had developed. At the very least, it was much less tiring than continuously using Jeppo moonwalk. Seeing Akiji arrive, Bai Ye stood up and said, "Admiral Akiji, you've finally come." Akiji first surveyed the surroundings, then, with a solemn expression, asked, "Bai Ye, what exactly is going on?" Sengoku had only briefly introduced the situation over the phone and hadn't gone into detail. After Bai Ye explained the situation, Qingji nodded appreciatively, showing that he admired Bai Ye. After all, both of them were disciples of Zai Fa and came from the same school. Qingji had witnessed Bai Ye's strength and believed that, barring any accidents, Bai Ye would definitely grow into a general-level combat power within 3 years. Therefore, his attitude towards Bai Ye was quite friendly, without that oppressive feeling of higher authority. "You did very well. The enemy who kidnapped Maple Cecile shouldn't kill her immediately. So we must take advantage of this time to find her." Bai Ye nodded slightly, thinking to himself, if you can find it out, that would be a miracle. After Qingji finished speaking, he glanced at Esther Kirk Saint not far away, his eyes flashing with a hint of barely detectable disgust. If it weren't for the fact that there was only one admiral in the Navy headquarters, he wouldn't want to get involved in matters concerning the celestial dragons at all. The existence of the celestial dragons is the greatest insult to the justice he upholds. But now he could only force himself to suppress his disgust. Since he had to make contact, he would stay as far away as possible. Bai Ye looked at the kneeling slaves below and walked up to Saint Esther Kirk, saying coldly, "Give me the controllers for these slaves. They are witnesses to this attack, and I need to take them back to the naval base for questioning." Akiji was shocked that Bai Ye dared to ask a celestial dragon for people and spoke so rudely. If the celestial dragon got angry, Bai Ye would probably not fare well. Just as he was about to speak to dissuade him, Aokiji was surprised that the celestial dragon, instead of getting angry upon hearing Bai Ye's words, cautiously looked in his direction. Aokiji, who was already too lazy to deal with the celestial dragons, simply turned his head and pretended not to see. St. Esther Kirk, feeling somewhat unwilling, said, "I spent quite a bit of berries to buy these slaves." Bai Ye pushed the wind whisper out half an inch with his thumb, and the crisp sound of the sword made Esther Kirk Saint feel the wound on her face start to throb again. "Forget it, these slaves are gone, and they're not worth much anyway." Gritting her teeth, Esther Kirk Saint took out a dozen controllers and handed them to Bai Ye. Bai Ye took the control device for the slaves and left the giant's controller behind, tossing everything else to the slaves below without a second glance. He picked up his own controller and went to the branch base to await questioning. The entire island was now sealed off, with the Navy guarding all exits, so there was no chance of escaping during this opportunity, as it was impossible. Anyone caught trying to leave the island would be charged with the crime of harming a celestial dragon. A dozen slaves selected their own controllers, and whether it was from kneeling too long or being overly excited, their hands trembled uncontrollably as they held the devices. Looking up at Bai Ye standing on the giant, their expressions were complex, filled with unspoken gratitude. They had thought that after being bought by the celestial dragons, they would inevitably face a fate of death. However, they had not expected to have a chance to escape the celestial dragons now. Although this naval major had only said that they should go to the branch base for questioning and had not promised to release them, this was still 1,000 times better than following the celestial dragons back to Mariehua to await death. Moreover, Bai Ye's last words, which seemed to warn them not to escape, were actually hinting that the Navy was guarding the dock exits, making it a bad time to run. The meaning of this was easy for anyone to understand, except for Esther Kirk Saint. After all, the celestial dragons were gods, not humans. After the 14 slaves picked up their remote controls, they silently made their way to the branch base, unmonitored. They had considered the possibility of using the controllers to remove their slave collars and taking this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to escape. However, at this moment, they unanimously chose to trust Bai Ye's words, giving up what might have been their only chance to flee in their lifetime. Perhaps it was Bai Ye's defiant gesture towards the celestial dragons that made them believe he might be their savior. Thus, they made this choice. Aokiji looked in surprise at the slaves heading towards the branch base. They actually did not escape. They chose to trust Bai Ye and abandon their chance of survival. In fact, Aokiji had understood Bai Ye's intentions when he asked Esther Kirk Saint for the controller. Bai Ye wanted to save these slaves. For this, he even risked severe punishment by drawing his sword against the celestial dragons, forcing them to hand over the control device. Qingji had once thought about doing something similar, but he didn't have the same courage as Bai Ye. He overthought and considered too much, so he chose to avoid contact with the celestial dragons, just like Garp. Out of sight, out of mind. But Bai Ye's actions taught him a lesson. Qingji narrowed his eyes, looking at the calm Bai Ye, thinking to himself that his junior brother must be extraordinary. Mariehua is not far from Sabeti Archipelago, and the CP organization was only a dozen minutes behind Qingji. 7 people arrived, all dressed in the CP organization's standard white suits and wearing various masks. Leading them was a man wearing a sun god mask, standing nearly 3 meters tall, exuding an oppressive aura. Upon arrival, they didn't pay attention to Qingji and Bai Ye, but instead surrounded St. Esther Kirk. The man in the sun god mask respectfully asked, "St. Esther Kirk, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Esther Kirk replied, finally feeling relieved after seeing the arrival of the CP organization. Unlike the Navy, the CP organization exists not only to execute various special tasks for the government, but also to protect the world aristocrats, the celestial dragons, from harm. Therefore, their interactions are relatively more frequent, and compared to the Navy, the celestial dragons trust the CP organization more. Seeing their own people arrive, Esther Kirk intended to mention that Bai Ye had threatened him, but as the words reached his lips, he suddenly recalled Bai Ye's sharp gaze and the strike that sliced through the clouds, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "Forget it. It's better to avoid trouble. At worst, I won't leave Mariehua in the future." Esther Kirk backed down. After confirming Esther Kirk's safety, the man in the sun god mask approached Bai Ye and Qingji. "Admiral Qingji, I am a member of CP0. You can call me 09. CP0 members? They are the superiors of CP1, CP9, hailed as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, with the primary responsibility of protecting them. The CP organization that Bai Ye encountered earlier, which protected Harris, should be members of CP1, CP9. Their strength is sufficient to deal with ordinary pirates, but they are no match for Bai Ye. However, 09 in front of him seemed to be significantly stronger, although he couldn't determine his general strength without a fight. Bai Ye guessed it should be around the level of a rear admiral in the Navy. And to have someone like this in CP0 ranked 9th means there are actually 8 others stronger than him. It seems the strongest shield of the celestial dragons is indeed unfathomable. However, it is easy to understand that the celestial dragons hold the most wealth and power in the world. Over the years, they have collected countless devil fruits, selecting the powerful ones to give to their loyal subordinates, enabling them to protect themselves. It is normal to cultivate extremely strong subordinates over generations. Even if 09, who has emerged before him, possesses the strength of an admiral, Bai Ye can understand it. After all, the admiral level is basically your peak, while my peak is the stars and the sea. There is no comparison. After understanding the general situation, 09 asked Bai Ye in a dissatisfied tone, "Why didn't you pursue the attacker and try to rescue the Maple Cecile Palace?" In 09's perspective, the status of the Maple Cecile Palace among the celestial dragons is higher than that of Saint Esther Coke. He would rather have Saint Esther Coke be abducted than have the current outcome. Hearing 09's questioning tone, Bai Ye retorted, "Do you not have a brain? If I went after the attacker and Saint Esther Coke was attacked again, would you take responsibility?" You. 09 was almost unable to contain his long-cultivated composure after being spoken to like that. He never expected that a mere rear admiral would dare to speak to him in such a tone. But he couldn't say that the Maple Cecile Palace was more important than Saint Esther Coke, could he? Saint Esther Coke, hearing this, felt as if he had eaten honey. He didn't expect that while the rear admiral was indeed excessive, he still cared about his safety. The resentment towards Bai Ye dissipated significantly. Ironically, 09, who should be protecting him, cared more about the safety of the Maple Cecile Palace, which ranked higher than him. The Navy didn't understand this because they were unaware that there were also disparities among the celestial dragons. However, Saint Esther Coke was very clear about this, leading him to harbor a bit more resentment towards 09. If Bai Ye knew what 09 and Saint Esther Coke were thinking, he would probably laugh uncontrollably. "Why didn't I pursue? Because the attacker was sent by me. How could you expect me to chase after them?" Moreover, Bai Ye didn't expect that there was actually a status difference between Saint Esther Coke and the Maple Cecile Palace. When he ordered Sonic to abduct the Maple Cecile Palace, it wasn't because she was a woman and looked good. He wasn't a lecher. It was purely because the Maple Cecile Palace seemed smarter, while Saint Esther Coke was easier to deceive. To facilitate the implementation of the plan, it was necessary to knock out the smart one and leave the easier one to deal with. Unexpectedly, this initial thought ended up yielding unexpected gains now. 09 was frustrated after being rebutted by Bai Ye, but couldn't reveal the truth in front of him. He could only handle this junior rear admiral through other means. 09 then sternly said, "This time, the Maple Cecile Palace was abducted in your Navy's jurisdiction, and your Navy must bear most of the responsibility." Seeing 09 trying to blame Bai Ye, Qing Ji stepped in front of him and said discontentedly, "Isn't it not our Navy's primary responsibility to protect the safety of the celestial dragons?" This time the celestial dragons came without notifying the Navy for protection. Moreover, the people responsible for protecting Saint Esther Coke and the Maple Cecile Palace were all from your CP organization, yet they all died at the hands of the attacker. If Bai Ye hadn't shown up in time to rescue Saint Esther Coke from the attacker, the situation would have been even worse. You haven't been blamed for your inadequate protection, and now you want to shift the responsibility to the Navy? Bai Ye looked at Akiji, who was blocking his way, with some surprise. In fact, even if Akiji hadn't said those words, he had other ways to absolve himself of responsibility. After all, it was an indisputable fact that he had saved Saint Esther. However, he didn't expect that Akiji, who usually avoided getting involved in matters, would actually confront CP0 members to protect him. This was completely unexpected for Bai Ye. But then, something even more surprising happened. Saint Esther suddenly spoke up, saying that if it weren't for Major Bai Ye arriving in time, he might have died at the hands of the attacker. He truly had to thank Major Bai Ye for being alive this time. Saint Esther's words nearly left Bai Ye in shock. What the hell is going on? Bai Ye suddenly noticed that there was an inexplicable sense of gratitude in Esther Kirk's gaze towards him, alongside a hint of resentment having diminished, which left him puzzled. What does this mean? Has this celestial dragon been scared silly? He actually spoke up for me and is grateful to me. Or is he a masochist, getting pleasure for being slashed by a sword? 09 felt confident in holding Bai Ye, a naval rear admiral, accountable, but when facing Admiral Akiji, that confidence waned. After all, the highest combat power of the Navy isn't something to be casually mentioned. Powerful figures like Akiji deserve a certain level of respect wherever they go. Moreover, With Esther Kirk speaking up, 09 found himself even more at a loss for words. Well, if the master is thanking others, how could he, as a dog, go and bite the benefactor of his master? Bai Ye said to Akiji, General Akiji, shall we head back to the branch base now? We've just sealed off the dock on the island, and they still need to conduct searches, which will take quite a bit of effort. Moreover, Bai Ye also needs to take care of those who have been acting strangely these past few days all at once. Akiji nodded. He really didn't want to interact with the Celestial Dragons and the CP organization, as Bai Ye and Qing Ji had just taken a few steps toward the branch base. Bai Ye seemed to suddenly remember something. He turned around and kicked the unconscious giant a couple of times, saying, "How much longer are you going to pretend to be unconscious? I'm holding your controller, and if you get too far away from me, don't blame me if your head gets blown to pieces." As soon as Bai Ye's voice fell, the giant who had been pretending to be dead for over an hour suddenly moved. With the movement of the giant mom, several remaining corpses of bodyguards fell off him as well. A small piece of cloth, about the size of half a palm, mixed with the bodyguards' corpses, swayed down from the air, catching attention. 09 quickly moved forward to catch the cloth, and upon seeing the emblem on it, he was instantly stunned. Although they had little contact with other forces at sea, the Don Quixote family had always had dealings with the Celestial Dragons. How could they not recognize the emblem on it? Akiji also noticed 09's abnormal reaction, glanced at the cloth in his hand, and his pupils contracted. One of the 7 warlords, the Don Quixote family? Could this incident be the work of that madman Doflamingo? Originally, without knowing the identity of the attackers, everyone could only rely on extensive searches to find back the Maple Cecil Palace. To be honest, relying on such methods, the hope was extremely slim. However, the appearance of this cloth bearing the emblem of the Don Quixote family undoubtedly pointed them toward a path they had not considered. Although this path may not necessarily be viable, it was certainly better than their current aimless wandering. However, because of the transactions between the Don Quixote family and the Celestial Dragons, 09 and Akiji did not immediately publicize this matter. If people at sea were to find out that the attacker of the Celestial Dragons was a government-recognized warlord, it would be a complete disgrace for both the government and the warlords. The two exchanged a tacit glance, without receiving instructions from above. They could only investigate this matter secretly. Meanwhile, Bai Ye, watching Akiji and 09 act so seriously, was trying to maintain a facade of calm, but was almost laughing out loud. This was just too smooth, right? Not only did no one suspect Bai Ye, but they also linked this incident to the Don Quixote family. If Doflamingo knew that he originally intended to use the Celestial Dragons to pressure Bai Ye, only to have Bai Ye turn it around and dump the blame on him, he would probably cry out in grievance. Truly, it was a case of trouble coming from nowhere while one was sitting at home. When White Knight and Akiji returned to the branch base, there were only 2 guards left at the entrance, as the others had been taken out by Smoker to seal off the exits. 14 slaves were obediently standing at the door, waiting for White Knight's arrival. Along with the giant mom, who was following White Knight, there were a total of 15 slaves. Bai Ye directly captured all the slaves purchased from the Esther Kirk Sanctuary, as well as the slaves he brought out. If Bai Ye were to be even more shameless, he could auction off these 15 slaves again and earn at least 1 billion berries. This is a purely no-cost business. If he were still in the previous poor situation, Bai Ye might have really considered doing this. But now, Bai Ye doesn't want to earn this kind of dirty money. With 29 islands of pirates and unscrupulous merchants waiting for him to plunder, would he still be worried about not raking in 1 billion berries? The incident of the Celestial Dragon being captured has caused a huge uproar in the Sabaody archipelago. The Navy headquarters directly dispatched tens of thousands of soldiers, led by Admiral Akiji, to surround the Sabaody archipelago with 3 layers inside and outside. Not to mention people, even a bird probably couldn't fly out. Among those affected, the ones suffering the most are probably the pirates and underground forces who happen to be on the islands. These pirates, who are already wanted, and those who are hiding their identities due to committing crimes, have to face the Navy's continuous inspections every day. They fear that one day their identities will be exposed, and they will be taken away by the Navy and locked up and impelled down. Living day by day in constant fear is truly miserable. In fact, the Navy has considered using this opportunity to capture all the pirates in the Sabaody archipelago in one fell swoop. This would at least allow the first half of the Grand Line to calm down for a while. However, such actions could very likely provoke the wrath of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. If a battle were to break out, it would be a troublesome matter for the Navy. After all, their main task now is to retrieve the kidnapped Maple Cecil Palace. Everything else can be put on hold. But for Bai Ye, finding the Maple Cecil Palace is a trivial matter. If he really wanted to find it, Bai Ye could simply have Sonic bring the Mapel Cecile Palace back. There is no need to search in the Sabati archipelago. When Sonic kidnapped the Mapel Cecile Palace, he took a ship prepared by Bai Ye at the port to a remote, deserted island. That island is not on the record pointer and was discovered by Bai Ye by chance some time ago. It is very safe. Moreover, with Sonic's strength, even if someone accidentally discovers the island, he can handle the discoverer. So Bai Ye doesn't care about the search for the Mapel Cecile Palace at all. Just in time, during this period of lockdown, Bai Ye can implement his previous plans. Due to the trust of Aokiji and Sengoku, the search operations for Islands 1 to 29 in the Sabati archipelago were all entrusted to Bai Ye. After all, both of them are quite clear about Bai Ye's strength and believe he can handle these matters well. Bai Ye also did not disappoint their trust. On the first day, he led a team to capture over 200 people, including pirates, unscrupulous merchants, and a small number of bounty hunters. These are the individuals who have been relatively active after Bai Ye issued 5 rules. Some had hidden transactions, some had fought openly on the streets, and even some had attacked the Navy. Bai Ye had them record everything they had done, leaving no one out. During the capture process, those who resisted were directly killed on the spot by Bai Ye, regardless of the cries of innocence from some. Bai Ye stood on the high platform, looking down at the crowd of people kneeling below, a sense of indescribable satisfaction in his heart. In Bai Ye's eyes, they represented the berry and the world's source of power. Among those kneeling below was Bai Ye's old acquaintance, Boyle, the owner of the Doflamingo auction house. At this moment, Boyle no longer had the arrogant demeanor he had displayed yesterday in front of Bai Ye and Smoker. He was kneeling on the ground, his plump body trembling, wishing he could bury his head in the dirt, fearing being discovered by Bai Ye. He truly did not expect that this seemingly handsome and young naval major, who appeared to have no other notable characteristics, could be so decisive and efficient in killing, not even blinking an eye. During the capture process, Boyle witnessed a pirate captain with a bounty of 120 million berry, who, after attacking naval soldiers on the island, believed himself to be strong and resisted fiercely. As a result, in the blink of an eye, he was directly sliced in half by Bai Ye's sword, the speed astonishingly swift. If that sword were to come for him, Boyle didn't dare to think any further. As Bai Ye looked down at the crowd of captured people, a very familiar figure suddenly caught his eye. Bai Ye's lips curled into a smile. There were too many people capturing others, and, at that time, he hadn't even noticed that this guy had been brought back. "Oh, isn't this the big boss, Boyle? Why aren't you busy today? You even came to the Navy headquarters in person?" Hearing Bai Ye's teasing tone, Boyle was almost scared to death. He had hidden so far back, yet he was still discovered by Bai Ye. Boyle didn't even dare to lift his head, only able to see Bai Ye's feet in front of him. "Why aren't you speaking? Weren't you quite talkative at the auction house yesterday?" Bai Ye drew the long knife from Quick's waist and gently tapped Boyle's sweat-soaked cheek with the blade. Each tap felt like a blow to Boyle's heart, causing his whole body to twitch. "Lord Bai Ye, it was my fault for being blind and offending you yesterday. It's all my mistake." Boyle kowtowed like pounding garlic, and before long, his forehead was bleeding, making him look extremely terrifying. Yet even so, Boyle did not stop. He continued to bang his head madly, completely disregarding the wound on his forehead. The other captured individuals around him were terrified by this scene, fearing that Bai Ye would target them next. This was truly brutal. Bai Ye looked at Boyer, who was so afraid of him, and suddenly had an idea. He asked Quake to take out an imaging phone bug and start recording. Bai Ye said coldly, "Since your attitude in admitting your mistake is quite sincere, I'll ask you a question. As long as you tell me the truth, I might consider sparing your life." Upon hearing this, Boyle was overjoyed and quickly assured him, "My lord, please ask. As long as I know the answer, I guarantee I will tell you everything. I want to know why St. Esther Kirk and the Mapel Cecil Palace suddenly came to the auction yesterday, while our Navy received not a single piece of information." Hearing Bai Ye's inquiry, Boyle quickly answered without hesitation. St. Esther Kirk was invited by Lord Doflamingo under the pretext of having giant slaves, and the Mapel Cecil Palace must have come out to buy slaves after learning the news, following St. Esther Kirk. At this point, Boyle glanced at Bai Ye and gritted his teeth, continuing, "My lord Bai Ye, Doflamingo invited St. Esther Kirk to the auction to humiliate you in the Chambered Islands and turn the 5 rules you issued into a joke on the island. This way, it wouldn't affect his business on the island. Since he had decided to sell Doflamingo for a chance to save his life, he wanted to do it thoroughly, to show Bai Ye his sincerity, hoping that at least his chances of survival would increase." But Bai Ye didn't care about the latter part of the statement, because he already knew. He only recorded the first half of the conversation, completely ignoring the rest. As long as CP0 and Aokiji watched this footage and learned that it was Doflamingo who invited St. Esther Kirk, Doflamingo would have to bear the blame. There are a total of 29 islands in the Chambered Islands, numbered 1 to 29. On the square of each island, Navy soldiers were on high alert, holding image snail devices. During this time, when the Navy controlled the docks, the residents of the islands lived in constant fear. Every day, they could see the Navy arresting many people, with nearly 1,000 people captured over the past 3 days. In such a suffocating environment, they were very attentive to every move the Navy made, as it concerned their lives and fortunes. Many onlookers gathered in the square, watching the Navy soldiers with image snails, whispering, "Have you heard? The Navy will deal with those who violate the 5 rules today. That's why they're showing the processing footage here for us to see." Processing? How will the Navy deal with them? Will they really kill everyone who violates the rules as written? Hearing this, a nearby person panicked and said, "That can't be, right? They've only captured over 1,000 people in these few days. How could they kill them all?" Yeah, even if you were to kill 1,000 pigs, they'd still grunt, right? Let alone over 1,000 people. And among them are notorious pirates with bounties nearing 100 million. Could these people be so easily killed by the Navy? Some people kept speculating about how the Navy would handle this group. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Ye was playing with the image snail in his hand. The footage contained not only what Boyle had said about Doflamingo inviting St. Esther Kirk, but also the information Boyle later provided about the underground businesses the Don Quixote family was involved in: drug smuggling, attacking allied nations, and capturing allies to sell as slaves. More importantly, Doflamingo was actually selling arms to the Revolutionary Army. If the world government found out about this, Doflamingo would not only be dead, but also face severe consequences. In the eyes of the world government, the combined threat of the 4 emperors might not even compare to that of a single revolutionary army. Of course, this was a strategic consideration, not one based on combat power. However, the information Boyle provided included a seemingly inconspicuous detail. Doflamingo had been in frequent contact with a certain force, likely engaging in secret business. He learned this because he had seen family executives frequently appearing in the Chambered Islands, bringing a large amount of goods packed in crates, which led him to speculate. He also provided several addresses where secret transactions might be taking place. Boyle himself wasn't sure how valuable this information was, but given the current situation, he was eager to share everything he knew. Regardless of its usefulness, he figured it was better to say something than nothing at all. If others were to hear this news, they might not pay much attention. After all, if Doflamingo dared to do business with the Revolutionary Army, what else could he not do? But when this statement fell into Bai Ye's ears, he immediately understood what Doflamingo was up to. What certain force? It was none other than the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 Emperor's crews. Considering the timing, Doflamingo had likely developed artificial devil fruits through the scientist Caesar and was trading them with the Beast Pirates for a large sum of money. Doflamingo truly had some guts, doing things without any regard for consequences. Selling arms to the Revolutionary Army angered the world government. Selling artificial devil fruits to the Beast Pirates angered the Navy. He had directly offended the very forces he relied on, showing a complete lack of fear for his life. Just as Bai Ye was pondering how to maximize the usefulness of the information in his hands, there was a knock on the door of the office. The door opened, and Smoker walked in. "My Lord Bai Ye, the scheduled execution time has arrived. Shall we begin now?" Bai Ye smiled and said, "Of course we will open it. It's time for them to understand the consequences of breaking the rules. If it weren't for the need to serve as a deterrent, Bai Ye would have killed all these people long ago." After holding back for 3 days, he could finally see how much world source power these days could bring him. At the square of the 29 islands, the soldiers received the notification and simultaneously opened the image phone worm in their hands. A beam of light shot out from the shell of the image phone worm, falling into the air and forming a large light screen nearly 100 meters wide. It was large enough for most people on the island to see the content on the screen. The first image that appeared on the screen shocked everyone. On a small execution platform, 10 captured individuals were kneeling, while soldiers stood by to carry out the execution. Below the execution platform, over 1,000 people were kneeling, all about to be executed. The screen was filled with a dense crowd. The onlookers couldn't believe it. Was the Navy really going to execute them all? This was too ruthless, wasn't it? They were about to be executed. Why weren't they resisting? In reality, they weren't not resisting. Most of those who did resist were killed on the spot. The remaining ones who weren't killed were severely injured, and in an environment lacking treatment, they wouldn't survive many days. Moreover, they had to endure the torment of pain every moment, so it was better to be executed sooner and escape the sea of suffering. As the scene shifted, a remarkably young and handsome boy appeared on the screen, dressed in a pure white Navy Major General uniform, with a justice cape fluttering in the wind behind him. It formed a beautiful image. If he were not connected to those about to be executed, no one could imagine that this sunny boy was the one leading the team to capture those who broke the rules. The White Knight revealed an extremely sunny smile and kindly said, "Hello, residents of the island. I am Rear Admiral Bai Ye, responsible for maintaining security on the island. I haven't been in the Shambadi archipelago for long, so many of you may not know me yet. But I assure you, from today onwards, you will remember my appearance very clearly. You will even remember every word I say by heart. Because only in this way, when you face execution in the future, will you not be confused about why you are being executed." Although Bai Ye's smile seemed warm, his words sent shivers down the spines of the millions of residents on the 29 islands. This young Rear Admiral has a terrifying, killing intent. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he coldly declared, "Execution begins." The scene froze on the execution platform, where 10 naval soldiers raised their long knives and simultaneously struck down upon the condemned. 10 heads instantly fell, and blood splattered across the execution platform. At this moment, Bai Ye's indifferent voice echoed again. "Those who do not obey the rules will meet only death. I want to see how many heads you have to spare." Next batch. Another 10 people were pushed onto the execution platform. Bai Ye and the other naval officers stood aside, coldly watching everything unfold. The execution continued for a full 2 hours. Towards the end, even the executioners were exhausted, swinging their heavy knives down and leaving the victims half alive, screaming in pain, adding an extra layer of cruelty to the already bloody scene. New executioners were quickly brought in to prevent such incidents from happening again. It wasn't until all 1,123 rule violators had been executed that Bai Ye reappeared on screen. "I hope this execution can bring you enough attention. Otherwise, next time it will be your heads on the chopping block." As soon as he finished speaking, the screen abruptly disappeared, and all the naval soldiers in the square withdrew, leaving behind the stunned onlookers. After watching the entire live broadcast, everyone felt a chill at their necks, instinctively touching their throats, as if to confirm their heads were still attached. Everyone seemed to still be immersed in the terrifying scenes from before. It was just too frightening. Over 1,000 people, just like that, were all dead. Can anyone still stay on Sabaody Archipelago? If not Sabaody Archipelago, where else can you go? The Sabaody Archipelago is located at the entrance of the New World. Any pirate who sets sail and survives the journey will basically end up here. It can be said that this position is exceptionally advantageous. Even if you don't want to come, there will naturally be people coming here. This is also why Bai Ye dares to implement such iron-fisted policies on Sabaody Archipelago. No matter how many he kills, there will always be waves of new arrivals. Someone reluctantly said, "So, does that mean we can only follow those 5 rules from now on? If you think your neck is tough enough, you can choose to defy them and see what happens." That naval rear admiral, Bai Ye, clearly has a murderous intent. Anyone who provokes him is likely to lose their life. Upon hearing this, a group of people fell silent. After a long while, someone sighed, "Let us wait. Wait for other forces to express their dissatisfaction. And when Bai Ye can't handle it anymore, maybe the situation will improve. But who knows how long that wait will be." After the execution, Bai Ye was overjoyed. This execution alone increased his world origin power by over 6,000 points. And combined with the small portion of people dealt with during the pursuit, he gained nearly 7,000 points of world origin power, which was a rare windfall. Moreover, through the executions, Bai Ye also acquired nearly 3 billion berries in wealth, solving the base S financial issues in one fell swoop. However, such opportunities are indeed rare. If it weren't for the Celestial Dragon incident and the dock being sealed, these people would have escaped the Sabaody Archipelago long before Bai Ye's capture. They would have been waiting foolishly for Bai Ye to come and catch them. But this also indirectly proves that Bai Ye's choice to join the Navy was not without benefits. Besides gaining world origin power from increasing his rank, he could also leverage the Navy's power to benefit himself. The day after the execution, Bai Ye provided the recording of what Boyle had said to 09 and Akiji. This was information provided by the owner of Don Quixote Doflamingo's auction house. You can take a look. The recording mainly contained accusations of various crimes committed by Doflamingo, with Boyle revealing everything he knew just to save his own life. Unfortunately, he knew too much, and Bai Ye could not allow him to live. If he inadvertently mentioned that Doflamingo had invited Saint Est Arche to target him, it would likely attract 09's considerable attention. Therefore, to avoid any potential implications for himself, Bai Ye could only send Boyle away. One must be this cautious when doing things. When 09 and Akiji learned that Doflamingo was actually connected to the Revolutionary Army and the Beast Pirates, their expressions were as if they could perform a face-changing act on stage. 09 questioned, "Bai Ye, Are you sure this recording is real? Because the implications of this recording were too significant, he couldn't determine the next course of action. If this was true, it had to be reported up the chain and strong measures taken against Doflamingo. Faced with 09's doubts, Bai Ye calmly replied, I don't know if it's true. I just happened to obtain this recording from those I was capturing. Besides, whether this recording is real or not doesn't have much to do with me. If you want to verify its authenticity, why not investigate it yourself? Isn't that what your CP organization excels at? Upon hearing this, Akiji's mood calmed down considerably, no longer as agitated as before. Although Bai Ye's tone was not kind, he was indeed making sense. Most of Doflamingo's actions were related to the world government, and the only connection to the Navy was Doflamingo's dealings with the Beast Pirates. However, since Doflamingo was recognized as a Shichibukai by the world government, even the Navy had no jurisdiction over him. Therefore, this matter was not significantly related to the Navy. 09 did not dwell on Bai Ye's tone. Compared to such trivial matters, he was more eager to report these issues up the chain, letting the higher-ups decide how to handle them. Moreover, looking at it this way, it was indeed possible that the Maple Cecil Palace was abducted by Doflamingo's men. After all, his audacity was truly remarkable. Once Doflamingo was confirmed as the target, the Navy quickly withdrew the station troops from the Sabeti Archipelago dock. Sealing off the Sabeti Archipelago for a week would also put considerable pressure on the Navy. If it weren't for the involvement of the Celestial Dragons in this incident, the world government support for the Navy's blockade would have led to chaos among various factions. Sengoku not only dispatched Akainu and Kazuru, but also sent that old guy Garp to the New World to monitor the Yonko pirate crews, fearing that they might take advantage of the situation to stir up trouble. Fortunately, the blockade didn't last long. Otherwise, Sengoku would have considered pulling Zifa from the training camp to also station at the Navy base in the New World. Meanwhile, the lawless area of the Sabeti Archipelago had completely transformed. Under Bai Ye's 5 rules, no one dared to step forward and violate them. Everyone adhered to the law, fearing the Navy's wrath. The Navy soldiers patrolling the streets stood tall and proud, a stark contrast to their previously timid demeanor, all thanks to Bai Ye's influence. After Bai Ye publicly executed over 1,000 people, his notoriety spread throughout the Sabeti Archipelago. Almost everyone knew that there was a Navy major named Bai Ye, known for his brutal methods. Those who fell into his hands wished they were dead. As time passed, the rumors became increasingly outrageous, evolving from claims that Bai Ye personally killed over 1,000 people to tales of him having eaten them. The story spread so convincingly that even those like Smoker, who were present at the execution scene, began to believe that it might have been true. Whenever they saw Bai Ye, they couldn't help but glance at his mouth, wondering how such a small mouth could devour so many people. This further elevated Bai Ye's fearsome reputation among the Navy soldiers. Whenever they heard it was Major Bai Ye's orders, they rushed to comply as quickly as possible, fearing they might provoke him and end up as his next meal. While these rumors spread wildly, Bai Ye was happily counting the world energy in his office. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the accomplishment of renown in the Sabeti Archipelago. Reward: 2,000 points of world energy. Spread the word. Everyone, spread it vigorously. It would be best if my fearsome name could reach the seas, helping me achieve multiple accomplishments at once. When I have enough world energy, I will strengthen myself, and I will truly eat all of you. Opening the long-awaited system panel. Host: Bai Ye. Template: Saitama from One Punch Man. Fusion level: 20. World energy: 21,000. Fusion level 2021 requires 1,100 world energy. Special skills: Emperor Engine, Armament Hockey LV6 Enhanced, Observation Hockey LV5 Enhanced, Swordsmanship LV9 Enhanced, Summon Character, Ninja Without Testicle Sonic Enhanced. 21,000 points of world energy were already sufficient for Bai Ye. He didn't want to accumulate more. He directly increased the fusion points by 10, bringing the fusion level to 2021, which required 1,100 world energy. Fusion level 21-22 requires 1,200 world energy. Fusion level 28-29 requires 1,900 world energy. Fusion level 29-30 requires 2,000 world energy. In total, he spent 500 points of world energy. Although the expenditure was substantial, the effects were incredibly significant. The continuous warm current kept transforming his internal body, strengthening every inch of his skin and bones. Bai Ye felt his strength multiplying, accompanied by an indescribable sense of power. Because he directly increased the fusion level by 10 points, the process lasted for a while before that feeling gradually faded. Bai Ye slightly sensed the strength of his skin now. It was even higher than the strength of his armament haki before the enhancement. This kind of strengthening is the most fundamental and also the most rewarding. With a stronger physical foundation, the use of other skills is indirectly enhanced as well. Looking at the remaining 5,500 points of world source power, Bai Ye decided to raise the levels of his armament haki and observation haki. To upgrade armament haki from level 6 to level 7, it requires 600 world source power. To upgrade armament haki from level 7 to level 8, it requires 1,200 world source power. Seeing the doubling increase in required world source power, Bai Ye instantly calmed down. This amount of world source power was too much. Originally, Bai Ye planned to directly train both types of haki to full mastery. Now, it seemed he could only raise both types of haki to the same level. After all, he needed to keep 1 or 2,000 world source power as a backup. The recent summoning of Sonic using world source power had brought Bai Ye significant convenience and allowed him to taste the benefits. With armament haki raised to level 8, he gained an advanced application method for armament haki, flowing cherry blossom entwining. Flowing cherry blossom. Entwining, this term is used by the samurai of Wano country to refer to armament haki and represents the idea of flowing haki. By entwining armament haki around oneself in a special way, one can achieve the effect of projecting armament haki outward. Typically, using armament haki involves just covering it over the body to enhance one's defense and attack, in addition to oneself, as long as the haki strength is sufficient. It can also be covered on weapons. However, by using flowing cherry blossom, one can gather armament haki on their hands or weapons and release it, directly transforming it into tangible attack or defense power. It can unleash powerful shockwaves to knock enemies away or form a protective barrier, even defending against intangible attacks. Is this the way the samurai of Wano country use armament haki? In the White Night, the armed color haki surged, and faint red, circular air currents suddenly appeared, wrapping around the right fist. As the air currents flowed continuously, they resembled cherry blossoms dancing in the air. He extended his index finger and gently pointed into the void, sending out an invisible, fine shockwave that pierced through the thick wall as if it were air. Bai Ye approached the wall, observing that there were no cracks around the hole created by the shockwave. The wall that had been pierced was incredibly smooth, as if it had been meticulously polished. Was the power concentrated and not dispersed? Bai Ye was overjoyed and eagerly raised his observation haki to level 8. However, there was no prompt as he had imagined. It simply increased to level 8. Bai Ye didn't pay much attention to it. He was already strong regardless. Next was the lottery that Bai Ye had been eagerly anticipating. Congratulations, host! Fusion degree has reached 30, and you can randomly draw a special ability from a strong character in the One Punch Man world. The draw was completed. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the ability of S-Class Hero Zombie Man. Infinite Recovery. Passive. Cannot be upgraded. Infinite Recovery. Can quickly recover from injuries and stamina. Even when shattered to pieces, it can autonomously recover within a certain period. Damn, why isn't it telekinesis? Bai Ye thought with some resentment. In fact, this infinite recovery was quite a powerful skill. Even if Bai Ye were beaten to a pulp, he could return to his original state after some time. If he had drawn this skill when he was weaker, he might have been very pleased. After all, it was a life-saving technique. But with Bai Ye's current strength, as long as he didn't provoke all 3 Marine Admirals and the 4 Emperor's pirate crews at the same time, he really didn't think anyone could beat him to that extent. So this skill felt somewhat redundant. However, looking at it from another angle, as long as Bai Ye didn't act recklessly and provoke a joint attack from various forces, making the attack speed exceed the recovery speed, it would be hard for him to die. Does that mean I'm like an indestructible cockroach? Bai Ye thought idly. Looking at the World Source Power section, it read, World Source Power, 1600. After working hard for half a year, he had returned to square one. However, Bai Ye was still quite satisfied with the strength he had gained. Now he could do whatever he wanted. Under Bai Ye's high-pressure policy, the Sabaody archipelago had formed a harmonious society, and on the streets, there were no longer scenes of 2 groups fighting over trivial disagreements. Moreover, when slave trading occurred on the island, it had to be reported to the Navy. Although White Knight cannot single-handedly overturn the slave system in the entire pirate world, he can use coercive means to prevent the sale of slaves captured by slaver ships on the grounds of legality. He restores these slaves to their normal identities and helps them return to their places of living. What White Knight did not expect was that many of the freed slaves were deeply grateful. On their way home, they spontaneously spread the word that Rear Admiral White Knight is a good Navy officer who upholds justice, which significantly boosted his reputation in various places. This can be considered an unexpected joy. Currently, the Sabaody archipelago appears calm and harmonious among people and animals. In reality, this is all based on White Knight's powerful strength, which temporarily stabilizes the illegal elements on the island. However, White Knight does not intend to stay on the Sabaody archipelago for a lifetime. He does not want the island to descend into chaos right after he leaves. It is important to note that the harmonious Sabaody archipelago generates nearly 700 million berries in wealth for him each month. Of course, White Knight does not keep all this money for himself. He shares half with Sengoku, which solves Sengoku's urgent financial problems. After all, during this period, Sengoku has also helped White Knight withstand a lot of pressure from various sides. This has led Sengoku to frequently tell other Navy members that Zephyr trained a good disciple. Regardless of strength, just the way of making money is worth learning from. White Knight's idea is simple. Everyone earns money together, and no one can escape when something goes wrong. Since he has already shared half of the profits, if something happens, how can they not care? After all, the adult world only values benefits. In the White Knight's office, Smog, Quake, Dasky, and Ferguson looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. Ferguson quietly asked, "Major Smog, you are most familiar with Major White Knight. Do you know why Major White Knight called us here on such short notice?" Smog shook his head, indicating that he was also unsure. Then, instinctively, he thought about pulling out a cigar from his waist. It felt uncomfortable not having something in his mouth. But just as his hand reached for the cigar, he remembered that they were in White Knight's office. He put the half-drawn cigar back, deciding against it. It wouldn't be worth it if he got beaten up by White Knight just for smoking a cigar. Dasky looked at the Shiyu hanging at her waist, seemingly contemplating how to retrieve the wind sound from White Knight. Meanwhile, Quake stood tall and composed, completely indifferent to their conversation. In his view, what was the point of thinking too much right now? When the time came, they would just follow whatever Major White Knight instructed. Just then, White Knight opened the door and returned from outside. "Oh, I didn't expect you all to arrive so quickly." Ferguson quickly asked upon seeing White Knight. "Major White Knight, did you call us here to announce something?" As the chief steward under White Knight, Ferguson was busier than the others, so he valued his time greatly. After sitting down, Bai Ye didn't keep everyone in suspense and directly said, "I plan to create a pirate ranking in the Sabaody archipelago." Upirachi hunking. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. But we're the Navy. It feels so wrong to create a pirate ranking. Besides, what benefit does this bring us? Bai Ye noticed the confusion among the crowd and explained with a smile that this was merely establishing a ranking system based on the arena rules. In fact, we need to understand why these pirates go to sea: for fame, for profit, and to be unrestrained. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. As Bai Ye was not wrong. These 3 points encompass the majority of pirates' thoughts. Therefore, we will create a pirate ranking, ranking pirates other than the 4 Emperor's crews. For those who rank higher, we can increase their bounty, which can be seen as indirectly helping them gain fame on the seas, right? Well, in that case, it will indeed attract some pirates to participate. Among pirates, there are certainly those who want to make a name for themselves and become the pirate king. For them, the means of gaining fame can only be through constantly increasing their bounty, and this method of promotion is far less impactful than a ranking system. Just think about it. On one side is the bounty notice, and on the other is the strongest pirate ranking issued by the Navy, ranked below the 4 Emperors. In comparison, the Navy's ranking is definitely more eye-catching. Bai Ye continued, "In order to attract most pirates, we can promote the idea of becoming a top-ranking pirate, or even becoming a Shichibukai." Dasky asked honestly, "Shichibukai? Isn't that only recognized by the world government? Can we really have a say in this?" "Fool. We just need to let the people below spread the message, making others aware that they can become a Shichibukai through the ranking. We're not guaranteeing that they will definitely become a Shichibukai." Upon hearing this, the crowd thought to themselves, "Damn it, here we go again with the deception." The title of the first pirate crew under the 4 Emperors is famous. Becoming a Shichibukai means not being pursued by the Navy, allowing for legal plunder, which is beneficial. With these 2 points, I guarantee we can attract most pirates to participate. White Knight's reasoning is quite reasonable, taking the psychology of pirates into full consideration. Ferguson wondered, "Major White Knight, while this approach can indeed attract pirates, what benefits does it bring to us?" Bai Ye leaned back in his chair and said lightly, "What's the downside?" In the past, when 2 pirate crews fought, the winning side could only gain the defeated's treasure. But now, in addition to treasure, they can also gain fame and the chance to become a Shichibukai. This ranking is a catalyst for internal strife among pirates. In this way, isn't it indirectly reducing our losses in the Navy? Upon hearing this, Ferguson's eyes lit up. "Right. How did I not think of that? The more fiercely the pirates fight, the easier it is for the Navy. We just sit back and watch you dogs bite each other. Bai Ye continued, moreover, doing this can also gather more intelligence on the pirates and provide a more comprehensive understanding of their strength. This will be quite helpful for us when we go out to pursue the pirates in the future. Smoker and the others increasingly felt that Bai Ye's reasoning was sound. Such matters only require the Navy to make a simple ranking, allowing them to quietly watch the pirates fight and reap the benefits. The thoughts of Lord White Knight are truly remarkable. Watching the excited expressions of Smoker and others, White Knight thought to himself that once the pirate strength rankings are established, he could send people to harvest from top to bottom. The stronger the pirate he kills, the more world source power he gains. By launching a leaderboard, he could effectively conduct the harvest, specifically targeting those with high rankings. In White Knight's eyes, this isn't a leaderboard, but a killing notebook. As news of White Knight's plan to establish a pirate leaderboard spread, most pirates showed disdain for it, believing that a pirate leaderboard created by the Navy lacked any persuasive power. Only a small number of pirates participated with a let's give it a try attitude, resulting in a slight increase in bounty amounts. While it had some effect on boosting reputation, the attraction was not significant and the number of participants remained scarce. However, when pirates heard that those in the top ranks might become the Shichibukai, their attitudes flipped 180 degrees. They not only eagerly participated, but also became increasingly ruthless in their actions, often causing fatalities in the arena. This matter quickly reached Sengoku's ears. Upon learning of White Knight's thoughts, Sengoku felt that White Knight made a lot of sense. Moreover, such a scheme could indeed bring tangible benefits to the Navy. Therefore, after contacting the world government, Sengoku made certain modifications to the bounty list. In addition to the bounty amounts, he added a line of small text indicating the rank on the pirate leaderboard, such as ranked certain pirate crew. This move further stimulated the already ambitious thoughts of those pirates. Conflicts became increasingly intense, and all pirates on the sea were aware that the Navy had launched a pirate leaderboard. This also slightly promoted White Knight, who proposed the idea. Even the news reached the ears of the four emperors in the New World, perhaps because the Navy did not include the four emperors' pirate crews in the rankings. The response was not significant. For the four emperors' crews, it didn't matter if someone reached the top of the pirate leaderboard. Encountering them would still lead to destruction, so there was nothing worth noting. However, upon hearing this news, Shanks and Beckman had different speculations. After pondering for a moment, Beckman said, "The Navy's actions are intensifying the conflicts among pirates." Shanks looked toward the Sabidi archipelago and silently said, "Indeed, with the leaderboard out, many pirates are fighting to the death, while the Navy can sit back and reap the benefits. What a brilliant strategy. I really wonder what this sea will become in the future." Major White Knight, Admiral Zephyr has arrived. Quack pushed the door open excitedly. Hearing this, White Knight immediately stood up from his chair. "Teacher Zephyr, why did you suddenly come to Sabaody?" "I don't know either, but the soldiers stationed at the dock said they saw Admiral Zephyr's warship approaching the dock. Let's go. Let's hurry to the dock to welcome Teacher Zephyr." The people under White Knight are almost all from the training camp. Therefore, they were quite excited to hear the news of Zephyr's arrival. As for White Knight, he was even more so. During the 6 months in the training camp, Zephyr basically treated him like a son. Beyond the master-disciple relationship, White Knight also felt a fatherly affection towards Zephyr. With his teacher suddenly arriving, he surely would go to welcome him. When they hurriedly arrived at the dock, Zephyr had not yet arrived. However, everyone was not anxious and started chatting by the dock. White Knight instructed Ferguson to ensure that the soldiers on the island strictly enforce the law today and that no violations of regulations should occur. Ferguson nodded and said, "Major General White Knight, you can rest assured, I have already made arrangements for this." Smoker, standing nearby, confidently stated, "Lord White Knight, after the last execution incident, no one on Sabaody Archipelago has dared to commit any crimes." In fact, White Knight was aware of this. After all, his previous display of harsh methods had intimidated quite a few people. However, with Zephyr coming today, White Knight did not want to embarrass himself in front of his teacher. The actions of White Knight and his group at the dock attracted a lot of attention. Although as long as one did not violate the rules set by White Knight, they would not face any consequences. The impression White Knight left in their minds could not be erased. After the last live execution, White Knight had almost become a synonym for cruelty and bloodshed in the hearts of the people of Sabaody Archipelago. Someone trembled and said, "Even that blood butcher White Knight has come to the dock. Sabaody Archipelago must be in for some big trouble again, right?" Another person with a serious expression replied, "Not only White Knight, but almost all the naval officers on the island have come too. If something really were to happen, It seems a lot of heads would roll again. The news of White Knight's arrival at the dock swept through the entire Sabaody archipelago like a storm. Almost everyone felt that White Knight was about to kill again. Remembering the scene where thousands of people were executed together, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In an instant, the once bustling and crowded streets became deserted. Shopkeepers directly closed their doors, refusing to do business. Meanwhile, the pirates who had come to the island to buy food and fresh water, after paying 1,000,000 berries upon hearing the news, turned around and headed back to their ships, ordering their crew to set sail quickly, wanting to get far away from the Sabaody archipelago, fearing they might get implicated. In just under an hour, several nearby islands seemed as if no one could survive there. Not a single shadow could be seen. Zephyr did not make White Knight wait long and soon arrived at the dock. As Zephyr stepped off the ship, he saw White Knight waiting to greet him at the dock, and he felt warmth in his heart, thinking that this disciple was worth taking on. But as soon as White Knight spoke, Zephyr immediately changed his mind. Master Zephyr, after such a long time, you must have brought gifts for your good disciple, right? Bai Ye stretched out his hands, asking Zifa for a gift. Zifa, however, had a dark expression on his face as he looked at Bai Ye, who was grinning mischievously, and thought to himself, maybe I should just expel him from the school. Seeing Zifa's face as black as a pot bottom, Bai Ye withdrew his hand and sighed softly. I guess that teacher might not have brought a gift. If not, then forget it. But before Zifa could smile again, Bai Ye continued, Smoker, take note. July 17th afternoon. Teacher Zifa owes his disciple Bai Ye a welcome gift. Smoker said awkwardly, I also came out of the Navy training camp before. How am I supposed to remember this? When Bai Ye saw Teacher Zifa looking like he wanted to return to the ship, he quickly spoke up, Teacher Zifa, I was just joking with you. Look, you took it seriously. You're getting more stingy as you get older. Zifa looked at Bai Ye in front of him, feeling an impulse to slap him to death. How did I ever think of coming to Sabaody to see this troubled disciple? The students following Zifa, who often heard about Bai Ye being a talented disciple that Zifa used as an example in class, were all shocked to see him in this state, feeling like their worldview had been completely refreshed. Zifa brought the students from the naval training camp out this time for a practical assessment, to capture pirates from the first half of the Grand Line and let them practice. They passed through the Sabaody archipelago, so he specially came to see Bai Ye. Bai Ye and Zay Fa walked ahead, while the others wisely followed behind. Quake and Ferguson were also chatting enthusiastically with the people from the training camp. After all, as former leaders of the Anti-White Alliance, they held considerable influence. Zay Fa glanced at the empty street and recalled the rumors he had heard earlier, then asked in confusion, You didn't kill everyone on the island, did you? Bai Ye was speechless. Teacher, do you really think I'm that kind of person? Zifa shook his head and said with some emotion, Whether you are that kind of person, it's hard to say. Although Zifa was in the Navy headquarters, he still paid close attention to information about Bai Ye. Moreover, Sengoku often contacted him to talk about Bai Ye. When he learned that Bai Ye was broadcasting the execution live across the island, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He had not noticed such a murderous intent in Bai Ye during the Navy training camp. If it were the old Zifa, he would definitely have a word with Bai Ye about it. However, the current Zifa did not feel that Bai Ye had done anything wrong. In a place like this, you could kill 1,000 people and not necessarily have one innocent person among them. Killing them all wouldn't be a big problem. Zifa also had to take the trainees to look for pirate crews to practice, so he didn't stay long with Bai Ye. The next day, he set off again. Bai Ye once again sent Zifa to the dock. Seeing Bai Ye coming out from a naval base, the streets were still empty. Before leaving, Zifa looked at Bai Ye in front of him and asked with confusion, Aren't you going to spar with me, teacher? Bai Ye waved his hand and awkwardly declined. Really no need. You could just go with peace of mind. Seeing Bai Ye's strong refusal only heightened Zay Fa's curiosity. In the past, during training camp, Zay Fa hadn't even waited for Bai Ye to approach him. Bai Ye ran up wanting to spar with Zifa, looking like a fighting maniac. Now that Bai Ye has no opponents of his level in Sabaody archipelago, he actually doesn't want to spar anymore when the opportunity presents itself. This made Zifa wonder, recalling that Sengoku had mentioned the commotion Bai Ye had caused in the Sabaody archipelago recently. Zifa instinctively guessed that this kid hadn't trained during this time, and his strength hadn't improved, which is why he was reluctant to spar. After realizing this, Zifa patted Bai Ye on the shoulder and said with concern, Bai Ye, for us in the Navy, the most important thing is strength. The rules you're implementing in the Sabaody archipelago are very useful and can help the Navy solve many troubles. But none of this is as important as improving your own strength. Only by becoming stronger can you better implement what you have in mind. Don't lose sight of what's truly important. Seeing Zifa sincerely saying so much to him, Bai Ye felt both touched and amused. He was touched because Zifa cared for him enough to say these things. He found it amusing because his refusal to spar was due to the fact that his strength had improved dramatically. After all, with a 10 fusion rate. This meant that Bai Ye's strength had increased several times compared to when he left the training camp. And this was accomplished in just under a month. Bai Ye was afraid that if he really went all out and demonstrated his full strength, he would defeat Teacher Zifa with a single punch, which would be a huge blow to the old man. That's why he was trying every way to avoid it and was unwilling to strike. However, it was clear that Zifa misunderstood Bai Ye's intentions. But Bai Ye couldn't humiliate his teacher in front of so many people. That would be too cruel for an old man. So, Bai Ye could only smile wryly and say, "Teacher Zifa, don't worry, I promise I will strengthen my training." Seeing Bai Ye's sincere attitude, Zifa didn't say anything more. After all, there were many of Bai Ye's subordinates and students present, and he needed to give Bai Ye some face. Zifa nodded and said, "All right, then I will take my leave. Will I come back again? You can't refuse." "I understand." "Teacher." Bai Ye stood at the dock watching Zifa leave, thinking to himself, "Teacher, this is what you insisted on, so don't blame me later." After sending Zifa off, Bai Ye began to contemplate how to deal with Don Quixote Doflamingo next. Although his current strength was enough to easily crush Doflamingo and single-handedly push through the Don Quixote family, he could only wait for orders from above since he was in the Navy. Bai Ye looked at the Navy uniform on him and smiled bitterly, thinking that this identity was indeed a double-edged sword. In recent days, Bai Ye often received messages from Teacher Zephyr. He had led the soldiers in the training camp to defeat quite a few pirate crews. Zephyr was quite experienced in training soldiers. He would first find opponents starting from weaker pirates. Then, there would be a process where an enemy gradually grew stronger, allowing the soldiers to gain ample growth. However, Bai Ye and the others, due to the short time they spent in the training camp, had already completed their studies and graduated successfully while others were still laying the foundation. At this moment, Bai Ye saw a new message passed on by Smoker. Teacher Zephyr had defeated the bounty of 230 million berries, the pirate rookie Donald. Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh. "Teacher Zephyr, you really don't mind the exhaustion. At your age, you still get so excited when you see pirates." After putting down the newspaper in his hand, Bai Ye suddenly realized something and picked it up again. The paper featured images of Teacher Zephyr in battle. In the pictures, his fists were as dark as ink, and the armed color hockey was clearly cultivated to the extreme, which is also the origin of Black Arm Zephyr. However, the problem lay in those fists. Bai Ye stared at the photo and subconsciously muttered. At this time, Teacher's right arm had not yet been severed, and he had not replaced it with a sea prism stone arm. But comparing it with what happened in the anime, it seemed that Teacher Zephyr was leading the soldiers from the training camp to pursue pirates when he encountered Whitebeard too. However, due to his old age and asthma, he was unable to defeat Whitebeard too. Not only was his right arm severed by Whitebeard too, but almost all the new recruits from the training camp were severely injured, leaving only Ein and Bins. A terrifying thought suddenly popped into Bai Ye's mind, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Damn it, could it be this trip? Not far from the Shambadi archipelago, on a small pirate ship, a big fat man who looked nothing like Whitebeard except for his beard and the large knife in his hand foolishly said, "Mom, we've dealt with all these pirates. When are we going to find Dad and recognize him?" From the treasure room of the pirate ship came a piercing voice, "My dear son, wait a little longer. Once we accomplish something renowned across the seas, we can meet your father, Whitebeard." Bai Ye looked at the newspaper in his hand, feeling increasingly convinced as he thought about it. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. No matter what, even if it's not this time, I have to rush over to prevent a possible tragedy. Bai Ye couldn't accept that he let things happen knowing the future developments. However, before that, Bai Ye hurriedly dialed the phone bug on Zephyr's ship, wanting to remind Teacher Zephyr to avoid Whitebeard too in advance. If so, perhaps the tragedy could be prevented. But what made Bai Ye anxious was that the call went unanswered. He realized that his suspicions were probably correct. Otherwise, they wouldn't be ignoring the call. "Smoker, come here." In the next office, Smoker suddenly heard Bai Ye calling him, and there was a hint of urgency in his tone. This was a situation that had never occurred before, and Smoker immediately sensed that something was wrong. He quickly walked into Bai Ye's office and saw Bai Ye holding the intelligence he had previously sent. Smoker nervously asked, "Lord Bai Ye, what's wrong?" Bai Ye raised the newspaper in his hand and asked, "Do you know where Admiral Zifa is now?" Smoker hesitated for a moment and replied, "This news on the newspaper is 2 days old, and there hasn't been any new information transmitted, so there's no way to determine Admiral Zifa's exact location." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye irritably threw the newspaper on the table. In this vast ocean, without a specific position, going out to search would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be a miracle to find him, unless there was something like a positioning system to check the location of the warship at sea. However, the technology tree in the pirate world is a bit skewed, and there really isn't much useful research. Thinking of this, Bai Ye suddenly remembered that while the technology tree in the pirate world may be lacking, there's still some black technology. Bai Ye's eyes lit up as he asked Smoker. Smoker, former admiral, like Teacher Zifa, should have a lifeguard, right? Smoker thought for a moment and nodded. Although he hadn't heard the admirals mention it, strong individuals like them should indeed possess lifeguards. A lifeguard is a type of paper that is neither afraid of water nor fire, made by mixing one's own fingernails into the material. And it represents the owner's vitality. Pieces torn from the same lifeguard have the ability to attract each other. This means that as long as Teacher Zifa carries the lifeguard he made when he goes out, and the Marine headquarters has the torn part of Teacher Zifa's lifeguard, Bai Ye can locate Teacher Zifa through the mutual attraction between the lifeguards. Yes, this is the most feasible method at the moment. After briefly communicating with Smoker, Bai Ye hurriedly headed to the Navy headquarters to ask Sengoku for Zifa's lifeguard. Since it had been confirmed that something might have happened to Zifa, Bai Ye pushed his speed to the limit, sparing no effort as he executed Soru and Jeppo to the utmost, leaving only a blurred afterimage in the air. The people on the street could only hear a series of booming sounds from above, like cannonballs exploding overhead, sparking countless speculations. In a coating shop on Sabeti Archipelago, a white-haired old man with glasses looked up at the sky, squinting as he softly muttered, "Is this another powerful individual? To be able to shatter the air with a single step, what terrifying power!" With Bai Ye exerting himself to the fullest, a journey that would normally take half a day was forcibly shortened to 20 minutes. Due to the urgency of the situation, Bai Ye didn't have time to relay the message through the guards at the entrance of the headquarters and dashed directly towards Sengoku's office. The officers in the Navy headquarters could only see a shadow flash through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar, rushing towards Admiral Sengoku's office. What the hell is going on? Is there a pirate attacking Admiral Sengoku? This is too brazen. A single person charging into the Navy headquarters to attack the Admiral? Are you trying to be the second Don Quixote Doflamingo? Thinking of this, the mid-ranking officers were all thrown into a panic, quickly utilizing Jeppo to rush to support Admiral Sengoku. Meanwhile, the remaining rear admiral-level officers mobilized all the soldiers in the headquarters to prepare for defense. If it really was an attack on the Navy admiral, it certainly wouldn't be just this one pirate. There might already be a pirate crew lying in ambush not far from the Navy headquarters. Bai Ye did not expect that charging directly into the Navy headquarters would cause such a huge commotion. However, even if he had known, he would still have done it this way. After all, it concerned the life of Teacher Zifa, and he could not afford to waste any time. The person Bai Ye is very straightforward. If you treat me well, I will treat you well in return. Zfa regards him as a son, and he similarly sees Zfa as a father. Now that Teacher Zfa is in trouble, he must go to help. Just as Bai Ye was a few hundred meters away from the marshal's office, the figure of Akiji suddenly appeared in front of him. Akiji put away his usual lazy demeanor, his expression serious. With one hand outstretched, countless shards of ice spread out from his hand. No matter what, I won't let you pass. If you want to attack Marshal Zhanghua, then you can stay here. Under Akiji's manipulation, the ice quickly condensed into a nearly 100-meter thick arched ice wall in the blink of an eye, harder than steel. Even bombarding it with thousands of shells would likely not shake this ice wall. Bai Ye looked at the vigilant Akiji in front of him, feeling both amused and helpless. He knew that Akiji had misunderstood his identity, thinking he was there to attack the warring states general, which is why he took action against him. In fact, this couldn't really be blamed on Akiji. It could only be said that Bai Ye's speed was simply too fast for anyone to see his appearance. Even Akiji did not recognize Bai Ye's identity. To avoid wasting more time, Bai Ye had to explain, "Akiji, it's me, Bai Ye." Upon hearing the voice, Akiji, who had had quite a bit of contact with Bai Ye, was taken aback. He could still distinguish Bai Ye's voice, and realized that this shadow was indeed Bai Ye. What was going on? I really have urgent business and need to find the warring states general. Hearing Bai Ye's urgent tone, Akiji realized that something might have really happened. Just as he was about to use his ability to break the ice wall, he saw Bai Ye's right fist wrapped in pale red hockey, and then he punched out from a distance. The next moment, the nearly 100-meter thick ice wall exploded, with Bai Ye creating a hole over 30 meters wide in the middle. The White Knight passed directly through the cave, leaving Qingji with a blank face. Qingji looked at his hands, muttering in disbelief. I just used the ice wall with all my strength, right? No, it definitely wasn't. I only used 30% of my power. Yes, 30%. There was such a huge commotion outside. Sengoku isn't deaf. He noticed it right away. I was going to take action myself. But when I saw Qingji suddenly appear and create a giant ice wall out of thin air, Sengoku abandoned the idea of intervening. With Qingji alone, it should be enough. However, what happened next left Sengoku dumbfounded. The nearly 100-meter ice wall was suddenly blasted open, shards of ice flying everywhere, and a shadow shot out from the hole, continuing to head in his direction. What the hell? Even Qingji couldn't stop it. Who on earth is coming? It wouldn't be that old man Whitebeard, would it? Sengoku didn't have time to think deeply. After all, the enemy was already about to hit him in the face. Just as Sengoku was suddenly enveloped in golden light, he heard White Knight's voice. Sengoku Admiral, it's White Knight. I urgently need to find you. Huh? It's White Knight? Sengoku was taken aback as the shadow stopped in front of him. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be but White Knight? At this moment, Qingji dispersed the ice wall and explained to the other rushing Marine Vice Admirals that the shadow was White Knight, telling them not to worry and to stand down from battle readiness. This relieved the Vice Admirals. It was good that it wasn't an enemy attack. Sengoku looked at White Knight and suddenly felt a surge of anger. You could have just come without making such a big fuss. If someone didn't know better, they'd really think someone was attacking Marine headquarters. However, seeing White Knight's anxious expression, Sengoku realized that White Knight must truly have something urgent to discuss, so he nervously asked, "What happened?" "Instructor Zifa is in danger." "Admiral Sengoku, do you have Instructor Zifa's life card here?" Sengoku was shocked. "Zifa is in danger?" "Yes. I need Instructor Zifa's life card now to determine his exact location and then hurry over." The Marine naturally had Zifa's life card. Not only did they have Zifa's, but all officers of the Marine headquarters at the rank of Vice Admiral and above had their life cards made. They were all kept in a tightly guarded secret room and were rarely taken out. In the past, there had been serious incidents caused by the leakage of life cards. A group of pirates harbored resentment against a Vice Admiral from the Marine headquarters who had captured them. In an unexpected situation, they obtained this Vice Admiral's life card. Then, using the life card's function to locate him, they launched a surprise attack while he was capturing other pirates. Ultimately, they killed the Vice Admiral, and the entire ship's crew was wiped out, causing a significant impact on the Marine. This incident served as a wake-up call for Sengoku, so since then, no one's life card had left the Marine headquarters. Usually, they only used the life cards to determine the status of the Marine at that time. Out of caution, Sengoku took a deep breath and confirmed again, "Are you sure Zifa is in danger right now?" "Bai Ye nodded heavily. Before I came here, I called Teacher ZFA, but I couldn't get through." Hearing this, Sengoku realized that things might become troublesome. "All right, you wait here for me. I'll go get ZFA's life card right now." After quelling the chaos, Akiji understood the conversation between Bai Ye and Sengoku and finally figured it out. No wonder Bai Ye was making such a big fuss. It turned out something had happened to Teacher ZFA. Such matters can't be delayed. Every second wasted could affect ZFA's life. Moreover, ZFA had taken students from the training camp with him. If something really happened, it could lead to a gap of 2 to 3 years in the naval junior officers. This was a serious matter. A few minutes later, Sengoku rushed over with the life card that was missing a corner and said solemnly, "This is ZFA's life card. You must keep it safe." Bai Ye took the life card and found that there were no obvious changes, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. It seemed that Teacher Zephyr was in better condition than he had imagined, not in imminent danger. "I'll take my leave now, Fleet Admiral Sengoku." "Admiral Akiji." Sengoku asked, "Can you handle it alone? Do you need anyone else to help you?" If it weren't for the need to stay at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku would have wanted to accompany Bai Ye. After all, he and Zephyr had been comrades for decades, and their bond was extraordinary. Seeing that Zephyr's life card was fine, Bai Ye's tense mood eased significantly, and his expression was no longer as anxious as before. He smiled and said, "I'm enough on my own." In fact, Sengoku still had many questions in his heart, but time was pressing, so he didn't ask. Akiji spoke up, "Bai Ye, why don't I go with you? I don't have any tasks right now, and it would be safer for both of us to go together." Sengoku advised, "That's fine too. If the two of you go together, you won't have to worry even if you encounter the Yonko pirate crews." Bai Ye waved his hand and said, "No need. Admiral Akiji's speed is too slow. Going together would only waste time." "Am I too slow? I am a dignified admiral of the Navy, and yet I'm being looked down upon by a rear admiral." As he recalled how Bai Ye had just punched through the ice wall from a distance, Akiji fell into a frenzy of self-doubt. Could it be that my strength is really this weak? Or is it that Bai Ye, this rear admiral, is just too absurdly strong? Before leaving, Bai Ye turned back and said, "The chaos caused by the Navy headquarters this time is all my fault, and I will take full responsibility for it." Sengoku, unfazed, replied, "It's not a big deal. Saving people is what matters." Although White Knight caused quite an impact at the Navy headquarters this time, making all the Navy personnel tense, it did not result in any losses and instead served a certain training purpose. If pirates were to actually attack the Navy headquarters next time, White Knight's actions would provide valuable experience. Of course, from Sengoku's perspective, such a thing would never happen. As soon as Bai Ye moved, he was accompanied by a piercing sound explosion that drew a lot of attention, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the two's sight. Sengoku looked at Bai Ye's gradually fading figure, his eyes filled with confusion as he asked Akiji, "Kazan, how strong do you think Bai Ye is? I feel like his current strength is no less than that of Zifa when he was a Marine Admiral, and he might even be stronger. What do you think?" Sengoku said a lot, but noticed that Akiji didn't respond at all, so he awkwardly coughed. At this moment, Akiji had successfully convinced himself that the ice wall was broken because he had only used a third of his strength. Being criticized by Bai Ye for being slow was because his fruit ability wasn't suited for flying. It had nothing to do with him personally. As a Marine Admiral, he was still very strong. After coming to this realization, Akiji felt a lot more relaxed, and with a smile on his face, he asked, "Marshal Sengoku, what did you just ask me?" "I asked how strong you think Bai Ye is." "How strong?" Akiji pondered for a moment and confidently replied, "Not much. Just about a third of my strength." In the waters not far from the Sabeti archipelago, a dilapidated pirate ship was about to sink while next to it. A Navy warship, specifically for the training camp, was stationed. Zifa looked at his students, who had just finished dealing with a pirate crew and looked exceptionally disheveled, and sighed imperceptibly. It was such a struggle to deal with a pirate crew that had a total bounty of only 80 million berries. Moreover, this was the result they achieved after nearly a year of training. Thinking of his disciple Bai Ye, Zifa's expression of gloom deepened. "Sigh, it's really true that comparing people can lead to despair, and comparing goods leads to disposal." Recalling the happy times of teaching Bai Ye, Zifa remembered that Bai Ye's strength improved dramatically every day, bringing new surprises each time. This made Zifa, as a teacher, feel a tremendous sense of achievement. But now, with these students, Zifa felt a headache while teaching. No matter how he taught, they just couldn't grasp it. Everyone is carrying a head on two shoulders. Why is the gap so big? In fact, it's normal for there to be a significant gap since they aren't like Bai Ye, who is a prodigy. "Teacher Zifa, are we preparing to return to the training camp now?" A beautiful woman with long, smooth, sea blue wavy hair approached Zifa respectfully and asked, "It's been half a month since we came out. You all have received enough training and know your shortcomings. It's time to head back." Zifa replied slowly, "However, we won't go directly back to the training camp. We will make a trip to the Sabeti archipelago first." Ein curiously asked, "Are we going to see senior brother Bai Ye?" Mentioning Bai Ye, a smile returned to Zifa's previously gloomy face. Seeing him is secondary. The main reason is to check whether his strength has regressed, fearing that he might have relaxed in his training while stationed at Sabeti. Ein bit her lip and quietly asked, "Teacher Zifa, I want to ask, is senior brother Bai Ye really that strong?" Zifa smiled with some pride and said, "Of course. With Bai Ye's strength, even being an admiral is no problem at all. Could it be that he is stronger than teacher Zifa?" Zifa's smile froze, and he coughed ahem. "How could that be? That kid Bai Ye is still far from me." Ein was obviously too naive, and coupled with her admiration for Zifa, she completely failed to notice Zifa's unusual expression. In an admiring tone, she said, "Teacher Zifa, you are truly the former Marine Admiral." Hearing Ein's admiring tone, Zifa felt much more relaxed. Although these students are far inferior to Bai Ye's talent, at least they have one advantage over Bai Ye. Bai Ye wouldn't speak to him in such an admiring tone. If Bai Ye were to say it, it would mostly be, "Is this it? Is this it? Teacher Zifa, is this your strength? My dog is better than you. It's laughing at you." It could make Zifa so exasperated that during every sparring session, if it weren't for his strong self-control, he would have gone all out by now. Look. My good son quickly rowed toward the east. A half-meter-tall old lady, with dry hands holding a telescope, was looking in the direction of Zifa's warship. On the ship, a nearly 7-meter-tall big man was vigorously rowing, causing the entire ship's speed to suddenly increase. Why is the distance getting further? Looking at the gradually shrinking target in the telescope, the old lady put it down, instantly furious, and began to hit Whitebeard 2's ankle with the telescope, scolding, "Why are you so stupid? This is the west, that S the east. How could I give birth to such a stupid son like you? Listening to Miss Jin's scolding, Whitebeard 2's eyes quickly filled with tears, and he cried, "Mom, I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore." Miss Jean looked again at the warship of the training camp and excitedly said, "That ship should be the former Marine Admiral, Zifa. If we can kill him, it will surely make us famous across the seas." Whitebeard 2 asked foolishly, "Mom, can we go find Dad now?" "Of course, as long as you kill that person. You can meet your dad," Miss Jean said in a tempting tone. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard 2 became even more excited, the sail in his hand waving like a blurred shadow, resembling a spinning propeller. The entire ship's speed doubled again, rapidly closing in on Zephyr. Just as Zephyr was chatting with Ein, a person dressed like a ninja approached and said, "Teacher Zephyr, it seems a pirate ship is coming from the west at an extremely fast speed, and it looks like it's heading straight for us." "Pirates? Coming for us?" Zephyr followed Binz to the side of the ship and saw a pirate ship charging straight at them at high speed, estimating that it would crash into the warship in half a minute. Seeing this, Zephyr shouted, "Quick, turn the ship north." Meanwhile, he couldn't understand the situation on the opposite side. What did this mean? Was it a suicidal attack, ramming ship against ship? Is this something a person would do? On Whitebeard 2's side, Miss Jean was once again harshly hitting the back of Whitebeard 2's foot, continuously scolding in a harsh, unpleasant voice, "Slow down. Slow down. We're about to crash. You fool. You're driving me crazy. Do you want to kill your mother?" Miss Jin's wrinkled old face was filled with endless panic. If they crashed like this, given Whitebeard 2's physical condition, he would definitely survive. He would probably just get a bit of dust on him, but she was just an ordinary woman in her 70s. If they crashed, she would be turned into mush. Fortunately, Zephyr's order was timely, and the warship turned slightly north. So they didn't collide, and Whitebeard 2's ship passed right in front of the warship. However, Whitebeard 2's frantic paddling was ineffective, and he still couldn't stop. As he moved further away under Zephyr's puzzled gaze, Zephyr was starting to grasp what the other side was up to. Knowing he was with the Navy, they still charged towards him. They were not friendly. Zephyr ordered, "Ein and Binz, you take the other trainees and stay far away. I will handle this pirate." Ein and the others had complete faith in Zephyr's strength. In their eyes, as long as Teacher Zephyr was there, nothing would go wrong. Suddenly, the sky darkened with clouds. Lightning danced in the sea of clouds, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. The next moment, a massive shadow descended from the sky, accompanied by a gleaming large blade that struck heavily down towards Zephyr's head. This sudden strike was as fierce as thunder, aimed at Zephyr, the shining blade reflecting Zephyr's calm face. Facing this blow, Zephyr not only didn't T-retreat, but charged forward to meet the blade. His arms were instantly covered in haki, and his purple-black fists swung towards the blade. Zephyr knew he couldn't dodge. If he avoided this strike and let it hit the ship, it could easily damage the hull. Moreover, there were hundreds of trainees on board, and if the warship was sunk, it could easily lead to casualties. That's why he chose to take the initiative. With all his strength, Zephyr's right fist, like obsidian, struck heavily against the large blade. Bang! The collision of fist and blade produced a sound that made one's teeth ache, and dozens of purple-black lightning bolts splattered out, making Ein and the others nearby feel a wave of discomfort in their hearts. What great strength! Zephyr was secretly astonished. His right fist, enveloped in haki, was directly left with a deep white mark from the blade. He moved and returned to the ship. At this moment, Zephyr finally got a clear look at his opponent, and this sight shocked him. The resemblance was uncanny, both in height and the large blade in hand. Especially those two crescent-shaped mustaches. They looked exactly like Whitebeard's. Could this be one of Whitebeard's men? Is Whitebeard going to attack me? Thinking of this, Zephyr spoke in a deep voice. "Who exactly are you to Whitebeard?" Whitebeard too heard Zephyr's question and surprisingly did not continue to attack, but instead foolishly replied, "I am his son, Edward Weevil." What the hell? Whitebeard has a son. How come our Navy doesn't know about this? For a moment, Zephyr did not doubt the authenticity of this news. It was just too similar, and from their earlier encounter, Zephyr felt Weevil's terrifying strength, which was strikingly similar to the young Whitebeard. Zephyr continued to ask, "So where's Whitebeard?" Edward Weevil replied, "Dad is in the New World, and Mom said that if I kill you, I can meet Dad. So, can you let me kill you?" Upon hearing this, Zephyr almost cursed. "What do you mean if you kill me, you can meet your dad? Am I blocking your father-son reunion? Your family's matters have nothing to do with me. Why are you looking for me?" However, through their conversation, Zephyr realized that this person claiming to be Whitebeard's son seemed to be not quite right in the head. To put it simply, he seemed like an idiot. But this guy's strength was indeed not weak. There were still over 100 trainees on the ship, and it wasn't suitable to fight here. Zephyr's eyes turned, and he thought of a plan, shouting to Weevil, "Actually, I can let you meet Whitebeard sooner." Weevil perked up immediately and excitedly asked, "Really? I can really meet my father?" Zephyr smiled and said, "Of course, as long as you follow me. You can naturally see Whitebeard." Although deceiving an idiot made Zephyr feel guilty, it was unavoidable. For the sake of the trainees behind him, Zephyr had no choice but to resort to this tactic. As long as Weevil followed him, he would take him directly to White Knight, give them a mixed double team, and then lock him up and impel down. Later, if he could also capture Whitebeard and bring him to impel down, it would be perfect for them to reunite there. This wouldn't count as breaking his promise. Weevil had no doubts about Zephyr's words, directly sheathing his long knife and foolishly saying, "Since you can take me to see Whitebeard, then I won't fight you." Hearing this, Zephyr let out a sigh of relief, secretly thinking, "Thank goodness he's an idiot, easy to deceive." But just as Zephyr felt relieved, a dry, small hand that looked like a chicken claw suddenly reached out from the side of the ship, tightly gripping the deck. "My foolish son, are you trying to kill your mother? You're even worse than a pig." Miss Bakken had a hard time climbing onto the ship. Her ugly face looked extremely terrifying due to anger, and she scolded Weevil. Earlier, she had been standing on Weevil's shoulder. But when Weevil leaped off the ship to attack Zephyr, she lost her balance and fell directly into the sea. After a great deal of effort, she finally climbed back up from the water. Hearing Zephyr's words to deceive Weevil, and seeing that Weevil believed Zephyr's nonsense, she was almost so angry that she fell back into the sea. Weevil saw Miss Bakken and said pitifully, "Mom, I was wrong." "Mom!" Zephyr almost shouted in surprise. The old woman in front of him, less than half a meter tall, with a sharp and bitter appearance, was actually Whitebeard's wife. Is Whitebeard's eyesight okay? Besides, the proportions between you two don't seem quite right, do they? If it's true, Zephyr can't even imagine what that scene was like. After Miss Jean finished lecturing Weibel, she stepped aside and pointed at Zephyr, urging him to hurry up and kill this guy. Weibel hesitated. "But he can take us to meet Dad." Seeing how easily Weibel believed Zephyr's words almost made Miss Jean furious. If Zephyr could really bring them together, it would be unbelievable. Miss Jean kept urging Weibel to act quickly and kill him, or else Mom would no longer want him. Hearing that Mom wouldn't want him anymore, Weibel was immediately frightened and charged at Zephyr with his long knife again. Zephyr's arms silently covered themselves with armed color hockey. Since there was no way to avoid it, they could only fight. The battle was about to break out. Although Weibel was large, he was not clumsy at all, and with the terrifying strength comparable to Whitebeard in his youth, after several clashes, Zephyr had not gained any advantage. His dark arms trembled slightly, revealing several deep white knife marks, and Zephyr's breathing became increasingly rapid, with his chest rising and falling, showing signs of an asthma attack. Meanwhile, Weibel seemed unfazed, wielding his long knife and attacking him again. This was a true reflection of the reality of fighting against a stronger opponent. Additionally, with all the trainees on the ship, Zephyr had his concerns. If this continued, everyone on the ship would die. Zephyr shouted, "Ein, you all hurry and leave this place." Just as he finished speaking, a nearly 3-meter-long knife came crashing down without giving Zephyr any chance to catch his breath. Under Weibel's relentless assault, Zephyr could only barely hold on, with no opportunity to fight back. Teacher Zephyr, Ein, and the others watched Zephyr struggling and wished they could help him. But they also knew that their strength was too weak, and if they stepped in, they would only become a burden to Zephyr. Just as everyone was at a loss, a light laughter suddenly rang out from the sky. "Teacher Zephyr, you can't deny your age." After Bai Ye obtained Zepha's life card, he followed the direction indicated by the card and moved forward at full speed, not daring to delay for even a moment. Despite exhausting his strength, Bai Ye finally spotted Zepha's ship not far away, and he also noticed Weibel, who was fighting Zepha. Although Teacher Zepha was in a bit of a predicament under Weibel's attack, he had managed to hold on. The worst situation had not occurred. Moreover, it seemed that the battle between the two sides hadn't lasted too long. It was only because Teacher Zepha's asthma had flared up that he showed signs of decline so quickly. Seeing that Zepha was unharmed, Bai Ye's anxious heart relaxed considerably, and he joked, "Teacher Zepha, you can't resist getting old." The anxious Ein looked up at the sky, following the voice, and her delicate face lit up with joy. "It's senior brother Bai Ye. Hurry and help Teacher Zepha." Bai Ye smiled and said, "Don't worry. I will take action soon." Upon hearing Bai Ye's voice, Zepha felt the tension in his heart dissipate and asked, "How did your little brat get here?" Bai Ye replied. I was afraid that if I didn't come, I would never see teacher Zai Fa again. Seeing Bai Ye's smiling face, Zai Fa immediately felt a surge of anger, wishing he could punch Bai Ye in the face. With Bai Ye around, Zai Fa felt much more at ease and no longer acted as cautiously as before, fearing that if he unleashed a powerful move and couldn't defeat the opponent, he would be left defenseless and would be easily killed. Zai Fa snorted coldly and said, Do you think your master's position as a Marine Admiral is just for show? Open your eyes and watch closely. Zai Fa's aura suddenly changed, and he looked as if he had become 20 years younger, with a dark, armed haki covering his entire upper body. Instead of dodging Weibu's attack, he took it head-on with his shoulder, slightly bending his legs. The tremendous force caused the entire bow of the ship to suddenly sink, eliciting countless gasps from the crowd. Then, Zai Fa grasped the knife handle with both hands and exerted a sudden force, directly pulling Weibu and his sword toward him. Fa shouted, Crushing strike. The armed haki enveloped his fists up to his wrists, appearing as a black hole that seemed capable of swallowing all light. This was Zai Fa's strongest move, his fists cutting through the air and leaving trails of afterimages as they continuously struck Weibu's chest. Due to the incredible speed of his punches, sparks flew from the friction with the air, suddenly igniting into blazing flames that clung to Weibu's chest. For a moment, the air was filled with the smell of roasting meat. Each punch left a deep imprint on Weibu's chest. In less than 10 seconds, Weibu's chest had caved in significantly, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. Weibu had no time to react under the rapid-fire attacks. With the final punch, Weibu flew backward like a kite with a broken string, letting out a heart-wrenching scream as he landed on top of Miss Golden. Zai Fa barely managed to control his breathing, ignoring the strain on his back, and walked up to Bai Ye, puffing out his chest. Seeing Bai Ye's somewhat dazed expression, he said with satisfaction, Did you see that? This is your master's true power. Bai Ye was still processing the scene he had just witnessed and stammered. This is the Fire Fist combined with the Pegasus Meteor Fist. It's just too similar. Zai Fa, with a dark face, gave Bai Ye a light hit and said, This is my signature move, Crushing Strike. So, do you want to learn it? Bai Ye's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, What's so good about learning this? I can just knock someone out with one punch. Why do I need to throw so many punches? However, considering the old man's pride, Bai Ye pretended to be in awe and said, Teacher, your skills are truly amazing. I'm just a dull disciple. I'm afraid I won't be able to learn them. Upon hearing Bai Ye's flattery, Zai Fa felt completely at ease, patted Bai Ye on the shoulder, and laughed. Even though you're a bit slow, your teacher is me. With my guidance, you will definitely be able to learn it. You must believe in your teacher. Bai Ye looked at Zai Fa's smug appearance and rolled his eyes helplessly. Great, when I say you're fat, you start panting. Ein and the other disciples saw that Zai Fa had defeated the enemy and immediately surrounded him. Speaking in an extremely admiring tone, Teacher Zai Fa, you are so strong. Yeah, that move just now was so cool. I really want to learn it. Under the flattery of the many students, the smile on Zai Fa's face grew wider, as if the pain throughout his body had lessened considerably. Just as everyone was celebrating, Weibull, who seemed to have no breath left, stood up again and cried out, Mom, what's wrong? Miss Jean was already dead beyond revival, in a two-dimensional form, paper person, being held by Weibull as he wept. Well, being crushed under Weibull's weight of over 1,000 pounds. Not to mention a 70-year-old old lady. Even a grown man wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Zai Fa's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. What kind of monster is this? After taking his full-powered shattering strike head-on, he was still able to stand up. It seemed he still had some fighting strength left. Meanwhile, Zai Fa himself found it difficult to move at all. In other words, if Bai Ye hadn't come, I'm afraid everyone on the ship would have died at the hands of that fool. Weibull looked at Zai Fa and the others, his eyes blood red, blood continually oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his chest was also caved in, not knowing how many ribs were broken. Yet despite this, Weibull still had the strength to fight. Acting like a madman, Weibull roared, You killed my mom. I will avenge her. Seeing this, Ein and the others looked again at Zai Fa, their meaning clear. They were waiting for Teacher Zai Fa to take action to deal with Weibull. Zai Fa was well aware of his own condition. Let alone take action, even moving was difficult. But Zai Fa maintained his expression and said in a disdainful tone, This guy has already been severely injured by me. He doesn't have much strength left. If I take action now, it would feel a bit like bullying the weak. Just in time, your senior brother Bai Ye has arrived, so let him take action on my behalf, and you can also witness Bai Ye's strength. Ein and the others believed Zai Fa's words without doubt and shifted their gaze to Bai Ye. Zai Fa let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "That was close. I almost made a fool of myself in front of the students." Bai Ye looked at Zai Fa, whose chest was rising and falling like a bellows, and his right hand was resting on his waist, trying to straighten his back. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, with a posture like this, how can you still have the nerve to say you don't want to bully the weak? If you have the ability, just go ahead and bully someone. This old guy was really becoming more and more shameless. However, Bai Ye didn't realize that it was precisely after he became Zai Fa's disciple that Zai Fa gradually turned into this way. Although Bai Ye wanted to refuse to fight and let his teacher Zai Fa take action again, exposing his teacher's embarrassing side, after some thought, he realized that if he really did that, he would most likely be kicked out of the sect by Zai Fa. Since teacher Zai Fa specifically called for me to fight, I have no choice but to take action. Bai Ye took a few steps forward, standing in front of everyone and assuming a fighting stance. Zifa looked at Bai Ye's back and nodded with satisfaction, explaining to the students behind him, "You see, although Bai Ye's strength is somewhat inferior to mine, he is still a general-level fighter. Usually, you wouldn't have the chance to witness a battle of this level. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. You must seize it and try to learn something from Bai Ye." The numerous students nodded like chicks pecking at rice, their eyes fixed on Bai Ye. They wanted to see just how strong this senior Bai Ye was, being recognized by teacher Zifa as a powerful fighter with general-level strength at such a young age. Whitebeard charged over with a large knife, looking wild and crazy, continuously shouting, "Give me back my mother's life." Bai Ye chuckled and said, "Wasn't your mother killed by you yourself? If you want revenge, shouldn't you kill yourself first?" At that moment, Zai Fa and the other students were all stunned. Brother Bai Ye make a lot of sense, but it's not entirely sensible either. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Whitebeard stood there in a daze, his face full of conflict. It seemed he really thought Bai Ye made a point. The others exchanged glances, and someone whispered, "Brother Bai Ye, you didn't just make that guy want to commit suicide with a single sentence, did you? Given his IQ, it's not impossible." Whitebeard thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. However, he wasn't foolish enough to actually harm himself. Instead, he brandished his large knife and charged at Bai Ye recklessly, shouting, "I don't care. You killed my mother. I'm going to kill you to avenge her." With that, Whitebeard leaped off the ship, and the bright blade suddenly turned black and purple. In the sky, thunder rumbled, and countless lightning snakes descended, striking the water surface and creating towering waves, as if forming a realm of thunder. Whitebeard fell from the sky like a meteor. The blade enveloped an endless power of wind and thunder, and the whole space erupted with deafening explosions. Zephyr's pupils constricted, his expression serious. What a terrifying strike. Is this the true strength of this fool? If this strike comes down, if Bai Ye can't take it, the entire ship will be shattered to pieces. But Zephyr couldn't possibly intervene at this moment. Could Bai Ye alone withstand it? Bai Ye squinted his eyes and shook his head, sighing, "This trick is good for showing off, but it's useless against me." Ding! In the astonished eyes of the crowd, Bai Ye merely extended a finger to block the world-destroying strike aimed at him. Countless purple-black lightning bolts surge along the blade and touch the area around Bai Ye's finger, only to suddenly dissipate as if they had encountered a more terrifying force. The blade was merely a few centimeters away from Bai Ye's finger. Yet, no matter how hard Whitebeard exerted himself, he could not shorten that short distance. Even though the long knife in Whitebeard's hand had already bent into a shape, he could not push it down even a fraction. Zephyr was shocked by Bai Ye's strength, thinking, "What the hell is this? Has his power increased to this extent in just half a month? Has he taken drugs or something?" The students' eyes sparkled as they whispered among themselves. Bai Ye's strength is too strong. Are all the admirals like Bai Ye such monsters? Hearing this, Zephyr's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, if all admirals were like this, the seas would have been thrown into chaos long ago. Bai Ye was clearly abnormally strong. Just as everyone was in shock, Bai Ye slightly bent his finger and then flicked it, causing Whitebeard to fly into the air like a cannonball. The White Knight silently disappeared from everyone's sight, and the next moment, he appeared beside Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard's face was full of panic as he shouted, "My dad is Whitebeard. I'm his son. You can't kill me." Zifa was stunned upon hearing this. That's right, this is Whitebeard's biological son. With Whitebeard's protective nature, if you kill his adopted son, he would chase you for a lifetime. If you were to kill his biological son, wouldn't he go completely crazy? It's likely that even if you hid in the Navy headquarters, he would dare to come after you. It would be better to capture Whitebeard first and handle it after a thorough investigation. That would be more prudent. Having made up his mind, Zifa was about to open his mouth to persuade the White Knight when the White Knight drew his knife. In midair, the White Knight smiled at Whitebeard and said, "Just now you gave me a knife, and now I give you one too. Don't you think that's fair?" Bai Ye grasped the Wind Ming at his waist with a reverse grip. Before the knife was drawn, a long crack suddenly appeared in the previously overcast sky. Everyone felt a bone-chilling cold, as if countless knives were aimed at them, causing their hair to stand on end. Bai Ye drew out the sound of the wind and covered it with armed color hockey. "I have a sword that can cut through the sea." Suddenly, a long and dazzling light blue sword energy descended from the sky like a brilliant crescent moon, instantly falling into the ocean. Whitebeard was sliced in half, his body separated symmetrically, with strong terror and disbelief still in his eyes. The 1,000-meter deep sea was split in two by the sword energy, revealing the soft seabed. And one could even see the frightened sea creatures frantically swimming away from this terrifying place on either side of the parted waters. The sea churned violently, creating terrifying waves that surged in all directions. Countless waves crashed down, posing a risk of capsizing even the naval ships. Fortunately, it did not last long. A few minutes later, the sea began to flow back, and the ocean returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Bai Ye sheathed his sword and returned to the boat, looking at the astonished crowd with an awkward smile. "Sorry, I used too much strength." Zfa looked at the wind whisper hanging at Bai Ye's waist and recalled the last time he saw Bai Ye, when he had asked Bai Ye why he had a famous sword if he wasn't a sword master. Bai Ye said it was for looks. He scoffed at this and gave Bai Ye a lecture. "Goodness, so this isn't just a decoration, and you're not just a swordsman, you're a great swordsman. I can't believe I didn't notice this in the past 6 months. You've hidden it too well." The more than 100 students stared blankly at Zephyr, who had previously asked them to learn something from Bai Ye. They watched Bai Ye's battle with great seriousness. Now, they really wanted to ask teacher Zephyr whether they should learn to block an opponent's attack with a single finger, or to flick an opponent away with one finger, or to slash through the sea with one stroke. Do you think we're worthy of learning this? You have gained 500 world source points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Edward Weevil, successfully altering the plot. Weevil cuts off Zephyr's arm. Weevil becomes one of the 7 warlords of the sea, etc. Gaining world source points, 5,000 points. It is clear that to gain more world source points, the best way is to find ways to alter the plot. Simply killing strong opponents does not yield many world source points. At least the rewards do not match the efforts. Although Weevil's strength is not as formidable as it will be 2 years later, he is still close to the strength of a vice admiral. Killing such a level of strong opponent only grants 500 world source points. It is indeed a bit low, after all. There aren't many such strong individuals in the vast sea. It seems that I still need to actively participate in altering the plot, and the situation in the Sabeti archipelago is basically stable, so there is no need to stay any longer. After determining the direction, Bai Ye looked up and found that everyone around was looking at him with extremely strange expressions. Even Zephyr did the same. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Bai Ye asked in surprise. "Even if I'm really handsome, you can't just stare like this. If you keep looking, I'm going to charge you. Each extra glance costs 500 belly." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and many students awkwardly turned their heads away, with some female students even blushing. This senior brother Bai Ye is indeed powerful and handsome, but he is just too shameless. However, it is precisely because of this Bai Ye that they did not feel a sense of distance. There was no feeling of being unable to speak in front of a strong person. Zephyr, very curious, asked, "Bai Ye, who did you learn your swordsmanship from?" "In the 6 months I've been teaching you, I haven't seen you use any sword techniques. As one of the rare top powerhouses in the sea, Zephyr's strength has declined with age, but his eyesight has become increasingly sharp. Based on the swordsmanship realm Bai Ye just displayed, it definitely belongs to the realm of a great swordsman. Moreover, among great swordsmen, he is one of the strongest. There are indeed such strong individuals in the sea, such as Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords, and Golden Lion Shiki, both of whom are renowned great swordsmen. With just their swords, they can suppress all swordsmen of the same era. But these individuals have practiced swordsmanship for many years, likely longer than Bai Ye has been alive. However, if Bai Ye was already at the great swordsman level before joining the training camp, Zephyr would have noticed during his teaching. But if you say that Bai Ye reached the great swordsman level within half a month of leaving the training camp, Zephyr would find that hard to believe. If it were that easy, those swordsmen in the sea might as well commit suicide. That's why he was so curious to ask Bai Ye. Hearing Zephyr's question, Bai Ye smirked and said, Teacher Zephyr, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Zephyr rolled his eyes and said, nonsense. Of course I want to hear the truth. Bai Ye chuckled and said, to be honest, while I was on my way to the Saitama archipelago, I fell asleep in my chair. Then, in my dream, a swordsman appeared out of nowhere, holding a bamboo skewer. He called himself the Atomic Samurai and said I was too handsome, so he wanted to pass on his lifelong swordsmanship to me. Then, I interrupted with a frown and said, so, you woke up and became a great swordsman? Yes, that's exactly how it happened. Bai Ye looked completely natural, showing no signs of lying. After all, this was indeed the truth. The situation at the time was quite similar to what Bai Ye described, only he omitted the parts related to the system. Zifa's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. To him, Bai Ye was just rambling. The surrounding students were equally astonished, with their mouths agape, unable to believe what they were hearing. Are we listening to a myth? Such absurd things can happen on the sea? Although they all thought Bai Ye's story was too far-fetched, the fact that he became a great swordsman at such a young age was equally unbelievable. However, Binzi believed Bai Ye's words and excitedly asked, Senior Brother Bai Ye, does that mean we might encounter such things in the future? Bai Ye straightened his chest and said firmly, yes, as long as you all sleep more and dream more. You might just wake up as great swordsmen, becoming strong like me. As soon as these words were spoken, the students erupted in excitement. The idea that sleeping could turn them into great swordsmen, regardless of whether it was true or not, made them eager to try it out. If it didn't work, they could just consider a nap. If it did, it would be a huge gain. Looking at the drowsy students below, Zephyr's face darkened as if covered by armed color hockey. Are you all pigs? Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't believe Bai Ye's words. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be so few great swordsmen on the sea. Yet, these future mid-level officers of the Navy were actually believing it. Moreover, one by one, they were preparing to take action, almost laying down right in front of Zephyr to sleep. Good heavens! Should the training camp's curriculum be changed to how to fall asleep quickly? If sleeping could give them everything, why train at all? However, when the furious Zephyr saw Ein, who remained unfazed, a flicker of relief surged in his heart. Thankfully, there were still some normal-minded people in the training camp. But before Zephyr could praise Ein, he heard Ein disdainfully say, Senior Brother Bai Ye said that the Atomic Warriors are willing to teach the swordsmanship based on how handsome the Senior Brothers are. You all look like crooked melons and rotten dates, and you want someone to pass on the swordsmanship to you? With the time you spend sleeping? You might as well train properly. Zephyr's smile froze on his face. A surge of anger lodged in his throat, and a trickle of blood suddenly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Destroy. Let all be destroyed. Seeing Bai Ye's concern, Zephyr quickly asked, Teacher, what's wrong with you? My old injury has relapsed, but it's fine. I'll be okay after resting for a while. Zephyr looked at Bai Ye and seriously asked, Teacher wants to hear a lie now. Quickly tell me what a lie is. A lie is that I've been practicing swordsmanship since I was in my mother's womb. And after those 10 months in the womb, it's already been 19 years. As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, Zephyr excitedly grabbed Bai Ye's arm and said, This is the truth. This is the reality. Everything said before was a lie. You need to quickly tell them this is the truth. This world is so magical that no one believes the truth. Bai Ye looked at Teacher Zifa's abnormal state and felt a bit scared that the old man might suddenly pass out. He originally came to save Zifa, but if Zifa ended up dying from anger because of him, that would be too messed up. In the office, Bai Ye was arranging some matters with Smoker and others before his departure. Now, it had been a week since the rescue of Teacher Zifa, and during this week, Bai Ye had applied to Admiral Sengoku for permission to leave the Saitama archipelago. After all, he had the money ready, and the branch of Atom could also come in handy. He was heading to Water 7, the place with the best shipbuilding technology in the world, to build his own warship, one that would make people associated with Bai Ye at first sight, rather than constantly using the standard Navy warship of a rear admiral. However, this was just one of Bai Ye's purposes for this trip. The other purpose was to find a suitable famous sword, at least one from the great grade 21 swordsmiths, as the Wind Whisper in his hand was no longer suitable for him. Although it is said that for strong individuals, weapons serve merely as embellishments. During his last battle with Weevil, Bai Ye had to cover the sword with armament hockey not to enhance the power of his strikes, but to protect the Wind Whisper. Otherwise, with a slash of the sea, the Wind Whisper would have shattered directly. Bai Ye is too strong. It simply can't handle it. Therefore, this trip's purpose for Bai Ye is also to change his sword. After making all the arrangements, Bai Ye is ready to leave with Dasky and Quake, leaving Smoker and Ferguson behind. This is also Bai Ye's arrangement after careful consideration. Ferguson has managed the Saitama archipelago very well during this time. allowing Bai Ye to enjoy a carefree hands-off shopkeeper life, so he naturally cannot leave. Smoker is the strongest force on the island aside from Bai Ye, responsible for suppressing any potential troublemakers. Bringing Dasky along is certainly for the convenience of selecting a famous sword. As for Quake, he is just a laborer. Bai Ye initially wanted to visit teacher Zay Fa before their farewell, but was clearly refused by Zay Fa, who said that seeing Bai Ye would worsen his injuries and hinder his recovery. He also mentioned that it would be best not to meet again this year and to talk later. This left Bai Ye both amused and exasperated, forcing him to abandon the idea of visiting. Zay Fa was genuinely afraid of Bai Ye. If Bai Ye came to the training camp and started spouting nonsense, the elite naval training camp could very well be renamed the Navy sleeping camp. So it was better not to meet. Just as Bai Ye was preparing to leave, Kizaru unexpectedly appeared in Bai Ye's office, citing a new mission as the reason to keep Bai Ye around. Before Kizaru could say anything, Bai Ye started rambling. Admiral Kizaru, what's going on? Look, I've got my leave approved, and I was about to leave. If you want me to stay and work, shouldn't I get overtime pay? Of course, the leave duration can't change. It would be best if it could be extended a bit. I can't work for free, can I? Kizaru looked at Bai Ye in surprise. At that moment, he saw a shadow of Kizaru in Bai Ye. Both the tone and the content of his speech were so similar. Could it be that Bai Ye was Kizaru in disguise? Admiral Kizaru, what's wrong with you? Bai Ye waved his hand in front of Akiji's eyes, pulling him back from his reverie. Akiji cleared his throat and said, I'm fine. I'm here this time to tell you that there's a result regarding the last incident. Bai Ye was taken aback. The last incident? The Celestial Dragons affair? Akiji nodded and said, it's about the Celestial Dragons. Didn't it involve the Don Quixote family last time? Yeah, but aren't they the 7 warlords? Shouldn't matters like this be handled by the world government? What does it have to do with us in the Navy? Akiji hesitated and said, it seems that CP0 has investigated and confirmed that the Don Quixote family indeed has dealings with the Beast Pirates, and recently, there will be a transaction between them, with a location around the Sabaody archipelago. So, the world government stance is that we, the Navy, should work with CP to secretly capture members of the Don Quixote family and inquire about the disappearance of the Maple Palace. Damn, if Akiji hadn't brought it up, Bai Ye would have forgotten that the Maple Palace was still being held by Sonic. Bai Ye asked calmly, have they determined the exact trading locations? Based on their observations over the past few days, 3 islands have been identified as potential trading spots: Gill Island, Walton Island, and Sainte Island. The world government will be responsible for Gill Island, while our Navy will handle the other 2 islands. Once we discover any trading activity between the 2 parties, we will immediately notify each other and strive to take them down as quickly as possible. Bai Ye has now figured it out. Although the world government has started to suspect the Don Quixote family, they can't take action without solid evidence. After all, Doflamingo's identity is quite special, making it difficult to conduct an open investigation. Therefore, they plan to capture a few officers from the Don Quixote family to understand the specific situation. The Navy, after all, is just a tool for the world government to conceal its true intentions. They want Doflamingo to think they came to capture the Beast Pirates, only to coincidentally discover the transaction between the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates. However, Bai Ye is still a bit confused about how this matter relates to him. With so many vice admirals in the Navy headquarters, why does it have to be him? Moreover, with Akiji backing this operation, as long as Kaido doesn't personally come to negotiate, there shouldn't be any risk of failure. Why drag him into this? He is still in a hurry to build ships and change swords. Akiji helplessly explained, who told you to be a participant in the last incident? And your strength is not weak, plus you're stationed in the Sabaody archipelago. Who else should we look for? In terms of strength, I have 3 points in comparison to Bai Ye, which is indeed not weak. This is Qingji's true thought. Well, you have a point, Bai Ye said slowly. Perhaps the matter of Maple Palace can be resolved in this operation. Isn't the world government looking for Maple Palace? Once the trading island is confirmed, Bai Ye will have Sonic secretly place Maple Palace at their trading location. They will catch them red-handed. By then, with Doflamingo's mouth full, he probably won't be able to explain himself. If this can lead to the downfall of the Don Quixote family, it would significantly change a major plot point from the original work, and the source of world power gain would definitely be substantial. This matter has great potential. No, I must participate in this operation to avoid any unexpected mishaps. Qingji saw Bai Ye frowning, looking deep in thought, and assumed Bai Ye was not very willing to participate in this operation. It's understandable. After all, people were supposed to take a vacation. Suddenly notifying someone that their vacation is canceled to prepare for an operation, especially one involving the Celestial Dragons, would not sit well with anyone. Out of appreciation for Bai Ye, Qingji hesitated and said, Bai Ye, if you really don't want to participate in this operation, I can request Admiral Sengoku to fulfill the requirements you proposed earlier. As soon as Qingji finished speaking, Bai Ye replied sternly, obeying orders is a soldier's first duty. How could I be unwilling? Besides, as a Navy Rear Admiral, it's only right to make some sacrifices for the Navy. It's just a small vacation. It's no big deal if I don't take it. If everyone in the Navy only thinks of themselves, living lazily and freely, unwilling to contribute to the Navy, how can we uphold justice on the seas? Therefore, this operation must include me. If not, I will go to Admiral Sengoku and demand it. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Qingji was stunned. Brother, are you a chameleon or something? If there were a transponder snail recording, Qingji really wanted Bai Ye to see his expression from a few minutes ago. Who would have thought that these two completely opposite statements could come from the same person, with only a few minutes in between? When Qingji heard the latter part, his face turned slightly red, and he reasonably suspected that Bai Ye was indirectly criticizing him. After all, among the three admirals of the Navy, he was the most lazy and carefree, always fearing that trouble would fall upon him. Unfortunately, he had no evidence. He couldn't just admit to being lazy, could he? As for Kizaru, another admiral, he was somewhat different from Qingji. Kizaru may be lazy, but as long as the salary is in place, he would dare to take on the four emperors. In comparison, Qingji resembled a salted fish more. Looking at Bai Ye's expression of, if you don't take me, I'll fight you, Qingji sighed and said, all right, this time you take charge of Saitama Island. Tonight, you lead the team to set up an ambush. Don't bring too many people, just strong ones. Bai Ye nodded heavily and said, you can rest assured. I will handle this. We will definitely be able to retrieve the Maple Cecil Palace this time. Qingji sighed lightly. I hope so. However, Bai Ye was not planning to bring anyone this time. He set off alone to Saitama Island. For him, having too many people would only complicate things and hinder the execution of his plan. When it comes to something like kidnapping a celestial dragon, the fewer people who know about it, the better. After all, they're not characters summoned by Bai Ye, and he couldn't be 100% sure they wouldn't betray him. After arriving at Saitama Island, Bai Ye first observed the surroundings and confirmed that there were no other people nearby before notifying Sonic to come and meet. For safety reasons, Sonic took off his iconic purple outfit this time and wore a Navy soldier's uniform instead. He also removed his mask, revealing a face similar to that of the two pillars. By then, even if Akainu and the world government discovered him, Bai Ye would be able to cover for him. When Sonic saw Bai Ye, he respectfully said, Lord Bai Ye, how is Maple Cecil Palace now? It is still in a coma, but should wake up after a while. Bai Ye was taken aback for a moment and asked, it's been almost a month. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Did you hit her that hard? She hasn't eaten for so long. Wouldn't she starve to death? If Maple Cecil Palace dies, it would have quite an impact on my plans. Sonic, seeing that Bai Ye misunderstood his meaning, quickly explained, it's like this after that woman wakes up. She makes a lot of noise and is very troublesome. I'm afraid she'll attract the attention of passing ships, so every time she wakes up, I just knock her out again. So, she hasn't eaten anything all this time? I grabbed some wild beast meat and roasted it for her. At first, she wouldn't eat it, but later she was so hungry that she did. Then, after she finished eating, I would knock her out again, and I've maintained it like this until now. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay. What a miserable life for that woman. Is this still living like a human? And what about this Sonic? What normal man could do such a thing to a woman? Is he even a man? Wait. Bai Ye suddenly remembered something. This Sonic he summoned is in a state of isolation, so he really doesn't count as a normal man. That explains it. Although Sonic's methods are extremely cruel, they aren't without benefits. At least, until now, Maple Cecil Palace still doesn't know who kidnapped her. After Bai Ye shared the plan with Sonic, he instructed Sonic to be ready for an immediate transfer. Everything was in place, and they were just waiting to see the arrival of the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates. 3 days later, 2 ships set sail from the New World and the Kingdom of Draculos, heading towards the Sabeti archipelago. In fact, before the trading ships departed, Don Quixote Doflamingo had already sensed something was off. It felt as though his actions were being monitored in various aspects. His feeling of being watched was quite faint, but the cautious Doflamingo did not ignore it. He even sent someone to investigate, wanting to confirm whether someone was indeed targeting him. However, he ultimately found nothing. If he hadn't already agreed on a trading time with the Beast Pirates, he would have considered postponing the transaction by a month, not wanting to risk offending Kaido. Unfortunately, trading with the Beast Pirates could easily cause a stir if exposed, and he might even lose his position as a warlord of the sea. He still needed that position to realize his ambitions. Out of caution, Doflamingo even brought along Toripole the highest-ranking member of his family who usually protects special executives. He was worried about any unforeseen incidents during the transaction. Meanwhile, the Beast Pirates also took this transaction seriously, sending one of the calamities, Jack the Drought, to handle it. After all, this was crucial for Kaido to form an army of Zoan-type Devil Fruit users. The two parties continued to advance toward the encirclement of the world government and navy. As soon as the trading ships of the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates set sail, Bai Ye and Akiji received this news through CP0. They were advised not to act prematurely and to wait until the transaction was underway before taking action. When things reached this point, Bai Ye knew it was time to activate his plan. He informed Sonic to prepare for the transfer. And all he had to do now was wait quietly to see which island they would choose for the transaction. With uncertainty about where the two ships would meet, Bai Ye decided to move the Maple Cecil Palace to St. Tay Island to be fully prepared. Thus, Bai Ye followed Sonic to the nameless deserted island where the Maple Cecil Palace was being held. The deserted island was not far from St. Tay Island, and with Bai Ye and Sonic's speed comparable to the speed of sound, they arrived in under an hour. Sonic temporarily placed the Maple Cecil Palace in a cave. Although it appeared relatively clean, it was only clean by ordinary standards. For a noble celestial dragon like the Maple Cecil Palace, even the air outside Mariewa felt polluted, requiring a bubble mask to go outside. Now, being forced to stay in such a place for nearly a month, the conditions of food, clothing, and living were worlds apart from her previous life. For other celestial dragons, such experiences would be completely unacceptable. Yet the Maple Cecil Palace endured it all and survived to this day. This only indicates one thing. The Maple Cecil Palace is certainly not a brainless, arrogant celestial dragon. On the contrary, she is very clever, knowing when to cause a fuss and when to hold back. However, being too clever is not necessarily a good thing. Bai Ye stood not far from the cave entrance, his mind swirling with thoughts, contemplating whether to cancel the plan and directly kill Maple Cecil and leave her body in this desolate wilderness. It was estimated that within half a day, her corpse would be completely devoured by the beasts on the island, leaving no trace behind and posing no risk to himself. However, relying solely on the transaction with the Beast Pirates to completely resolve the Don Quixote family was unlikely. After all, in the original story, even after all of Doflamingo's crimes were exposed by Luffy, he was only imprisoned by the Navy in level 6 of Impel Down. The deal with the Beast Pirates was merely a tricky situation for him. After thinking for a moment, Bai Ye decided to continue with the plan, but could add some elements to confuse Maple Cecil. By the time it was discovered that Bai Ye was behind it, he would have already amassed a large amount of world source power and could suppress an arrow alone. Thus, it wouldn't matter whether he was discovered or not. Inside the cave, Maple Cecil had long lost her former noble appearance. Her complexion was yellowish, slightly emaciated, and the expensive white dress she wore had become somewhat darkened, with many places torn, revealing glimpses of her fair skin and decent figure. She lay on the ground, covered with dry grass, seemingly in a coma, and yet to awaken. Even in her unconscious state, Maple Cecil was still blindfolded by Sonic with a cloth and had her hands and feet bound with rope, ensuring absolute security. As expected of the lone testicle ninja, from Sonic's treatment of women, it was clear that he had shed any worldly desires. At this moment, Maple Cecil was gradually regaining consciousness. In her blind state, her hearing was much stronger than usual. She seemed to have heard 2 different sets of footsteps approaching the cave entrance, whereas there had previously been only one. The clever Maple Cecil immediately realized that something might happen today that would determine her life or death. These unknown individuals had kept her imprisoned in the cave for over 20 days, and they were finally going to take action against her. As she listened to the increasingly closer footsteps, she did not awaken, maintaining her unconscious appearance. For someone as weak as Maple Cecil, remaining unconscious was her best means of self-preservation at the moment. As Bai Ye and Sonic entered, they saw the unconscious Maple Cecil Palace. They exchanged glances and smiled, but didn't make a sound. It seemed that this celestial dragon was unaware that the breathing rhythms of being unconscious and awake are different. In fact, Bai Ye and Sonic had noticed it as soon as she had just awakened, but they chose not to expose her at that moment. However, this also facilitated the plan Bai Ye had prepared on the spot. Bai Ye lowered his voice, making it sound deeper, and said, "Finally, we can solve this problem. We've been stuck on this deserted island for a month, and I'm so bored to death." Sonic also changed his voice and said, "Don't talk. If she remembers our voices, it'll be troublesome. What's there to be afraid of? When the time comes for the deal, we can hand her over to the Beast Pirates. Whether she'll survive afterward is uncertain." "You have a point. Once we join the Beast Pirates, it will be difficult to get out." At this moment, Maple Cecil almost jumped up upon hearing their conversation. They actually want to hand me over to one of the four emperors, the Beast Pirates. Although Maple Cecil often resides in Mariewa, she frequently hears about the name of the four emperors. These are four monsters at the pinnacle of the sea. For them, killing a celestial dragon might be a bit troublesome, but they certainly wouldn't hesitate to do it. In her nervousness, Maple Cecil's breathing became slightly rapid. Noticing this detail, Bai Ye prepared to drop some more shocking information to increase credibility and lure Maple Cecil into the trap. Bai Ye pretended to be nonchalant and said, "This celestial dragon is really valuable. Her worth is equivalent to 100 artificial devil fruits. Indeed, Kaido has been collecting Zoan-type devil fruits everywhere to build a legion of Zoan devil fruit users. Now, they are actually willing to exchange 100 artificial devil fruits for a celestial dragon. It's truly incomprehensible. Forget it, why bother with so much? Just follow the young master's arrangements." Young master? It's rare to hear pirates refer to someone as young master. Could it be Don Quixote, Doflamingo? Mape or Sears breathing quickened a bit. It turns out Doflamingo has a hand in this. Moreover, the conversation they just had revealed a major secret. Doflamingo has actually developed artificial devil fruits. This is a technology that even Vegapunk hasn't developed. Additionally, the fact that Kaido secretly formed the Beast Pirates is also news they have never heard of. Either of these pieces of information, if leaked, would be enough to shake the seas. The White Knight saw the fish on the hook and knew that the secret he had revealed was enough. He then said to Sonic, "The trade is about to start. Let's prepare to move now. By the way, to prevent the celestial dragon from waking up on the way, you might want to give her another dose, so we don't mess things up." After hearing this, Maple Cecil Palace cursed in her heart, thinking, what kind of evil person is this, so malicious? I'm still unconscious, and they want to give me another dose. Unfortunately, she had no chance to voice this thought. Sonic acted very quickly and made sure that the unconscious Maple Cecil Palace was truly out cold. The two of them packed Maple Cecil Palace into a wooden box and took her back to Saint Island. Not long after, White Knight received definite information that the trading location was on Gill Island, guarded by CP0. Although it wasn't on an island under his own watch, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for White Knight. It's safer to have others discover it than to have it discovered by himself. However, this would make the implementation of the plan a bit more troublesome. After receiving the message, Bai Ye rushed towards Gill Island at full speed. As for Sonic, he followed behind with Maple Cecil Palace, looking for the right opportunity to place the wooden box containing Maple Cecil Palace among the goods for the trade between the two parties. When Bai Ye arrived, he found that in addition to Qing Ji and Ling Jiao, the world government had sent another member of CP0. This person looked no different from a normal person, wearing a black-faced crying mask that appeared somewhat eerie. Seeing Ling Jiao respectfully standing behind him, it was likely that this person's rank was much higher than that of Ling Jiao. Since Bai Ye had not had a harmonious interaction with Ling Jiao last time, Ling Jiao did not introduce his fellow CP0 member upon Bai Ye's arrival. Instead, it was Qing Ji who spoke up to introduce Bai Ye. "This is Ling San from CP0, the person in charge of our operation this time." Bai Ye nodded to Ling San, completely ignoring Ling Jiao. Ling Jiao felt a surge of anger in his heart, but at this moment, it was not the right time to explode, so he had to force himself to hold it in. Ling San glanced at Bai Ye and said in a hoarse voice, "You are Bai Ye?" A week ago, the self-proclaimed Edward Weeble, the second of Whitebeard, was killed by you with a single blow. Bai Ye said indifferently, "If you're talking about that idiot who looks a bit like Whitebeard, that must be the one I killed." Upon hearing this, 03's expression slightly changed beneath his mask, and he stared deeply at Bai Ye for a few moments. Although no one at sea knew Edward Weevle's reputation, let alone his strength, 03 was aware. He still remembered 6 months ago, when he was on a reconnaissance mission and passed through a certain sea area, he heard someone claiming to be the son of Whitebeard, one of the four emperors. Out of his instinct as a spy, he pursued the lead. When he saw Weevil, 03 was equally shocked by Weevil's appearance, as it was indeed very similar to Whitebeard. This left 03 with no doubts, and he directly confirmed Weevil's identity. However, when he was preparing to capture Whitebeard's real son and achieve a great feat, he discovered that Weevil's strength was actually on par with his own. Coupled with his almost terrifying recovery ability, even 03 was no match for him. Thus, 03 had to abandon that idea and report the news after returning to Mary Geos. He hadn't heard anything about Weevil since then, but just a few days ago, he suddenly heard that an 18-year-old Navy Rear Admiral named Bai Ye had killed Weevil. His first reaction was, "Are you kidding me?" With Weevil's strength and terrifying recovery ability, He could hold his own even against admiral-level power. You're telling me he was actually killed by a Navy rear admiral with a single sword strike? And he is only 18? Are you joking? However, after multiple confirmations of the news, 03 was stunned. A person capable of killing Weevil with a single strike was actually a Navy rear admiral? This was absurd. Just in time for this operation, 03 specifically requested Bai Ye to participate, wanting to witness Bai Ye's capabilities. After meeting him, 03 became even more convinced of his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, 03 spoke words that shocked everyone. Bai Ye, after this operation, you can give up your Navy identity and join CP0. I can be your guarantor. I have seen your information and know you haven't eaten a devil fruit. If you're willing to join CP0, as long as you pass the normal training, we will provide you with a very powerful devil fruit. And it will be absolutely comparable to Logia-type and Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruits. Bai Ye was stunned. What does that mean? You want me to be a dog for the celestial dragons? You even want to tempt me with a devil fruit? Akiji was also taken aback. What does that mean? Right in front of a Marine admiral, you're trying to poach from the Marines. Do you think I'm just a decoration as an admiral? 09 was even more stunned. What does that mean? Is this guy going to become my colleague? Seeing Bai Ye remain silent, 03 continued. As long as you can become a formal member of CP0, I can guarantee you will become 04, or replace me as 03. As soon as those words were spoken, Bai Ye even reacted much when 09 nearly passed out on the spot. Being a colleague isn't enough. In the blink of an eye, he could become my superior? Reflecting on just a moment ago, he was at odds with Bai Ye, and now as long as Bai Ye nods, he could directly become his superior and decide his life and death. This sense of disparity filled 09 with jealousy. He thought about how he had undergone brutal training since childhood, surviving among thousands of selected children to successfully join the top espionage organization, CP0. When he was outside, he wielded significant power, capable of deciding the fate of several countries. He thought he had reached a status unattainable by ordinary people. But now this little Marine rear admiral had suddenly transformed into his superior, which 09 simply couldn't accept. If 09 knew that the position he envied so much was, in Bai Ye's eyes, just being a higher-ranking dog, what would he think? Before Bai Ye could reply, Akiji's expression turned serious, exuding a faint chill, and the temperature suddenly dropped several degrees, with frost forming on the tender green grass at his feet. Akiji said coldly, "Right now, we need to focus on dealing with the beast pirates and Don Quixote da Flamingo. Everything else can wait until after the operation." Digging the walls right in front of me. Do you really not regard me as a Marine admiral? Seeing Akiji showing signs of anger, 03 stopped speaking. After all, what he was doing now was indeed unscrupulous. However, 03 still secretly indicated for Bai Ye to think it over carefully and respond after the operation was over. TSK, being handsome really makes things easier everywhere. The Marine Admiral and the head of the spies almost fought over me. Bai Ye thought to himself, rather narcissistically. As for 03's suggestion, Bai Ye didn't take it seriously at all. It's quite simple. If I join the Navy, I will be rewarded with world source power upon promotion. But being a spy chief won't get me that. And Bai Ye also doesn't want to be a dog for the celestial dragons. If he were really forced to go, he could probably wipe out Mariehua in less than half a day. Jill Island, a name that sounds a bit strange. However, the island's terrain perfectly matches its name. It consists of a nearly 2,000-meter-long straight, cylindrical ground as its main body, connected at the end to two elliptical land masses with a radius of 100 meters. Quite vivid. Every man who comes here feels a sense of familiarity. Of course, Sonic is the exception. This is probably also the reason why the Beast Pirates and the Don Quixote family designated this place as a trading spot. White Knight and others were ambushed at the junction of the cylindrical and elliptical ground, using the dense forest as cover. To avoid being discovered, there were only about 30 people left on the island, with only Akiji and White Knight remaining from the Navy. Everyone else was from the espionage organization. There was no way around it. In terms of infiltration skills and individual combat strength, the espionage organization was indeed much stronger than the Navy. Everyone had different roles. At this time, Sonic was also lurking on Jill Island. Just as the Navy could not match the espionage organization in terms of stealth, the espionage organization's hiding techniques were like a rookie in front of Sonic. After all, Sonic was an elite ninja who had undergone very rigorous ninja training. Coming from the ninja village, if it weren't for the presence of the system, even White Knight would not be able to sense Sonic's hidden position. While everyone was waiting, the trading ships of the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates gradually approached Jill Island. 03 quietly spoke up, introducing the situation. Based on our investigation, both parties to this transaction sent high-ranking officials. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, sent Treble and Diamante, while the Beast Pirates sent one of the disasters, Drought Jack. Akiji questioned, Drought Jack? Does Kaido value this transaction so much that he even sent one of his 3 major representatives? Bai Ye turned his eyes and pretended to be curious, asking, what do you think they're trading? Why do they need so many high-ranking officials accompanying them? Ling San explained, this is still uncertain for now, but it should be something quite valuable. In fact, everyone had the same answer in their hearts. The transaction between the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates might be their target this time, the Maple Seville Palace. However, without confirmation, no one dared to make a rash statement. Nevertheless, as long as they had such thoughts in mind, Bai Ye's question was not in vain. With that assumption in mind, rescuing the Maple Seville Palace from the traded items would make the situation smoother and more acceptable to everyone, as it aligned with their expectations. Under the watch of Bai Ye and others, the trading ship sent by the Don Quixote family met with the mammoth ship carrying Jack at the intersection of 2 oval landmasses. Under the moonlight, the enormous shadow cast by Jack enveloped Torpole and Diamante completely. A suffocating, wild aura struck at the nerves of Torpole and Diamante, as if they were facing not a person, but a giant elephant from the wilderness, exuding an overwhelming pressure. If a slightly weaker pirate faced such imposing momentum, they might be scared to death on the spot. Jack buzzed. Where's the item for trade? Hurry up and bring it out. Don't waste time. Faced with Jack, Torpole and Diamante dared not delay. They quickly had people unload one small box after another from the ship. In no time, a pile as large as a small hill was stacked up. Jack's men also came forward to open the boxes and check if the number was accurate. Since this was not their first trade, Jack did not inspect the effects of the artificial devil fruits on the spot. After all, he did not believe that Doflamingo would dare to deceive them. Boss Jack, the count is complete. A total of 100 artificial devil fruits, reported one of Jack's subordinates. Jack nodded in satisfaction, paid them, loaded the boxes onto the ship, and prepared to head home. According to their agreement, for every 100 artificial devil fruits produced, a trade would take place. The Beast Pirates purchased each artificial devil fruit at a price of 10 million berries, making the total transaction amount 1 billion berries. Torpole and Diamante trembled as they accepted the 10 boxes handed to them, not even having the courage to open and count them, and ordered them to be returned to the ship. After all, the power disparity between the two sides was too great. Even if the Beast Pirates did not offer enough berries, they had no way to retaliate. Torpole and Diamante could not possibly subdue Jack and force Kaido to pay. Could they? If it weren't for Doflamingo's unwillingness to part with the technology for artificial devil fruits and Kaido's inability to investigate their origin, according to Kaido's character, there would be no trading at all, just rob everything back without spending a single berry. Akiji watched as the trade between the two parties gradually came to a close, frowning. Aren't we going to make a move? Ling San calmly replied, wait, I haven't seen the Maple Seville Palace yet. For the Navy, witnessing a secret transaction between one of the 7 warlords, the Don Quixote family, and one of the 4 emperors, the Beast Pirates, was enough. However, for CP0, these were secondary. Their mission this time was solely to retrieve the Maple Seville Palace. Until the Maple Seville Palace appeared, they would not act recklessly. Seeing the situation, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. If Jack and the others managed to escape, then the act he had performed in front of the Maple Cecil Palace would have been in vain. Not only that, but it might even lead to a counterproductive result, raising suspicions that someone had deliberately framed the Don Quixote family for the crime of kidnapping the celestial dragons. If that happened, the entire plan would be ruined. Since he won't take action, then I can only lure them into acting. At this moment, Sonic was hiding in the jungle not far from Bai Ye. After receiving Bai Ye's orders, Sonic shouted directly in the direction of Jack and the others, warning them that there were Navy forces hiding in the woods at 10 o'clock. Everyone be careful. Although Sonic's voice wasn't loud, in the stillness of the night, any unusual sound was enough to alert everyone. Moreover, they had heard the words Navy. The originally departing Jack, Torpole, and Diamante all stopped in their tracks, cautiously on guard against the Navy hiding in the 10 o'clock direction. Of course, this wasn't because they were foolish enough to believe any random shout. Instead, they immediately thought that since they hadn't arranged for their own men to patrol the island, this must be something the other side had set up. After all, this person was warning them, so it had to be a pirate. But no one expected that Bai Ye was the troublemaker on the island. Damn, we've been discovered. 03 cursed quietly. Sonic unexpectedly revealed 03 and the others, putting them in a difficult position. Originally, 03 wouldn't have made a move if he hadn't discovered the existence of the Maple Cecil Palace. But now that Jack and the others knew of their existence, to prevent the matter of the transaction from leaking out, they definitely wouldn't let them go easily. This meant that a fight was inevitable. However, Akiji didn't seem to care much about it. He was already eager to fight, and the current situation was just what he wanted to see. Tori Pole leaned close to Jack, gripping his staff tightly, and said cautiously, "Lord Jack, we can't let the Navy know about this transaction. Otherwise, it will bring a lot of trouble to the upcoming deal." Jack naturally understood this reasoning. If this matter were to leak out and affect the formation of the Beast Pirates, Kaido would go mad. Jack said sternly, "We must keep them here and prepare to take action." Jack directly picked up a boulder weighing over 1,000 pounds from shore and hurled it in the direction of 10 o'clock. With Jack's immense strength, the massive boulder moved at great speed, crashing through several trees without losing momentum, and was about to smash down on Bai Ye and the others. This completely cut off 03's thoughts of not wanting to act, while Akiji, beside him, clearly couldn't wait any longer. He aimed a hand at the incoming boulder, and the stone froze in mid-air, instantly covered in thick frost, emitting an extremely low temperature. When it landed, it shattered into tiny particles. Upon seeing this, Torpal's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Admiral Akiji." Such a distinctive ability meant that even without seeing the person, they could guess his identity. The usually domineering and arrogant Jack couldn't help but frown when he confirmed that the one who made a move was Akiji. Why would an admiral appear in this place? It seemed like it would be difficult to escape tonight. In the vigilance of Jack and the others, Akiji, Bai Ye, 0309, along with over 30 members of the Special Operations Organization, all appeared before them. Upon seeing the Navy's organized formation, Torpal's first reaction was that they had been betrayed. Otherwise, the other side wouldn't have sent an admiral to lie in wait on Gill Island. Akiji's gaze fell on Tori Pole, and he said lightly, "Tonight has truly been an eye-opener. I didn't expect Don Quixote Doflamingo to be so bold, daring to trade with the Beast Pirates after becoming a warlord of the sea. He clearly doesn't regard our Navy at all. After I capture all of you, I will report to Admiral Sengoku to strip Doflamingo of his title as a warlord." Upon hearing this, Tori Pole and Diamante's faces turned pale. Being captured by the Navy was a minor issue. As long as the young master was there, they still had a chance to be rescued. But if Doflamingo's title as a warlord was stripped and the matters of Dressrosa were uncovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, with just a few of them, defeating the Navy Admiral Akiji was undoubtedly a delusion. Moreover, the people beside Akiji were clearly not simple characters either. This situation had really escalated. Akiji looked at the silent crowd and said impatiently, "Aren't you going to surrender? Are you waiting for me to freeze you all into ice sculptures?" Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh beside him, thinking that no wonder he was a Marine Admiral. Just his title alone intimidated the opponent into not daring to act. Just as Tori Pole and Diamante were hesitating whether to surrender directly, Jack took down two side-shaped weapons and charged at Akiji. With each step Jack took, the ground trembled, and he roared, "Don't think that just because you're an admiral, you can look down on me. Jack, will capture you and bring you before Kaido today to prove that I am the strongest among the disasters." Jack's actions left Tori Pole and Diamante dumbfounded. Jack was indeed strong, but in front of a Marine Admiral, it would at most just waste some time. Was it really necessary to rush in like this and get beaten up? Bai Ye wasn't surprised by Jack's actions at all. After all, in the anime, Jack dared to single-handedly charge at 4 warships carrying Marine Admiral Fujitora, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Marine Vice Admiral Tsuru to save Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although this was clearly a suicidal act, it showed that Jack really had courage. As Jack made his move, his subordinates also launched attacks against Bai Ye. 09 was about to act, but was intercepted by 03. 03 glanced over Bai Ye and said lightly, "Dealing with pirates is the Marines' business. It has nothing to do with us. Let's see how it goes first." CP0 indeed had no obligation to deal with pirates, and 03 wanted to see Bai Ye's strength, to see if it was really as he imagined. Without 03's order, the situation on the field instantly changed to Akiji and Bai Ye, 2 Marines facing all the pirates, seeing that all of Jack's men had engaged. While the opponent only had 2 Marines making a move, Tori Pole and Diamante reasoned that with Jack tying up Admiral Akiji, the remaining unknown Marine captain would be of no real threat. Once they dealt with the Marine captain, they could help Jack fight Akiji, and perhaps there would really be a chance to escape this time. After a brief discussion, The two led their hundreds of subordinates to charge at Bai Ye. Facing an attack from nearly 200 people, Bai Ye calmly said, "Admiral Aokiji, give me 3 seconds, and I'll take care of all these small fry." Aokiji naturally had no doubt about Bai Ye's strength, but fearing that Bai Ye might get too carried away, he reminded, "It's best not to kill the officers of the Don Quixote family. After all, we still need to gather intelligence regarding the Don Quixote family." Bai Ye asked, "Just 2? Leaving one behind is also fine, right? There's no way around it. Killing one more can yield some additional world source power." If it weren't for the fear of arousing suspicion, Bai Ye would have even wanted to say, "You can just ask me directly about the Don Quixote family. I know everything. Just let me kill these people. Damn it, this guy has such a strong killing intent." Qing Ji silently thought, "One is fine, but don't let them all be killed." Jack, who had come closer, heard the conversation between the two and scoffed. "Is that all you Navy can do, just talk big? With just a little rear admiral like him? Do you really think you can take out all my subordinates, except for me? You must be thinking too much." Bai Ye glanced at Jack and coldly said, "No need to exclude you. Once I've killed them all, I'll come to kill you. Dog Navy, die for me." Jack shouted angrily, his arm muscles bulging, as thick as a water barrel, exuding a wild aura. Two scythe-shaped, curved blades glinted coldly in the moonlight, their sharp edges reflecting the icy light. The curved blades moved at incredible speed, slicing through Qing Ji's body in the blink of an eye, sending dust flying as they struck the ground, creating 2 long and wide cracks. Qing Ji's body split into 3 segments, sliding down gradually, yet not a drop of blood flowed out. However, Jack's expression remained serious. No one believed that the Navy Admiral Qing Ji could be so easily dispatched. The body of Qing Ji that fell to the ground quickly turned into a pile of shattered ice. Suddenly, Qing Ji appeared in front of Jack, most of his body transformed into ice, and with a low shout, frozen moment. In an instant, an immense chill emanated from him, spreading from beneath Jack. Pure white frost enveloped Jack, like a suit of ice armor, quickly wrapping him up. In the extremely low temperature, Jack felt his body freeze, his blood flow slowing, his limbs stiffening, and even his thoughts becoming dull. Jack struggled to move his arms, attempting to break the ice encasing him. However, his destruction speed was far slower than the ice's spread. In less than 5 seconds, he stood frozen like an ice sculpture. Beside him, 03 and 09 looked on in shock. Was this the power of a Navy admiral? Even Jack, known as the disaster of the beast pirates with a bounty of 1 billion berries, could not withstand a single move. Seeing the results of Aokiji's battle, White Knight chuckled softly and said, "Since Aokiji has already dealt with his opponents so quickly, I can't be too slow either, lest people underestimate our Navy." Facing the rushing pirates, White Knight sank his body, took half a step back with his left foot, placed his left hand on the sheath, and drew his sword. Aye slash. The sword light flickered as a massive sword energy swept across, and the approaching pirates felt a sharp pain in their eyes, plunging them into darkness. More than 200 pirates stood frozen in place, their expressions seemingly frozen in time. But as White Knight sheathed his sword, with a swish after the sword's cry, over 200 pirates were directly bisected, their upper bodies sliding down from the waist, crimson blood gushing from the wounds, filling the air with a pungent smell of blood. Just 3 seconds. The aye slash is a move every swordsman knows, and it is one of the simplest techniques. However, to unleash such a terrifying power from such a simple move, one not only needs great strength, but also a profound understanding of the sword path. This was Aokiji's first time witnessing his junior's true power in action. He never expected that such a display would directly create a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Looking at the slightly sunny smile on White Knight's face, even Aokiji, as the user of the Hi no Mi, couldn't help but shiver. Seeing the gruesome scene, Aokiji suddenly seemed to remember something and helplessly said, "White Knight, didn't I tell you to leave one alive? Why'd you kill them all?" Bai Ye innocently exclaimed in surprise, "I left some." Looking at the corpses and blood scattered everywhere, Aokiji frowned and said, "Is this what you call leaving some?" Although it was an undeniable fact that the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates had dealings, Aokiji still wanted to leave a survivor to interrogate for more information. Only in this way could they be more confident in removing Don Quixote da Flamingo from his position as a warlord of the sea. Bai Ye surveyed the scene, fell into thought, and murmured, "Did I really leave one just now? Could it be that I didn't control my strength well?" Bai Ye quickly dismissed this idea. He had enough understanding of his own strength. Every time he gained proficiency, the first thing he did was to work hard to adapt to this power, to familiarize himself with the extra strength, and to master it with ease. Since it couldn't possibly be his own problem, there was only one possibility left. Bai Ye recalled the scene when he took action. Due to Akiji's instructions, he held nothing back against the pirates under Jack. Two high-ranking executives. The artificial devil fruit user with the sheep ability, CYPS head, and the artificial devil fruit user with the jumping antelope ability, Jin Lami, lay dead at Bai Ye's feet, their faces still showing immense terror. The corpse of Toribol, the high-ranking executive of the Don Quixote family and a user of the sticky fruit, was also there. Originally, Toribol was the most trusted person by Doflamingo and knew the most. However, Bai Ye couldn't stand his lewd appearance and his snot-like devil fruit ability, which was truly disgusting. Therefore, without a second thought, Bai Ye had him remade. Only one high-ranking executive remained, Diamante, who possessed the flare fruit ability. Bai Ye stroked his chin, pondering. I shouldn't have killed this guy, right? Bai Ye found Diamante's body among the pile of corpses, covered in blood, with a pale complexion, clearly showing signs of excessive blood loss. Moreover, his chest was not rising and falling, making him look no different from a dead person. However, while Diamante could deceive others, he could not fool Bai Ye. After all, Bai Ye was the one who wielded that sword. He was completely confident about the situation at that time. He didn't expect that Diamante would actually play dead. It was truly a cunning move. Bai Ye kicked Diamante a few times with irritation and said impatiently, "You're a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family. A big pirate with a bounty of up to 90 million berries. Lying here among the dead pretending to be dead. Don't you think it's shameful?" Diamante was filled with fear. He never expected that he would go to such lengths to pretend and still be discovered by that terrifying Marine Major. Ugh, what Marine Major? He had never seen such a strong Marine Major in his life. No matter what, he had to keep pretending to be dead. If he admitted to pretending now, he would really be dead. After Bai Ye finished speaking, Diamante remained motionless, looking as if he were dead. Seeing this, Akiji mistakenly thought that Bai Ye said Diamante was pretending to be dead because he was afraid of being blamed. So he said, Bai Ye, if he's dead, then so be it. After all, the matter of the Don Quixote family colluding with the beast pirates has already been confirmed. However, Bai Ye ignored Akiji and drew his sword. Feng Ming, pointing it at Diamante, and said fiercely, "If you keep pretending to be dead, I will take away everything on you."